Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see Harry Potter was given the divine power of rebirth. Here is short summary. At the end of his life, Headmaster Harry Potter unlocks a divine gift, the power of rebirth. Sent back to his 11-year-old self, armed with knowledge and wisdom, Harry now has one chance to reshape destiny, protect those he loves, and change the fate of the wizarding world forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The ancient headmaster of Hogwarts looked over his work. The work of decades. It had taken everything he had ever learned in his long life. Runes, arithmancy, potions. Dark arts, too, like necromancy. He'd also violated many laws, the least of which would earn him a decade in Azkaban. But, now, the project was ready. It was too late for him to be stopped now. He would right the wrongs, or at least give himself the ability to do it better. Professor Potter, unspeakables, came through the office door. We know what you're planning. Surrender. In response, Harry scratched his thin pate of scraggly white hair and replied, "Good morning, Miss Creevy. It's always a pleasure to welcome old students. Do come in, please. It doesn't have to end badly, Headmaster." A curly redhead youth brandishing a wand, said. Making no effort to go for his wand, he merely smiled. "Ah, young Percival. So like your namesake. Quoting rules. One day you will learn some things transcend the law. We cannot allow you to change the past," said a middle-aged wizard with pink hair and a blue mustache. Again, the old wizard was only pleased. "It is my past to change, Remus. And I am not doing it just for myself. If it works, your grandfather will grow up with his parents instead of stories. You don't know that, Grandpa Harry." There was nothing of law enforcement in Teddy's grandson's voice, at this point, himself a grandfather. Only that of family. You could change one event and cause a ripple effect that will destroy everything. What if it backfires? You won, isn't that enough? Harry dismissed the objections. No, it's not. First, you go by the Monument of Victory every day. Shortening that long list of names of Death Eater murders is my only concern. Second, I have been working on this longer than you have been alive, child. I assure you, I've accounted for every possible twist. Enough of this, exclaimed Percival. Put down your wand. Step around your desk slowly. And hold your hands high. The headmaster sighed, looking defeated, and appeared to comply. Then he said, "Now, Fox." The phoenix let out a high-pitched screech and all the unspeakables collapsed. "Well done, old friend. Goodbye, Remy. Fox, you know I'm not coming back." The unspeakables watched while the old headmaster called on all of his powers. He drew a circle in front of him. The noise was piercing, like something was ripping a hole in the universe. Which was basically accurate. Diagon Alley was visible in the circle, but a Diagon Alley of long ago. They watched him pick up a large and still overstuffed packing envelope and walk through. They had failed their mission. It worked. The old man grinned, then promptly collapsed. This is where necromancy came in. Time travel to this extent simply could not be survived. Runes carved all over his body glowed through all the colors of the rainbow, and after a few minutes, he stood on very shaky legs. His wand became a cane to hold him up. Not quite sure where he'd landed, he asked a passerby, "Tom's bar." The repulsive, dirty man answered, "Find your own way." The old man looked an easy mark, so he reached into the robes with practiced ease. And his hand promptly fell off. "Best watch that, scum." Old Harry sneered, and realized, Nocturne Alley. He walked through to Diagon Alley to buy the property for his plan. A week later he was ready and in the leaky cauldron. He grinned as he watched his Merlin. Was he really that small once? His younger self opened the door. This was perfect. But Hagrid came first. Approaching with a smile he said, "Hello, old friend." "Hi there," Hagrid replied, holding the obviously aged man's hand gingerly. "Sorry, I don't recognize ya." A friend of the old crowd. "I've been waiting for Harry to appear." "It's good to see you again, been too long," old Harry said. Then he smiled at the boy. "Hello, Harry, I owe a debt to your family. There's a package in here and a letter explaining it. It was nice seeing you." Young Harry looked up, wondering about this old man, who somehow seemed familiar. "Have I ever met you before, sir?" he asked, curiously. "I stayed with your parents during the war." answered old Harry. Hagrid will tell you all about Voldemort. Young Harry asked, why don't you come with us? Eager to hear about his parents. I'm sorry I don't have much time here, said old Harry. You see, I'm going away. Young Harry asked, when will you be back? No, Harry, I mean that I am about to die, answered old Harry. Young Harry sighed, oh. I'm sorry. Don't be, Harry. I'm a very old man. I came here knowing I would die. Self-serving though it is, I wish you a long life and a happier one. Old Harry told him with an unconcerned smile, goodbye, Harry, Rubeus. Young Harry didn't understand what the old man meant about self-serving. And at just 11 he really could not imagine being ready to die. Well, goodbye then, sir. And I'm still sorry. I didn't get her name, said Hagrid. Old Harry answered, James Evans. Smiling with amusement at the semi-truth, he shook his younger self's hand gravely. Old Harry hadn't missed the mark on his estimate of his death. During his preparations, he'd got around mostly by pre-made portkeys. The time travel spellwork had drained his magical core beyond recovery. He'd known it would, and knew he would die soon after his task was complete. The night bus was prompt and he greeted them, hi Stan. Hi Ern. Manchester please. It's under family wards so I'll direct you when you're close. Take it away Ern, said Stan. The shrunken head ordered, yeah. Take her away Ern. That'll be 5 galleons 6 sickles 11 nuts governor. Stan tipped his hat to the old man. Harry gave a tired smile. You know, Stan, I got all my business done a bit under budget, I have, 416 galleons, imagine that. 6 sickles 11 nuts. You three have fun, knock off early. His heart gave out during the first sharp right turn. Wonder what the old man gave me. Young Harry wondered. Vernon demanded, what was that, Potter? If you want to disturb my driving, you'll bloody well make sure I can hear what you say. Just thinking about some of the reading I have to do before school, Uncle Vernon. Harry felt like it was a lie, but didn't really care. Vernon found that amusing. Ha ha ha, he boomed, now that I can get behind. Homework all the time. Keep you freaks out of trouble. Big behind, Harry muttered, sarcastically. But the rest of the ride proceeded in silence. He rushed up the stairs and opened his trunk and pulled out the package from the old man. Opened it. Inside was a pocket-sized book and an envelope with a letter inside. He picked up the book and opened it, but it only had 1 page inside. No cheating, Harry, read the letter first. Smartass book, Harry snorted. He tossed it onto the bed he had in Dudley's second bedroom. Then he obeyed. Hi there Harry Potter. Sorry about the little book. Bomb. Well, not really. I'm entitled. I've been at this longer than your headmaster has been alive. I'll leave you to ponder that until you meet him. Ready for a surprise. One as big as Hagrid. Harry raised a skeptical eyebrow. Well, I'm the guy who gave you this real large package. No, that's not the surprise. The surprise is that my name is Harry James Potter. That's right, I am you. I was born July 31st, 1980, just like you. My parents were killed October 31st, 1981. My first memory is of wrestling with a big black something you can't quite remember. My first memory of Uncle Vernon is dislocating my shoulder. I had spiders named Pafoo and Moe I shared the cupboard with. And I was the best short order cook 10 or under. That should convince you I'm for real. Harry was amazed. No one could know so much about him. Things he barely remembered. I'll fill in the animal memories when the time comes. That brings me to the book. It is a diary. That isn't a dirty word. And it's the most important book you will ever own. Do not ever lose it. Sleep with it. Take it in the shower with you. It has all my memories in it. It tells you everything up to the moment you entered the leaky cauldron with Hagrid. You'll actually learn about my last days first. The book is especially charmed, magic not taught in Hogwarts. Because this will come up next year, it is not like Tom Riddle's diary. Why did I do this? Good question, Harry thought. I was a war hero, Harry. I had a long and successful life. You saw an old man, bloody. To you 40 is old. I give you permission to tell Vernon I said that. Harry giggled in the silent way he'd learned to do. What I never really had, my young self, is true happiness. People died who should not have. No. I couldn't go back to save Mum and Dad. The book will explain when you know enough to understand. I wasted time and energy on people who weren't worth it. Trusted people I shouldn't have. Didn't stand up or speak out for myself. The course you were on before now would be the same as me. Harry considered that. Could he get the Dursleys to stop abusing him? You have a war to fight and friends and family to save. The ultimate goal is to kill more of them than they kill of you. How am I going to get you there? With properly timed explanations of what's happening and why. Who to trust and not and why. General advice is another way. The first general bit is that you will stop performing down to Dudley's level. Study and learn. The Dursleys won't care about your Hogwarts grades. You'll be able to compare report cards with me and I hope you outperform me from first term. The plan is to get you doing 7th year work before your 4th, and more of the right subjects. Harry thought that good advice, admitting he might not have changed his study habits. Next is physical. You're a scrawny little wog right now. The Dursleys, of course. Potions to properly fix all those old injuries and effects of malnutrition. You'll always be thin, but we're going to put on muscle. You'll curse me for weeks but the sooner you get exercising, the better. Harry frowned. Wah. Exercise. Yuck. I apologize in advance. As I learned more and more about my life, I had to deal with betrayals and manipulative adults. As I created our diary, I realized I had a major problem. The book would eventually be useless. So I decided that some events need to happen without any advance warning from the book, while others I could explain in advance. This will seem just like manipulation to you, and you'd be right. But I had to strike a balance between improving our life and telling you about something bad that has to happen for something good later. An example will occur very soon. I won't give you many details about something bad that occurs on Halloween. Harry scowled at that. He immediately didn't like being told about something he could prevent if he knew enough. At least the letter was admitting it. You could, if you want, destroy the diary. The only effect my little time trip will have is the healing potions, see Madame Pomfrey, exercise and school work. Study. The diary is spelled so only you can read it, but better safe than sorry. Run it through the shredder and cast an incendio on the cuttings. In a couple minutes, the diary will start to glow. That means new pages are there available to read. So, Harry, what's it to be? Potentially big good change, and big risk, I admit. Or no diary, not much change. It's your life and your decision, make it a good one. Good luck Harry. Harry James Potter 82nd Headmaster of Hogwarts. Young Harry reread the letter, again, and again, thought about it, read it another time. And finally decided. The book was glowing. So you've decided to change the future. Welcome, Harry Potter, to Harry Potter's diary. Remember what I said in the letter. Someday, this will be useless to you because of changes in the timeline. Oh kid, I feel so nostalgic reliving these memories. I was so innocent. Anyway, down to business. First, we're going to send you someplace you'll escape the Dursleys. Take hold of the shoestring and say activate. Harry looked at the thing stuck between the diary's pages, decidedly skeptical. But nevertheless, obeyed. He felt a tug on his navel and by the time he gasped, he was outside a rather small tent. That is called a portkey. Never did quite get the hang of that. Or flow travel. Apparition isn't too bad. Don't be fooled by what you see. Remember drive. It's bigger on the inside. The land is outside the village of Hogsmeade. It's an acre of land owned by you. Well, technically me as I brought money back in time. Go on in. No more words were on the page. Harry had the feeling it wasn't a request, it was an order. He shrugged, flung open the flap, and entered. It was huge compared to the outside. Bloody hell, was all he could say. The tent had a sitting room with a table and 2 benches, enough to sit 5 on a side. Next was a small but fully equipped kitchen. On each side of these common areas were 2 bedrooms that shared a loo with shower. Everything he tested worked. The diary glowed again. How does everything work without utility connections? Haha. Magic. The first time I walked into one of these I said I love magic. I cast spells to make the whole acre invisible to anyone but you and anyone you give permission to see it. We'll cover them by 3rd year, I think. For now, just take my word for it. On the shelves, you'll find books, lots of books. They're separated by Hogwarts school year. 1st through 7th. Sure, jump to the end if you like, but it'll drive you nuts. Your body isn't ready for those spells yet. But, seriously, look ahead from time to time. Give an older year spell a try. Harry wondered why and how this diary knew exactly what he was thinking exactly when he was thinking it. Then he remembered it was written by older him. Having fun so far, Harry? Here's the stuff you won't like me for. You're a scrawny kid, I said so in the letter. This isn't your fault. It's Vernon and Petunia. No, I don't consider them family, I haven't since I wasn't much older than you. Dudley is a maybe, don't write him off. Exercise. 3 simple ones to start out: sit-ups, push-ups and running. You can count easily enough. For running, your first spell pedo locomoto. It will allow you to know exactly how far you've run. Cast finite incantatum to end it. From now until September 1st you'll need to push yourself. Tomorrow, you'll start cycle through them until you're exhausted. Then spend time studying. Go back to exercising. More studying. Repeat. All day long and as far into the night as you can. As soon as you wake up, out of bed and back to it. Now, you'll burn lots of calories, so you'll need to eat more. There is an initial stockpile of proper food, good until September 1st, for you to eat in the cabinets. Eat the amounts instructed. There are also potions to repair the damage done by Vernon and Petunia's treatment over the years. Take them once a day, first thing in the morning. Bloody hell, complained Harry, he's trying to murder me, he is. Ha 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 la 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 la, I'm sure you just cursed me a new one. Don't worry, you can have a day off. August 31st, that'll be when we go over the people you'll meet. Now, just being here will be the first major change to the timeline. The shoelace will take you to the Dursleys and back here again. Get everything you want to keep. Don't go back, ever. Cool, Harry said, with a big smile, that alone is worth all that sweat. He was sure the book knew he said that. You like that, right? Here's another good one. The goblins will, when you ask, tell you that you're rich. That vault Hagrid took you to. Pocket change. Ask about the Potter vault. And you're even richer than you the goblins think. I brought the dressers in all the rooms back from the future and they're all full of galleons. One is full of 20-pound notes for Muggle shopping. Don't worry, they were all printed in the 1980s. No more Dudley hand-me-downs. Ever. I'm bloody rich, exclaimed Harry. Thanks old Harry. Really? You're welcome. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm talking to a bloody book. But all the money in the world doesn't buy happiness. You've heard the phrase no regrets, well I'm full of them. I'm not miserable per se, I even had a good and successful marriage, but too many people died. The last people I saw before coming back were great-great-grandchildren of people I fought with. One looked just like my godson. My godson never met his parents, they were murdered weeks after he was born. I've spent my whole life planning to change that. And here we are. I arrived a week before I gave you the package, set up this tent, purchased the land and protected it. You have a place to train and learn. Get to it. And thank you for fulfilling an old man's dream. Harry felt liberated in his new home. It wasn't as big as Privet Doctor but it was all his, and he was free of the Dursleys. He leafed through the book with a 1 on it, then started reading. He eventually drifted off to sleep, to be woken by a loud and quite obnoxious buzzing. 5 a.m. Bloody hell, he complained. When he found the cause, he snapped, gonna be a long NG month. An alarm clock had woken Harry. It had a single piece of paper taped to it that read, "Time to get started, smartars." The boy growled, but got up, added water to a package that magically turned into a quite delicious looking and smelling meal. He wolfed it down while reading from the book. The diary wasn't glowing so he got started exercising. His first time, he only managed 6 sit-ups and 4 push-ups. He felt pathetic. Running, he was better with and managed a half-mile in 5 minutes. But he knew he was only short-distance sprinter, he outran Dudley and Mob fairly easily. Winded, he returned to the tent and began actual studying, of the kind he hadn't done since he got a better report card than his cousin. He was right here. Makes sense to start with an introduction to magic. Harry's muscles began to ache a bit. The diary glowed. Muscle aches, Harry. The only treatment for that is to get back to it. There are potions to treat pain from injuries, but this comes from using muscles that you don't move much. Stretch a bit, the diagrams below will show you how. The only way to benefit from exercise is to push yourself through the pain. Sorry, mate. Notice he's not showing me how to brew pain potions, commented Harry. Git. The young boy managed to do 6 cycles of exercises during the course of his first day, and he had a Muggle-born pre-Hogwarts level understanding of magic as his eyelids sagged. By the end of the first week, Harry's muscles were screaming. Waking up on the morning of the 8th day, he was pleased with his progress. He could do 10 push-ups and sit-ups in a set without strain. He'd try more later. Harry was most pleased with his progress in running. He was a little faster, but had doubled his distance. Another page glowed. "Welcome to week 2, Harry. By now I would guess you'd have killed me if I wasn't already dead. Those sore muscles will give you incentive to get this magic down. Besides stretching, a massage is also good for sore muscles. You will be rubbing yourself obviously, but adding a magical component. While rubbing, focus on your magic. Imagine it as a ball in you. Heat and cold relieve muscle soreness, so imagine one hand hot, one hand cold. It might be easier to picture one glowing red and the other glowing blue. Push that ball into your hands to change their temperature. Once you get it down, study while rubbing. It'll take practice, but keep it until you can do both at once." Bloody old man. Why didn't he show me this first? Harry cursed his older self. The diary didn't glow again until the morning of August 31st. But Harry did not mind. He just achieved doing 20 push-ups and sit-ups in a set, running flat out for 2 miles in 17 minutes. Soon he'd increase to 3 miles, then work to reduce the time again. "I have been watching and you're doing amazing. At your age I never dreamed of working like this. To business. Tomorrow you go to Hogwarts. You won't have the time to exercise as you have been, obviously. But keep up the intensity and keep doing more. You can go back to the schedule here during weekends and holidays, but feel free to take Christmas off." Harry rolled his eyes. "Thanks Bits Buster, thanks a lot." But truthfully he was now used to getting about 5 hours of sleep a night. Arriving at King's Cross well before 11 a.m. I trust. You can do your workouts waiting. The first magicals you will meet, between platforms 9 and 10, will be the Weasleys. Sure, I know you can walk through, but this has to come out exactly the same. The Weasleys in order are Molly, the mother, Percival he wants to be called that, a prefect obsessed with rules, Fred and George class clowns and mostly harmless pranksters. They think they're identical like bookends, but not quite. Fred's chin is pointed, George's is rounded. Just look close, but avoid telling them how you can tell, it'll drive them crazy. Up next, Ron, he'll sit with you on the train. Becomes your best friend. Gee, a best friend, really? Asked Harry in amazement. Never had one of those. He did go back and reread How to Tell the Twins Apart, that sounded funny. Last is Ginny. Too young for Hogwarts this year, but maybe a pen pal. Say hi, shake hands. Give Hedwig something to do. Listen carefully to what Molly says and put it together with what was in the Magical Society introduction. We'll talk later. Harry thought he would be best friends with the Weasleys forever. He was looking forward to meeting them. And he wouldn't foul up that meeting by skipping ahead. The Hogwarts Express is hidden from Muggles. You'll get there by early evening and sorted in time for dinner. Back to the train, Ron joins you almost immediately. First thing he wants to see is the scar. Looking back, well, never mind. Up next is all hair and teeth, 4 feet 2 inches, and 75 pounds of Hermione Jane Granger. Wants to run the world, or at least read everything about it. She'll come off abrasive, but once you get through the bossiness and know-it-allness, she's going to be a lifelong companion. Accompanying her will be shy, quiet, Neville Longbottom. Heir to a fortune bigger than yours, never spent a day in a cupboard, but just as abused as you. Needs a friend to crack his shell, but be gradual, or you'll scare him off. Harry sniffled a bit for anyone who went through anything like his life at the Dursleys and pledged to help Neville as best he could. Hermione and Neville leave in search of Trevor the Toad. Let them go, or you'll miss the next visitor. One Draco Lucius Malfoy. Heir to a fortune not quite so big. Especially with the pile I brought back. What Vernon and Petunia feel for magic, he feels for non-magicals. Treat him accordingly. Last thought, take careful note of Ron's pet rat. It'll become important later. This, Harry realized, was a manipulation moment. Old Harry was keeping something from him. Why is a rat important? But the diary was finished for the time being. He used a modified Wingardium Leviosa to keep an introduction to Charms book right in front of his eyes while he stretched and rubbed his muscles with his hot and cold hands. He drank his last potion of the day and turned in. Next morning, the diary was silent. Harry stretched, went through his exercise routine and rubbed his muscles. Then showered and dressed, keeping his robes in a separate bag to change on the train. By about 8 a.m. he was ready to go. He picked up the marble labeled King's Cross and sighed. It was now 8:02. Nothing to do but practice. He had first-year spells complete. He started on second-year potions. Finally, it was 10:30. Hedwig's cage looped in his arm and his trunk likewise. His free hand got the marble and said, "Activate." Platform 5 to 6 the sign said. "Not bad," said Harry, and he slowly strolled, looking in stores and pushing his luggage cart. By the time he reached the sign platform 9 to 10 there were redheads in the distance, running. He couldn't help giggling. Like he was told, Harry made his face a frown of concentration. "Mrs. Weasley called out, 'What is the platform number, Ginny?' as she tugged the small girl along. 9 3/4. Ginny called out just as loudly. Mrs. Weasley nudged one twin. "Go on, Fred." "I'm not Fred," he cried, "I'm George." Mrs. Weasley looked distraught. "Oh, sorry George. Go on. And you too Fred." "I'm not Fred." "He is," the other twin cried. Then both ran through the barrier. Even with the advanced knowledge of the diary, Harry was stunned to actually see it happen. He giggled at the twins' antics, then pushed forward. "Excuse me, can you tell me how to get to the platform?" asked Mrs. Weasley, kindly. Then patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, it's Ron's first time too. All you do is close your eyes and go. Best do it at a bit of a run, in case you're nervous." The last of the redhead boys smiled and ran through. The redheaded girl came around her mother and said, "Good luck." "Thanks," replied Harry brightly. He followed the diary's advice, grabbed her hand and shook it. He smiled at her then ran through the post. From behind, Harry received a slap on the back. "Ordinarily we would," began Fred. "Tease and ickle," continued George. "First tea, about waving bye-bye to his ickle girlfriend. But, since said girl is our ickle sister, we insist on knowing your." The back and forth tennis match ended with both saying, "Intentions." "My intentions?" asked Harry, glaring coolly at one twin. "I need a pen pal so my owl gets out of the ollery sometimes." "How's that, George?" The twins blinked at him, and George identified himself. "I'm not George. I'm Fred." "No you're not," said Harry authoritatively. He pointed and declared, "You're Fred." In stereo, they demanded, "How can you tell? What's it worth to you?" asked Harry, quite offhandedly. He went off whistling an idle tune. A small redhead peeked in, asked, Can I join you?" "Sure, Ron," replied Harry politely as he finished a sit-up. The boy looked puzzled, queried, "How did you know my name? What are you doing? How can you tell Fred from George?" In reverse, Harry answered with a smirk, "Same thing I asked them, what's it worth to ya? Exercising and your mum told me on the platform. I know all of you now." Just then, in bounced hair and teeth, "Have either of you seen a toad?" A boy named Neville's lost one. Harry almost burst out laughing. Old Harry's description nailed it. He said, "Hello there. I'm Harry Potter, this is Ron Weasley. And you are." "It is rude to answer a question with a question," she retorted, looked at Ron unpleasantly. "Pleasure." Harry calmly countered, "It's ruder not to introduce yourself after we've introduced ourselves." He ignored Ron's snort of amusement. "Oh very well." The girl grumbled, "Hermione Granger. I'm a Muggleborn, but even I've read about you." This, old Harry said, would be the perfect time to start altering her views, and asked, "That's interesting, did you read Where I Grew Up Beaten and Starved by the Magic-Hating Sister of My Mother?" "No, but," she drawled out, "the one I read has you saving a little girl from a dragon." Harry laughed, "That belongs in the fiction section. Maybe fantasy. Ginny loves that book," offered Ron with a giggle. "She'll be crushed." She colored Mandy's hair red and changed her name to Ginny. Ha ha ha. Harry rolled his eyes but refrained from commenting. Besides, seconds later, the door burst open. A.B., own-haired boy with two hulking boys right behind him stepped in. "I heard Harry Potter was on the train." He snapped, "You him?" "Yes." The scarred boy answered lazily. He buffed his nails and looked at them. "The name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Came arrogant answer, "You need direction to associate with the right type. I can help you there." Harry shrugged. If I need help from 007, I'll be in touch. Ron didn't get it, but Hermione did. She burst out laughing. Blood traitors and mudbloods, sneered Draco. Crab, Goyle, let's go. Harry looked seriously at the other two and explained, mudblood, Hermione, means dirty blood. It's the wizarding equivalent of nigger or kaffir. A nasty way of referring to someone like you, or my mum. You'll never hear a friend call you that. Thanks, Harry. She replied in a small voice, I'll go help Neville, I think. You two better get into your robes, we should be arriving soon. Bossy isn't she? Observed Ron. Harry brushed it off without insulting who the diary said would be his best friend. I think she's got spunk. Who knows? In a few years. He let his left eyebrow finish the thought. You're mental, mate, said Ron while tying his tie. In response, Harry shot him an eye roll, and laughed. That's amazing, exclaimed Susan Bones, as she looked up at the Great Hall's ceiling. It looks just like the outside. Hermione, next to her, replied, it's in Hogwarts, a history. It's a spell. Gather round, Professor McGonagall ordered the first years. Now, before you can join your classmates, you must be sorted into your houses. When I call your name, step forward, sit on this stool and the sorting hat will place you into your house. Ron complained, Fred and George told me we'd have to fight a troll. All the firsties laughed. Harry did not, he was busily pushing up and down on his toes trying to get in a small bit of exercise. Plus his diary was glowing. Talk about bad timing, he complained. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The sorting hat will want to put you in Slytherin. You can, if you want to spend until 1997 in the same dorm with Draco Malfoy. Tell it you want Gryffindor. It's where Ron and Hermione will be sorted. You actually write in a diary, Potter, said Draco, derisively, and snatched it from his hands. It had no writing he could see. He tried to rip the book, but he couldn't. Then, he suddenly screamed and dropped it. Harry smirked at the owned, as yet unsorted, boy, bent over and picked it up, then said, that'll teach you to touch what's not yours. And just think, that's only level 1. Haha, it goes to 30. The old man at the center of the head table frowned in concern, briefly locked eyes with the boy. Blinked in some surprise, then said, as you've not been sorted, Misters Malfoy and Potter, no punishment will accrue. Consider this a warning. Professor McGonagall, please resume. Harry knew this was Headmaster Dumbledore from the description in his diary. And he remembered, with surprise, that old Harry described himself as even older than this man. Finding out how old Dumbledore was went from, I'll find out eventually, straight to, need to know. Vincent Crabbe, Slytherin. Harry held a pen to his book, to cover the fact he was reading it rather than writing in it. Malfoy doesn't get much better, unless something, or someone, changes him. Remember, Gryffindor, and ask it to sort Luna Lovegood into Gryffindor next year. Very important. She'll be in Ravenclaw and treated like you were at the Dursleys. Padma Patil, Ravenclaw. Parvati Patil, Gryffindor. Harry Potter. As soon as the hat touched his head, Harry felt something else with him, Gryffindor. Gryffindor. He concentrated on over and over again. Really? Are you sure? A voice questioned in Harry's head. Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness. There's no doubt about that. No. Well, then better be Gryffindor. Harry added, wait, one more thing. Thank you. And next year, please sort Luna Lovegood into Gryffindor. Oh, someone tampering with time. The hat noted, and why should I assist with that? Harry shook his head, it wasn't me. Well, it will be me. Anyway, Luna is going to be treated very bad in Ravenclaw. She doesn't deserve that. Let me help her. So be it on your head. The hat agreed, and allowed Professor McGonagall to remove it from Harry's head. The deputy headmistress barely noticed the argument as it occurred mentally within a fraction of a second. Harry joined his house table and was welcomed warmly. In the back of his mind he wondered about this girl the diary was so dead set on linking him to. He wished he could actually have a conversation and ask questions of old Harry. Percy shook his hand, rather pompously. The twins overacted their older brother's welcome. And Harry laughed. Before we eat, just a few announcements. The headmaster said, the Forbidden Forest is just that. Forbidden. And the third-floor corridor on the left-hand side is off limits to anyone who does not wish to experience a most horrible death. Meanwhile let's eat. A few last word oddment. Blubber. Tweak. While food appeared on all the plates, Harry placed his hand over his and closed his eyes. A quite different meal from all the others appeared less than a minute later. It didn't look especially appealing to many of his classmates, but Harry attacked the plate with a relish. "Harry, how did you do that?" demanded Hermione. Her voiced curiosity was matched by the shocked expressions all the older students wore. He paused in his eating, looked around with a smile and asked, "Honestly, isn't this a school of witchcraft and wizardry? Aren't you all wizards and wizards?" And resumed eating. "Welcome to Gryffindor House," Prefect Percy Weasley announced as the first years gathered in the common room. "Girls' rooms are upstairs and to the right, boys to the left. First years climb to the top. Each year you get the privilege of climbing one less fight." Ron complained, "Oh, that's bloody unfair." "Warning Ronald," the prefect snapped, "do not expect favoritism from me. Next time I will deduct points." Ron gave his brother a rebellious look and began stomping up the tower. Harry, warned by the diary of proper etiquette, approached Percy and asked, "Mr. Weasley, I began a fairly intense physical fitness routine recently. Is there someplace I can continue that, without running afoul of curfew rules?" "Yes, Mr. Potter, the second sub-basement in fact," replied Percy, "although I happen to know that it has not been utilized in some time." Harry followed the prefect's directions. He found an exercise room not well equipped with weights and a half-dozen old manual treadmills. That would do, until the diary's prediction of tag-alongs became involved. Harry ran full out on the treadmill as customary, until exhaustion, massaged his legs with hot and cold hands during rest periods, and repeated that several times. He could save push-ups and sit-ups for in his room. "Mr. Potter, please explain why you are out of bed," his new head of house wanted to know. Harry slowed to a jog and answered, "Curfew requires students to be in their houses by 9 p.m. There is not a bedtime, per se. And please stop that. It is most distracting." "What exactly are you doing?" she wanted to know. Panting and sweating heavily, he replied, "Exercising. It's helping me recover from my stay with the Dursleys and it's good for magical development." He started rubbing his leg muscles and his hands glowed. Which led to her next question, "Precisely what are you doing now?" "Alternating heat and cold is good for muscles," he explained. She blinked. "Yes, I am somewhat aware of that. However, the gist of my question is how are you doing that with your hands?" "Oh, magic," he explained simply, "I'm sure lots of people can do it." McGonagall filed that one away and asked the other question that one interrupted, "You did not eat the meal everyone else did this evening. How did you do that?" "Oh, that's easy, Professor." He started, now rubbing his arms. He switched temperatures and therefore colors, of his hands, all without losing his train of thought. Hogwarts elves send up the meals whenever Headmaster Dumbledore sends them a signal with his wand. If a student wants something different than the menu meal, all they have to do is put their hand over their plate and think what they want. "For my special health diet." How? She wondered, did a boy all but Muggleborn know such things and so casually? Was it possible the Dursleys had something of Lily's? That was her only theory. That option has not been available for meals for many years. However, since you are ordering special, I would like you to coordinate with Madame Pomfrey and have her monitor your exercising. Don't overdo it. "Yes, ma'am," answered Harry, knowing he was going to do less per day than he had during August. Ending the conversation, she said, "Good night, Mr. Potter." "Ah, wah." Several of Harry's roommates groaned when he started doing push-ups and sit-ups. He stopped fight for that one more rep, so he did not groan. Still not ready for sleep, he'd keep his promise to write to the little redhead who the diary suggested. "Minerva, are your first years all settled in?" asked Headmaster Dumbledore. She grinned at him. "Why don't you answer what is really on your mind?" "Feel free to answer that then," he retorted, tiredly. No one would dare accuse the head of Gryffindor of giggling. She answered, "Very well, Harry Potter is a polite and quiet boy. He somehow knows more than any other first year does. Even a wizard raised pureblood. I somehow think we have not seen the extent of his knowledge. He knows exactly what curfew rules mean and how to order a special meal. It bothers me he needs it and he is awfully small." Albus wanted to know, what did he say about his chat with the hat? "Would you have me disclosing our conversation, Albus?" Asked the hat, scornfully, now that would cause a scandal. Minerva's eyebrows went up, but her curiosity was not satisfied. Well, keep me posted, ordered Albus, without making it obvious Harry is under surveillance. Recognizing a dismissal, she went to turn in. Harry exercised starting at 4:30 a.m. A couple sets of each push-ups and sit-ups, all the while reading from Transfiguration and History of Magic, his 2 morning classes. Then he hit the treadmill in the sub-basement. At 7:40 a.m. he jumped off the treadmill and ran all the way to the first-year room to shower. He was ready for breakfast just as his dorm mates were stirring. Seamus. Ron. Dean, he called the roll. Breakfast. Move it. Look who's up early, said George. Harry grinned. Fred up yet? Tweaking the twins again. There's my ugly twin. The other bounced down, mourned George. Harry shook his head. That's Fred. How do you know? Asked a black boy, who just arrived. Harry winked and quipped, magic. Say, how much time do we get between classes? Just enough to, Fred began. George completed, get to next class. Why? They both asked. Harry smirked, got a new pen pal to send a letter to. Who? The black boy wanted to know why his best friend started glaring. Lee Jordan, by the way. After introducing himself, and shaking hands, Harry giggled, their little sister. I see, said Lee, living dangerous, kid. To which Harry shrugged, they can try, Lee, they can try. And, see ya at breakfast. Welcome, Harry, to your first Hogwarts breakfast. 2 missions this morning. First, and this is not to say everyone up there is a friend, but look along the head table until your scar hurts. Knee-jerk reaction, the one giving you a nasty look is your enemy. Well, true. Wait until potions class. Actually, the one in the turban is far more dangerous. What you need to do is manufacture a reasonable situation to touch him. Remember how he didn't shake your hand in the leaky cauldron. Also better to do it with people around. When you do, his body will turn to ash. Know that you won't have killed the professor, he was basically already dead. Mission 2 houses are important, but they're not your world. And there is no Hogwarts rule that says you must sit with your house all the time. I was blind to that fact. As you look around, notice that Weasleys are not the only redheads. Harry was more than a little worried. Old Harry was basically telling him to kill someone. Could he actually do that? And why would just touching Quirrell make him fall all apart? The other part made more sense, mostly telling him to make more friends. Here with no Dudley, he could do that. Redhead. Hi Harry. He could read her lips, and a wave came from a redhead who was sitting next to A.B., and who was wiggling to get comfortable. The bee, giggled into her hand. Harry waved back. He couldn't remember her name. It started with A.B. Arthur, Molly and don't call me Ginevra Weasley were settling down for dinner at the Burrow, the Weasley home. A large snowy owl flew in the kitchen window. Molly attempted to take the letter and got a minor bite for her trouble. Well, Molly, Arthur chuckled, did you notice the letter is not addressed to you? Thank you, Ms. Owl. Said Ginny, kindly, would you like some food and water? Hedwig fluffed up her feathers and preened. She liked this human. Ms. Owl. And, of course, food and water after a long flight was most welcome. Yes, she would like it if her human sent her here regularly. Hi Ginny. Harry here. We met at the train yesterday. My owl's name is Hedwig. I know she likes bacon, if you have some, great. If not, whatever you have should be okay. Except for tomato, don't even try to feed her them. I almost lost my ear. Hogwarts is amazing. It's a huge castle. It'll take months to explore it all. I got sorted into Gryffindor along with Ron. He was one of the last because they went alphabetical. We share a room with 5 other boys all the way at the top of a tower. By the way, I'm not allowed to tell how we're sorted. But here's an important tip, don't believe what your brothers say. Fred and George had Ron convinced they fought a troll. My classes are potions, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms and astronomy. That's actually a nighttime course. Neat hut between that, homework and other stuff I do, it looks pretty busy. But I'll make time to send you a letter every week or so. Bye, Harry. Well, he does seem the adventurous sort. Doesn't he? Arthur commented lightly, after reading the letter for himself, and polite, too. I suppose it is all right for you to have a pen pal, princess. But we should see these letters to make sure there is nothing inappropriate. Understood. Ginny nodded. Okay, Daddy. What about your crush on the boy who lived? Asked Mrs. Weasley. Ginny blushed and shrugged. I dunno. But Harry's a real boy. Between lunch and his next class, Harry told Ron he was going running. Ron thought he friend was a nutter and said so. Oliver Wood heard the exchange and looked the first year over. If he was into fitness, would he try out for the team? He decided to follow along and see exactly what the boy thought was running. Book bag, robes and all, Oliver watched the kid sprint for a solid 10 minutes. Take a 5-minute break, during which he did sit-ups and push-ups and read something the Quidditch captain could not see. Then he ran again. Right, Harry. Time to meet Severus Tobias Snape, up close and personal. You're not ready to know all, yet, sorry. But here's the history. He knew Mum before they went to Hogwarts. He was in Slytherin while Mum and Dad were in Gryffindor. Mum, being who she was, stayed friends with young Severus. Young James Potter hated everything Slytherin, so he and his friends often pranked them. Young James was besotted with young Lily at first sight. So, young Severus became a target of some of young James's meaner pranks. To sum up, he'll hate you just because you're James Potter's son. Never mind, you're also Lily Evans' son. Of course, you don't know that, yet. Hi. Harry was sitting between his two Gryffindor friends, Ron and Hermione, but looking behind and past them to be sociable with others in the class. The red-headed girl next to Ron extended a hand behind him and introduced herself. Hi Harry, I'm Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Nice to meetcha, said Harry with a broad smile. He leaned over and took it, then almost fell. The girl's grip tightened, allowing him to save himself from crashing to the floor. He blushed. Thanks. Susan's blush was even more pronounced due to her coloring. Welcome. There will be no juvenile hand-holding or wand-waving in this class. Sneered Professor Snape as he burst in. Potter, that will be 5 points from Gryffindor. Bones, 5 from Hufflepuff as well. I do not expect many of you to grasp the exact science that is potion making. Draco Malfoy grinned as the professor offered him a glance. His two friends looked pleased as well. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Snape went on. Harry was dutifully writing his notes. And perhaps some of you come to Hogwarts with talents so formidable they need not pay attention. Professor Snape bore down on Harry. Tell me, Potter, what would I have if powdered root of asphodel was added to an infusion of wormwood? That wasn't in any book he'd read to date. I don't know, sir. Let's try again. The professor sneered. Tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfbane. His diary already told him this was an enemy, so he slid his book across the bench and snapped. Why don't you tell me what page it's on? Gryffindor's note, that is 20 points off for your classmate's cheek. He declared as he stood menacingly and swept back to his desk. Instructions for your first potion are on the board. Begin. Harry. Thanks for the warning, but the twins have been teasing Ron about that ever since they started. No worries. I'm looking forward to your castle explorations. Mum and Dad read your letter and you received approval. But don't make yourself out to be too much of a troublemaker. Oh, Fred and George mentioned Professor Snape is someone who seems to have it in for Gryffindors. And, while you can talk to Madame Pomfrey, I'd rather you never need her services. Cheers. Ginny. Can you imagine the look on old McGonagall's face if we were late? Ron huffed and puffed as they arrived in the Transfiguration classroom. The cat sitting stiffly on the desk jumped off and magically turned into the aforementioned professor. Harry gasped. That was bloody brilliant. Can anyone do that? A particularly advanced form of transfiguration, Mr. Potter, replied McGonagall with irritation in her voice, but, perhaps I should transfigure you into a pocket watch. Then maybe you might be on time. Ron gulped. We got lost. Then perhaps a map. She countered primly. I trust you and Mr. Potter do not need one to find your seats. First up we are going to learn to turn a toothpick into a paperclip. Harry almost instantly accomplished about half the task. But the diary told him Hermione was supposed to succeed first. He didn't know why it told him that, but as soon as he heard the girl squeal in delight he did as well. Ron didn't do too bad, making the paperclip before half the class. He was pleased. Flying class, Harry. This is your ticket onto the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Neville Longbottom loses control of his broom and takes a bad spill. Don't worry, it's only a broken arm and Madame Pomfrey can fix that in minutes. The key here is Malfoy claiming something that belongs to Neville. Don't let him keep it. Don't think ill of me for not telling the rest, don't want to spoil that first flying experience. And Harry was still flying high with the memory as Halloween approached. No, he didn't begrudge his diary the least bit for not sharing every detail of that occasion. Even the fear McGonagall inspired as the only thought going through his mind was he was getting expelled. So, Harry, how did that snitch taste? Ha ha ha. Hermione and Ron were right. Your broom was being jinxed, but not by Snape. It was Quirrell. I know, he comes off as a stuttering fool, but he's the most dangerous enemy in Hogwarts. The man is possessed by Voldemort. The turban is covering proof. You have to find a way to, accidentally, touch Quirrell, as an alternative, yank off the turban. It's Halloween, here comes that something bad for something good. In charms, Hermione needs to succeed at Wingardium Leviosa first. Ron will be a true git about it. Don't be too hard on him and drag him along when you go after Hermione. Wait until after Quirrell faints. Tonight is not the night to expose him. Professor Quirrell came running into the Great Hall yelling, "Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon!" and promptly fell on his face. Q-U-I-E-T-T-T. Headmaster Dumbledore yelled over the panic caused by that announcement. Prefects, lead your houses to their common room. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Harry noticed, where's Hermione? In the loo, crying. Said Neville Longbottom. Padma Patil said she's been there all day, crying. Harry shot looks at the pair and said, Ron, Neville, she's a Gryffindor. We take care of our own. The three boys took off with Neville leading the way. Hermione. Duck. Bloody. The girl cursed as she looked up. The troll roared and swung its massive club. Most of the stalls shattered and at least one toilet splintered. Hermione threw herself on the floor, avoiding impact. Accio Club. Neville cast, but the spell wasn't quite strong enough. Harry ran forward hoping to pull it from the loosened grip, but he was so light the troll pulled him into the air. He landed on its shoulders, desperately dodged both giant hand and club. He incidentally drove his wand up its nose. Hermione fearfully scrambled away from horribly smelly troll feet. Then Ron cast, Wingardium Leviosa. In mid-swing the club was pulled from the troll's hand and stayed over his head. The spell failed and impacted the troll's forehead. He fell over just as Hermione crawled away. What is the meaning of this outrage? Professor McGonagall ranted. Hermione stepped up before Harry could. It's my fault, Professor. I read all about trolls and thought I could handle it. If it wasn't for the boys I'd probably be dead. Well, be that as it may, it was very foolish, Miss Granger. 5 points will be taken. Minerva berated the girl, then turned to the boys. As for you gentlemen, 5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck. Harry grunted, unimpressed. HMPF. Snape takes 20 for not knowing answers and taking out a mountain troll is only worth 10. Some system. McGonagall chose to ignore that and sent them on their way. Why'd you come after me? Asked Hermione. Ron replied, it's what friends do. And all 4 Gryffindors joined hands, smiling at each other. Packing it in for the night, Harry saw the diary glowing. Well Harry, now you have the golden trio. I hope now you understand what I meant about sometimes letting nature take its course. Had you known Hermione was in danger, you might have prevented the whole incident from happening. I doubt Hermione would ever become friends with Ron without it. She's definitely the brain, not counting the advanced knowledge I give you. She'll drive you both nuts to do your homework. Tell her to help Ron with his, he needs to do it himself, you'll see. But remember what I said before, your house and the golden trio are certainly important. But seek friends elsewhere. Harry wondered at this. How come there was no mention of Neville? And, a trio. Not all 4 of them. While dealing with Quirrell is a must, and soon, it's time to talk about Scabbers and Sirius Black. You've had enough transfiguration with pets, remember Ron's rat goblet with a tail? Well, people can become animals. I never did, but I'll point you in the right direction soon. Professor McGonagall is one, a cat. Scabbers is a rat animagus named Peter Pettigrew. History has it that Sirius Black murdered Peter Pettigrew and a dozen muggles. Sirius is also blamed for the murders of your parents. He's been in Azkaban prison since 1981 for a crime he didn't commit and was never even tried for. And he is your godfather. Peter Pettigrew framed him and got himself adopted as Percy Weasley's pet rat. Now, I suggest exposing him in Transfiguration, McGonagall's subject. As no plan is perfect, get Fred and George to be on guard outside the classroom to prevent an escape. In the Great Hall, the next day, Harry sought out the Weasley twins. Hey, guys, I need a favor. Would you mind terribly risking a detention Friday? It'll be during my Transfiguration class. A detention is a serious thing, Harry, said George. Harry noted, wouldn't be your first. And I know you're seeking the all-time record. He has a point, my ugly brother, said Fred. George suggested, is it worth your secret of telling us apart? Maybe, George, maybe not. Harry grinned mischievously. All you have to do is be there as backups to catch either Scabbers, or a man, trying to escape Maggie's class. Say 5 minutes in. Fred began, and why? George continued, would we stun Scabbers? This time Harry wore more of a smirk. Let's say he's been pranking the Weasley family for years. And catching him would prank Hogwarts, Dumbledore, the DMLE and the Ministry as a whole. We will be there. Great. Harry enthused, now just one more person to bring to the occasion. He strolled over to the Hufflepuff table. Susan Bones was talking homework with her partners in a project, Justin Finch Fletchley and Hannah Abbott. When a shadow fell on her, she asked, can we do something for you, Harry? Actually, you, Sue, said Harry, grinning at the girl, I would like to invite the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to the capture of a Death Eater. Ask your aunt to be outside the Transfiguration classroom at 8:05 Friday morning. The Hufflepuffs all blinked, bug-eyed, at him. The redhead coughed and exclaimed, you're kidding. Right. Have you seen me use my reputation for anything, Susan? He asked seriously. When she numbly shook her head he confirmed, 8:05 McGonagall's class, Friday. Professor McGonagall entered her classroom as the clock ticked over to 8 o'clock. Good morning, class. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindors and Slytherins replied dutifully. She nodded pleasantly and said, as you know, today is something a little different. I asked you to research the whole subject of Transfiguration for something that is of interest to you and come up with questions you might have. Miss Granger. Professor. You transfigured a desk into a pig. Hermione began, was it truly a living thing? She nodded, absolutely. Any inanimate to living transfiguration does indeed create life in the object. It will take a number of years to enable you to perform that level of magic. Yes, Mr. Potter. Professor, I was really interested in your ability to become a cat. Harry began, trying to fill a bit of time. McGonagall nodded, that is beyond Newt level. Any questions about that would be just theory at this stage. Yes, ma'am, he replied, his eyes briefly flicked to the lazy rat on Ron's desk. I was wondering if there's a spell that tells you if a person is an animagus. She liked that question, an interest of yours, Potter. Very well, Mr. Crabbe, please stand. Revelus animus. Were Mr. Crabbe an animagus he would glow red, as you can all see, he glows blue. Therefore he is not an animagus. Very few wizards or witches have the ability. Thank you, Mr. Crabbe. 5 points to Slytherin. How about a spell to show a witch or wizard in their animagus disguise? Asked Harry. He had his wand gripped in his hand. He was very nervous now. Was Scabbers? McGonagall replied, I can demonstrate on Hedwig, there. Revelus hominum. The owl glowed green. Hedwig is not a witch in disguise. Mr. Potter 10 points to Gryffindor. Next. Mr. Malfoy. Revius hominis. Harry suddenly fired, Professor. Scabbers is an animagus. He was too young to know the stunning spell, so he just reached for the rat. And missed, of course. The professor was shocked by the sudden chaos. She fired several stupefies, one of which hit Seamus Finnegan. The rat scampered all over. The classroom then tried to squeeze under the door. Waiting just outside and alert for noise, Fred and George both fired the stunning charm as soon as the rat's head poked out. Amelia Bones, hiding behind a dissolution spell, saw the whole thing, allowed herself to become visible and hexed the rat to force it back to human form. Where's Scabbers? Ron cried. The head of the DLME conjured a cage and handcuffed the wizard's hands and feet outside the bars. Then approached Harry. Mr. Potter, my niece obviously passed on your message. Would you explain how you knew? And just who this is? I got a letter. He replied, telling a half-truth. I did it this way to give him as little chance of escape as possible. It worked. That is Peter Pettigrew. Sirius Black is innocent. That was a bombshell among the adults. Bones said, Black was convicted of betraying your parents. No, he wasn't, replied Harry. If you can find trial records I'll eat them, whole. Hermione nudged him in the side. Don't talk to adults like that. Ron, Scabbers is this bastard. Harry explained, stepping harshly on a leg. He framed my godfather, then disguised himself to hide in your family. The man woke up and whined, my leg hurts. Where am I? Don't give me that shit. Harry growled, stomping again, you're the reason my parents are dead. Peter whimpered, who are you? Why are you mean to me? Amelia, quite a surprise seeing you today. Albus Dumbledore came up as if there was all the time in the world. The ministry usually notifies me in advance of planned visits. She shrugged, well, on this occasion I received an invitation from my niece, Susan. More a family matter, when I happened upon some chaos coming from your transfiguration classroom. Young Mr. Potter here has made a rather incendiary charge that I must address. Apparently there was a grave miscarriage of justice after you know who fell. No. Who? Asked Harry. Hermione explained in a professorish tone, don't forget Harry, they are all afraid to say Voldemort. And fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. So true, Miss Granger, said the headmaster, 50 points to Gryffindor. Now, Harry, please explain how you knew about this business. Sorry, I can't, Harry answered, and no one was looking at Harry when his hands glowed softly. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose for a moment, then returned to normal. He said, well, no matter. Harry, you have done a remarkable thing. No matter by accident. 50 points to Gryffindor. Thank you, sir, said Harry brightly. Then, sir. Ma'am, can I see Mr. Black? I don't see why not. My Bones was simultaneous with Dumbledore's. That does not seem wise. The two locked eyes in a battle of wills. In his shirt, Harry noticed his diary glowing with a new page. He looked at both adults, shook his head and said, I gotta pee. You two work it out that I can see my godfather. HMPF. Harry locked himself in a stall, leaving lots of people merely staring after him. In my timeline, Sirius escaped Azkaban during third year because he saw Pettigrew in a Daily Prophet picture of the Weasleys. Sirius was still a fugitive with a kill-on-sight order from the ministry. No one believed that Pettigrew was alive until his body was brought out of Malfoy Manor. By then Sirius was dead. Dumbledore does a great job portraying the grandfather image, but behind the scenes he manipulates people, for the greater good, you most of all. Sirius needs to be free, legally, to want to live. I can't even promise you'll be successful. But, you haven't used your boy who lived status for anything. Send a letter to Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Explain that you don't blame him for how Sirius was jailed without trial under Minister Bagnold and you would appreciate his help in getting justice. If he goes for a bribe, tell him you'd love to make a contribution to his campaign and a matching one to the Auror budget. GG 10,000 should impress him enough to override Dumbledore's advice. Harry, Professor Dumbledore has decided it is in your best interests to not release you from school at this time. Madame Bones spoke neutrally, I promise you, this prisoner is not going anywhere. He will remain in this cage which will be put in a holding cell that will be triple guarded. A couple of my most trusted Aurors will remove Mr. Black from prison to hold him for trial. Harry nodded and replied, thank you, ma'am. And can you please deliver this to the Minister of Magic? And this to Mr. Black. I will review that, said Dumbledore, extending his hand to take the letter. Harry grabbed his wrist and heated his hand more than he usually did to massage his muscles. It was quite a scene for those who witnessed the confrontation. A small first year challenging the leader of the light, that's a private letter. Said Harry, to my godfather. Do you read everything kids write home? Not normally one of my duties, Mr. Potter. Madame Bones said, but, under the circumstances, I will be glad to. Ron and Hermione burst through the crowd as Harry was thanking Fred and George for their help. You set this whole thing up. Didn't you? They both said, accusingly. How? When we're alone, insisted Harry. Then he thought, okay, old me, how do I explain this? Ultimately, in a corner of the main Hogwarts courtyard with his two best friends and the twins he told a half-truth, right? Guys, it's like this, I got a letter from someone who assured me he had my best interests at heart. I had a hard time with it at first, but every time he's sent me something, he's been right. Ron asked, so all that exercising and studying you've been doing? That's part of it. My relatives treated me like a South Avenue, starved me. Harry went on, I'm away from them for good. I've been eating special magical food to put on weight and working out so it's muscle not fat. I'm 3 inches taller and 10 pounds heavier than I was, and the exercise makes my magical core grow too. Hermione asked, who are you living with? Strangers. No one. But it's 1,000 million times better than the Dursleys. He replied. Hermione frowned. No 11-year-old should be living alone. Why don't you go to a teacher? And how do you know this person is really safe? I can't answer that. He said, firmly, teachers would force me back with my relatives. I am absolutely better off alone than with them. I need you to promise me you won't tell a soul. All 4 of you. Hermione shook her head. I can't make such a promise. We're all too young to live alone. If that gets out, I'll know who. Harry's tone was harsh, and I will no longer be friends with that person. Clear. Hermione was shocked into silence. She just nodded and looked at the floor. Fred acknowledged, well, you did deliver on your promise. We got to help prank Dumbledore in the Ministry. True. George admitted, so, can we ask how you tell us apart? Harry smirked, well, you can ask. Not fair. I'm your best friend. Ron grumped, to the group's amusement. At the Burrow, Ginny Weasley received a letter from her pen pal. She read it a couple of times before asking, Mummy, who are Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black? Peter was a hero who died trying to protect his friends. He was a secret keeper. Mrs. Weasley explained, why dear? Ginny answered, that isn't what Harry says. He says Peter is actually Scabbers and that he hid with us since Harry Potter killed you-know-who. That's ridiculous, snapped Mrs. Weasley, your pen pal would not be much older than you. And could not possibly know what happened. Then Ginny asked, Mummy, who was Sirius Black? Sirius Black betrayed Lily and James Potter to you-know-who. Mrs. Weasley said, harshly, he was Harry Potter's godfather and you-know-who's right-hand man. He killed them as much as if he cast the killing spell himself. Ginny took a breath to ask another question, then blinked in shock. I've been writing to Harry Potter. She exclaimed, and promptly fainted. Harry, my boy. The Minister of Magic greeted the boy who lived effusively, as he came out of his office. He grabbed his hand and shook it almost violently. It is such a pleasure to meet you. Even with nearly 6 months of physical fitness, Harry barely suppressed a grimace of pain as his shoulder nearly left its socket. He resisted the urge to shake the soreness out. Not at all, Minister. He replied with a bow, I'm sure you have more important things to do than meet a schoolboy. Not at all, lad, not at all. He replied, any miscarriage of justice must be acted on instantly and at the highest level. Especially when one of our national heroes is involved. A pile of galleons didn't hurt my case either, the 11-year-old thought, cynically. Coming from some of the passages in his diary. He apologized, I hope I didn't cause much trouble between you and Professor Dumbledore. Oh, don't give it a second thought. The minister waved off the apology. Then spun him around for the press to take pictures of them together. Boy who lived consults with minister was a nice caption. And he could quietly circulate the fact Harry made a donation to the right people. Now, I imagine you'd want to see Mr. Black. Harry nodded, yes, sir. And allowed the minister to lead him through the ministry building, crowd following, and those employees at their desks not so subtly watching. Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew were directly across from each other in DMLE holding cells. The Pettigrew family lawyer had successfully won his client the right to be let out of the cage Madame Bones transported him in. Both wizards wore heavy gray chain that glowed faintly yellow. No argument could get them removed. Dora, please. Sirius was talking to a young Auror, you don't have to remove the shackles, honest. Just put me in with my old friend. Please. Pettigrew was cowering in the corner of his cell looking much like his animagus form. Black, you don't get to call me anything but Auror, until and unless you're proven innocent. She retorted, coldly, merciful Merlin. It can't be Harry Potter. The minister gave a tolerant smile and said, Junior Auror, having performed my escort duties, I leave Mr. Potter in your capable hands. Pleasant day to you, Harry. Thank you, sir. Harry replied, and dutifully shook hands. Then looked at Tonks and politely said, hello Auror. She offered her hand and said, watch her Harry. And call me Tonks. We're family after all. We are. How's that? He asked. Her hair turned a sort of magenta. Cousins. Your grandmother Doria was a black. Wow. The only cousin I ever knew was Dudley. He replied and hugged her impulsively. You're a lot prettier. Sirius chuckled. Good on you Harry. Never too early to start with the girls. Peter slid off the bench, shuffled on his knees to the bars and said, oh my, Harry. You look so much like James. Except, Lily, you have her eyes. How dare you speak their names? Traitor. Sirius roared in a fury. Harry cringed and put himself behind Tonks, whose face turned a bright angry red and snarled, great first impression there, Black. You expect a little boy to want to be near you. Huh, you caught me at a bad moment. Sirius panted and sat in his cell. I've had a bad decade and it's THAT, person's fault. The Auror turned Harry to face her and told him. Any time you want to leave, say the word. Okay. There's going to be privacy wards both ways. We won't be able to hear you and you won't hear anything going on out of that area. Do not approach the cell. Do not touch the bars. Do not give the prisoner anything. Clear. Yes ma'am. The boy replied, gulped, and approached the cell. He stopped precisely where she told him to. And in a small voice said, hello, Mr. Black. I'm Harry Potter. Sirius tried to look as non-threatening as possible. Not easy for a man in prison clothes and 10 years worth of hair and beard growth. He smiled and said softly, hello, Harry, I'm Sirius. I'm your godfather. I understand you caught the rat, over there. Thank you. Actually, my friends Fred and George did. Said Harry, modestly. Professor McGonagall was talking about animagi and I tested the reveal spell on Scabbers. He's been Ron's pet for a long time, and he changed color. Fred and George stunned him. I don't know that spell yet. The prisoner shrugged, well, I will be sure to thank them as soon as I can. I promise. You do look very much like your father. Do you like Quidditch? Tell me you do, even if it's not true. You get into any mischief yet? Actually, I'm on the team. Seeker. Harry grinned in answer. Sirius answered, wow, you must be the youngest Seeker. In a century. Harry finished, according to McGonagall. That brought a smile. Great, she's still teaching. As my first official godfather duty in years, are you doing well at Hogwarts? Did you betray my parents, Mr. Black? Asked Harry, instead of answering. Sirius took that question like a blow to the chest. If I had my wand, I would gladly give you a magical oath that I did not. Harry, your father was my best friend from our first train ride. His family took me in when mine cast me out. I would have died for them. I made an awful mistake going after Peter, there. Why, then, were you convicted of killing them? Harry persisted. Sirius swallowed a lump. Interesting point, there. Fact is I wasn't. I was arrested at the scene of an explosion that killed a dozen muggles, plus Peter, over there. I was brought before a judge, we had an argument, but I was never even actually charged. I was basically waiting for trial, just for, is it 10? Or 12 years? 10. Answered Harry, and I think I believe you. The biggest proof is him. Kinda hard to be the murderer of someone who's still alive. But, no offense, I'd want to see the court say so. Sirius looked down, a little defeated, but said, I've been robbed of my godfatherly duties for too long. I promise as soon as I am cleared, and I will be, I'll start doing right by you. I hope so. Replied Harry, bye for now, Sirius. The prisoner's face lit up like a Christmas tree. For a time, at least, even being across from his ex-friend did not bother him. Upon Harry's return to Hogwarts, he was met by an irritated Dumbledore. Mr. Potter, I trust you will not be engaging in further excursions. It was exciting, Headmaster. The young wizard replied, cheerily, I got to meet the Minister of Magic. That's almost as good as meeting the Queen. And I met a cousin who's an Auror. She's Nymphadora, but you don't call her that, on pain of a hexing. And I think Mr. Black is innocent. Come on Harry. It's Christmas. Ron yelled up the mostly deserted Gryffindor tower. The 2 first years had taken to sleeping in the 7th year room, just because they could. Harry woke, shocked to hear his friend up. He ran to the common room and looked down at him. Gee Ron, didn't know you could get up before the sun. Oh, go on, Harry, he complained, and can't you take off exercising? For presents. Harry blinked, in shock. I got presents. Yeah, answered Ron, as if to say, of course, it's Christmas. Harry was delighted with his presents. Mrs. Weasley knitted him what was known around the school as a Weasley jumper. Ginny's attempt at a scarf was, well, an attempt, but still. The prize of course was the invisibility cloak. Not just for what it was, but the fact that it was his father's. That night, the diary was glowing. Harry brought it out from under his shirt while running around the castle. Hope you had a Merry Christmas, Harry. A busy semester I imagine. Hope Sirius is doing well. That's a major risk on my part, but I just couldn't bear to see him in Azkaban until third year. Anyone joining you for workouts, yet? At least the Quidditch team. Tell Ron he should if he wants to get on, Keeper will be opening up. You haven't dealt with Quirrell yet, but that's okay, no one got hurt in my timeline. Just do it soon. There's a minor, but important, correction to make now. Mrs. Weasley knitted me a nice sweatshirt and assuming you got one too, sent her a nice thank you letter. I didn't. Remember about King's Cross? I never discovered any evidence, not that I really looked, but think about the fact that Molly Pruitt attended 7 years of Hogwarts, and has had kids getting on the express for the past 13 years. Did she really need to yell all over the Muggle area of the platform about Muggles and where 9 3/4 is? I raise this now, because you've just received your father's invisibility cloak. I don't think it will surprise you when I say the gift came from one Albus Dumbledore, who Molly Weasley has always looked on as a godlike figure. I'm not saying don't trust Weasleys, but a day will come sooner for you than meet that you'll have to choose your path or Dumbledore's. And Mrs. Weasley will not take well to any disrespect to her leader. Harry had mixed feelings about this passage, and imagined his older self had problems writing it. He really liked Mrs. Weasley's present. To burn off his irritation he accelerated to maximum and ran himself to collapse. All right, mate? Asked a concerned Ron. He sat on the ground beside his panting friend. Harry rolled into a stand and replied, yeah, mostly, just got some mixed news is all. It's that book you always read. Malfoy's wrong, you're not writing in it. The redhead's voice had a bit of a question in it, but not really. For a long time Harry did not answer, pretending to be recovering, but finally gave a nod. It's not something I can really talk about, Ron. It's, a family thing. Oh, okay. The other boy replied, looking disgruntled, but my dad told all of us not to trust anything if you can't see where it keeps its brains. Their conversation was interrupted by Professor Snape. His shadow blocked out the winter sun as he loomed over them. I have watched your activities this afternoon, Potter. He said in clipped tones, this lunatic running around will cease immediately. Professor McGonagall knows about my exercises. Harry countered, so I. Snape cut him off, that will be 50 points from Gryffindor for your disrespect, Potter. And if I see this again it will be another 50. No, Ron. Harry put a hand out to block his friend's anger, we'll just take it up the chain of command. Come on Ron, do some sit-ups with me. Snape growled, how dare you. Another 50, Potter. Good job Ron. Harry encouraged, I only managed 4 my first try. Let's go see Professor McGonagall. Snape ordered, stop Potter. That is a direct order. Harry ignored him, actually, he ran. His conditioning routine of constantly sprinting left the potions professor in his dust. Minutes later he was in his head of House's office yelling, Snape is trying to hex me. Now Mr. Potter, don't be ridiculous. She countered, impatiently, now, calmly, coolly, explain exactly what is going on. Shivering with unspent adrenaline Harry began, all right, I was running, in the courtyard, like I do on the treadmills. A moment, Mr. Potter, she said. While Harry was telling his story, an owl with a note arrived. Apparently, this matter has already gone to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape's rulings have already been upheld. I am sorry Mr. Potter. Harry sighed, I don't blame you, Professor. Now, can I have the documents to appeal to the Board of Directors? I beg your pardon. She asked, shocked. He looked at her, I have the right. Never mind that, he has no right to prevent me from exercising. And I will not abide by it. A student appeal has not been filed in almost 50 years. She said, still surprised, and I do not even know when one filed was upheld. Harry threw her another zinger by answering, 1914, Professor. Would you like the details? That is a remarkable piece of trivia, was her only reply as she opened a file cabinet. After the new year, when all the students were back, Harry was doing what the diary told him. He was circulating, mixing with other houses. A trio of Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott had formed early in the school year. Harry was sitting with them for lunch. Again, he had to agree with old Harry, get everyone a little bit out of their comfort zone. After the holiday clash with Professor Snape, he did not dare sit at the Slytherin table. However, on occasion, when a non-hostile Slytherin, like Blaise Zabini, joined another table, he found common ground. Then there was that night he snuck out to explore the restricted section of the library. Harry witnessed Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell in a confrontation. He did not quite grasp what they argued about, but things were very serious. He had to act on what the diary said. It happened at homework period just a week after. Many students were there concentrating on various assignments. Professors Quirrell, Vector and Flitwick were monitoring to ensure decent behavior. Walking up one aisle and down the other. Finally, Quirrell walked through the aisle between the Gryffindor table and the Great Hall windows. Harry learned a cooling spell for the occasion. He slid his wand out of his sleeve, pointed it at the floor behind him and whispered, Phrygia. A small patch of ice appeared right in the turbaned professor's path. Quirrell's heel hit the slippery spot and he rather comically went airborne, legs and arms and robes flapping about, then he hit the floor. Hard. Harry jumped out of his seat, gripped the foundering man's right hand and lifted his head by tucking his hand behind Quirrell's neck. Here, Professor, he exclaimed, let me help you up. No, don't. The fallen man panicked. Spreading out from where the boy's hands touched, flesh turned ash-like. Before too long, the professor looked like a smoked cigarette that was never flicked. A dual voice screamed, no. You will payyyyyyyyyy. Then, the body collapsed under its own weight. A mass of smoke left the body and a face formed at one end. I will kill you, Harry Potter. Get away from my student, Tom. Dumbledore ordered. 5 spells of different colors left his wand in the space of a breath. The wraith circled around several times, hissed, and fled right through Harry's chest and out the nearest wall. Good morning, Harry. Albus Dumbledore approached and greeted him. Gifts, from your admirers. Harry groped for, and found, his glasses, put them on, looked around. I'm in the hospital wing. He observed, admirers. You have been asleep for about a week. Dumbledore explained, students from every house have visited and left something. Though I am afraid your friend, Ronald Weasley, has deprived you of all your chocolate frogs. You might wish to collect your cards from him. Harry chuckled, although he knew exactly what he did, the headmaster could not know that. So he asked, what happened? The last thing I remember was helping Professor Quirrell. Ah, well, apparently Lord Voldemort had possessed Professor Quirrell. Most unfortunate, the man was brilliant as a professor, said Dumbledore. Harry sighed, I'm sorry about that, but I didn't think him all that brilliant. Plus, he stutters too much. The man is, sadly, dead. He replied, let us not speak ill of the departed. Not that you are to blame, you must understand. Professor Quirrell was already dead the moment Lord Voldemort possessed him. If anything, you should think yourself as a redeemer. You enabled Quirinus' spirit to be released from possession. Harry nodded as if he'd been convinced by the headmaster. Actually, the diary already absolved him of any guilt. He hadn't really killed Quirrell. But it was good to hear from Dumbledore, too. Professor, he asked, Hermione, Ron, Neville, they're all fine. Just fine. He assured the boy, I think I can talk Madame Pomfrey to allow some brief visitors. Harry put up a hand and said, one thing, Professor. Why did Voldemort come after me? All those years ago. And Hermione figured out the stone being here, but he was after me, now, too. Wasn't he? Worry not, Harry. Dumbledore used his most grandfatherly expression and voice, take time to enjoy your childhood. Harry snorted, never had that. But the headmaster was leaving and didn't hear. The school year was finally wrapping up. McGonagall had given Harry a permission form to do any exercising he wishes as long as class is not disrupted. This stymied Snape's out-of-class harassment, but his in-class abuse escalated. Harry lost points at alarming levels during potions. However, during the leaving feast, Dumbledore made an announcement: "I trust everyone is stuffed." Now, the points stand thus: Slytherin 452, Hufflepuff 417, Ravenclaw 352, Gryffindor 308. The board of directors has decided to reverse some deductions. Gryffindor receives 150 points. Gryffindor wins the House Cup. Bravo Gryffindor. Oh, ho. Professor McGonagall cheered happily and clapped at the totally unexpected win. Her table exploded in applause. Dress hats flew up to the ceiling. The decade of straight Slytherin wins led to Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw applauding too. Though, not quite with the same enthusiasm. It took Gryffindor a few minutes to sort their hats out. As they were finishing, Dumbledore came over and said, "Come, walk with me, Harry." "Okay, Albus," he quipped, much to the shock of Hermione and Neville. And the giggling, and running, of Ron. The headmaster's eyebrow disappeared under his hat, but he made no further remark about that. He started with a good point: "You seem to be relatively unaffected by your incident with Professor Quirrell." "I don't think so, sir," replied Harry. "Quite honestly, what you said made a lot of sense. I imagine he was suffering while being possessed like that. And the whole thing was an accident, anyway. I just meant to help him up." Dumbledore answered, nodding, "The best face to put on the incident, my boy. Now to a more serious matter." "Good idea," Harry cut in. "Sirius Black still hasn't had his trial. How come?" Dumbledore slowly let out a breath. "You might check with your friend, Cornelius." He countered, impatiently, "Then, I must insist you discontinue antagonizing Professor Snape." Me. Harry's voice rose in pitch quickly. "The stupid greasy git insults me and my dad every chance he gets." The boy ran off. All the way through the hallway, to Gryffindor Tower and up to the top room for first years. He ignored everyone, in fact barely saw them, fleeing the headmaster. The boy yanked the curtains around his bed and started crying. Ron tapped on the bedframe the next morning. He had already checked the exercise room that Harry was constantly disappearing to, without success. His friend was never asleep when he got up. "You there, mate?" And this time he banged on it. Hard. "Huh. Wah." Harry snapped awake. It took a minute for his brain to function. He didn't want to talk about it. "Yeah, Ron. I just need a shower and I'll be down." "'Kay. Sure, mate. See you at breakfast," he replied. His diary stuck to his belly, like it always is, and a "notice me not" charm on it. Harry was shocked that the sun was well up. He was annoyed that he'd clearly missed more than one exercise. He scrubbed as quickly as he could, all the while grumbling, "You got any answers, old man?" "Harry, are you all right? We were all worried." Hermione ran up to him, leaving the boys behind. He shrugged, "I'm fine." "Ron, remember those 100 points Snape docked me at Christmas?" "Really, Harry?" Hermione corrected, "That's Professor Snape." The four Gryffindors entered the Great Hall, and Harry immediately fell under the potion master's harsh glare. The length of the hall didn't matter. He walked on autopilot to his traditional spot, glaring hatefully the entire way. "Come on, Harry," Hermione urged, pushing his shoulder, "sit down." And he eventually did, but not before any Gryffindor and most Ravenclaws who could see him, knew who the staring war was with. He abruptly grinned after devouring his usual breakfast. And quite loudly said, "Do you all know you can appeal point deductions and detentions? All the way up to the Board of Governors. That's how I got points back." And, breakfast complete, it was time to board the Hogwarts Express. Harry about jumped off the train as it stopped. Sleep, food, and the ride allowed him to forget his blow-up at the headmaster. For some reason Ron didn't understand, he was wearing that ridiculous and badly knitted scarf he got for Christmas. And Ron still didn't know who sent it. "There they are, Mummy," yelled Ginny as she spotted twin redheads. Harry caught sight of Fred and George bounding off their compartment and seeker-like, pushed his cart right to the Weasleys. "Come on, Ron. They're this way," he hollered. "Oh no, you didn't actually wear that," Ginny complained on seeing him. "It's just ghastly." Harry snatched the scarf out of her hand and countered, "No, it's not. It kept me warm all winter." Hedwig squawked and hopped onto her head. "Would you mind introducing me to your friend, Mrs. Weasley?" wasn't asking. Ginny giggled, "Sure, but, Mum, you already know Hedwig." Just as Mrs. Weasley processed that and her face began to redden, the boys collided with her from 3 different directions. Percy, being last, and formally saying, "Hello, Mother." Ginevra. "Mr. Potter, I wish you a pleasant summer." "Well, thank you, Mr. Weasley," replied Harry in exactly the same tone. Ignoring the other Weasley giggles, he shook hands and concluded, "You as well." "Now, Mrs. Weasley could only grin. Such a well-mannered boy," she declared. "Excuse me, ma'am, I forgot my manners on seeing my pen pal." He lightly pecked Mrs. Weasley's hand and concluded, "Harry James Potter, at your service." "Yes, gentlemen, this is the proper way to greet a lady." There wasn't a single Weasley not gaping at him. "Ginevra, I believe Percival said, have I been addressing you too informally?" asked Harry, picking up her hand and keying it as well. Ginny's face actually glowed red. "Would you like to visit, during the summer, Harry?" asked Mrs. Weasley. Harry grinned widely at that. "I'd love to. I'll just need an okay. Can I write Ron?" "Certainly, Mrs. Weasley blushingly replied. Harry departed. While he was waiting for Hermione to catch up with him, he wished a happy summer to assorted boys and girls. Among them Daphne Greengrass, Blaise Zabini, Roger Davies and Terry Boot, the Pottle Girls, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan and Zach Smith, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan and Alicia Spinnet. Ian and Michelle Granger saw their daughter appear from nowhere, just as she disappeared to nowhere back in September. The Muggle parents waved and she ran into their arms. "I want you to meet Harry," she enthused. "He, Neville and Ron have been my best friends. And why won't we meet these other boys who have your attention?" Ian played the overprotective father to the hilt. And his wife just grinned. Harry came out just after Cormac McLaggen, and having heard the question, answered, "Oh, they've been magicals for generations. They just popped home." It occurred to Harry just then, that his diary's comment about the Weasleys going through King's Cross was a bit odd. "Popped?" both Grangers asked, confused. Hermione was a little lost, as well. Wizard travel methods were not part of the first-year curriculum. "I'll be glad to show you in a bit," said Harry good-naturedly. "Hermione, please introduce us." She blinked at her friend's courtly behavior. Sure, right. "Ian, Michelle Granger, Harry Potter." "Harry, my parents." "Sir, an honor," he said, shaking hands, then dotting her hand, "Mrs. Granger." I can see where Hermione gets her looks. Both Granger girls giggled a bit. To which Ian frowned, flirting with both "my ladies, Mr. Potter. This is where a portkey comes in handy," Harry quipped, then, holding up a shoelace, "By my own home." All three Grangers were left there staring at the empty space where a boy had been moments ago. Hermione was the most annoyed. "I can't believe he's leaving me guessing." "Harry." "Hermione. Hush, dear," said Ian, "you can't attract attention to you-know-what." Harry appeared right outside his tent, safely behind the security wards set up by his older self. Looking around his home, he for the first time realized, after the hours-long train ride, he was back in Scotland. He could even see the tops of Hogwarts towers. It was too funny. He laughed himself silly, the whole while thinking, "Good one, old Harry. First year completed, Harry. If all has gone to plan, you've prevented Quirrell from helping Voldemort rise, though differently than I did. In my timeline, he all but had the Sorcerer's Stone in his hand. Send a letter to Nicholas Flamel telling him to retrieve it from Dumbledore. It doesn't belong in a school. This year is going to be as busy as last year. And more dangerous. You have 3 major jobs for the summer. First should be obvious, work your body hard as you did last August. Potions too. By the way, stasis charms don't last more than a couple years, so you'll need to make more next summer. Detailed instructions and ingredients are below. You can order by owl post to Hogsmeade, then have Hedwig deliver it to your tent. Tell her hi for me." Harry glared at the diary for even indirectly talking about Snape's subject. Up next, Dobby. "What, you ask as a Dobby? He is just the greatest house elf ever. And he'll tell you you're the bestest wizard ever. Don't let it go to your head. He intercepts your mail in hopes of discouraging you from returning to Hogwarts. You must do this in about a week so he doesn't. There is a risk he might accidentally reveal you aren't staying with the Dursleys. This secret won't last another year, but I'd like to preserve the lie, for now. All you have to do to summon him is call his name. He means well and knows about what's going to happen this year. How? He works for the Malfoys. He's your friend, though, just misguided. Tell him nothing is going to stop you going to Hogwarts. Promise to free him from the Malfoys. He deserves it. You two have a lot in common. Harry realized that meant the Malfoys treated Dobby like the Dursleys treated him. And nodded in agreement with his older self. Your third major task now involves another house elf by the name of Creature. He belongs to House Black. Get Sirius to take you into his family home, Grimmauld Place. Creature has been driven mostly mad by being unable to follow the last order of Regulus Black. It is something Voldemort made to cheat death. You won't have anything to destroy it, but it needs to be someplace truly safe. Put it under the wardrobe in your room in the tent. Don't tell anyone other than Sirius. Also important, during this week send letters to all your friends. Especially the out of Gryffindors, they're important. And all this before September 1st. Harry sighed, shrugged and got to work. He wondered what solution old Harry had for Severus Snape. Harry's first action of the summer was on the Sirius front. He portkeyed into the Ministry of Magic and arrogantly approached the guard station. I want to see the minister. He said. Identification. A bored-sounding middle-aged witch asked. Harry lifted his fringe to expose his trademark scar and asked, any questions? No, Mr. P.P. Potter. She answered, 1p please. Thank you. Harry nodded his thanks and continued his march. He wore a stony expression not normal for an 11-year-old. I should like to see Minister Fudge. I am Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. A woman head and shoulders taller than the boy got in his path. You may discuss with me whatever you wish to discuss with the minister. This wasn't a person his diary had mentioned, must not be important, Harry decided, a secretary. Very well, tell Minister Fudge that Harry Potter has an important topic to discuss with him. You might remind him of our last meeting. Minister Fudge is most busy today. She persisted. Harry shrugged, very well then. Ms. Umbridge was it. I want to know I have the name right when I discuss the minister's lack of interest with the press. Why you little brat, she snarled. Fudge came storming out of his office. What is all the noise here? He demanded. The undersecretary began, forgive me Minister Justamino. Minister Fudge, sorry for any trouble, but I'd like to discuss Sirius Black with you. Harry interrupted, loud enough for others to hear. Word would spread. Fudge was uncomfortable with talking about that in public. He waved permission for the boy to come forward. Come into my office, Harry. Come in. We can chat in private. Thank you, sir, replied Harry, politely. He ignored the hostile glare from Umbridge, for now. Once the door was closed, he expressed his appreciation and got started. Minister, I am really bothered by the length of time this is taking. Pettigrew was arrested 6 months ago and Black moved out of Azkaban, but he still hasn't had a trial. I'd really like to know which one is guilty and have him punished, immediately. What is it going to take? Fudge gave him a politician's smile, replied, Harry, I know this is difficult for a young man such as yourself to understand. But court proceedings tend to be long, drawn out and real boring affairs. There usually are not any amazing surprise revelations, or last-minute key evidence that changes the outcome of a trial. He nodded, but I've been looking in the Daily Prophet all the time for any news. And there's nothing. It's real disappointing. The Potter boy wasn't the only one offering him galleons. Fudge had to placate another, and more dangerous, donor. But he was about out of time. I will put the weight of my office behind speeding the process. The minister promised. How's that? Thank you, sir, Harry said with a smile, I'll leave it in your hands. Might I see Mr. Black? The minister nodded. Take my personal elevator, Harry. 9th level. You've made an enemy, boy. Dolores Umbridge sneered as Harry passed her door. Sirius was long since moved to a cell away from Peter. The Aurors wanted it as much for their own peace and quiet. A tall impressive black one approached him and asked, Lost kid. I have Minister Fudge's permission to see Sirius Black, answered Harry, handing the permission slip. The prisoner stood as he saw who was approaching. He presented a very different image from the Dementor-drained, skeletal Azkaban inmate from the last visit. He was allowed Black House finery, healthy food and medical treatment. Magic restrictors were still in full evidence, but he seemed normal. Hello Harry. Mr. Black. The young wizard acknowledged, I'm sorry this is taking so long. Seems Minister Fudge doesn't press for something unless he's pressed. Sirius nodded. I've been told repeatedly that only my godson's fame is keeping me out of Azkaban. And this is a throne room compared to my old cell. You have nothing to apologize for. I owe you and the Weasleys a lot of thanks. And I'm sorry for how I behaved during your last visit. I wasn't in my right mind. You're looking well. Who are you staying with? You're looking pretty good, too. Anything you need. Harry deliberately did not answer his question. Sirius shook his head. Just my freedom. Do you believe I'm innocent? Someone I absolutely trust told me so. Answered Harry. Sirius gave a hopeful look. Remus Lupin. No, I haven't met him. Harry denied. Who's he? Looking saddened he explained, there were 4 of us together in Gryffindor. Your dad, me, the traitor Pettigrew and Remus. We were known as the Marauders. Despite my current good circumstances, I am not allowed any correspondence, Sue. I'll send him a letter. Hedwig can find him. Harry promised. Looks like the best thing they did was move you. Sirius' face flickered with fury, but he suppressed it fairly easily. I'd rather talk about you. How is Hogwarts? Well, skip the possessed professor out to kill me and the one who hates me just for my face, pretty good. Answered Harry. I'm the youngest Seeker in a century and Gryffindor won the House Cup for the first time in a decade. Sirius was delighted. Well done. Now the only thing that'll make it complete is you pulling pranks and racking up detentions for them. Quiet in there. An Auror ordered. Sirius flinched in fear. They're probably gonna end this soon. I'm really glad you came, Harry. Thank you for believing in me. I saw Fudge today, said Harry. I got you this far with a contribution to his re-election campaign. And money for the Aurors. You think House Black can apply some pressure? Now Sirius gave him a look, asked, how old are you? 11, answered Harry, quite honestly. That was when 2 Aurors entered to escort him out. Blaise Zabini. Hi chum. Listen, I want you to know the friendship we made is independent of Malfoy, or Snape. Yes, it was me who appealed the point deduction Snape did on me that won the cup for Gryffindor. I didn't brag about it during the feast to not cause trouble. I'd like to avoid Slytherin, Gryffindor fighting, but Malfoy and his girlfriends will not get a break from me. Fair. Happy summer. Harry Potter. I want to thank you very much for helping me with defense this year. I was hopeless the whole first term. Only got an A on 1 test. Without you, Auntie would have had my head. Just got my grades and I got an E, which was real good considering. Can I count on you next year? Happy summer. Susan. Harry. Mum would like you to come over for your birthday. Feel free to bring your Muggle relatives if you want. Dad's just dying to ask them what a rubber duck is. Hermione's coming. Ron and Ginny. Peas. She insisted sheesh. Peas. Don't pay attention to the prat. Peas. Shut up Ginny. Peas. Stuff yourself Ron. As June ended and July started, Harry realized he wasn't getting mail in his home and remembered, Dobby. Harry Potter calls Dobby. A little scrawny creature, far more so than even Harry ever was, popped into his tent. How does Harry Potter know Dobby? He was tugging on his left ear. Before getting to that, Harry asked, why are you doing that? Dobby must punish himself for being bad. He replied, oh, how have you been bad? Asked Harry. The elf answered, Harry Potter mustn't be mad at Dobby. Stop avoiding my questions, the wizard demanded. Dobby flinched and replied, Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Why? He demanded, angrily. Dobby banged his head on the bench Harry was sitting on, then answered, there is a plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts. Harry Potter must not be in danger. Don't punish yourself unless I tell you to. Harry ordered, you're the Malfoy elf. So it's something to do with them. The elf's bulbous eyes blinked in shock. Harry Potter is truly a great wizard. I know I can't order you to tell on your master. He continued, but anything you can tell me, please do. In return I'll do everything I possibly can to free you. Throwing himself around the boy's legs he cried, Harry Potter would do that for Dobby. Wahaha. I do want all of my mail. Harry added, and that is an order. Dobby snapped his fingers and sheepishly handed over several envelopes. Then he vanished. Harry now had several pen pals. And he enjoyed responding to them. It was something extra to do besides studying while working out. He also had another handy tool, compliments of his diary. He already had his summer essays complete thanks to a dicta-quill. He liked Muggle pens and paper better, but had gotten used to quills and parchment. He was deep into most third-year coursebooks except for Defense, which was fourth, and History of Magic, which was stuck in second. "Happy birthday, mate," Ron greeted Harry as he and Ginny pulled him off the floor. Harry grimaced. "So, that's Flo, huh? I think I'll stick to Portkeys mostly. At least until we learn Apparition." And just to further frustrate Harry, Neville Longbottom stepped through as smooth as can be. He exchanged birthday wishes happily. But, yet when Hermione did as well, he just rolled his eyes. It was a normal birthday party. Snacks, drinks, kids playing tag on brooms. For cake everyone sang to both birthday boys. "Harry, from what you've told me of your relatives, I'm surprised they're connected to the Flow network," Hermione said, quite abruptly. Luckily, or maybe intentionally on her part, no one else was around. Harry blinked at her, and stammered, "Wah. Hey, look at Ron. Never seen him so intense at a chess game. Let's go see." "Shish." Ron and Ginny hissed at him as he sat down. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when Hermione left the burrow without getting a chance to press him. The Weasleys did not have any obvious suspicions when Harry tossed down a bit of Flow powder and called Harry's place. He ran 4 miles in a half-hour bracketed by 2 reps of 20 push-ups and 25 sit-ups. Then he read through the middle of his 4th year Charms book. "Hi Susan. Great to hear from you. It was my pleasure to tutor you. You were a real easy student. Sure, I'll help you again if you need it. I'll be with the Weasleys on August 15th in Diagon Alley buying school stuff if you want to meet up then. If not, see ya on the train. Harry. Good to be back." Harry grinned as he looked around. He purposely stayed out of Diagon Alley because he was too well known, and he wanted to buy his supplies with the Weasleys. His first stop was Gringotts. "Hello," he said to the goblin, "I'm here to withdraw from my account. Plus I have some questions." All the goblin replied with was, "Name. Harry Potter. Key." He handed that over, and when another goblin was summoned he greeted him, "Hello again, Griphook." "Harry Potter," he greeted with no change in tone or expression. Another quick comment from the diary occurred to Harry after the ride to his vault, "Can you change the speed of the cart's Griphook?" "1 speed only." The goblin sneered. Harry whined just a bit and quipped, "Darn. I was hoping it would go faster." "Are you serious, Harry Potter?" asked Griphook. And after Harry grabbed a small handful, about half of what he knew he'd spend, the goblin pointed, "We usually travel at 3, the gears go to 10. Harry grinned manically and pressed the 10. The cart tore off with screeching wheels. 10 minutes later, Griphook was staggering off the cart while Harry jumped off pleading, "Again." "Was there anything else, Harry Potter?" asked the goblin, almost dreading the answer. The boy looked at him, confused, and answered, "Well, yes, I asked the teller about any other Potter vaults. And none of you answered that. I want to know about them and I want to know right now." "Follow me," hissed Griphook, angrily, "and be quiet." He led Harry to a door that identified the occupant as Ragnok, SR account MGR. The two goblins spoke rapidly in a language Harry didn't know. The seated goblin looked angry when he spoke. "Your outburst, young wizard, irresponsibly risked a run on this bank. Now, would you like to explain yourself? Or perhaps you would like to forfeit your vaults. Is that the way it works here?" growled Harry. "Well, maybe I'll just empty my vaults. Get me a withdraw form." Both goblins' jaws dropped. They again talked among each other, then Ragnok placated, "Let us stop the threats and find out what is on each other's minds." "You started it," Harry rather immaturely pointed out, "but, anyway, I simply wanted to visit all the vaults I have here. These two led me around in circles and refused to follow my simple request. Now, can you make that happen, or?" He left the rest hanging. Griphook looked uneasy. Ragnok replied, "Gringotts has no objection to that at all. Legally you cannot withdraw any galleons from the Potter Vault, except what is always deposited to refill your trust vault on January 1st. You may remove any 5 objects, magical or not, at a time." "Understood. This issue should not have reached your level," replied Harry, eyeing the uneasy Griphook. He later learned the goblin received 20 lashes. "You'll be returning to Gringotts tomorrow, Harry. There's some interesting provisions in your parents' will. The number of adults you trust will shrink, noticeably. Two ideas come to mind. No more transactions with the Muggle world. Lock both vaults down and remove Dumbledore from access to your trust vault. If the goblins dispute your right to do so, remind them of the Leprechaun Bank and your 17th birthday. Go over it with Sirius, he may have some other ideas. I never knew much about banking until my 30s. Harry frowned, and what should I do if Sirius is still in jail? Today you'll meet Gilderoy Lockhart, genius, hero, and best-looking wizard around. Just ask him, he'll tell you. He's at Flourish and Blots signing books. Interesting thing about book signings, they promote the book and author. This git doesn't need any, he made his entire self-promoting library required reading for all 7 years of defense against the dark arts. I think it was 50 galleons per student. Pretty good deal. Take the usual, second-year book I supplied you with. And hopefully you'll be into studying 4th year already. Be prepared for a tussle points detention but stand your ground. He grabs you for a picture op and gives you a free set. Announce, loudly, he promised you 100 for getting the front page. Joy, was Harry's monosyllabic reaction. After that piece of work. The most significant magical you'll meet this year is Lucius Malfoy. You won't see him a lot but he's behind everything that goes on this year. Remember Dobby. Him and Mr. Weasley will get into a fight. Feel free to slip in a hex. Hermione's favorite is too high-powered for the occasion, but the Bone Breaker is quite suitable. Don't worry where it hits, just make sure of WHO it hits. The chance to stick it to the Malfoys had Harry cackling like a fool when Hermione, Susan Bones and her aunt appeared. Oh. Harry. It's so good to see you. The brunette witch enthused, and in a good mood no less. Harry Potter, said the older witch sternly, you have managed to enthrall my niece and visit my department 5 times, all without introducing yourself to me. Surely just a matter of bad timing. Susan scolded her, Auntie. Stop it, you're embarrassing me. Part of the job, dearie, she retorted lightly, I'm Amelia. Thank you for assisting Lil Sue here with her classes. May I call you Harry? Calling on the courtly behavior he learned, Harry took her hand, at her knuckles and said, it is my honor lady. He repeated the gesture with the blushing girls, offered each an arm, and said, school shopping ladies. Amelia Bones was deeply impressed with young Harry Potter. Fred, Ron, yelled Hermione when they turned the corner and came upon Flourish and Blots. She almost hugged Ron and grinned at the twin. Hello. Harry shook his head, then greeted, hey there George. How do you know? Susan queried. Amelia was fascinated, she couldn't tell the Weasley twins apart. Harry grinned at the girls, easy as pie for me. Like telling you two apart. Hiya mate. Ginny, you're wearing that ghastly thing again. She complained, pointing at the scarf she'd knitted and blushing. Harry nodded unabashedly. I was exercising and strained my neck. It helps. Oh, forgive my manners. Fred, George, and Ginny Weasley, this is Susan Bones in our year in Hufflepuff and her Aunt Amelia. Come on, Susan, you can meet my parents, said Hermione, grabbing her wrist. Harry walked into the bookstore apprehensively, knowing what was coming and dreading it. Great Merlin, Harry Potter, exclaimed the suddenly delighted author, what a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Harry couldn't have imagined when he walked into Flourish and Blots, that he'd be leaving with a complete collection of my collected works. Free of charge. Softer, he added, smile, Harry, together you and me rate the front page. A photographer for the Daily Prophet scuttled in, snapped a shot, scuttled out. Sonorous. Harry touched his wand to his neck and announced, everyone here. Attention. Can I have your attention please? Mr. Lockhart here promised the first 100 customers to get an autograph, get his books free. There was an immediate stampede that he scrambled under to escape. Draco Malfoy pulled a spell out of a book and pocketed it. He strutted down, saw his school nemesis and snarled, Saint Potter. Can't even go into a store without making the papers, can you? He didn't want all that. Ginny looked at the bee, own boy as if he was gum on her soul. Sneering, Draco changed attacks, oh look, Potter. You've got yourself a girlfriend. 3 actually. Harry retorted, grinning, putting an arm over Ginny's shoulders, touched Susan and his other arm on Hermione, oh. Right you're doing okay too, right. Give my best to Vincent. Greg. The girls all took the cue and leaned into him, smiling. Up walked a man who left no doubt who his son was. Come come Draco, play nice. Well well well, let's see, vacant expressions, tacky second-hand books, you must be Weasleys. And you must be Miss Granger. Yes, I've heard all about you, and your parents. Muggles, aren't they? Your point? Asked Harry, looking up at the tall version of Draco. Looking down, Lucius spoke as if it was the first time he noticed, Harry Potter. And your scar. Forgive me. He yanked the boy to him and used his cane to brush the fringe aside. It is famous, as is the wizard who gave it to you. Voldemort was nothing but a murderer. Harry growled, anyone who supports him is scum. Get your bloody hands off me. And he slapped Lucius' cane away. The cane barely had time to hit the ground before it slapped back into his hand. Looking past Harry, he said, well well well. Weasley Sr. All those extra ministry raids. Not even paying you overtime. Though to judge by the look of these, obviously not. What good does it do being a disgrace to the name wizard if they don't pay you for it? He grabbed a book out of Guinea's cauldron, sniffed at it disgustedly and returned it. We have a very different opinion of what disgraces the name of wizard, Lucius. Mr. Weasley sneered. Lucius smiled maddeningly and countered, come, Draco, let's leave the blood traitors to their mudbloods. Yes father. The younger said dutifully. Arthur Weasley lost his trademark cool and smacked the hat off Lucius' head. The senior Malfoy spun around and the two adult wizards started wrestling. It was going on for about 30 seconds when Lucius suddenly howled in pain and pulled away. Harry smirked and pushed his wand up his wrist, locking it in his holster. He wasn't sure what he'd hit, but just hearing Lucius scream was music. Gentlemen, please. Madame Bones pushed her way between the wizards, shall we just say the crush of the crowd. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy both nodded, glaring at each other. Lucius walked away holding his elbow. Harry, you didn't, Hermione exclaimed. She saw it in his eyes. The twins got it and laughed, slapped him on the back. What are you talking about? Asked Mrs. Granger. Susan answered her, Auntie, you didn't hear this. Harry cast a spell that broke Mr. Malfoy's elbow. But, isn't that a newt spell? I'll actually, replied Amelia, but that was just an informational question. Right, Sue. The Grangers had a new appreciation for what magic could do. Are days like this around you all the time, Harry? Asked Amelia as the shopping day concluded. Ron, after a second's thought, shook his head. Oh no ma'am, he said and paused, some are even more exciting. Harry returned to his tent, prepared for the next 2 weeks of hard physical, mental and magical exercise before returning to Hogwarts. His activities were interrupted by a letter. Harry Potter. Undisclosed location. Dear Mr. Potter, please be advised, the joint trials of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew will take place on August 20th at 10 a.m. in courtroom 10. A seat has been reserved for you to observe. You must arrive prior to 9:45 a.m. and present yourself to a bailiff to assure seating. Wishing you are well. Doris Crockford, court scribe. At bloody last, Harry cheered, and he used the neon green shoelace to portkey to the Ministry of Magic. And as soon as he arrived, he made a point of thanking the minister. He saw Lucius Malfoy sneering from his seat on the Wizengamot, and merely smiled politely. Fudge noticed, you've met Mr. Malfoy. Oh indeed. Harry replied, we had a lovely chat just last week in Diagon Alley. Did you know his son, Draco, is in my year at Hogwarts? I'm sure everyone wants to see justice finally done. The minister gave a surprised look. He thought Lucius wanted the case delayed as long as possible. And, if anything, Black imprisoned again. He shrugged and climbed into his place. The court is in session. He announced, Wizengamot Part 544 Wizarding Britain vs. Sirius Black and Wizarding Britain vs. Peter Pettigrew. Bring in the accused. Good luck, Sirius. Harry whispered to himself. Behind him sat a witch with platinum B-owned hair, red glasses and a quick quotes quill. And great hearing. This had the potential to be as good as the Karkaroff trial. In the prisoners came. First Pettigrew, he looked from side to side twitching nervously. Then Black. Despite the magical suppressors that made him shuffle along, he managed to convey a sense of confidence. Both were seated harshly. 2 Aurors stood behind each accused, wands drawn. Cornelius, like I told the Aurors, I in no way blame your administration for my illegal jailing. The fault lies entirely with Bagnold and Crouch. Sirius spoke up. This can be over in a few minutes. I waive legal representation and request questioning under unbreakable oath or veritaserum, whichever the Wizengamot decides. The minister was immensely pleased with that statement, which benefited him no matter the outcome of the trial. He announced, smiling, "What is the court's pleasure? Handling of this case disturbs me greatly," said Lord Malfoy. "We risk setting a dangerous precedent by even rehearing the case. I propose returning Black." Sirius overrode him. "Lord Black." Harry giggled very openly. The quill used by the witch behind him scratched wildly on her parchment. "Be remanded to Azkaban, per previous judgment." Lord Malfoy concluded his sentence as if he had not been interrupted. "I am also particularly saddened to see an Order of Merlin honoree in chains. This body owes Mr. Pettigrew a heartfelt apology and substantial compensation." Harry stood and said, "As the victim here, I have an observation." I am inclined to agree with Lord Malfoy. He was forced to wait until the minister gavelled to room to silence. As I was saying, Lord Malfoy has a point. All you need to do is produce the record of Black's first trial. Mr. Diggory, the Department of Justice should have that transcript. Would you retrieve it, please? Asked Madame Bones. After a half-hour recess, a very frazzled Amos Diggory arrived with 4 DOJ workers to announce, "We, haven't been able to, find any, record." "I see," said Fudge, sourly. "It is obvious the ministry cannot allow such a stain to remain. The trial will continue. Excuse me, Lord Black has not been justly treated. I will impanel a blue ribbon committee to investigate this in the very near future. Meanwhile, justice awaits." It was decided Sirius would be questioned under veritaserum. A ministry potions mistress briefly testified that she brewed it herself, and was professionally certain of its potency. She then dosed him. "Your full name?" "Sirius Orion Black 2. Life for test purposes. Hair color?" "Pure perp, brown." "Purple, ha ha. At any rate, you are a member of a family that supported the Dark Lord." "Yes." "Were several of them Death Eaters?" "Yes." "Were you, personally, a Death Eater?" "No." "Were you, at any time, a supporter of the Dark Lord?" "No, never." "Did you betray the location of James and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord?" "Absolutely not." "Who did?" "Peter Pettigrew." "Did you kill 12 Muggles along with Peter Pettigrew?" "No. I only used a stunning spell." "How did Pettigrew avoid the explosion?" "He got into the sewer." "How would a rather rotund wizard manage that?" "He is an unregistered rat animagus." The witch sitting behind Harry twitched nervously. "Mr. Pettigrew," Fudge sneered, "you were arrested having already been discovered to be an illegal animagus. What have you to say about the testimony of Sirius Black, which opens up multiple other charges?" Peter's teeth clicked nervously and he looked about for a friendly face. He appealed, "Harry, your father was my best friend. I didn't want to. But the Dark Lord, he made me tell. He was so powerful. I didn't want to really. You won't believe what cruel things he did. Help me. For James." "Traitor," roared Sirius, not fit to speak his name. Peter turned on his friend. "He would have killed me." "What would you have done?" "I would have died for him." "For you. Any of you." Sirius countered passionately. Peter turned back. "Harry, please." "Well, after what I've heard, there is only one way I can vote," Madame Bones declared. It quickly turned into an avalanche. "And I. And I. And I. And I." The Minister of Magic rose majestically and declared, "Sirius Black, this body declares you innocent of all charges. We shall consider a reparations payment in a future session. Peter Pettigrew, it is the judgment of this court that you are guilty. Guilty of betraying the Potters. Guilty of the murder of a dozen Muggles. Guilty of being a Death Eater. Have you anything to say before I pass sentence?" "No," wailed Peter. Harry stood again and offered, "Judging by Sirius' condition when I first saw him, I think he should get the same cell." "That seems uniquely fitting, Mr. Potter," said Fudge. "So be it. Aurors, remove Lord Black's shackles. Put them on the traitor. Take Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban." Sirius turned and smiled at his godson. "That wasn't the worst possible sentence, Harry. But, I think it truly marauder-worthy." "Marauders?" asked Harry, feeling very happy. Chuckling, the ex-con replied, "I'll tell you my stories, if you tell me yours." Harry wasn't comfortable with hugging, but he did warmly shake the man's hand. Sirius. A voice called out outside the courtroom. At first it could barely be heard. Sirius. It was louder. Sirius. Turning, the freed man lit up. Moony. He collided with a rather poorly dressed man with graying reddish-brown hair. They violently pounded each other on the back. I think there's someone you have as much a need to meet as I did. Harry. So. He was in prison. Harry indicated Sirius, and gave a cold look. What's your excuse for the last decade? This wasn't the way old Harry described Remus Lupin in the diary, but the Harry that struck out on his own at barely 11 had a different take. Both adult wizards gaped speechlessly at the boy. It was Remus who spoke first. I am not clear where this is coming from. My, you look so much like your father. Yeah, your best friend, right. The boy held back a sob. Where were you while the Dursleys treated me like a house elf? Both men were appalled. Sirius growled, I think I'll be paying them a visit. Already spent time in Azkaban, maybe I can get a pass on some payback. I need a godfather, not an assassin. Harry countered, harshly, that's what got you in trouble in the first place. Now, it's getting crowded here. And I see a reporter like the ones that chase Diana around. You got someplace we can go. Sirius nodded obediently, headquarters still standing. Remus. On receiving a nod, Harry, put your hand on my arm. Have you apparated with anyone, yet? The three of them were gone from the crowd. A voice came from a portrait. This was a shock for Harry because he'd never seen one outside of Hogwarts talk. Sirius Orion Black, what are you doing here? I disowned you. A half-blood and a creature too. Get out. Your precious Regulus is dead. Taunted Sirius, I'm all you have left. Grandpop was head of house, so guess what? I was never really disowned. Otherwise, the Blacks would be gone. Remus, Harry, kitchen. Now, then, can we try to all get along? You two are all I have. Harry, what is your problem with Remus? And please no yelling, my head is fragile after Azkaban. Mother didn't help. Harry glared at the man, he abandoned me to go live with magic-hating Vernon and Petunia. I know he knows, because he witnessed the will. He was listed to get me before Dumbledore. They weren't listed at all. I bet they'd have put Malfoy on the list before the Dursleys. You know Lucius? Asked Remus curiously. Sirius cut in, stay on topic, Moony. What happened? I did go wrong. The werewolf admitted, I'd lost all of my best friends in one night. It was too much. Harry, do you understand drinking? Harry nodded indifferently, sure. It's when Vernon beat me the most. Beat you? They both asked angrily. The boy nodded, bitterly, yeah, it's what drunks do, isn't it? Guess I should be glad, huh? That is awful, Harry. Said a distressed Sirius, I'll get this place cleaned up into a nice home while you're at school. It'll be a good place, well. Creature. You will never see a Dursley again. That I promise. A broken-down old elf popped in and said nastily, Blood Traitor Master returns. Mistress would be so disturbed. Walburga has been disturbed since before she died. Sirius cut him off. The elf snorted, Blood Traitor called creature just to insult House of Black. Or does he have orders? Yes. Answered Sirius, this place is a dark dank disgrace. You are to get soap and water and clean it from top to bottom. Start with the living room while we're here, then the kitchen and then the bedrooms. I will be buying new draperies and linens. Throw it all away. Harry added, thank you creature. He felt a certain sympathy for the elf. Plus, he was already named in the diary. Nasty little half-blood. The elf sneered, creature does not need its thanks, Pop. Harry chuckled humorlessly, I think I like him. Well, I understand him. Anyway, beaten by the Dursleys, all three of them, or five, if you count Vernon and Dudley twice. From 1981 to 1991. Got the first hug I can remember just last week. First beating I can remember was because I had a better report in kindergarten than Dudley. Didn't have any friends until I started Hogwarts because he drove them away. That is awful, Harry, said Remus, and I truly am sorry. No child should live through that. I have no excuse. I sobered up a couple of years later and the first thing I did was ask about you. Professor Dumbledore told me you were safe and happy and shouldn't be disturbed due to magical protections. Harry gave a shrug, interesting. I'll be discussing that with him. Maybe he can tell me who was to protect me from the Dursleys. Is that a fight you really want? asked Sirius. Why not? He doesn't know what he's doing at Hogwarts anyway, snapped Harry. Remus put in, he's the finest headmaster Hogwarts has ever known. I don't really care about your opinion, Harry yelled and stomped out. He found Creature in the living room, scrubbing, and wordlessly started helping. He could substitute this for his workout. Remus and Sirius talked long into the night, nursing 2 glasses of fire whiskey. When Remus left, they found Harry asleep in a corner of the living room surrounded by cleanser streaks. When Sirius woke the next morning, he was on the bottom step. The entire foyer and hallway to the kitchen was cleaned. Sirius' movements immediately snapped Harry awake. He allowed his godfather to reach the kitchen and ran up and down the steps for 20 minutes. Then to Sirius, who was looking around, impressed, you didn't have to do all of that last night, Harry. Most of the cleaning here was Creature, replied Harry. I organized everything too. Near Dursley standards. I need you to change how you act toward him. Be nice, even if he's nasty, be nice. After scratching his head, Sirius asked, I'll bite. Why? Part of it, because the time will come when we need something from him. The other part, let's just say I can't stand to see anyone treated the way I was. Harry said firmly. Sirius nodded, that bad. Really? The Dursleys must pay. Then he looked uncomfortable. I would like to know if how you treated Remus is a permanent thing. I don't think so. Harry sighed, I worked most of it out last night. Give me some time. I do want to hear about my parents. And from someone who liked them, also not a teacher telling me how well behaved Lily was. Or this greasy git always insulting Dad. Sirius blinked, scratched his hair, picked at his goatee, blinked again then asked, greasy git. He wouldn't happen to be, 31 to 32, like me. Goes by the name Severus Snape. Never heard his first name, answered Harry, but that sounds right. Sirius repeated his ritual, and growled, can't let a grudge go. Let me explain. The 4 Marauders, you've met us all now, were all Gryffindors. Your professor was a Slytherin in our year, which was 1 point against him as Slytherin was often where we targeted our pranks. The other point against him was one Lily Evans. He liked my mum, Harry squeaked, just like a 12-year-old boy would on learning anything remotely say. Wool about his mother, ew. Sirius couldn't help but laugh at that. From his perspective, at least, he even had the stronger claim. See, little Sev told little Lily she was a witch before they ever arrived at Hoggies. And, for most of our time there, James, all of us, I suppose, were arrogant little toe-rags. Lily's words, not Snape's. HMPF. Grunted Harry, doesn't give him the right. Sirius could only nod, no, it doesn't. And maybe now that I'm free, you can have an adult fully in your corner. I'll see what I can come up with. Meanwhile, want to go shopping with the nearest thing to your old man? Well, I pretty much got everything for school, already. Harry told him. Sirius looked thoughtful and asked, who took you shopping? For that matter, that brings up a more important point. If you haven't been living with your relatives, where have you been living? Harry suddenly felt trapped. The diary told him, he could trust Sirius. But he didn't know the man. Not really. And the diary was negative towards many of the adults he knew. Living alone has been better than the Dursleys. He finally answered, when not at school, I live near Hogsmeade. A little vague there. Sirius noted, you don't need to live alone. And you shouldn't. Edginess spiked into fear as Harry replied, look, I'm just not ready for that, yet. I like you fine, but I don't know you yet. Not really. How about, I come over for a bit every day or two, we talk, maybe you teach me some magic. See what happens. I can still help Creature out with cleaning. It's good exercise. I noticed you have a bit of a interest in that. Sirius commented, how come? The man was asking about stuff Harry couldn't talk about, so he aimed at his early years. I wasn't fed well, either, so I'm too small for my age. I eat special food and take potions to make up for it. The exercise is so it doesn't go all to fat. Something the school Medowitch, is it still Madame Pomfrey? Suggested. Asked Sirius. Harry let out a small sigh as he could redirect this a bit. He somewhat babbled, yeah. Professor McGonagall found me in the Griff workout room when it started getting cold. I was real skinny then. They started calling me Stick. And she told me as long as Madame Pomfrey could check me regularly, she would approve. I told her. The potions, mostly, and the exercises. And, well, I'm kinda used to doing it solo, though the Quidditch team started to, sometimes, anyway. I told them it makes for better playing. They just don't do it as much as me. Well, let me make up for 11 years of godfatherly duty. Offered Sirius, we'll also stop at the apothecary and I'll buy what you need. Are you good at potions? It wasn't really my best subject. Harry nodded, only if you ignore the A Snape gave me in his insulting comment. But, you know, I have money. This might be a minor problem, he had drawers full of money to spend. Maybe he'd have to start making deposits at Gringotts, instead of withdrawals. I know you do, Harry. Sirius answered, after Sweet Mummy and there cast me out, your grandfather Charles took me in and I lived as well as I ever did here. But there's also the matter of birthdays and Christmas presents. 10 years worth. This made Harry sad. Dudley always got mountains of presents. He sobbed, and I never got anything until Ginny and Mrs. Weasley knitted me stuff. Ginny. Girlfriend. Sirius cackled, then giggled at the boy's blush. He took on an imperious glare and declared, I absolutely forbid you spending so much as a sickle today. Is that clear, young man? Almost second year, Harry. Quidditch will be even more fun this year than last. Draco will have bought his way onto the Slytherin team. If you haven't changed things too much with Dobby, then you can expect a Rouge Bludger to target you during the game. I hope things have worked out with Sirius and Remus. This summer with the Dursleys was horrible for me. Fred and George rescued me from being near starved and I spent the last month at the Burrow, which was awesome. You absolutely need to see their home. The worst of my manipulations happens now. But if it didn't go off normally I wouldn't know how to advise you to retrieve one of Voldemort's soul containers. By the way, they're called Horcruxes. That meeting with Lucius Malfoy and the fight with Arthur Weasley was all staged. He slipped a leather-bound book with the initials TMR engraved in gold on the cover into Ginny's cauldron. They stand for Tom Marvolo Riddle. If you rearrange the letters you get a AM Lord Voldemort. Feel free to call him Lord Jumble. As soon as you possibly can, get it out of Ginny's hands. It is dangerous in the extreme. Do not under any circumstances write in it. There is a piece of Voldemort's soul in it. The largest piece there is. It will use the emotions of anyone writing in it to possess that person and eventually take over. This scared Harry, deeply. The diary wasn't telling him, yet, how to get rid of this part of Voldemort, and given his experience to date, Harry foresaw more unpleasantness. Today he would double up on his workouts. And when he was done, he ran into Hogsmeade to meet Sirius. Afternoon, Harry, said Sirius with a smile, if you were a little older, I'd say you look grim. The boy allowed a half hug with his godfather, took notice of his companion and greeted, hello, Mr. Lupin. Hello, Harry. He greeted the youngster, I do hope to improve our relationship. I assure you I am not the person I was just after your parents' deaths. We saw you running here, you don't look at all winded. To that, he smiled, I can sprint like that almost twice as far. It's part of what I'm doing to recover from the Dursleys' treatment. Yes. Sirius told me some of what you said. Remus acknowledged, sadly, I hesitate to go into this, but while I'm honored your parents would have mentioned me, I really would have been a poor guardian for you. Due to my condition I have never held a job for any long period. You see, I am a werewolf. It would have been dangerous. Harry sighed, not really any more dangerous than a drunk 300-pound uncle. He broke my arm, the first time, anyway, when I was 5. Didn't take me to the doctor, either. My magic healed me. Or there was the time Petunia cut my hair. She didn't really care, so more than once she poked the scissors into my head, and cut my earlobes. Then Vernon's sister loved to sick her bulldog on me. Coulda got rabies. I am as upset as Sirius about Dumbledore's decision and failure to protect you. The werewolf said, it also sent me down the wrong path. And for my part, I can only apologize. What can I do to make it up to you? The boy looked up at the saddened man, and felt pity, give me some time. And some Marauder stories. Especially if it involves Snape bashing. Snape? Asked Remus, you've encountered Severus. I haven't been in the wizarding world for the last few years. How? Harry offered a slight grin and sneered, as arrogant as your father, Potter. Potions class. A passable Severus. Sirius chuckled, joined in by Remus, I'll try legal methods, but let's warm up our Marauder book. While the men were laughing, a girl tapped Harry on the shoulder and said, Hello Harry. Daphne Greengrass, a delight miss, said Harry as he appropriately took her hand and key. At her knuckles, might I present my godfather, Sirius Black, and another of my father's close friends, Remus Lupin. Then she dutifully replied, Likewise, kind sir. Pleased to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. And may I introduce my sister Astoria. She starts Hogwarts next year. Charmed, said Harry in response, pecking the younger girl's knuckles. He gave the Slytherin girl a mischievous grin and added, My godfather is redecorating the Black home. Might I impose on your time, ladies, for suggestions regarding linens and drapes? The girls were thrilled, especially Daphne, who said, barely restraining herself, An interest of mine, gentlemen. We should be delighted. They glanced at each other and giggled. Daphne took both men by the arms, while Astoria claimed Harry. The older girl talking budgets, fabrics and color schemes with Sirius at great speed. By the time all the shopping was done, Sirius spent nearly 10,000 galleons. He cheerfully added a tip to the sales wizard, who took a week off. He also offered Daphne a generous consultation fee, saying, Thank you, ladies, for your delightful companionship. Well, that was fun, said Harry, idly, after they left. So, Sirius, we never happened to discuss houses. Did we? They both gave odd looks and Remus asked, Not especially, why? Moony. Have we been pranked? Asked Sirius, slyly. Harry nodded and smiled a little shyly. Daphne is in Slytherin. Not too bad, Harry. Sirius chuckled, Not too bad at all. I stand pranked. Grinning, Harry replied, I do have some Slytherin friends. Good morning, Mr. Black. Hi Harry. Hermione greeted them on platform 9 3/4. Harry, you look really good. If I hadn't seen you a month ago, I don't think I would have recognized you. She blushed a bit. Harry grinned at his friend, ready for another year. Ron should be here in a mere 11 minutes. He is always last minute, isn't he? Said Hermione with both a smile and frown. I already said goodbye to my parents on the other side. I'll find someplace to sit for us. Bye Mr. Black. Sirius squeezed his shoulder and said, Present that note to Professor McGonagall at the first opportunity. Make it clear Severus is carrying his grudge against us to you. As your godfather, I won't tolerate it any more than James would have. Maybe we were wrong back then, though he gave as good as he got. Maybe you should, too, that's my first reaction. But yours worked too, all I can say for now is good luck. Thanks Sirius. And Harry squeezed the hand that was on his shoulder. Let's see what happens. I won the last round. Sirius nodded. You did. And you did it within the rules. Severus won't let that go, and I'm sure he will twist the slightest rule as hard as he can. Ron, Neville. Harry greeted the boys in the compartment and smiled at Hermione. Ginny looked in, pulling her trunk. Ron growled at her, Beat it, Ginny. Oh, that's nice. She snarled and stomped off. All three frowned at him. That's your sister, Ron. Growled Harry, anger in every line of his posture. The younger girl sitting with them could have been a perfect opportunity to steal the riddle book. Oh, come off it, Harry. Ron glared back, you just like the fact she's into the boy who lived. One of the compartment lights popped. Harry was just plain pissed. I seem to remember you fascinated with my scar, Ron. And Ginny wrote to me without knowing who I was. Well, I think I'll check around a bit, said Neville. Harry was still glaring at his best friend. I'd rather Ron went elsewhere. Potter, his mudblood, a squib in the dirt, poor blood traitor. Draco Malfoy in the company of Crabbe and Goyle slammed open the compartment door. What a pathetic bunch. Harry sneered, how's Daddy's elbow? He should watch who he starts fights with. No one had any idea it was Harry who did that, rather than when Arthur pushed Lucius. You wanna say that again, Malfoy? Asked Ron, belligerently. Neville's wand was out. Pity you're outnumbered, isn't it Draco? Against you four. Asked Draco disdainfully, get them. Crabbe and Goyle charged, while Neville fired a Predificus Totalis. That caught them both. Now it's 4-on-1, Malfoy. Wait till my father hears of this. The owned Slytherin exclaimed. Harry's banishing charm pushed them all into the hallway. Gentlemen, my compliments. Hermione rolled her eyes. The Gryffindor four sat together for the sorting feast. A truly different experience when you're not the one being sorted. In came the first years. Ron complained even before it began, about taking too long and being hungry. Ginny Weasley was one of the first in. She waved at Harry as she passed. She waved back, and sneered at her brother. Harry wondered who this Luna Lovegood that old Harry wanted to sort into Gryffindor was. When I call your name, come up, I will place the sorting hat on your head and you will be sorted into your house. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall announced. Rebecca Corner, Ravenclaw. Colin Creevey, Gryffindor. The newly christened first year sat as close to Harry as he could, smiled widely, and waved. Harry politely waved back. Bridget Goyle, Hufflepuff. Luna Lovegood. Rov, I have been requested to not place you there, young miss. You have a brilliant mind. Your mother was a Ravenclaw. The Lovegood family has been for 5 generations, starting with your great-great-great-grandfather. What would you choose? The bee-owned girl with red glasses looked around, considered what the voice in her mind said and answered, someone altering destiny. It must be for a good reason. I approve. Gryffindor. Many noted that this was the second year in a row the hat took longer than normal to sort a student. Harry made a point of clapping for the unusual-looking girl with swirly red plastic glasses and he congratulated her as she twirled past him. Peter Parkinson, Slytherin. Asma Rahman, Ravenclaw. Leslie Toddington, Hufflepuff. Ginevra Weasley, Gryffindor. As she danced by, Harry clapped, congratulations. And pat her back. Well, another successful sorting. Headmaster Dumbledore announced, voice echoing through the Great Hall. After the regrettable loss of Professor Quirrell due to being possessed by Voldemort, I should like to welcome Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, author of Great Tales of Heroic Deeds as our new Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. We wish you well. He stood and said, thank you, Headmaster. I promise to teach all of you to the best of my ability. He can't live up to that fiction he wrote. Harry grumbled. He glanced over at Ginny, concerned as to how he could get his hands on that diary. The word echoed in his mind and he suddenly started worrying for himself. Hermione was appalled. How could you? You heard Professor Dumbledore. The man is a hero. Really? Remember Harry Potter and the Dragon's Heart? He pointed out. As usual, he covered his plate with his hand and whispered. Now, a number of other students had taken up the custom, and got their own select meal. Later, Dumbledore stood again, addressing the assembly, now we are all watered and fed. First years, your prefects will lead you to your dormitory. Follow their instructions precisely. Ginevra, I trust you to set a good example, said Percy as he collected the usual bunch of boys and girls. As she turned to give her brother some choice words, a leather book bounced out of her skirt pocket. Harry couldn't believe his luck. As Ginny and the other first years passed him, Harry bent over and scooped it up. TMR was on the cover just like his diary said. Oh, Merlin. Thank you, Harry, exclaimed Ginny. She'd rushed back in a panic, then plucked it from his not very tight grasp. I was afraid I'd lost it. Harry sat there, jaw hanging down, eyes bulging, muttering, shit. I bloody had it. This place is amazing, said Colin Creevey energetically, running all over the Gryffindor common room. He eventually flipped onto the couch right next to Harry. The boy made Harry uncomfortable. In its own way he was as creepy as Snape. Harry looked around, nodding at what he was saying, but not paying the slightest attention. Finally Ginny appeared. He said, excuse me Colin, I gotta talk to someone. Over to her, he went. Hey, how do you like the dorm? Oh, Harry, she squeaked, nervously. Unable to look at him she added, yeah, wicked. He joked, never been there, myself. Boys shouldn't be, she answered with a worried look. Harry giggled, oh don't worry. The stairs are spelled to prevent it. Funny, though, girls can go into the boys' dorm. I don't think that's very fair. Trying to get a clue as to the location of the diary, he added with a serious look, get all your stuff put safely away. Haha, funny. She fired back, showing some of the personality her brothers knew, yes. And as soon as I learn a sticking spell I'll stick it to my belly. That took Harry aback, considering that's how he protected his, good idea. He replied. Inwardly, he groaned. This mission wasn't going to be easy. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. HPCOS. All the girls gushed as the handsome wizard strutted down the steps. The boys looked at each other in disgust. This was the first time Draco and Harry agreed on something. Now, how about a little quiz? Asked Lockhart, nothing to worry about. Just something to get our learning juices flowing. He smiled broadly at everyone as he passed out the parchments. Draco cringed and Goyle aped him. Neville and Seamus looked at each other as if they'd eaten something awful. Hermione and Susan took their parchments and giggled behind them. Ron glanced through it and observed, these questions. They're all about him. Harry scanned through the pages. He was one of the last to get the quiz. And saw Ron was right. On the first page he wrote in big heavy letters, what does this have to do with defense? On the second page he wrote in big heavy letters, why would anyone know this much about anyone? On the third page he wrote in big heavy letters, Voldemort was a better defense teacher than you. Tut tut, almost none of you knew my favorite color was lilac. Lockhart complained as he scored the tests, but Hermione Granger knew my secret ambition is to market my own line of hair care products. Good girl. 10 points to Gryffindor. Ah. Harry Po yipes. We do not use you-know-whose name. 50 points from Gryffindor. In detention with me. To which, he unrepentantly asked, how can a defense teacher be afraid of saying Voldemort? Cease. At once. Lockhart demanded, and that'll be another 50. Harry crossed his arms and countered, since when is asking a question punishable? I'm going to my head of house. He summoned his test and walked out. In a few minutes he was knocking at the Transfiguration door. As it happened, Gryffindor first year was there. Luna as the closest opened the door. He greeted her, hi Luna, getting along all right? Quite well, Harry Potter. She replied, airily, although someone changed my destiny. I was meant for Ravenclaw. McGonagall ended their conversation, Mr. Potter, why are you not in defense? Professor Lockhart didn't like it when I pointed out his quiz was a waste. Said Harry. All the girls in the class, except Luna and Ginny, looked angry. McGonagall frowned, just on the fellow professor principal, and asked, what caused you to reach that conclusion? 2 things. Answered Harry. First, it was all about him. Second, nothing to do with defense. He deducted 50 points, and another 50 when I asked why he can't say Voldemort. It's made up anyway. McGonagall backed Harry, but Lockhart took the matter to Dumbledore. When meeting in his office, the headmaster ruled, I will reinstate the points. However, Harry, public disrespect for a professor cannot be condoned. You will serve detention with Professor Lockhart. Now, if both professors will excuse us, I have something private to discuss with Harry. Just one other thing, Professor. I don't have it on me at the moment, but Sirius gave me a note that any punishments by Snape have to be evaluated by him before being made official. Harry announced, and any time Snape wants a meeting about or with me, Professor McGonagall must be included. Dumbledore answered, such would be a violation of the procedures of the school. I will deal with this. Now, Harry, this matter involves your safety. I have learned you did not stay with your aunt and uncle last August or at all this summer. Where were you? Petunia and her husband have been mean to me all my life. Harry was instantly upset. The headmaster pointed out, that is neither here nor there. I am sure your aunt and uncle love you very much. And your safety must be. They hate me and I hate them. You bloody idiot, shouted Harry, and he started to run again, like at the end of last year. This time Dumbledore had control of the situation, however, his wand flicked, magically shutting and locking the door. He failed with passive legilimency and attributed that to the boy's emotions. I must know where you were this summer, legilimens. Blocked. Blocked. If he'd been looking, Harry would have noticed his hands glowing and even more brightly than usual. And, between his shirt buttons, he noticed his diary glowing. Now, his head ached suddenly. What was that spell? He demanded. The boy just didn't really know any spells to defend himself. Dumbledore got some glimpses into Harry's mind. A toddler in a bear playpen crying loudly. A little boy being shoved face first into a wall, turning around and punching a door. In the same tiny space, a slightly older boy. Petting, Pafoo, and Mooey, an overly thin preteen reading while doing push-ups. Even the inside and outside of a magical tent. and a dozen other scenes of a horrible childhood. But, try as he might, no location. Worn out, he finally said, coldly, "Dismissed, Harry." Exiting, he managed to physically yank the office door from its hinges and stomp out. He stayed furious all the way to the great hall where everyone was gathering for lunch. In fact, the further he walked the angrier he became. Once in the hall, he stopped and swept it with his eyes, looking down first Gryffindor's table and then the others in turn. Not seeing who he wanted, he just boiled. Not a passerby even thought of touching him, regardless of age. Finally, she walked in. "Ron." He snarled, "Move aside. I want Granger." Hermione came in right on Ron's heels, while talking to Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom. She crashed full-on into Harry and immediately started rambling, "I'm so sorry, Harry. I didn't see you there. Though it's not good to stand near a doorway. Do you know how mad Professor Lockhart is at you? We were starting to war, and, suddenly, she saw stars." "Sorry doesn't begin to cover it," growled Harry as he shoved her into the doorframe. Violently. Then, paying no mind to usual cross-gender behavior, he grabbed fistfuls of the front of Hermione's uniform, twisted the material, slammed her against the stone wall and lifted her off the floor. Traitor. Those nearest to the sudden fight were shocked. Ron most of all. He had never seen his friend this angry and never at one of them. "Harry. What are you why?" The boy couldn't even complete a question. "She told Dumbledore." Harry snarled angrily, his grip on Hermione left her blouse and went to her throat. Hermione scratched blindly at his hands as her eyes rolled back in her head. "Mr. Potter." An alarmed McGonagall exclaimed, "What are you doing? Unhand Miss Granger at once. Petrificus totalis." And Harry fell over like an iron statue. In her office the deputy headmistress spoke harshly, "I am going to release you now, Potter. Miss Granger is nowhere around. You will now explain to me calmly and civilly exactly what happened at lunch. If I am not satisfied with your narrative you may well find yourself expelled. Are we clear?" "Very well. Finite. After you left, Dumbledore," Harry began. She corrected, "Professor Dumbledore." "Whatever." He answered carelessly, "He wanted to know what I did all summer. Then he said this spell leggy something. Gave me a thumping headache, he kept doing it till he was tired then he let me go." McGonagall frowned and demanded, "And what has this to do with your assault on Miss Granger?" "I'm getting to that, Professor," he said and continued, "and I guess you're gonna find out anyway. I left the Dursleys because they hate me and I hate them. I stayed somewhere else and he wanted to know where and it's a secret. And the only ones I mentioned it to were Ron and Granger. He promised not to tell and she wanted to. I told her not to and she did anyway. What is that spell Dumbledore did on me? Some mind-reading thing." She stiffened and answered, "There is such a spell, although it is something else than what Muggles know as mere mind-reading. And it is quite improper to use it on a student. I should be cautious in accusing the headmaster of such a thing. Now then, regarding your assault on Miss Granger, you will serve 2 weeks detention with Mr. Filch starting tomorrow night and you will stay away from her both in and out of class. I will notify all professors to not pair the two of you on any project. Am I making myself completely understood?" "I'm fine with that," answered Harry. "You should tell her the same." "I see. You may go, Potter," she ordered. "This, Harry, is an emergency passage. Someone has attempted to use active legilimency on you. And well before the first time I learned of it in 5th year. This is a deliberate spell cast to see into your mind. Mind reading, there is a passive form that allows a user to see surface thoughts and emotions. When I created the diary, filling it with my memories, I created an artificial legilimency defense. The user, a legilimens, would see my thoughts and emotions. Particularly of my time with the Dursleys. I never got away from them while at Hogwarts. Negative memories are quite seductive and tend to beep in a legilimens, because they are usually not your friend. Occlumency, that is the defense against legilimency, can be taught many ways. I was not taught by Snape. He just yelled, "Clear your mind," and fired one battering ram after another at me. The actual spell can be delayed by not looking in the legilimens' eyes, but occlumency is the only way to defeat a determined assault. You have been learning occlumency, quite clever of me if I do say so myself, in massaging your muscles with hot and cold hands. That makes you concentrate on multiple tasks. Especially one hand hot, the other cold. You're going to have to up that. Increase the temperature differences. Try to light fires and freeze water, not while massaging naturally. Try to change the patterns, make individual fingers hot and cold. Squares, circles, triangles. The more you can do, the better. And get your friends in on it. Dumbledore can teach it, but there comes a point where I didn't trust him. Best alternative is Queenie Goldstein. Hedwig will love the trip, she lives in New York City. Harry snarled. He already was at the point he didn't trust the headmaster. Trying to read his mind automatically ended any trust. He would step up his efforts. No one would get in his head again. No one. He scratched quickly on parchment and immediately headed for the Ollery. Hey Hedwig. He called out, and when his snowy friend landed nearby, hi girl. Bit of a dry year, I know. Sorry, but Ginny's here now. Can you manage a long trip? Squawk, she replied and eagerly stuck out her leg. She heard good things about American owl treats. As soon as the letter was secured to her leg, off she went. Ron stood at the door and spoke hesitantly. Hey, mate, I don't want to fight you, believe me, I don't. That is, never seen you lose it before. Not at Malfoy, not at Snape. What happened? I can if you want. Harry joked darkly. Neither boy laughed. He continued, it started with Lockhart. Loser. Then Dumbledore attacked me with a mind-reading spell. He wanted to know where I was all summer. I told him it wasn't his business, and that's when he attacked. It hurt so much, in my head. I've only told 2 people and you promised not to. Granger betrayed me. I hate her. Ron swallowed, nervously and answered, oh. Harry, how much trouble did you get in? Couple of weeks in detention with Filch. He answered with a shrug. It's Dumbledore I'm gonna make pay. A month later, things had settled down. Most students lost interest in the Harry-Hermione situation with the next event in their own lives. It had been several days that Harry even looked angry. Hermione was constantly in the library, nothing especially unusual about that. The two didn't make special efforts to avoid each other, but neither spoke to the other. Neville and Ron seemed to split the difference between them. Until it finally happened. Harry, hasn't it been long enough? I'm ready to hear what you have to say for yourself. Why are you violating McGonagall's orders, Granger? Asked Harry, tonelessly, not looking up from his diary. Not like you to disobey a professor. Ask her to pass on any messages. The small audience in the common room sighed in relief that no fight broke out. A sunny voice said, hello Harry Potter. And took a seat beside him. Hi Luna Lovegood. He grinned at her, how's the classes? The first year frowned, well enough. Although someone helped themselves to my astronomy textbook. If it doesn't turn up real soon, said Harry, voice dangerous, you let me know. Hermione put in, that's what professors are for, Luna. Go to McGonagall. And if she doesn't do anything, I will handle it. He eyed her with considerable disfavor. I promise. Good job, Nev. Harry encouraged his friend. The shy Gryffindor had asked to participate in Harry's exercises. Harry wanted to make his running tougher during the school year so he could get more workout into a shorter period. The change he made was running up and down the stairs. Neville huffed and puffed. How can you do so many? I've been at it for a year and a half, mate. It was the 3rd time around for Harry, and Neville was almost completing his first. Come on. One more flight. Move it. When Neville finally completed a run all the way up, he said, more tomorrow. Let's get a drink. Harry stopped every few minutes, doing push-ups, to keep with his friend's hobbled pace. Holy Merlin. He exclaimed, look at that. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware, and more alarming was the cat hanging from a torch holder. It wasn't moving. That's Mrs. Norris, exclaimed Neville. And, as sure as lightning follows thunder, Harry never understood why. Several professors and students came upon the scene a mere minute after the two boys did. You killed my cat, Mr. Flick exclaimed. I'll kill you. Little rat, I'll kill you. He reached for Harry with his left hand and swung a punch with his right. Harry was fit enough to simply dodge the bigger man, who ended up punching the stone wall, them falling into it, clutching his hand. Then Harry kicked him in the stomach. Snape was the closest professor and immediately declared, Potter should be expelled for assault. Calm down, Argus, Mrs. Norris is not dead, merely petrified, said Dumbledore, ignoring Snape's demand. Though, how it happened, I cannot say. However, the caretaker cried, my cat has been petrified. I wanna see some punishment. We will be able to restore her, Argus. Just as soon as Professor Sprout's mandrakes mature. Dumbledore idly stroked his beard. Snape opined, the circumstances are suspicious, Headmaster. I do not recall seeing Longbottom or Potter at the Halloween feast. I suggest suspending all their school activities until the matter is properly investigated. You think not wanting to celebrate your parents' death is suspicious? Harry crossed his arms and glared at the potion's master. Dumbledore held out his hands, innocent until proven guilty, Severus. Funny, not what you said when you attacked me. Harry made a point with him, then quickly looked away. Hermione scolded him, you shouldn't be disrespectful to the professors, Harry. We'll see about that when Sirius gets here. And, Professor McGonagall, Granger is violating your instructions to both of us. Said Harry. Enemies of the heir, beware, Draco read the blood message, you'll be next mudbloods. Harry blocked Ron with a hand on his chest and wondered aloud, anyone going to punish Malfoy for his mouth and bigoted attitude? I think it is long overdue. Said Professor Sinistra, 10 points from Slytherin. In detention with me, Mr. Malfoy. Everyone blinked, and Draco threatened, wait until my father hears of this. I shall be glad to correspond with him. And that will be another 5. She sneered. Even though it had been announced in every newspaper and magazine in Wizarding Britain, the presence of one Sirius Black walking the halls of Hogwarts threw the school into chaos. And the marauder grinned maniacally from the moment the first student fled. He was dressed exactly as the head of an ancient and noble house would be expected when attending to the most important of business. Greetings, Headmaster. He said, his voice magically enhanced. I desire an immediate parent-teacher conference concerning my godson. No objection, Sirius. Dumbledore replied in his usual way, you can see we are just sitting down to breakfast. May we complete that first? Tipping his wizard's hat in return, he allowed, of course not. I'll join my godson, with your and Professor McGonagall's permission, naturally. Although it was Harry's habit to mix with other houses, today he was with Gryffindor. He waved to his godfather. There was room enough for him to sit and Sirius' reputation meant there was more than necessary. He just innocently smiled and sat between Harry and Luna. Hiya, Pronglet. He greeted, patting his back, and who is everybody? Luna Lovegood, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Ron Weasley, Ginny Weasley, Percival Weasley, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Hermione Granger. All those closest introduced themselves. Harry put in, actually that one is Fred, the other is George. And you can ignore Granger. What was Azkaban like? Asked Luna. Fred and George were looking at each other, did they hear the ex-con really say Pronglet? Luna. Hermione hissed, that's beyond rude. Sirius looked at the small girl and touched her shoulder, my dear, it is the worst place on earth. You're in a cell not quite large enough to be comfortable. And the worst are dark creatures called Dementors. I pray none of you ever meet one. They guard Azkaban, especially the worst prisoners. They drain you of all your happiness and make you relive all your worst memories. That's inhumane, exclaimed Hermione. What about the Geneva Convention? Giving her a kindly look, he said, you're Muggleborn, aren't you? Yes. What's wrong with that? She looked offended. Sirius chuckled, and brightest witch of your age no doubt. A certain Muggleborn asked the same question during the First War. Simply, it doesn't exist for us. He put his hand over his plate, bacon, eggs and pumpkin juice appeared. Hermione grinned happily, she knew exactly who she was being compared to. And it pleased her no end. Harry knew too and glared hatefully at his former friend. Harry, let's go somewhere private, said Sirius as he stuffed in a forkful of egg and grabbed the last 2 bacon strips. To which Harry nodded curtly. And when they were in a corner of the hall, he said, put up a privacy charm. All right, you know far more than any second year I ever knew. Sirius commented as he complied. I'm here for a couple of reasons. Obviously, not your grades, except to protest the pee and potions. I know that's Snape and his grudge. O's in everything except essay writing is very impressive. And I get the sense you're barely trying. Harry nodded, thanks to my friend I'm doing 4th year stuff, except history. Figured as much. His godfather acknowledged, dug ourself a bit of a hole, haven't we? Harry gave an angry look, not my fault he attacked me. No, it isn't, except for the fact Dumbledore can't stand a mystery that he isn't part of. Sirius answered, then went on, luckily we have a fairly easy solution. That is, if you can lie convincingly. We simply say, as you are a black by blood and my godson, I have been teaching you from the black family magics. Including occlumency. As for where you were all summer, we'll say with me. Mostly true. At that, Harry smirked, me. Lie. Half-truths. How could you? Ha ha ha. Sirius' laugh boomed through the piracy ward. Then, he lowered his voice, would you like to share what has you on the outs with the lovely Miss Granger? Harry sighed, when I caught out Wormtail. I was stuck telling them about leaving the Dursleys. Running away, as she called it. They all promised not to tell anyone. She insisted I should tell an adult. Dumbledore knew, it's how that whole legilimency attack started. So she almost cost me my freedom, my hideaway and who knows what else. Then, well, I lost it on her. I see, said Sirius with a bit of sadness, you know, some of that reminds me of how we lost Peter. One little step at a time. You're not necessarily wrong about Hermione. But all may not be what it seems. If I were you, Harry, I'd try to have a chat with her. Harry just glared and grunted, HMPF. He glanced at Ginny, who seemed a little weary. The whole school was proceeding to their first class of the day. Then, he saw it, there on the bench. His wand was out in a trice and, Accio diary. It was in his hands and Ginny was none the wiser. I don't like that grin. Sirius was another matter, that's a girl's diary. You know she has a crush on you. I could see it the moment I looked at her. Accio. Well, I should be shocked. That's a fourth-year spell. Explain. This was a problem. That, fortunately, Harry did not have to deal with at the moment. Dumbledore is waving us over. He tucked Ginny's diary under his shirt, next to his. Harry was not surprised when it started glowing. We will pick this up, later, promised Sirius. Black. The potion master sneered as the five gathered in the small office beside the head table. Sirius glared, immediately flashing back to student days. Azkaban is almost better than seeing you, Civilis. The two of you haven't changed a bit. Professor McGonagall complained. He glared at her, yeah well, Azkaban doesn't have much of an self-improvement program. Enough. All of you, ordered Dumbledore. Harry, there is nothing to smile about here. The second year tried to wipe it off his face, failed, hid it behind a hand, coughed instead of actually laughing. Well, we'll deal with potions, first then. Said Sirius, Harry has received consistently lower than earned grades in potions. This is proven by his first-year final exam. Second, is the subject of point deductions. He told me of the appeal last Christmas. There is no point in a public discussion of last year's deductions. Privately, I think it is worth reviewing. Shall we, Minerva? And how many points has Severus deducted from Harry this year? And why? The head of Gryffindor sighed, that is an arduous task, Mr. Black. And if I were to perform such detailed analysis for Mr. Potter, then I must, perforce, do the same for my whole house. Make you a deal, Minerva. He countered, the marauder gleam in his eyes, I will do it. For Severus and Harry, Severus and, oh, how about Mr. Malfoy? Severus and any other student you name. Last, Harry and any other professor you name. Snape snarled, I am the potion master. I am not to be questioned in this manner. You're welcome to resign, Sirius suggested, and couldn't help adding, please. Dumbledore declared harshly, that is not an option. Harry, for the first time, contributed, rats. Sirius nudged him while holding a guffaw, while all the professors frowned at him, particularly Snape, if looks could kill. Sirius, this is a difficult situation. Dumbledore said, I have full faith in Severus. Harry shrugged, so, why should we? Not your place to question the headmaster, Potter. 20 points from Gryffindor, said Snape. And debt. Sirius cut him off, proves my point. If you let that stand, Albus, I'll go before the governors. Publicly. Never mind, Sirius, never mind. Dumbledore waved it off, as the incident occurred in a private meeting, no loss of authority is perceived. As for your proposal, it is your time to waste, Sirius. After nodding, he said, fine, and I'm sure my findings will be enlightening. On to what doesn't concern Severus. And he paused significantly. As I have said, Severus has my full trust, answered Dumbledore. To which Sirius pointed out, would you really care to go public with an assault on a student? I wouldn't mind. In fact, it might be good for Harry's reputation given how he acted after you let him leave your office. So, out Snivelus. I see. Dumbledore could not allow such a thing to be exposed. And he waved a hand and Snape departed. Now, first I do want to say to Harry that I apologize for using legilimency on you. Sirius put up a privacy charm, much to the headmaster's displeasure. He grinned, no eavesdroppers. Anyway, an apology is fine. And appreciated. Right, Harry. Even accepted as long as you don't repeat it. Said Harry, right as he'd been cued to. McGonagall frowned. Rude, Mr. Potter. Mind reading, without permission isn't. Countered Harry. Dumbledore held up a hand, quietly Minerva. Now, let's bring up Harry's specific situation. At the time, and to this day, Harry needed to be safe and placing him with his aunt and uncle was the only way to do that. Harry leaving those wards for over a year has weakened them to such an extent I will have to return with him to recast several spells to restore them. I am most displeased with you, Harry. Well, funny, you never told me all last year. And I'll solve that, said Harry. I won't go back to Privet. Ever. The headmaster countered, your aunt and uncle agreeing to take you in activated blood wards that protected you from Voldemort's followers. Oh, asked Harry, hostilely, and what prevented Vernon from locking me in a cupboard for 10 years? What prevented Vernon from breaking my arm when I was 2? What prevented them making me South Dot Avenue for them? McGonagall frowned. Albus, I warned you, that day. They were the worst sort. You knew. Harry accused furiously, I hate you too. Sirius prevented the boy from charging and venting his anger on her. Harry is allowed to have his secrets. He said coldly, I will have to find someone else, Minerva, that Harry trusts, as my original request was that no further meetings happen outside my or your presence. Dumbledore, until I say otherwise, you will have to wait for me. I taught Harry occlumency. I know full well he can't block you, or Snivelus yet. But obviously, he knows enough to know it's happening. Don't test me on this. Shoulda let me hit the bitch. Harry sobbed as he was carried back into the Great Hall, which was mercifully empty. If the professors heard the remark, neither of them made a comment. Great job getting the diary, Harry. Remember that it is dangerous. Do not write in it. And please trust that this is not the same magic. Tom's diary was created by a ritual, then a murder. It split his soul in half, storing that part in the diary. Hopefully you've got to it before it corrupted Ginny too much. But, try to talk to her. If she won't, make sure Mr. and Mrs. Weasley knows she needs help. How do you destroy a Horcrux? I'm glad you asked. How brave do you feel? Lucky you won't have to do what I did. You'll learn you're a Parselmouth. What's that? You can talk to snakes. First thing, get a rooster. Hopefully you've got the diary before all of the schools are killed. If not, buy one in Hogsmeade. Then go into the bathroom that always flooded, yes it's a girl's loo. Make sure to make nice with Mo, Ning Myrtle. She'll introduce herself. Go to the sinks, find the faucet with the snake symbol. Tell it to open in Parseltongue, might take a couple of tries. Jump down the hole, go. Through the outer chamber. Tell the snake door to open. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets. Walk up to the huge face. Say speak to me Salazar Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts four. Yeah a little big-headed, but then a certain Slytherin has been calling you that ever since you got here. What will come out as a basilisk? A 60-foot snake. A speaker, as snakes call humans who can talk to them, will be immune to the death glare. Try to talk the basilisk into not attacking anyone in the school. Tell it that it can kill all the Acromantulas, giant spiders, it wants in the Forbidden Forest. If not, let the rooster crow. It's fatal to the basilisk. If it agrees, have it bite Tom's diary. If not, break off a tooth and stab it. If it agrees, I suppose you have a friend. Basilisk poison and skin is worth a fortune. If you have to kill it, so are basilisk organs. For a moment, Harry was frozen with terror. And a little distrust. His older self was telling him to confront a monster. It could swallow him whole, for Merlin's sake. Giant spiders scared him less because he shared his cupboard with several over the decade he spent in it. That actually clicked a lost memory. He would need to talk to Sirius. But, he had two options here. He guessed he could risk talking to the basilisk, but was definitely getting a rooster first. In the back of his mind he realized, I owe Hermione an apology. A big one. Friday night, curfew was approaching, Harry ended his running early. Come on Nev, pack it in, he called to still his only co-exerciser. Thanks Harry. Neville puffed, what's with the generosity? Harry only sighed, just have a seat in the common room. Here with your squib, Potter. Sneered Draco, to the amusement of his two bodyguards, where's your little mudblood? Harry's fists clenched and unclenched in annoyance. His current habit was to alternate hot and cold between his fingers, he was very serious about improving his skill with occlumency. Draco, he said with unusual patience, you simply don't want to tangle with her. And the fact is I could wipe the floor with all three of you. Get them, boys. Draco ordered his bodyguards. Crabbe and Goyle complied, charging. Neville's wand, already half out, petrified Goyle. Harry simply sidestepped Crabbe and allowed him to run into the wall. They both trained their wands on Malfoy and grinned maliciously. Who promptly fled. The two Gryffindors grinned at each other. Assault on your classmates, Potter. Snape sneered as he came around from behind a corner. That will be 50 points from you and Longbottom, each, and a week with Mr. Filch. Harry didn't bother arguing. It had to be a setup. Another reason for his godfather to visit, and a chat with his head of house. Followed, no doubt, by an escalation to the board of directors. Hermione, can I have a word with you? In private, asked Harry. They were in the common room. Assorted Gryffindors were conducting their own affairs of the post-lunch weekend afternoon. To say all activity stopped at the boys' pronouncement was like saying Dumbledore's beard was a little long. The bushy-haired girl glared up at him without a hint of emotion, for so long everyone thought she would not reply. Finally, she did. No, Potter, I don't think so. Your attack was quite public and I rather think anything you have to say to me should be public as well. Fair enough, admitted Harry after a moment's thought. Better anyway, it so happens. Want to listen? Feel free. Right. My mother's sister and her husband treated me like a house elf all my life. They hate magic at least as much as Malfoy hates Muggleborns. We all know what he calls them. I took the opportunity after getting my letter to escape. I lived alone until I started here. She wanted me to tell a teacher. Well, I don't trust many adults, take Snape. Dumbledore all of a sudden wanted to know where I was all year. For purebloods, he used legilimency on me, Muggleborns he read my mind. Forcibly. Without asking. That day I was plain pissed. I thought Hermione told on me after telling her I didn't want anyone knowing, because I was safe where I was. He looked directly at her, so I took it out on you. And I'm sorry. I was wrong to attack you. The whole thing started with Dumbledore attacking me. I hope we can be friends again. The bushy-haired girl sniffled a little, maybe it was a bit wrong of me to jump to conclusions. She admitted, and, I think we can. But it will be a long time before I forget what you did. I know. Acknowledged Harry with a half-smile. Ron looked very pleased and the three of them sat together studying until supper time. Or rather Hermione was. Ron was playing chess against Harry who was splitting his attention between the game and a book. Not too far away, Neville was tutoring Ginny and Colin on his favorite subject. Even the twins were half listening to see what they could pick up. Ginny, however, was decidedly distracted and of late she'd taken to frowning at Harry. Harry's heart was a little lighter the next day. He decided now was the day to get rid of that cursed diary. He showered, dressed in knockabout clothes, reapplied the sticking charm to his diary and secured the cursed one inside it. Then recast the notice me not charm. And no sense putting it off, he skipped breakfast and was making a beeline for the girls' loo. Harry Potter, that is not the way to breakfast, said Luna. Shaken out of his train of thought, he stopped in mid-step and a bit distractedly answered, Good morning, Luna. I'm sorry, I'm doing a project this morning. See you later. The girls' dorm seems infested with two different varieties of Nargle. The odd witch refused to be dismissed. One seems obsessed with my possessions, the other variety has helped themselves to Ginevra's diary. I do find that most peculiar, predators tend not to stop at one. Unless, of course, they are skimpy eaters. Suddenly, taking on a basilisk could wait. He led his friend to the Quidditch pitch. Hey. Katie. Angelina. Alicia. He called down the trio of chasers who were playing catch for practice. Girls, I need a favor. What's in it for us, Harry? Asked Katie with a playful tone. Not in a similar mood, he replied, Luna's gratitude. She's my friend. And, of course, mine. Someone has been teasing her and stealing her stuff. Think you can convince the girls they should stop in the interest of house unity? If that doesn't work, feel free to tell them, it's in their best interest. You got it, Harry. Replied Alicia, seriously. And the others nodded. The girls exchanged looks that were a mix of amusement and concern. Was a mere second year really threatening the whole of the girls' dorm? Could he back it up? He certainly acted like it. OC. McGonagall knocked on old Harry's door, in high dudgeon over the latest installment. Mr. Potter, you have made a respectful young lad most disrespectful to his elders. Sirius stopped him from getting to you, the old man observed. She countered, and most ungentlemanly assaulting Miss Granger. You're forgetting his apology and his defense of Luna, he argued. McGonagall chose to ignore that. I shall be watching this boy's behavior, and holding you responsible for it. Thanks for stopping by, Professor. Old Harry Key, at her hand, and give my best to Old Crow. In the Great Hall students and staff were gathered for breakfast. Flitwick, as the highest-ranked present, had just finished the weekly announcements and food appeared. Even though he wasn't present, two of Harry's habits had become fairly well copied. No table contained only members from one house and, while the standard food was still in the majority, it was hardly the only fare. The first to notice the absence was Hermione. She asked, Where's Harry? Was, hind, de com rm. Answered Ron around a mouthful of bacon. Everyone in sight glared, same thought dominant, Neville voiced, chew then talk. Uff Yeself, Enville. The redhead fired back. Ginny smacked him in the back of his head. Someone else is missing too. Neville noted, Lockhart. He never misses a meal. Flora Caro, sitting with Ron's older brother, commented, much like your baby brother, there, Fred. It wasn't loud enough for Ron to hear over his crunching. Potter the Rotter. Whatcher up to? Skipping brekkie. Up to mischief. The spectre zipped around him. Harry stopped, not seeing anyone, answered quite truthfully, I'm going to chat with the horror in the Chamber of Secrets. Wanna come along? He ended with a smirk. Howled Peeves as he fled. Harry could have sworn he heard something as he reached the door. He stopped, looked around, walked back to the corner, peered around. No one. He shrugged and had to steel himself. This was forbidden territory. The Forbidden Forest was less, well, forbidden. This was a girl's bathroom. He was armed with the weapons his diary told him to bring, a sword swiped from one of the suits of armor and a rooster, his hand clamped on its beak. I feel like an idiot. He complained, you'd better be right about this, old man. And the boy could have sworn the pages against his belly giggled. Woo's Heary. A voice echoed. That was already addressed by his diary. He answered, Hiya Myrtle. I'm Harry Potter. Come on out, I don't bite. Well, not ghosts anyway. Hey. She giggled girlishly, my, aren't you a cute boy? Harry's cheeks tinged red. He scuffed a shoe and muttered, thanks. So are you. I don't mean no intrusion. I just need to get into the chamber. Like the girl did. Asked Myrtle somewhat eagerly, if you die down there, you can share my toity. Hey. Harry gaped at her, answered, thanks Myrtle. I'll just be going. Be back soon. He found the spigot with the snake engraving and hissed at it open and backed away as machinery ground, clanked and revealed a totally dark hole in the floor. And here, Mr. Potter, is where our story ends. Gloated Lockhart, I'll tell the world how you came to me with the tale of the Chamber of Secrets. How you were able to open it with your Parseltongue ability. But the moment it opened, the horror within took your memory before I could vanquish it. Harry spun to, unfortunately, face a wand pointed right at his very nose. He sneered, you don't even know what's down there, you fraud. I've been looking forward to this ever since you cost me all that money, boy. The defense professor growled back. He wildly waved his wand and explained, I'm particularly good at memory charms. Say goodbye to your memories, boy. Oblivy. Harry's favorite spell to date was, Rectisempra. He got it in under all the waving and bragging. He watched the spell blast the professor into the far wall and suggested, "Hey, Myrtle, when he wakes up scare the dickens out of him." Cackle the ghost squealed happily. Harry would later learn Myrtle had scared Lockhart multiple times, causing several passouts and multiple bumps on the back of the head. This, combined with the incomplete memory spell, caused the professor to suffer a near-total memory loss. All he seemed to remember was that he is famous. Anyway, Harry jumped down into the hole, the slide he actually found quite enjoyable. After walking through a tunnel full of skeletons of small creatures, mostly rats, Harry arrived at a door with snake carvings. He hissed open. Another series of clanks, grinds and squeaks led to a chamber, the dominant decoration of which was a huge face that could only be Salazar Slytherin. Open? No, apparently not. Harry tried and failed. His diary was glowing. "Here we go, kiddo. In Parseltongue, say speak to me Salazar Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." "You have got to be kidding me." Harry rolled his eyes. He waited for an answer, but none was forthcoming. So, what could he do but obey? The carving's mouth opened and the huge head of a snake poked out, looked around and more of the body followed. It was huge. The whole thing slithered out, reared up leaving much of its body on the chamber floor and was still taller than Harry. Holy Moses! The boy gasped as the monstrous shadow fell on him. He looked straight up into the face and smiled sheepishly, hissing, "Hi there, my name is Harry Potter. I mean you no harm, but I am prepared to defend myself." The basilisk seemed to grin as it replied, "Hello, Snack." "Snack," gulped Harry, barely containing his fear. He held up the rooster, showing that the only thing restraining it was his left hand clamped on its beak. He gathered his courage and went on, "I trust you know the effects of one of these on one of you." This time the huge snake shuddered and nodded. "You are here to kill me, then, speaker." "Just a precaution." He hissed back, "You stop calling me Snack, and we can talk. You petrified some of my friends." The basilisk nodded. "Your name?" "I am Sally. Named for my original master." "You mean Salazar Slytherin," Harry clarified. "He, along with 3 others, founded the school above us." "I am Harry Potter. And the others you attacked are students here. Is that what you are supposed to do?" Sally shook her head vigorously. "Not at all, Harry. Never. Salazar bred me to protect everyone in his place. I was told those I attacked sought the downfall of his great work. The one who told me was of his bloodline. And I'm supposed to obey any such. None who have spoken to me were not, until you. You do, however, have a scent as well. I don't know whether I'm related to Salazar, or not." Harry acknowledged. He guessed it was possible anyway. "I'd hope you wouldn't attack any more of my fellow students. And I do have another favor to ask of you as well." She laid her head right in front of him, perhaps a friendly gesture, or was it intimidation? "Regardless, you have not ordered me, as the Slytherin did, that is most polite. I will consider your request. You were being controlled by a book cursed by the one who last had you killing." He answered, "I have that book. I came here to ask you to destroy it. Your venom is one of the deadliest poisons we know." Sally smiled, showing her fangs gladly. "Little human, hold it out for me." "You won't?" asked Harry. A wordless hiss that could only be called a laugh. Then Sally answered, "Trust is a two-way street, Harry Potter. I am doing as you request. You do what I request." Harry did so, braver than he felt. He deliberately and with gallows humor watched as the giant snake, really giant especially close up, tilted its head, moved forward and bite. "What? No, no." A wisp of a ghost of a handsome teenage boy appeared and attempted to seize the pierced diary. The spectral hand simply passed through the solid object. He had less substance than Peeves. He screamed horribly, light burst through his body, spun around impossibly, then he exploded in a flash. Unbloody believable. As Ron would say. Harry cheered, "Bye-bye Voldemort." He danced around happily for a minute. Then he switched to Parseltongue. "Thank you very much, Sally. Very, very much. I should return to Hogwarts soon." Since a basilisk could be said to smile, she could be said to frown as well. "You are then done with me, Harry Potter. You go back to your life. Leave the creature in its hole." "I would not do that, Sally," he replied. "Remember, I have a rooster here, that is a danger to you. There are many on the grounds. I must find some way to make you safe and make sure no one is threatened by your presence." Sally nodded. "What you say is wise, Harry Potter. I will attack none that do not attack me. I only have one need, food." "Thank you, Sally. My friend. I promised to figure out something about food. The young wizard exhaled a breath he did not know he was holding. He shook with unspent adrenaline. Further, was sure his life had just got a lot more complicated. Especially as he had no idea exactly who he could tell what to. A whole lot of people probably had to be told different parts of the truth, and some probably outright lied too. It was quite a physical workout climbing back the way he'd come, so he could finally relax. Harry, as winter ended and spring began, had a lot on his plate. There were no more major diary-inspired events, but dealing with the presence of a 60-foot snake right under a school full of his schoolmates was a real problem. He didn't even wish Snape or Malfoy got eaten. Well, he did occasionally dream about it and wake up grinning. Lucky Sally didn't need large meals, despite her size. There was final exams to study for, too. Somewhere along the line, his conversation with Luna intruded and he realized in taking Riddle's diary, he'd stolen from Ginny. That began to bother him, and the more he thought about it, the more he began to brood. Even exercising, which he'd slipped on a bit, didn't quiet his conscience. He wasn't even aware that he'd begun to avoid her. "Potter, I find I owe you some thanks," Pansy Parkinson said, rather sourly. "Seems Professor Boothby expected we would be using the normal defense coursebooks, instead of Lockhart's library. Blaise told me and I started reading from them after Christmas. I never would have got even an A on the pre-final. So, thanks." Blinking at the female Draco in surprise, he replied, "You're welcome. Good luck on finals." "Well, that was interesting, huh guys?" commented Neville with a conflicted look. Hermione was grinning slightly. I think it was very nice of her. The usual Pansy wouldn't even have acknowledged it or offered Harry any credit. She's still a pug-faced bitch. An unhappy Ron muttered. Hermione slapped his arm. Ronald. That's not nice. And Pansy is pretty. In her own way. I'll talk to you guys later, said Harry as he, with a full mind, walked off. Up in his office, Albus Dumbledore followed the path of Harry Potter through the school. While hardly forbidden, the boy going into a barely used loo on the second floor was quite irregular. Particularly as it was a girl's loo. His eyebrows went to his hat when the boy suddenly vanished. "Hiya Sally." Harry waved a careless hand at the basilisk and flopped down in the couch he'd transfigured from the bones of a centaur. The 60-foot snake eyed her human with some annoyance. "You clearly have yet to take my advice, Harry Potter." Yeah, I know," he grumbled. "You just don't understand what it's like. I mean, I stole from her." She laid her head in front of him and less than gently flicked her tongue across his legs. "Silly boy. I have told you time and again. I know everything that has happened in this castle for a millennium. Honesty and chivalry are the only way to resolve your problems. Have you even told young Albus about me?" "No. Dumbledore young." He emitted a hissing laugh. "I don't trust anyone over 40 or so, humans that is. He looks about twice your age." Sally hissed pleasantly, lifted her head and laid it on the couch lightly, telling a girl how young she looks is very good flirting, Harry Potter. The females of your kind will just adore you. Don't forget to tell them about their eyes. "Cut it out Sally," he complained, blushing. He lifted his knee, bumping the underside of her armored jaw. "And get off me." The basilisk whined a bit then hissed, "Very well. To business then. All of my old scales are in one spot. I filled a barrel with venom like you asked, and thank you for cleaning all the old rat skeletons out of here. Wow, that stuff will be worth a fortune." He looked at a room stacked floor to ceiling with what, to Sally, was garbage. "All right. Ginny tonight, Dumbledore as soon as Sirius can get here." In the Gryffindor common room, a red-headed witch was studying her favorite subject, potions. Or, at least apparently, she didn't really need to study for that class. She was using her textbook as a cover for trying to figure out where her year went wrong. By her reckoning, Ginny Weasley started with two great new friends, her pen pal who turned out to be the famous Harry Potter, and Tom, who inhabited her diary. Tom was an older boy who went to Hogwarts long ago. He was full of great advice and helped her with school in ways even Percy didn't know. One day, her diary vanished, off the face of the earth it seemed. No one she asked knew about it. She'd even asked Slytherins about it, letting them make fun of her. She was so desperate. And, for some crazy reason, just after she lost Tom, Harry stopped being her friend. Not all at once, but little by little, he was virtually out of her life now. "Hi Ginny. Can I sit with you?" asked Harry as he approached the window. Without speaking, she pulled her legs up on the pane and rested her chin on her knees. Doing good on your exams, Jin? He asked, uneasily. She didn't look up from her book as she replied, it's a free country, you can sit where you want. I don't have to talk to you. I deserve that, I guess. He sighed. She cut him off. You what? We're too busy studying. You seem to manage letters just fine. Let's just say I'm a whole lot less impressed with Harry Potter than I used to be. Now, shut up and let me study. I'm sorry, Ginny. I really am. He apologized with a defeated sigh. I didn't even realize I was until a friend told me, and it took even longer for me to understand why, and I'm even more sorry for that, too. I know it was going to hurt you and it was wrong, but it was still the right thing to do even if I did it wrong. About halfway through his speech, she looked up, and when he stopped she impatiently demanded, what the bloody hell are you babbling about? Ron would be so proud. He snorted, but on behalf of Hermione. Jin. Language. Ginny's look was just plain stony. Shut up, Harry. Right. Sally promised confession is good for the soul. Harry told himself before continuing, so. Here goes. It was me. I saw your diary on the bench that day. I took it. Ginny knew of no Sally in the school. But then her wondering was interrupted by his admission. She went beet red. Only her desire to keep it secret kept her from screaming. Instead, she whispered harshly, if you think Fred and George are bad, wait till I get going. I assume you have some kind of reason. He told you his name was Tom Riddle, right? Asked Harry. After her angry nod of agreement he continued, his full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He grew up to become Voldemort. Anger gone, Ginny's eyes popped out, her mouth hung open, then she looked terrified. As suddenly as it was gone, it was back as full-fledged fury. She jumped up, slapped Harry across the face. Hard. And screamed, liar. I hate you. Bastard. Well, that could have gone better. Harry quipped, mostly to himself, though just loud enough for some nearby to hear. After seeing her run, in tears, Ron was incoherent with anger. Every inch of visible skin was tinged red. He snarled, what'd you do to my sister? And flung himself at his best friend. That is some hard head. Sleep it off, Ron. Primed after Ginny's surprise slap, which he really could have dodged, Harry took a leap to the left. He replied to his prone friend. A bit of stone was broken off the windowsill. With the rest of the common room looking on, he glared, unafraid, at the other three Weasley boys. They made a rather intimidating circle around the younger boy, arms crossed, and Percy demanded, exactly what just happened between you and Ginevra? I rather think that is her story to tell. He affected a Percy-like tone. The twins weren't able to keep amused snorts behind their lips, but then closed in threateningly. Perhaps we should. Just beat it out of you, they growled. Harry gave a shrug and retorted, you can try. What is going on here? Professor McGonagall came on the scene. Prefect Percy answered, just talking school and homework, ma'am. In a manner of speaking. Professor. I told Ginny something she didn't really want to hear, and her brothers all got daddy complexes about it. Harry clarified, rather to their distress. There wasn't a Gryffindor not hiding a giggle behind his or her hand. The stern head of House frowned, I see. And perhaps you will clarify that, Mr. Potter. With respect, ma'am. No, it wouldn't. It is Ginny's story to tell. He answered bluntly. Was refusing a McGonagall request, even aloud. But I would ask you to contact Sirius with a request to meet with Dumbledore as soon as possible. She reflexively asked, what does this concern? Well, ordinarily I might just leave it at personal business, he said, looking around with a bit of malice, but let's just say there's some truth to the air of Slytherin rumors. Needless to say, the rest of the day was very interesting for him. It amused Sirius to keep them waiting until the next day. Especially once Harry assured him no one's life was at risk. And Harry appreciated the minor prank. It was even better when, in the headmaster's office, he pompously declared, I trust this will not take up too time. I do have important business at the ministry to attend to. It is your brat, Mutt, that set this meeting. And therefore any agenda. Snape sneered, why exactly are we here, Potter? Sirius jumped in before Harry could, you weren't invited, Snivellus. Snivellus? Queried Harry with a grin. Dumbledore frowned, come, Sirius, let us allow childhood grievances in the past. Harry, I assure you Professor Snape has my utmost trust. Now, Please, what is on your mind this morning? Well, sure, Albus, answered Harry, except that my guardian does have the right to decide if Snivelus was that it's serious, stays or not. Highly displeased, Minerva put in, it is inappropriate to refer to the headmaster by his first name Potter. Well, he uses mine, McGonagall. What's good for the goose, he countered flippantly. Dumbledore's glare was withering. Enough of this. Now, you asked for this meeting, Harry. I invited Professor Snape on this occasion. What news have you of the heir of Slytherin? Harry, do not answer that question as long as Snivelus is here. Sirius ordered. To which, the boy apparently nodded meekly. We can stand here up to 10 minutes, then I will have to leave and well, you know my conditions for discussions with my godson. Severus again displayed a sneer and said, you have always been as rotten as your leader, Black. My father was a great man, yelled Harry, pushing out of his seat. Severus countered contemptuously, your father was a swine. I hear that from Malfoy all the time. Now Harry was really mad, and my mother was a mudblood. Whore, right. Well, both your parents were greaseball assholes. Just like their son. For a second, Severus was in one of his own worst memories. It only just showed on his face, then was gone. That will be 200 points for insulting a professor, Potter. He leaves, now, snarled Sirius with a canine intensity, or we do. And, Harry is right, a little complaint is sometimes more fun. As it is, I am learning a lot from reviewing the records of points. You'll have my full report before I take Harry on a well-deserved vacation. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose and finally relented. Severus, go. Harry, I expect you to apologize to Professor Snape. After he does. Harry shot right back, in front of the school. Something on a shelf suddenly exploded. The headmaster was shocked. He hadn't displayed accidental magic since he was a boy. When the potions professor was gone, he scolded, Harry, I hope you understand you have guaranteed a powerful enemy today. Snape was my enemy the day he saw me. Harry countered, then brought a bound leather book out of his robe's pocket. He deliberately put it there, instead of with his own diary, and asked, do you recognize the initials on this? Minerva was mildly frustrated, surely you cannot expect. Hush, Minerva, said Dumbledore, Tom Marvolo Riddle. It is his handwriting, stylized as well. And he was the best Transfiguration student I ever taught. The only class he excelled better in was defense. Head boy the year you started, if my memory recalls. Harry rolled his eyes impatiently, stop with the mystery. And wrote in the air, just as old Harry described Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then waved his wand. The letters rearranged themselves to I am Lord Voldemort. McGonagall flinched. Sirius was surprised but not fearful. Dumbledore just nodded knowingly and asked, how did you come by this, Harry? I've been researching everything available anywhere about Voldemort. Harry lied, but it fit his high grades and studying reputation. I found his true name. Actually, Minerva McGonagall, you returned to your maiden name after your husband died, was a second year when Tom was head boy. Anyway, a girl was writing in it, and recognized it for what it was. She blinked, shocked, Tom is you know who. He was SS so nice. That's what they said about Hitler. Said Harry, pointedly. I think some magical echo still remains on it. Dumbledore waved his wand over the diary for a minute, then nodded, it does indeed, Harry. Very dangerous dark magic, my boy. You should have involved a professor at once. Who? He demanded derisively. Snape. And I don't trust either of you. The headmaster took the opportunity to raise his issue, about your aunt and uncle. I have spoken to them and they have agreed to accept you back. Now, related to that, it was only under the condition of certain monetary considerations. He's paying them, Harry. Sirius translated. Dumbledore's head shook slightly, more precisely. I advanced Vernon and Petunia from my personal funds. Gringotts apparently received instructions changing access privileges, so Sirius, I suppose I need your authorization as Harry's guardian to reimburse my account for the expense and the regular weekly payment while you're staying. Harry, what do you know about this? Asked Sirius, already knowing the answer. Shrugging, the boy answered, oh. The goblins told me someone was paying the Dursleys to care for me. Since I decided I was never going back, I told them to stop any pay to them. You are not of age, Harry. It was wrong of you to leave your aunt and uncle. Lectured Dumbledore, and, also not being of age, you cannot make major decisions on your account. Nor did the goblins act appropriately in following your directions. Now, Sirius, if you please. Again, the former convict deferred. Harry, perhaps you could explain that to the headmaster. Gladly. He gritted his teeth. You see, the Dursleys treat me about the same as a house elf by one of the dark families. So, even before Sirius was freed, I decided I was done being a South Avenue. I never will set foot in that house again. Not even if Sirius wasn't around. I'd go where I spent the past 2 summers. Dumbledore shifted tactics, and where exactly was that, Harry? None of your business. He snarled, deliberately looking away, and don't try that legilimency shite either. To this, McGonagall snapped, respect, Mr. Potter. And watch your language. Would you like to deduct points, Minerva? Asked Sirius, coldly. Our appeal will detail exactly why Harry told off the headmaster. Is Rita Skeeter still after a good story? At a cue from her boss, the deputy headmistress backed down. And he changed subjects, back to the matter of the heir of Slytherin. Harry, am I to take that you know something about the Chamber of Secrets? Would it, by chance, be in what is famously known as Ning Myrtle's bathroom? Yes. How did you know? Harry was suddenly worried. At this Dumbledore grinned. Apparently we both have a secret the other wants. Not really, Albus. Sirius interrupted, and cryptically added, think about the map, Harry. How he knows isn't important. The question is, can he get in? Dumbledore was displeased. He'd hooked the boy's interest and had his opportunity snatched away. If only Sirius hadn't been present, he would have obtained some useful information. Without a noticeable gap, he acknowledged, true, I do not. Professor McGonagall, we should make it a priority to gain access to the chamber as quickly as possible. If you will have all of the staff join me. You won't be able to get in, said Harry, with a self-assured smirk. You need a Parseltongue. Salazar did a real good job with the magic there. I stand corrected. Professor, have the staff join myself and Harry. Dumbledore amended. Sirius grinned as he pointed out, is that wise now, Albus? It is near curfew. I wouldn't want to see Harry get in trouble. No penalty will accrue on this occasion, said Dumbledore, mildly irritated. His eyebrow twitched when the former convict just smiled. In the second-floor girls' loo was Sirius, Harry and a mob of professors. He shook his head. Too many. Sally might get nervous. Me, Sirius and Dumbledore. Only because he is the headmaster. Potter, you do not dictate to us. 50 points from Gryffindor. Snape growled. Remembering Dumbledore's commitment, he retorted, sod off Greasy. You can't punish me here. Harry is correct on this occasion, my promise could be interpreted that way. He sighed. To which Harry grinned happily and waved, bye-bye Snivelus. Now, Professor, Sirius, wands please. Just what is down there, Mr. Potter? Asked McGonagall. Harry mischievously replied, remember what you said about the Chamber of Secrets. The horror within. Sounds like fun, answered Sirius cheerfully, twirling his wand before dropping it in the boy's hand. Snape growled, are you going to let this child get away with impugning your authority? Hey Myrtle! Harry abruptly yelled, Sevy over here, he's an intruder. The murdered Ravenclaw came out of her U-bend screeching and flew maddeningly fast circles around the potions professor, who stumbled about, yelled, tried to aim his wand, and eventually fell into a toilet. Thank you Harry, that was fun. She giggled, then at his cheek. Sirius winked, way to go kiddo. Ah, bugger. Harry complained with a blush, now, nobody but the 3 of us. Myrtle, if there any trouble ask Peeves for help. Okay. He blushed when the ghost cuddled him. Turning away, he hissed open. Sirius openly gaped at the roughly 40-foot skin that was one of the first things they saw. That, along with more than a dozen skins of other sizes, were very intimidating. Harry, you and I are going to have a talk about looking before you leap. Did you really face something this big? Oh no. Harry answered, Sally is much bigger. She likes to spend most of her time behind that sculpture. He hissed at some length and the basilisk, well, slithered out of the mouth. The pair of adult wizards covered their eyes reflexively. They heard a barely audible grinding of the snake moving, then more hissing in 2 different voices. Then Harry laughed, Sally says you need to watch where you're going. Open your eyes, she won't look directly at you. Don't you know a basilisk stare is only deadly when they want it to be? How did you survive the first time, Harry? asked Sirius, still shading his eyes. He replied, I'm a Parseltongue. The eyes can't hurt me. Then he had a rather lengthy hissing exchange. Headmaster, Slytherin did put Sally here 1,000 years ago, but as a protector to the school. The attacks both this year and in the 40s were a misuse by Voldemort. Sally is fairly content with the rats that come in here from time to time, but just wishes she could get out for a little variety. Not, she promises, human flesh. I mentioned the Dark Forest as a place she could hunt. Centaurs, unicorns and merpeople in Black Lake should not be eaten either. Dumbledore said. After translating that, Harry said, Sally agrees to your requests, young wizard. Her words. I accept the comparison. Dumbledore replied with a light chuckle, this is a remarkable chamber. Amazing that it went undiscovered through all the centuries, dozens of headmasters and thousands of teachers. Harry explained, Sally said because we were too young for it. She doesn't mean you or me. She means people, and most of us still are. So far, she knows of 3. 3. Who? Well, that's not nice. What do you mean when the time is right? Fine, be that way. She says it's time for us to go. In the pre-dawn of a June morning, Harry was exercising as usual. His latest project was building up to running around Black Lake. He still wasn't capable of doing so at a sprint, so when he stopped he did his usual sets of sit-ups and push-ups. Ron, who had begun to join the fitness effort, did not get up this morning. Nor did Harry make any effort. Neville was out, still gamely trying to keep pace. And with Summer, others were in the unofficial club. Harry's voice could occasionally be heard yelling encouragement, good job McLaggen. Move it Zabini. Yeah Bones. Hop to it Luna. You were a better seeker than Malfoy, Flint. Bastard Potter. The yell came a split second before a fist hit the side of Harry's head. He was helping Susan to the hospital wing to treat a twisted ankle. Stay the bloody hell away from my sister. Madame Pomfrey fussed over them, what are the two of up to? Miss Bones, kicking classmates in the head is not a customary form of exercise. She didn't ma'am, explained Harry. Susan twisted her ankle while running with the rest of us. I was helping her here and Ron Weasley kicked me in the head. The leaving feast was wrapping up. Tonight everyone was at their own house table. But through some clever seating and with the help of Hedwig, Harry was carrying on conversations with Luna, Daphne, Flint, Hermione and Susan. Attention, please. The piercing voice and tapping on a wine glass of Professor McGonagall stopped all conversation. Dumbledore stood grandly and announced, another year, gone. And, as I understand it, the House Cup needs awarding. The points stand thus. Gryffindor 488 points, Hufflepuff 440 points, Slytherin 427 points and Ravenclaw 365 points. Well done Gryffindor, well done. Harry's house burst into applause. However, a last-minute incident must be taken into account. He declared. The same had happened last year, it raised much interest and suspense. Mr. Ronald Weasley, it is utterly unacceptable to assault a fellow student. The headmaster glared down his nose. Everyone could tell where he was looking, especially one who was aiding someone who was injured. 50 points from Gryffindor. Hufflepuff wins the House Cup. The Badger table burst into cheers. Professor Sprout fainted. Much to everyone's amusement, Susan locked eyes with Harry and apologized from across the room. He just shrugged and clapped a few times. Nice going Weasley. Dean Thomas sneered. Seamus Finnegan threw his hat in Ron's face. All the other Weasleys were targets of similar displays of displeasure. Ron shouted, it's Potter's fault. Who lost the points? Asked a harassed Percy, glaring at his brother. No Weasley was particularly popular as the students prepared to board the Hogwarts Express. With the exception of a few Hufflepuffs who thanked him effusively for his help in their win. It seemed it was the first time since the early 70s that Hufflepuff won. Ron wasn't happy about it. The end of the year. If you haven't freed Dobby yet, here's how it happened. I chased down Lucius, told him I had something of his and shoved Tom's diary in his hand. Lucius ordered Dobby to take it. In the diary was my sock. If an elf's owner gives him clothes, the elf is free. No elf wants to be free because they quickly wither and die. Like a plant out of water. Don't make him a Potter elf right away though. He needs to muddle about for a bit. By the way, if you really piss off Lucius to the point where he pulls his wand, be prepared to duck. Fast. Worthless elf. Lucius Malfoy poked the back of Dobby's head with his cane. You will collect young master's trunk and immediately return it to the manor. Is that understood? The scrawny, grungy-looking creature whined pathetically and rubbed his head. Yes, sir. Bloody bastard. Harry cursed under his breath. He was only a few feet away, under his invisibility cloak. He slipped from under it, leaving his luggage hidden and called out, Mr. Malfoy, I have something of yours. Every bit the nobleman. Lucius looked down his nose at the book thrust into his hand and sneered, Mine. I have no idea what you are talking about, ridiculous boy. He contemptuously dropped it into his servant's hands and stuck up his other hand to signal his son. Open it. Harry whispered to the little creature, open it. Dobby did so and his eyes bugged out. His voice filled with disbelieving delight. Master has given Dobby a sock. Master freed Dobby. Dobby is free. Harry smirked, feeling very happy with himself. Exactly copying from the original timeline, he pulled up his pant leg, exposing his bare foot. His expression right then as good as any marauder look. You lost me, my servant. Lucius was enraged, and whipped out his wand. Harry followed the advice of old Harry and ran. Fast. Potter. Headmaster Dumbledore informed me of the basilisk supplies available in the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Snape grabbed him as he was leaving the station. You will take me there, at once. This just wasn't Harry's day. He yanked himself free and reached for both his wand and a red shoelace portkey. He snarled, we're not in class. Bugger off, Snivelus. Activate. This one was set to take him directly to 12 Grimmauld Place. The next second they were, elsewhere, take us back instantly. And obey my orders. An ancient house elf popped in. How can creature help Harry Potter? Who is the greasy one? Harry. Sirius Black in robe and one. Slipper came running down the stairs. What are you doing here, Snape? And let go of him. Creature, take only Greasy to the Thames and drop him in. The elf grinned maliciously, pulled on Snape's robe and vanished, leaving behind a confused Sirius and an angry Harry. And a very disheveled young witch. So what's going on? Why aren't you on the express? Why was Snape here? Asked Sirius in a rapid-fire series of questions. Harry looked at the top of the stairs and, ignoring his godfather, said, Hi, miss. I'm Harry Potter. Sirius, she looks a lot like Ginny, except, bigger. I mean taller. Bigger. Asked Sirius with a mischievous whisper. Then, that is Ellen. She's a Wizengamot page. Guess, tomorrow night, hun. Ellen smiled. With a flick of her wand, she was fully dressed. Sure, I imagine you two have a lot to catch up on. Good night, my lord. And ran her lips across Sirius' face before wriggling out the door. I can spend lots of time in my tent. Harry offered with a smile. To which Sirius demurred, I promised my godson a vacation and he's getting one. A couple nights, though, I won't argue. So, you have a bit of explaining to do, young man. We'll get to Snivelus later. I would appreciate the full story of how you ended up talking to a basilisk and why you needed to. Well, I need Creature, too. Creature. Harry then began in earnest, Voldemort will be back. I'm getting some help. It started with a letter telling me to take my studies seriously. Shut up, Sirius. Ha ha ha. Living with the Dursleys I couldn't outperform Dudley, but I stopped that as soon as I walked into Hogwarts. And I started working out and eating, more than I ever did with them. The old elf hissed angrily, Mistress is right. Muggles is evil. Not all Muggles, Creature. Harry corrected him, glad of the opportunity to shift topics, any more than all wizards. And I promise, I'll help with the house over the summer. Tell me, do you recognize the leftover magic on this? Taking the diary, the elf sniffed it and touched it, even licked it. Yes, Sir Harry Potter, sir. Because you have something just like it, don't you? It wasn't a question, something Regulus gave you when he died. Creature suddenly looked miserable and began weeping. Creature failed master. Creature tried to obey. But Creature could not. Dark Lord magic too strong for Creature. My brother was a Death Eater. Sirius said angrily, he kowtowed to that evil bastard. Creature glared at him. Master Regulus was good master. Master Regulus protected Creature from he who must not be named. Master Regulus wanted to leave his service. Hunted his great treasure. Found it Master Regulus did. But bad Creature could not serve last command. What did Regulus tell you to do? asked Harry, already knowing the answer from his diary. He replied, Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy his treasure. And if I had a way to do that? Asked Harry. Sirius blinked. I don't think I've ever seen him smile before. A little scary. Show. Please show. Harry Potter, sir, show. Creature needs to know. Show. Please. The elf popped back even before the smoke of his departure dissipated. He was dancing around like Dobby on a sugar rush, Harry thought. My trunk. Oh. It's here. How did that happen? How exactly did you and Snape get here, Harry? Asked Sirius. He showed the shoelace and answered, Portkey. Oops, can we just move on? That moment of awkwardness was interrupted by Creature again urging, show. Please show. Harry Potter, sir, show. Creature needs to know. Show. Please. Yes, let's. Harry said, just as eagerly. He was stuck for a reason as to how he had a portkey when Sirius didn't make it. He rushed over to his trunk, opened it, brought out a gallon jug full of a sickly black fluid and carefully unwrapped a milky white dagger, cautioned, don't touch this, either of you. It's basilisk venom. Creature, I'll fill the tooth with the venom. You put the locket on the floor. I'll tell it to open in Parseltongue, and you stab it. Right. The elf nodded and took the poison-filled weapon, eager to fulfill his master's orders. The Horcrux said many hateful things, many of which were even true, to convince the elf not to strike. But Creature was entirely too committed and determined to be swayed. He struck yelling, no. Kreacher is a good elf. Yes, you are, my friend. Harry knelt beside him and patted his shoulder. Now, I want you to go rest. You need it and deserve it. I don't want you to so much as rinse a spoon for 24 hours. Me and Sirius can take care of ourselves that long. Sirius nodded and after Creature vanished, summarized, Portkey to my house. Opened the Chamber of Secrets. Took out a Voldemort-possessed teacher. First name basis with the greatest wizard of our age. Parseltongue. Secret hideaway. Horcruxes. And I'm sure that isn't it. Care to explain? I trust you, Sirius, more than any adult. I wouldn't have believed it myself. Harry babbled a bit, except for one. I only met him once. He shook hands with Hagrid and said he was with the old crowd. That he owed my parents and every once in a while he sends me something about what's happening. He's never been wrong. It was enough of the truth that Sirius nodded in acceptance. Maybe he's a seer. Do you think I could meet him? Dunno. Harry tried not to flinch. Here was another half-truth. I only saw him the one time. He only writes to me. He set up my secret place and magicked it so no one else could find it. All this has me a little tired. Can I get a nap? Sirius finally nodded. If there was one thing he wasn't concerned about, it was Harry skiving homework. One thing, my godson, he offered. Your father used that same face in the aftermath of a real good prank. Obviously you're not telling me the whole truth here, and that's all right. Just be aware that your 3 favorite professors have 7 years exposure to it. I do have some black books for you on occlumency and legilimency. Thanks, Sirius. The boy replied, yawning. Year 2 over, Harry. I'm deeply proud of how I killed the basilisk, and as long as you're reading this I know you were successful one way or the other. If it's still alive, it needs food. Tell it about the Archomantula nest about 5 miles northeast of Hagrid's hut in the dark forest. Year 3 is difficult for me to advise on. Telling you of Sirius' innocence and hopefully freeing him, throws out all my knowledge for it. The Weasleys won a trip to Egypt, their picture appeared in the Daily Prophet, and Sirius escaped Azkaban when he saw Peter as Ron's pet. That led to Dementors, dark creatures who guard the prison that can beat your soul, being stationed at Hogwarts. If you haven't yet, make an effort to get to know Remus Lupin, first decent Dada professor and friend of Dad. Hermione has a problem this year. She overdoes her classes by using a time tuner. But you shouldn't need to know that to help, just get a look at her class schedule. My plan has you able to pass your OWL's theory and practicals before the end of this year. Puberty is about to hit. Hopefully you'll end up taller than me. Sirius will sign your Hogsmeade permission slip. Funny how close your hideout is, huh? There are weekly trips. Ask a girl. Harry was woken up very rudely. It was past midnight when an owl entered his bedroom. And because he was asleep, the owl landed next to Hedwig and sat there with the letter on its leg, and sat, and sat, and sat. Until it finally exploded. Harry James Potter. You thieving little brat. How dare you steal my daughter's diary? I am absolutely disgusted with you. Do not, and I mean not, come near my house or my children again. Hedwig attacked the Weasley owl, pecking his head and finally grabbing him in her talons, slapping him out the window with the ease of a professional baseball player putting one over the fence. Sirius, too, was awakened by the howler. He knew exactly how Tom's diary ended up in his godson's possession. He'd been considering a friendly meeting to help the kids get over their issues in a civilized manner. Just now, he was blood mad. He'd put down his initial plan to set fire to Mrs. Weasley's dress, first concern being to calm down a crying preteen. By the time that was accomplished, his mother's pureblood education had kicked in, and he set to his own letter. Arthur Weasley, as head of the Weasley family, you are hereby summoned to answer for your libelous and slanderous attacks. Your wife and Hogwarts-aged children are also commanded to appear. Present yourself to the Ministry of Magic by 10 a.m. Monday, at a courtroom to be determined by the Ministry. Failure to comply will result in summary judgment. By order of the Ancient and Noble House of Black. Acting for our Ward and Protectorate, Harry James, Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Potter. Sirius Orion Black 2. After 9 months of lazing, as Harry called it, he spent all weekend pushing his working out hard. If he was awake, he was running or doing sit-ups or push-ups. When he was eating, he was reading specifically about occlumency. Sirius began poking at his defenses to help him get familiar with the sensations. What did you do to my father, Potter? Draco Malfoy confronted him just as he stepped out of the flow in the main ministry receiving hall. Sirius came through a moment later and caught the boy with a punch to the head. Come, young sir, let us leave the riffraff to their little affairs. My Lord Black, surely you have the time to assist a member of your family. Narcissa Malfoy requested, regally, you may know my husband was recently, detained for an incident at the Hogwarts Express station. A hand on Harry's shoulder quieted him, and Sirius replied after a second's pause, why no, Lady Malfoy, I had not heard of any such occurrence. I shall surely look into the circumstances and do what I feel appropriate shortly. I do have another appointment in regards to some business for my godson. Perhaps, you've not met him. Harry Potter. Harry, my cousin Narcissa Black Malfoy. Draco was standing again after the stunning blow. Several Aurors had come on the scene and he could merely glare at the pair. Charmed, milady, despite my acquaintance with Draco, I have been denied the pleasure. He said, just touching his lips to her hand and smirking at his school nemesis, Harry Potter, at your service. Narcissa gave no outward sign she was anything less than delighted as she replied, yes, indeed, your reputation precedes you, young sir. I have heard some remarkable tales of your exploits at Hogwarts. Just typical events in a boy's journey to manhood. He countered, modestly, Godfather, of course you must assist the lady as soon as we are finished. Your permission to greet my schoolmate. She nodded, thank you for your courtesy, young Master Potter. And of course you have that permission. Until later, then ma'am. He again bowed over her hand and pecked it, smiled and offered his hand, Draco. I trust you will have a delightful summer. The owned boy had to be nudged by his mother into returning the gesture. Yes, Harry, he gritted out, repressing a shiver he did not know the cause of, thank you for the thought. You too. Out of each other's hearing, Narcissa scolded her son, Draco. Can you not even maintain a semblance of courtesy? Your father is in enough trouble because of Potter. You are lucky he did not publicly ask where we needed to meet. Yes, mother. He grumbled. Excellent, Harry. Sirius enthused, wait till Lucius hears about that. To which he retorted, all due to your teachings, Godfather. For which, he was slapped on the back of the head. In courtroom 6, the Weasley family was waiting, and the Lord Black was currently 10 minutes late. How dare that man keep us waiting? Mrs. Weasley snarled. Molly, please, hold your temper. It is what got you and Ginevra into trouble in the first place. Dumbledore scolded, blithely ignoring the girl's objection to her full name. So at 10:12 a.m. Sirius and Harry entered. With no apology or explanation for the delay, Sirius waved Harry to a chair and indicated, Weasleys, you may be seated. Albus, I did not request your presence. You do not have any jurisdiction in a private matter between families. Of course not, Sirius. He replied, however, I was asked to assist the Weasleys in this affair as a courtesy. You know they are not a wealthy family. And were most concerned about their rights under the law. Sirius shrugged, the law was of little value to me, or Harry, a decade ago. This concerns threats and accusations made by multiple Weasleys against the heir of House Potter and by extension House Black. It's not a lie that Harry stole my diary, he told me so himself. Ginny gritted out angrily, I thought you were my friend. Sirius waved her off callously, that is the last and least of matters here. Molly Weasley slandered the Potter heir with a public howler. Ronald actually assaulted Harry, the fact that Harry had reflexes quick enough to dodge is irrelevant. Fred, George and, Percival were only prevented from a follow-up assault by the arrival of Professor McGonagall. These are my concerns as the guardian of the Potter heir. Now, Harry wishes to directly address Ginevra personally. And, as this is a personal matter between our children, Harry has a concern about the matter being publicized, however as he told your boys, the full truth need go no further than them. Utterly unacceptable, Percy declared. If Potter has some justification for his criminal act, let him say so. The other brothers nodded as did their mother. Last word went with Mr. Weasley, I frequently allow my children to go their own way. Make their own mistakes as it were. And be there to ease the hurt when they decide wrong. However, in this instance, my daughter's feelings are not the primary concern. Mr. Potter was a loyal friend to all 5 of my children for 2 years. Regardless, I would pledge my family will never harm Mr. Potter. You're all right with everyone staying? Even Dumbledore? Asked Harry. And when Ginny gave a careless shrug, he continued, so be it. Ginny had a diary. I saw Mr. Malfoy slip it into her cauldron that day in Diagon Alley when he and Mr. Weasley fought. After that she was acting different almost right away. I picked it up for her once and felt dark magic. The thing was evil. I had to get it away from her. She was my friend. And as soon as I held it I somehow knew the cause of all the petrifications. The Chamber of Secrets, the horror within that McGonagall told us. Dumbledore interrupted, correcting, that is Professor McGonagall, Harry. I am Lord Potter, Albus. The boy countered. Mrs. Weasley scolded, don't be disrespectful, boy. You're not my mother. He snapped, annoyed, now, to continue. The horror in the chamber is a basilisk. I read somewhere about them, and as a Parselmouth, I knew I was immune to its death glare. So I went into the chamber, and asked her to bite the book. That killed the curse. Mr. Weasley scolded his daughter, Ginny. What? Have I told you about talking to things that you can't tell where their brain is? I didn't think, Daddy. She answered meekly, Tom was my friend. That caught the headmaster's ear and he immediately turned to the girl, did you say Tom? As in Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry clarified, drawing the letters in the air as his diary told him, then rearranging them to read I am Lord Voldemort, I wasn't kidding when I said dark magic. Myrtle Henderson was the victim of its creation. I was trying to keep this from him, Ginny, but you insisted. I took Dumbledore and some other professors into the chamber. Sally, the basilisk, is no threat to anyone in Hogwarts. She was being controlled by Tom's diary through Ginny. She can hunt food in the Forbidden Forest. Don't worry, I told her not to attack unicorns and centaurs, there's plenty of acromantulas. The Weasleys were all horrified by that revelation. Ginny was in tears and her crying was the only sound for several minutes. She got out of her mother's lap and walked over to Harry, I'm so sorry. All of this is my fault. I knew you were going to be upset when I told you. Replied Harry, but you ran away from me without giving me a chance to really explain. She sniffled, I know and I'm really sorry. I didn't even want to think of Tom being you know who. Use the name Gin. You've earned the right. He told her, remember Hermione. Fear of the name, she finished, only increases fear of the thing itself. Friends again? He asked, smiling. She smiled back, never stopped being. Well, that is resolved, I have some questions Harry. Said Dumbledore, you seem remarkably well informed for a student who has only 2 years under his belt. Sirius pointed out plainly, that wasn't a question, Albus. And you will also discover Harry is rapidly building real shields that will prevent your nosiness. That was most rude, Mr. Black. Mrs. Weasley spoke up. Sirius gave her a cold look, our business is concluded. The Weasley family may depart. Just bear this in mind, I will take extreme measures should anything happen to my godson. Good day. And so stunned were they, that they silently complied. You answered every mystery that happened this entire year. Said Dumbledore, what you have not explained, Harry, is how you figured out 1,000-year-old legend. How you knew Miss Weasley's diary belonged to Voldemort. And how you knew how to destroy it. Explain. Harry tugged on the flap of his wizard hat, shielding his eyes. He hadn't felt a legitimacy probe, but it got his point across. In this case though, he told the truth, just not nearly all of the truth. I read a lot in the library. Of that, I am quite aware. Dumbledore said, with irritation. Madam Prince reports your library time nearly matches Miss Granger. However, that statement does not begin to answer my question. Sirius intervened. Headmaster, I have, what I mean, seeing only Harry's summer activities. If he states he learned what he needed to solve 1,000-year-old Hogwarts mystery is by reading in Hogwarts library, well then I would have to conclude he is telling the truth. I suspect your only difficulty is that you didn't solve it in the century you have been there. In other words, you're jealous. To which Harry giggled. Good afternoon, Amy. Sirius Black entered the holding cell area of the Ministry of Magic with a smile on his face. The head of the DMLE frowned at him. I would have thought you'd be sour on my offices as you have not deigned to do so since your release. Oh, I apologize, Amy. He said, meaning it. I suppose I was. Please accept my assurance it was nothing personal. No, you do get a different view of the place when you were a visitor as opposed to a guest. I believe you know my godson. Harry. She nodded. Yes, I do. Quite the potion stirrer, isn't he? Not according to Snape. The soon-to-be third-year quipped. The adults frowned, even Sirius after Madam Bones did. But, Harry heard a giggle and saw a flash of red. Too right, Harry. Hiya Sue. He grinned at his classmate. How's the summer? She gave a negligent shrug. You mean all one day of it? Just killing a few days before Hannah comes back from Iceland. Can't think of a better place to spend it than watching Auntie lock up the baddies. Especially Lucy. Harry asked with an irreverent tone. Again Susan giggled. That's not nice, Harry. He looked at her cross-eyed and stuck out his tongue. Mr. Malfoy is one of our leading citizens. The distasteful which Harry met previously lectured, children should be seen, not heard. Harry glared at her. Shouldn't secretaries just answer calls for the boss? Madam Umbridge, this is currently a law enforcement matter. I will report to Minister Fudge as soon as I have something to report. Madam Bones intervened, and after she left Amelia commented to Harry, young man, undersecretary means something different in our world than what it means among muggles. Imagine her as next in line to the throne. I compliment you on the quality of your enemies. Sirius smirked and Foe whispered, that means she likes you. Might we meet with the Malfoys now, madam? Good afternoon Sissy, Lucius and Draco. Sirius greeted them expansively. Amelia formally identified herself and continued, I am here as a referee only. There will be an obedience to civility that can only be described as beyond exemplary. And any violence will be swiftly and mercilessly punished. I trust I am clear. Lastly, my niece, Susan, is present as an observer only. Call it a take your daughter to work day. Greetings, Miss Bones. Draco said, most charmingly bowing and clicking his heels. Susan blushed faintly and smiled, seeing you as agreeable, young Master Malfoy. Gag, said Harry, inaudibly enough to be ignored. Narcissa stood and regally responded, your consideration in our time of difficulty is appreciated, Lord Black. My indulgence in this matter is very carefully drawn. I would inform you that I oppose many of the beliefs our parents espoused. Sirius began, looked around for a reaction and continued, to start, I intend offering an invitation to return to the family to your sister. I further intend to forswear all Black allegiance to Voldemort. Should he return, the ancient and noble House of Black will publicly ally itself with the ancient and noble House of Potter in seeking revenge upon the murderer of my godson's family and my brother. She nodded. Of course, you are the titular head of the family. While you live, Lucius added. Sirius only smiled. I have no fear of death, dear cousin-in-law. I have already seen it. More times than you can imagine. Shall we move on? Yes, let's. Harry grumbled, I'm not used to sitting for this long. Draco sneered at that. Yes, Potter, the whole school has seen you and your ridiculous grunting all over. No more than the stupid beasts your overgrown idiot breeds. Why you? Harry started, then counted to 10. Very slowly. Sorry, Madam Bones, of course what I mean to say is that how I spend my time is my affair. The same being true for my cousin. That, Sirius grinned at while Madam Bones nodded and Susan hid a giggle with a cough. Draco looked utterly revolted. Then Sirius reclaimed the conversation, right. As I understand it, Lord Malfoy is charged with child endangerment and attempted murder. Right, Madam Bones. That is correct, Lord Black. Amelia answered formally. Lucius gave a growl, rubbish. There are several witnesses to you beginning the killing curse. Sirius retorted in a reasonable tone. So, let's get serious, no pun intended. Harry is willing to say he misheard what Lucius started to say. You pled guilty to drawing a wand improperly. Pay a, what, Madam Bones, GG 100 fine. She nodded, plus an 11 sickle 9 Canute court handling fee. In return for? Asked Lucius coldly. Sirius smiled maliciously. I want House Malfoy to buy out House Black of all our joint business ventures. For cash. At rates beneficial to House Black. All transactions closed within 12 months. How did you get St. Potter to go along with that? Growled Draco. Sirius silenced Harry with a look and answered, that is between me and Harry. Are we agreed? Shall we swear on it? Agreed. Lucius looked like he'd swallowed hippogriff dung. Sirius held up a finger, adding, and I require a private conversation with Narcissa and Draco. Why? Lucius demanded. Sirius answered, as curtly, black business. And your oath you will not try to obtain it by any means. Agreed, said Lucius after seeing the quiet determination in Sirius. The black head denied, no. An actual magical oath. I am the head of House Malfoy. A member of the Wizengamot. My word is not to be questioned. His tone was full of anger. It is by me. Sirius smiled back, your trial for attempted murder awaits. To which, after a full minute, he snarled, I, Lucius Malfoy, to swear upon my life and magic not to seek details of the conversation between my wife, son and Sirius Black. Acceptable. Satisfactory. Sirius nodded, Madam Bones, I thank you for your courtesy in this matter. If you would please arrange the release of Lord Malfoy. And it was a delight to meet a charming young lady. He stood and kissed Susan's hand, much to the girl's delight. Harry found it was quite all right for Susan to blush at Sirius' chivalrous behavior, as opposed to Draco's. He immensely enjoyed watching the Malfoy patriarch being taken out of the room with magic suppressors still on. I notice, your godson is still present. Mrs. Malfoy noted, contemptuously. Sirius answered agreeably, he is, indeed, sissy. Harry is as much black by blood as Draco. To get on with it, let's start there. Draco, your constant goading of Harry and his friends is contrary even to my mother's way of thought. To new black policy it is anathema. It ends. How dare you? The own boy blustered. Potter has cons. Sirius cut him off. Silence. Listen, I will only cover your first encounter and allow you to contemplate the rest. Your behavior was atrocious. Consider, Harry knew as little about our society as any Muggleborn that day. You walked in strutting your superiority, insulted both of the acquaintances in his compartment, went on to insult the heir of another ancient and noble house. One superior to your father's, I point out. Narcissa, have you not addressed this with him? Apparently I was not given that version. She said, crimson with shame, some corrective education would seem warranted. Harry smirked, but remained silent. I give you both something to ponder. Sirius concluded, Dumbledore is convinced Voldemort will return to power, somehow. The papers reported what happened with Professor Quirrell. When that happens, there will be another war. Voldemort espousing pureblood supremacy is a lie. He isn't one. His father was a Muggle immortentiated by a near squib. That is what your husband knelt to last time. As head of House Black I offer you the protection of your family, both of you. You need not choose now, you have until the day Voldemort obtains a new body. That is all. Harry followed his godfather's example, stood, turned on his heels and exited. They returned to Sirius, to discover, apparently, owls had left them something to ponder. Mr. Harry Potter. Next couple of weeks were routine for Harry. Working out, studying, writing to his pen pals. Neville emphatically reinforced Sirius' advice that bringing a companion to the Zabini wedding was a must. Blaze's letter assumed that he already had a date. His letters to Ginny resumed, as did hers back. They found their way back to friendship, and Hedwig was a regular visitor to the burrow. Of the Weasley boys, only Percy returned to his pre-diary relationship with Harry. The twins and Ron fed off each other, deciding no apology was owed. "I'd like to see you invite Hermione Granger," was Sirius' suggestion. "You two had a real rough go, so it would be a nice apology. Muggle-borns don't get invited to weddings. I'm sure she'd be fascinated." Harry laughed. "Oh Merlin. She'd never shut up. Questions, questions, questions. I asked Blaze and he said no, his family wouldn't be offended. And since it's their party, is anybody going to invite Ginny? Blood traitor that she is." Sirius confirmed his godson's suspicions. "I'd suggest Neville." Wizard weddings were simple affairs, even among the elite, which the Zabinis were, consisting primarily of signing documents in the ministry. The important part was the reception. And among the top upper crust, everything about the reception was judged. Who sat with who, and where. The quality of decorations and servers. Only vaguely related, and not of the elite. Luna and her father were near the rear. Same for the Weasleys. In the middle were Hogwarts professors and core Zabini and Lockhart relatives. In front of the marriage party itself were the ancient and noble houses seated alphabetically. The bride and groom were radiant beyond any guessed. As was supposed to be. Harry looked around at all the Lockharts, the groom a youthful version of his uncle Gilderoy, and stifled an eye roll. He vowed not to mention Dada during the event. "Mr. and Mrs. Lockhart, my congratulations on behalf of the Potter family." Harry bowed customarily before the married couple and set his gift on the table. He was ceremoniously thanked by the proud parents and the new couple. Blaze pulled his aside as soon as it was appropriate. "Granger looks good," he said. "I saw Draco's jaw drop, and Parkinson looks like she wants blood." "You think that's something? Wait till I ask Narcissa to dance," Harry replied gravely. Blaze gaped. "You wouldn't." "One of my duty dances. As my godfather so informed me," he answered, then continued, "I'm also looking forward to Ron's reaction when I ask Ginny." The young Slytherin gave his classmate a bow and said sadly, "It is much too soon to attend your funeral, my friend. I believe we have the first dance, Miss Granger." Harry offered his hand to Hermione and escorted her to the dance floor. She smiled but was a little troubled. "I seem to be generating an exorbitant amount of attention. All these purebloods didn't know a Muggleborn could look so lovely." He countered, "Mingle, have fun. It's expected you'll dance with Blaze. And the groom, of course. So much like your crush, ain't he?" She shoved at his shoulder. "Enough you. I hope he won't mind if I ask some dumb questions." Hermione, "We're uninformed." He countered firmly, "Not dumb. Draco, and even Ron, do better than us in some classes because they were born into magic. I'll show you some of the stuff Sirius gave me after the reception. Now, we're a couple songs over my duty limit. Excuse me." He winked mischievous at her. She was picked up moments later by an older schoolmate she didn't know. She hissed in shock when her friend made a beeline for his nemesis, Harry. "No way. Lady Malfoy, might I have this dance?" asked Harry, most correctly, attracting a great deal of attention. The Malfoy males both snarled at the impudence, but the lady complied and had an apparently pleasant dance with the boy. "I would be grateful if you pass along my consent to Lord Black's terms. I will abandon my husband the moment he sides with a returned Dark Lord. My son has not told me what he would do." "Understood, Mrs. Malfoy. Thank you for the dance," said Harry. Later, Ginny smiled up at him. "I'd love to dance with you, Harry." "Aren't you going to stop him, Nev?" complained Ron. He shrugged. "Of course not. I danced with Hermione. So did you. Earning the disfavor of every Weasley boy. Sorry about them." Ginny apologized, annoyed she couldn't freely enjoy being in Harry's arms. Mum and Dad both got the message. "So did I." He nodded. "I'm glad we're back on good terms. I'm not ready to welcome Ron back into my life until he apologizes, and I know he means it. As for the twin twits, they'll pay, don't know how yet. I'm officially neutral on that, all right Harry," she said, timidly. He nodded. "That's fine. I don't expect you to fight your brothers for me. I can handle them. All four. I faced down a basilisk and killed a professor already. They don't scare me. Thanks for the dance, Harry." She squeezed him, in spite of seeing a hostile brother glaring at her. At the end, of course, Harry was dancing with Hermione. You had a good time. Except for that one ass. Let's not talk about him. She sighed. Did you have fun? Can I ask what you and Mrs. Malfoy discussed? To which Harry grinned. Didn't you just love Malfoy's face while I was on the floor with her? Yeah, I did. I would not have missed it for the world. Very educational, she admitted sheepishly. And after saying goodnight to their hosts, the Potter Black party returned to Grimmauld Place. From there, Harry escorted Hermione home. Not quite on time, Ian Granger commented, unpleasantly. His wife had spent a most unpleasant evening with her husband, put in sourly. How often have we been to weddings that went on until sunup? If it were that late, I would have tried some of our drills on the boy, Michelle. He shot back at her. Hermione burst in on her parents already half crying. Daddy. How could you? I told you we made up. Harry and Ron are my best friends. Sob. Sir. As Hermione's father I respect you. Harry put a hand on her shoulder and continued emotionlessly. I won't go over the past which she's already explained. We're friends who had an argument. Nothing you can say will change that. And, frankly, after what I've been through, you and all your drills don't scare me a bit. Hermione, sorry about how this ended. I'll write you in a couple days. Ian invaded the smaller teen's personal space and glared down at him. I see that all of yours in this out and I'll wring its neck. Mr. Granger, if Hedwig comes back from here with so much as a missing feather, I'll feed you to a basilisk, or maybe a troll, or acromantula. He threatened, then ed his date on the lips briefly. I had a lovely evening, Hermione. And Hermione, grinning sappily, was suddenly left with one outraged parent, and one merely angry and mostly confused one who wanted to know, what are those creatures he just mentioned? Never a dull day, huh, Harry? Asked Remus Lupin with a sympathetic look. To which the boy sighed, what's that? And tromped up the stairs to bed. There's more of Voldemort's Horcruxes floating about, Harry. And this one is a freebie to collect. It's in Hogwarts, a place called the Room of Requirements. It's on the 7th floor. To keep my little friend involved, ask Dobby to show you exactly where. You need to walk back and forth in front of it exactly 3 times while thinking. I need the Room of Hidden Things. It's a vast place with hundreds of shelves and thousands of items. Find a white harp, a shelf to your right exactly 5 feet past that. On the shelf at your knee will be a diadem, a sort of crown, silver with a blue jewel in the center and the carving of a raven. And, a definite mistake I made, kept hunting for another way to kill the next Horcrux. Rubbish. A basilisk tooth and venom works every time. One way or another there's plenty of both in the chamber. All of that stuff is worth a fortune, by the way. Sell through the goblins. Place some careful restrictions. They can't sell it to any supporter of Voldemort with the mark or without. They can't say who their supplier is. Negotiate hard. Start by offering them a 5% commission. Remind them of the elf bank and the dwarves if they push too high and you need serious approval as your guardian. They hate details like that. Goblins will comply with the letter of every agreement they make. Not what you think it says. Get it in writing, read it yourself, have somebody you absolutely trust read it too. That means they'll have to know about the chamber. Harry thought his older self just a bit on the greedy side. He'd ask Sally if there was anything she wanted. He was looking forward to seeing the basilisk again. Harry had his own money-making idea. He'd sell all the stuff in the Room of Requirements, like a garage sale. The other Horcruxes we'll handle over Christmas with the help of Sirius and Remus. You might have to let them into a bit more of our secret. I can't precisely advise you how much to let them in. Sirius I would trust absolutely, but there's the matter of having stopped Tom's diary from possessing Ginny. Anyone with half a brain would wonder if my diary is the same. Remus is wholeheartedly Dumbledore's man, like Hagrid but with real smarts. My experience with Dumbledore is not pleasant, but I hesitate to call him evil. More that he's a control freak. Remus needs a shock. Ask him bluntly if he had to choose between you and Dumbledore. Then decide how much to tell him. Luck, kiddo. Tap tap. Morning, Harry. Ready for the express. Sirius opened the door. He didn't approach too close, and merely asked, writing? Or reading? With a hint of worry, he replied, studying. Just some last-minute stuff. I'm all set. Be down in a minute. Harry, I wasn't a marauder by being blind and unobservant. He commented ominously, I've seen you with that book. A lot. You go through books like no one I've ever seen, except that one. You said Ginny was obsessive about Tom's diary. That isn't," he allowed the question to trail off. Harry flinched, and quickly tried to recall any of the times he had his diary out around his godfather. He really couldn't think of too many. He wanted desperately to know when, but that would be chancy. "Just a book, really," Harry tried to say, dismissively. He handed it over, "but it has things in it that make a lot sense. I charmed it with some help so only I could read it." "Good work there." Sirius was fascinated, as he turned it over between his hands then handed it back. "Another mystery I'll accept, unless it seems you're behaving odd." "All right." Harry nodded, "Fair enough. But, come to me first." "Fair." After a nod he continued, "I doubt the diary is the only Horcrux Voldemort made. I'm gonna dig into everything I can get to about his life. See if I can find a clue as to what they'd be and where. Just keep your poor godfather in the loop, please." He more than half pleaded, "I'd like to have some notice my charge is unlocking a 1,000-year-old chamber." At that, the boy giggled, "Hey, Sirius, I promised Sally I'd visit as much as I could this year." "Funny, Harry, very funny." He grumbled, "See ya in a bit." Harry first did push-ups and sit-ups, then carried his diary to the shower, washed his belly and back. He charmed the diary with sticking and notice me not charms as usual, then finished his shower. After doing another round of exercises he dried and dressed. Of all the goddamn sodding King bloody stinking sodding asinine lily-livered idiotic morons. Sirius raged in a temper unseen since his release. Assorted cookware was smashed, silverware flew all over the first floor. When it was quiet, Harry peeked down the flight of steps and called out, "Is it all over?" "Come on down, Harry." Sirius sighed angrily, "We got some bad news. Real bad." After stepping on half a dish, breaking it further, Harry stuck his head into the kitchen and quipped, "Better be. Astoria and Daphne aren't around until Christmas now. And he caught a thrown daily prophet. Azkaban escape." In an official statement, the ministry reports that stripped Order of Merlin awardee Peter Pettigrew and convicted murderer Death Eater is missing from the wizard prison. Last confirmed on the island on August 26, the traitor was missing on the next 3 roll calls. His cell has been empty for at last the 8 days. It is assumed Pettigrew is now off the island. Assume he is armed and dangerous. Possibly seeking you-know-who's specter so he can return to power. Any sighting should be reported to the DMLE as soon as possible. Do not attempt to apprehend yourself. Failure to report a sighting can result in criminal prosecution. Well, that really beeps. Harry whispered furiously, throwing the paper in the oven. "Creature." The elf appeared and said, "How can Creature help noble Harry Potter? We had some bad news today, my friend. Can you clean this up? I'm going to Hogwarts today." He explained. Bowing, he replied, "Creature will complete before Master Sirius returns." "Thank you, Creature." Sirius also acknowledged. The elf had improved immensely over the last year. Sirius followed Harry's admonition to treat him decently. Harry allowed him to complete his master's orders. Creature was happy. "Bloody Hermione!" exclaimed Ron, "Keep that cannibal monster away from my owl." The bushy-haired witch countered, "It is perfectly natural for a cat to chase a bird, Ronald. Crookshanks can't help what's in his nature." "Dunno, my own I think I like the big orange furball," Harry quipped as he walked into the leaky cauldron. He was soon engulfed almost to the knees in fur. He bent over and pet the cat, besides, Hedwig would have him for lunch. "Ha ha. Anyway, make sure he goes out on rat patrol at school. Pettigrew is on the loose. Just bring in the body, okay boy." Ron frowned, "Just you keep your distance from my sister, Potter." "Ronald." Mr. Weasley slapped the back of his son's head, then turned, "A word if I might, Harry." Harry shrugged, fed his feathered companion a treat and followed with her on his shoulder, "Sure. First, I do wish to apologize for my boy's behavior. And Mrs. Weasley, she will not be allowed to send any more howlers to you." Mr. Weasley pledged, and, moving on, "Professor Dumbledore asked me to pass on a caution to you not to pursue Peter Pettigrew. He's likely to be out for revenge after you discovered him before. Be careful." Harry nodded answered, "Thank you for your apology, sir. And I appreciate your concern, though I doubt Dumbledore's concern for me. My mistake with Pettigrew was letting him live. Next time he'll get a basilisk tooth like Ginny's diary. I understand the sentiment, Harry. Mrs. Weasley's brothers were victims of the last war, the older wizard said, however I really would wish you not to commit a murder. Certainly not at your age. Leave it to the adults. Harry's eyes were icy. With all due respect, Arthur, I haven't found many adults in my life all that trustworthy. In fact, there are only 3 I know for certain have never lied to me. Have you any objection to my talking to Ginny? Certainly not, answered Mr. Weasley. Enjoy your school year. During the train ride Hermione found an almost empty compartment. Shall we? Who's that? Asked Ron. She answered, Professor Remus J. Lupin. Do you know everything? He wanted to know. Harry paused at the door. Exactly who invited you along, Weasley? We've sat in the same compartment for years now. Protested Ron. You two need me. Harry shook his head. You owe me an apology. I'm not sitting with anyone who's kicked me in the head. Bugger off. The confrontation was interrupted by a wave of chilly air, and then it got colder. Ice formed on the outside glass. A creature that radiated evil got between the boys. Under the hood was the foulest sight a boy could see, the mouth of a Dementor. Expecto Patronum. The sleeping man suddenly yelled, while jumping to his feet. Driving off the foul thing. About the only sorting Harry was interested in this year, especially since his diary was silent on them, was that of Astoria Greengrass. House Slytherin cheered their new first year who sat with her friend, who'd been sorted earlier. And Harry clapped for her too, much to the surprise of his housemates. What are you doing, Harry? Ron complained. Glaring, he shot back, clapping for a friend, Weasley. Like if Ginny or Luna were sorted into another house. And, Percy, congratulations on making head boy. You really fainted, Potter. Draco jeered. Crabbe and Goyle put their hands on their foreheads dramatically. Harry rolled his eyes. Malfoy, your spies are sloppy. Daphne, think you could fill in the story. All right, Potter. The girl said with a smile. A Dementor attacked Weasley and Potter. It had picked him up for a key. Actually the first bits of his soul were already out of his body, when Professor Lupin chased it away with a wolf Patronus. Harry nodded to her, thanks. Now, Malfoy, perhaps you'd like to get as close to a Dementor as I was, huh? Any time you say, cousin. That turned a lot of heads, but he just sat back down without another word. And please welcome Professor Remus J. Lupin, who has graciously agreed to assume the defense against the Dark Arts post. We wish him well, Dumbledore announced. Bringing much attention to Daphne, most people did not know the new man's name. Your first class of the year is divination. A most woolly subject. An elective that you can and should change. Great for Ron, who wants an easy O, Lavender and Parvati, who actually have the gift. You, my young self, do not. She predicts Harry Potter will die this year. Tell her the Grim is a good luck sign in your family and you're going to live longer than Dumbledore. Swap it for arithmancy, much more useful. And add ancient runes. In one of their chats Sirius mentioned his animagus form. Harry found that funny. He'd go through the first class. The inner eye is a great gift and a terrible responsibility. Professor Trelawney intoned gravely. Harry giggled. Spider-Man. Spiderman. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Hermione stifled a smile. Dean was close enough to hear and covered his mouth. Ron didn't get it. Oh, Mr. Potter. The professor exclaimed while shaking her head sadly, you've got the Grim. I'm so sorry. You won't survive the year. Such a pity. Harry jumped up and cheered. Yahoo! I'm living longer than Dumbledore. And skipped out like he'd seen Luna. Hermione, after flicking her crystal ball to the floor, followed a few minutes later. Your second class of the year is Care of Magical Creatures. Hagrid is a good choice for this subject. I love the guy, buuuuutttt with the exception of us, most years are too young for his definition of cute and adorable. I won't ruin the surprise, it was actually quite fun. But, after your fun, you're going to have to save Malfoy from his own stupidity. Just give him a shove, you'll know when. Harry, chatting idly with Dean Thomas and Lavender Brown on their way to the spot Professor Hagrid was waiting to display the first in his Care of Magical Creatures class, took note of the scared expressions of the departing first years. He waved at Astoria Greengrass, but she didn't see him. Watch out, ya little snake whore. Faye Dunbar screeched as she shoved the younger girl. Her friend and Seamus Finnegan laughed at the fallen student. then kicked her feet out from under her when she tried to stand. Harry's wand snapped into his hand and all 3 Gryffindors went flying. He ran over and pulled the Slytherin to her feet. On behalf of Gryffindor, Astoria, he said, I apologize. We're supposed to know better. Thank you, Harry, she replied as regally as she could while choking back a sob. Before limping off, she kicked Faye in the kidneys. Seamus got to his feet and snarled, siding with Snake's Potter. Go ahead, Finnegan, take on 3/6 years all by your lonesome. Harry countered, I dare you. No, I double dare you. First trip to Hogsmeade, ya think. Hagrid was there ordering them down, move it you lot. I want everyone to meet Totodada. Buckbeak. Wow. The class gasped as a part eagle part horse appeared. With a booming chuckle, Hagrid offered, in it he sometin. Buckbeak's a hippogriff. Now, who'd like ta be de first ta pet him? Way to go, guys. Harry grumbled around at his classmates who had all taken a step back, volunteering him. Hagrid tossed a fish at the hippogriff and enthused, 10 points to ya, Harry. Come, Ward, slowly, NND bow, that's it. He bows back and NND you can pet, I am. Pet, the young wizard squeaked. Hagrid was thrilled, another 10 points, Harry. Then he scooped him off the ground and put him on the hippogriff's back. Then slapped him on the rump. Buckbeak squealed in shock and galloped into the air. Woo, hoo. Harry cheered triumphantly as he rode this way and that in the sky. Then soared high and dove practically to the lake's surface. After several minutes he landed red-faced from excitement and chilled wind. Hagrid unceremoniously plucked Harry off Buckbeak's back excitedly and cheered, take 20 points for that ride. Ow, I'm doin' me first day. Brilliant, Professor. Harry panted, brilliant. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy, either not having listened or not caring about the teacher's lecture, stalked toward the hippogriff. You're not dangerous, are you? He spat, you great ugly brute. The hippogriff snarled, growled and reared back furiously. He lifted his front legs, flapped his wings and lashed out at the Slytherin. Harry, warned by his diary, jumped into the horse eagle's way, slapping Malfoy out of danger. Buckbeak reared back to strike again, inspiring terror in the class, except for Harry who stood there silent and stern. The young wizard didn't even flinch when a hoof incidentally struck his right shoulder, raising a large bruise, ripping through his robe, shirt and drawing blood. Buckbeak snorted, whinnied and calmed, stepped forward slowly and gently nudged the human in apology. Then trotted off, head hanging in shame. Harry! Hagrid exclaimed in high anxiety, yea lie there. It was only then he noticed the mid-range serious wound. After Fluffy and Sally this is nothing. Harry teased, rather giddily, then wincing in pain, biting his cheek, he managed to calmly request permission to visit the hospital wing, Professor. Halfway into his spiel, Susan Bones rushed forward, yanking off her own robe and ripped her shirt sleeve from her arm. She quickly and efficiently bandaged the wound. Permission to take the boy who lived too. She who heals. The Hufflepuff added, in the same cool tones. Granted. Off with the both of ya. Hagrid growled, Harry, 50 points for rescuing an idiot. Bones, 50 points for rescuing the other idiot. His tone was vastly softer during the second award. The redhead put the boy's uninjured arm over her shoulder for support and her free arm around his waist as they set off. She lectured the somewhat uncooperative patient, now let me help you get there or I'll just locomotor you there. Got it, Potter. Called out Dean, save stupid Slytherin from creature, get pretty girl. And there was a round of laughter. As much from relief that Harry wasn't seriously injured as from amusement. Madame Pomfrey grumbled and snarled anxiously, you again, Potter. Can you not just occasionally visit me without being coated in blood? What happened this time? And here, take this potion or I'll have Miss Bones force it down your throat. Harry saved Malfoy from an enraged hippogriff. Susan explained briefly, and giggled at his disgusted expression, was that the potion or the saving Malfoy part? He gave her a glare while dragging his tongue across his teeth to get rid of the taste, shoulda let Buckbeak have him. Well, good thing you didn't, the Medowitch declared, while pouring disinfectant onto the wound causing it to sizzle, indeed. Insulting a hippogriff. He would have been gored and think of the paperwork for me. More importantly you probably saved Professor Hagrid his job. As the burning of his shoulder faded another round of giddiness overtook Harry, he declared, Yeppers. Right in between hearing a squawking angry hippogriff and looking at a pretty redhead I was worried about Hagrid's career. And a blushing Susan clued him in. I said something about a pretty redhead, didn't I? Twice, Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey informed him. Shall I let Mr. Weasley know of your amorous intent? Susan giggled there. You do that, madam. Go right ahead. OWWWWWWIIIE. She whined as Harry tugged on a lock of hair. So, began Harry as the Medowitch departed for additional supplies, can we explore my, amorous gulp intent? First Hogsmeade visit is, next Saturday. The redhead sighed sadly, hate to say no, Harry. But I already have a date. Sorry. Right. Sorry. Of course you do. The raven-haired boy was just embarrassed. She pecked his cheek and replied, don't be, Harry. What I mean is, let's face it, it's my first date. Do you think you're likely to marry your first date? We'll get a shot sooner or later, I'm sure. You go with someone, Lavender Brown perhaps, or Daphne Greengrass, I hear you're friendly with her. See you in potions, he said sadly. If only he could have heard the conversation that took place between Hagrid and Draco. It would have eased his disappointment greatly. Mr. Malfoy, remain after class. Professor Hagrid ordered, everyone else, dismissed, good first class. Mr. Malfoy, what were my instructions concerning treatment of a hippogriff? Draco gave a negligent shrug, as if I'd pay attention to a great oaf like you. That'll be 25 points from Slytherin fair no paying attention in class. The professor growled, and another 25 points from Slytherin fair insultin' a professor. And I think a thank ye tay, Harry Potter fair savin, pureblue ass from a goring. Draco blustered, wait'll my father hears of this. Dad is sittin' in jail fair, tempted murder. Of the same boy dat saved Hagrid reminded him, and I remember, I am when he was here. Arrogant lil brat, struttin' round like he owned the place. Said same as you, wait'll my father hears of this. Ye'd do better following mum's example. Get out of me sight. I don't know what kind of grades you be getting in potions, but I wanted things as natural as possible with your own, better than mine, study habits. No reason to tempt fate though. The previous potions professor was Horace Slughorn. He believed potions should be in the open. His classroom was on the second floor, below Professor Burbage's Muggle Studies classroom. There are a set of shelves near the back of the room. On the top shelf are several books, one titled Advanced Potion Making. Written on the inside cover is this book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. Use it, watch the grades jump, but do it slowly. There are some spells the Half-Blood Prince invented throughout the book. They're mostly safe and useful, one is worse than the killing curse. Do not, under any circumstances, cast Sectum Sempra on anyone. They will die slowly and painfully. Here you go, Hedwig. Harry told his avian friend. A letter for Gringotts. New business or some such department. I'm sure you'll find the right place. Thanks. The owl puffed up as if to say of course, I can, silly boy. And took off. Gringotts Bank. I have access to a substantial treasure and feel a neutral party best to help me sell it. Please set an appointment some weekend soon to discuss arrangements. Harry James of House Potter. Very well done, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall said during Transfiguration class. Same for you, Miss Granger. And, Mr. Crabbe. A rarity here. 15 points to Slytherin. Well, that concludes today's class. For homework, read the next 4 chapters and answer the questions at the end of each. Mr. Potter, please remain. He stood after the last student departed and said, yes, Professor. You recall the meeting tonight to dispute the detentions and points deducted by Professor Snape. Right after supper, she asked. I remind you we do have an internal procedure for that, which usually does not include guardians. Harry nodded grudgingly. Yeah, the board of directors, and it took from Christmas to end of term for that to happen. I could have just gone to them with this. You do know you're making a powerful enemy, don't you? She pointed out. To which Harry shrugged. My father was Snivellus' enemy. Not me. Don't. I said that on purpose. Snivellus is the student enemy of James Potter. Tell me, imagine in, say, 2017, I'm a professor, your headmistress, in my class walks Severus Snape Jr. And I call him a snotty brat son of a greasy-haired git. What do you do? Potter, I will not discuss hypotheticals with you. She dodged. He gave a very Dumbledore-ish response. I see, Professor McGonagall, but that is the real situation I am in. And Professor Snape already made himself my enemy. See, I can use the title. Is there anything else? In fact, there is. Something personal. She replied, it has become apparent to me, from conversations I have heard, that you are much more aware of your family relations. This only makes sense, as you've been staying with your godfather. Harry shrugged, yeah, so, I'm not exactly thrilled to be Malfoy's cousin. But then, he's no worse than Dudley. I find your comparisons there disturbing. She answered, on many levels. You offer hints, bits and pieces, but no real details. May I ask why? Harry shook his head, no. I see. She replied, feeling even the hint of warmth going away. She brought a book from her robes. Your grandmother, when, well, we were students together. Very good friends. I was one of her bridesmaids. When she married, she told me she was now Doria Potter. And gave me her diary saying Doria Black was her past. I think she would want you to have it. And she offered the green, silver book. He took it with a less than grateful expression. I guess I should be thanking you like when Dumbledore gave me my father's INV. Well, something of his. For Christmas. HMPF. May I go? Well, that wasn't very productive. She said as her classroom door closed. Albus Potter is not exactly grateful when people give him things he thinks are rightfully his. And I find it disturbing that he views Mr. Malfoy more favorably than his own cousin. Dumbledore's head, in her fireplace, replied, Harry must be steered away from anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to the dark. I should think you could do better than movie quotes. She closed the flow connection. Things have been a little chaotic in Defense Against the Dark Arts, haven't they? Asked the latest victim. My name is Remus J. Lupin and I plan to teach more practically. That doesn't mean you won't do essays for homework. But I will teach real spells and, for your class, some of the dark creatures. Boys smiled at that. Some girls were a little sour because he was clearly criticizing the gorgeous Professor Lockhart. Pansy spoke for them. I don't know of anyone who could be better than Professor Lockhart. Well, Miss Parkinson, we'll just have to see. Won't we? Said Lupin, pushing a cabinet forward. One that moved on its own. Can anyone tell me what's in here? Hermione jumped into the moment, seemingly appearing from nowhere, answering, that's a boggart, Professor. Correct, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor. Lupin acknowledged. Then, and what does a boggart look like? Mr. Zabini. The Slytherin answered, no one knows their real form. It looks like whatever you fear the most. Correct. Take 5, Mr. Zabini. The professor said, and looking around, you. Come on up. Your name, sorry, and what do you fear most? There was just mumbling, then he laughed uproariously, yes, Mr. Longbottom, we're all a little afraid of Professor Snape. Then he whispered in the Gryffindor's ear. He opened the door and an 8-foot-tall Professor Snape lumbered out and glared down at Neville, who turned away and cowered terribly. There, the wardrobe is closed, Neville, said Lupin kindly. Now humor is the best weapon against a boggart. The spell to repel a boggart is ridiculous. Everyone say it with me. Very good. Draco muttered to his bodyguards, this whole class is ridiculous. A good rule of thumb, Mr. Malfoy, is to assume everyone in the room may be able to hear you. Said Lupin, waving the student forward, we'll get to you next, Neville. If you please, Mr. Malfoy. Now what you should do is picture your worst fear as something funny. That is the best way to power the spell. Ready? Draco glared disdainfully and quipped, of course, I'm a Malfoy. The wardrobe opened, out came an angry hippogriff, snapping, spitting and wings flapping, ridiculous. The boy fired. And it was suddenly yellow with pink polka dots and squeaking like a pygmy puff. He turned on his heels and grinned arrogantly. Nicely done, Mr. Malfoy. 10 points to Slytherin. Lupin acknowledged. He flipped on a record player with some entertaining music and ordered, right. Form a line and you can all have a go. One at a time. A large group was in the headmaster's office. Several seats were transfigured objects. For the formal record, Dumbledore began. In attendance are Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Head of Gryffindor House, Severus Snape, Head of Slytherin House, Rubeus Hagrid, Care of Magical Creatures Professor, Sirius Black, Guardian of Harry Potter, Miss Astoria Greengrass, Mr. Draco Malfoy, Miss Susan Bones, Mr. Ronald Weasley, Mr. Dean Thomas, Miss Faye Dunbar and Miss Ina Smith. At issue is Professor Snape deducting 50 points from Gryffindor and assigning 30 days detention to Mr. Harry Potter. Professor Snape doubled that discipline when Mr. Potter did not report for his first night's detention. As headmaster, I have suspended all further discipline until I have ruled. And, in a separate incident, a 50-point penalty for goading an animal into attacking a student. Bullying must be dealt with in the harshest manner possible. Snape began justifying his punishment. Potter took part in an assault on a first-year girl. Just a child. Frankly, if it were in my hand, Potter would already be expelled. Harry slipped in. When are you being fired, Snape? That is Professor Snape. Dumbledore corrected, exasperated at what must be the 100th time. Strike Mr. Potter's question from the record. Sirius put it back in. When are you being fired, Snape? My godson asks a question I plan to ask of the board. Moving along, declared Dumbledore, the victim present is Miss Astoria Greengrass. Please tell your story, young lady. In a small voice, the first year described the incident. I was talking to Professor Hagrid after class, so I was last to leave when his next class was coming. Finnegan, Smith and Dunbar pushed me down and started kicking rocks and dirt on me. Professor Hagrid, can you confirm? Asked Dumbledore. The bearded giant stood and answered, yes sir. Well, partly, I mean. Lil Story was last to leave me class. May we please have proper names as this is an official inquiry? Snape drawled out. In future, professors, students, please use Mr. Miss, or Professor as circumstances require. Dumbledore said. Sirius signaled for recognition, and asked, if I may, Miss Greengrass, I heard the 3 names you stated. How was Harry Potter involved in this incident? Suddenly, they weren't standing over me anymore. There was a burst of bluish green and they were a good 15 feet away. She answered. Sirius nodded, thank you. And one last thing. What do you think of Mr. Potter? Is he an enemy? Or a friend? Well, Astoria pinched her chin of a few seconds. I don't know him all that well. But my sister likes him. Harry's never been mean to me and waves if he sees me. Snape sneered. The girl has obviously been confounded. Potter, no doubt. Ah, your whole theory of the crime, no doubt. Sirius seized on that. Professors, a question. What year is the confundus taught in? Hermione automatically jumped in. I saw it in the 6th year charms syllabus. Thank you, Miss Granger, but please contain yourself to only answering when you are specifically asked a question. Said Dumbledore, kindly. Sirius winked at her and looked at his godson. Harry, what is one of the most common ways Professor Snape addresses students? Not you specifically, but students generally, especially younger ones. Idiots and dunderheads, answered Harry, glaring at the potion master. Dumbledore put in, this relates specifically to Harry's actions. What is the relevance here, Mr. Black? Well, I'm forced to wonder how a 3rd-year dunderhead could possibly learn a 6th-year spell. He had to grin, glad he'd thought of this and coached Harry, so I think we can, based right on Professor Snape's professional opinion, say that Harry couldn't possibly have confounded his student. McGonagall nodded. Mr. Black does have an interesting point. Professor Snape, what is your opinion? Asked Dumbledore. He looked around, angrily, and especially at Astoria. It seems I may have acted on incomplete information. He offered, sneering the whole time. He saved his worst glare for Harry. Did you thank Potter for assisting you, Greengrass? Yes, Professor Snape. The first year said, voice quavering. Sirius grinned, maliciously and said, isn't it appropriate for Mr. Potter to be awarded points by Professor Snape? After all, it was his student that was helped. Let us first note that Mr. Potter's 100-point deduction in 2-month detentions are voided. McGonagall put in, and, yes, I agree with Mr. Black. I believe Professor Snape should offer this publicly. Harry offered her something of a smile. I agree. So ordered. Dumbledore nodded, and moving on. Professor Snape assigned detention and deducted 50 points for an assault on Draco Malfoy. Snape asked, Mr. Malfoy, did Potter attack you during? That's Mr. Potter. Harry interrupted. Dumbledore said, Harry, it is rude too. That's Mr. Potter. Harry interrupted again. Just reminding you of your rule, Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Malfoy, Did Potter attack you during, he got to the same spot? Harry did not bat an eye, that's Mr. Potter. Are these interruptions going to persist, Headmaster? The potions professor gritted out. Harry smirked, only as long as you don't follow the headmaster's rules, Professor Snape. But he was flawlessly polite. Potter attack, Draco began. That's Mr. Potter. Harry interrupted, still cool, Mr. Malfoy. McGonagall looked right at him, annoyed. Do you intend to stop this entire meeting over this, Mr. Potter? I think they should lose points until they're willing to follow Professor Dumbledore's rules, Professor McGonagall. Answered Harry. Sirius could barely control himself. Excuse me, Mr. Potter has a point. Say, 5 points per offense. Mr. Malfoy, proceed with your testimony. Said Dumbledore. The Slytherin nodded. Yes sir. I was approaching the hippogriff Professor Hagrid was instructing the class on when Potter push. 5 points from Slytherin. Requested Sirius. To which McGonagall nodded. 5 points off, Mr. Malfoy. Professor. Draco complained. Harry smiled broadly. Gloating Potter. Snape sneered. McGonagall glared at him. It is adults that must set the example, Professor Snape. 25 points from Slytherin. Ron slapped his knee and cheered. The other students tended toward shocked expressions. Mr. Potter then shoved me to the ground without any provocation. Said Draco. Snape added, see what my Slytherins deal with Headmaster. Professor Hagrid. Dumbledore asked, how were events from your point of view? The half-giant testified, well, I was showin' all me classes Buckbeak, me hippogriff. I fed, I am fish, splained how proud they is, then. Snape interrupted, skip all of that rigmarole. Get to the point. Did Harry Potter shove Draco Malfoy? Yes or no? Well yes. Hagrid admitted, but, there's no, the ol' street. I suggest we let Professor Hagrid continue. Sirius offered, I'd like to see how closely his version agrees with my godson's. When no one else spoke, Hagrid took it as permission to resume. I tell ye bow to a hippogriff and he bows back, like Mr. Potter did wi, Buckbeak, ye can pet, I am. And if he likes that ye can ride, I am. Move it along, please, Professor. Dumbledore prodded. Hagrid replied, oh, yes sir, sorry sir. After Harry's flight, gasped Sirius, then he waved it off. Never mind, you can tell me later. Harry grinned at both of them. So did Hagrid. Before continuing, Harry got off a Buckbeak, den drive, Mr. Malfoy walked up to Buckbeak wi out bowing or any other, instructions I gave. And shouted at the poor creature. Buckbeak was so upset and angry he naturally charged. This when Mr. Potter got, tween Mr. Malfoy and Buckbeak. Most, amazing thing ya ever did see. Ari just stood dear, let Buckbeak take a swipe o' his arm and stared, I am calm. Made me proud to be a griff myself. So, to sum up. Said Sirius, and I want to be completely clear. Are you saying that Mr. Potter saved Mr. Malfoy's life? Hagrid nodded. Potter. No, I do not owe stinking Potter a life debt. Yelled Draco. Harry smirked. Wouldn't that, be 10 points? Professor. Groaned Dumbledore. Sighed inaudibly, how about the rest of you students? Does Professor Hagrid's account agree with your recollections? Say yes Professor, Ronald. Hermione nudged a lost-looking redhead. Susan added, yes, Professor. As did the other Gryffindors who really didn't like Harry just then. Harry grinned, just a bit snarky, if saving someone from getting roughed up is worth 50 points, what do I get for saving a life? Oh, and what exactly is a life debt? I think 50 is fine. Said Sirius with a huge smile, just so long as Professor Snape announces the award. Oh, and may I stay for the awarding? There must be an empty classroom and I can transfigure a chair. Harry nodded enthusiastically, oh. That'd be great. Can you stay a while? Please 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 please. I think we're finished for the evening. Dumbledore said tiredly, pinching his nose and removing his glasses, everybody is dismissed. Good night. In the pre-dawn light, Sirius Black was standing at the shore of his eponymous lake watching 4 Gryffindors, 2 Slytherins, 2 Hufflepuffs and a Ravenclaw running. Outdistancing them all greatly was his godson. It's something to watch Hagrid. He's been through so much. He told his companion, he never slows down. Not until he has to stop running and then he's doing sit-ups and push-ups. I'd bloody die. You've no idea, Sirius. The half-giant responded, if there's bad weather he runs the tower. All the way. Top to bottom at this speed. I lost count, how many times. And, in the Great Hall, Sirius watched with astonishment as Harry engaged in a Hufflepuff day between Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Something really rocked his world, 3 Slytherins sitting with Gryffindor. He had to rattle his head. Never saw so much mixing in my day, Pomona. He observed. Harry started it. She replied, you should have seen their faces that first time. The lad actually challenged Severus to prove it in the rules. Of course, he has special privileges this year, having won us the cup last year. Sirius shook his head ruefully, that boy doesn't believe in my house, right or wrong. And you do, Mr. Black? Asked the Hufflepuff head just as if he were still a student. To which, Sirius bowed, I'll support Harry to do what's right, Professor. Severus could have treated him like every other student here. He's the one that carried the Marauder feud onto Harry. So forgive me if I gloat in silence. My young witches and wizards, I hope everyone had a fine breakfast. Announced Dumbledore. Occasionally, a professor errs in how he or she resolves a situation. In one particularly large, it is only right to make amends publicly. For the rest of the announcements, please give your attention to Professor Snape. Naturally, there was trepidation from most of the school, and any time their head spoke, Slytherin gave their undivided attention. Mr. Potter, if you would. Snape hated every word he said. I misinterpreted stories told to me 2 days ago. It seems instead of harming 2 of my Slytherins, Mr. Potter was instrumental in preventing harm to Astoria Greengrass and Draco Malfoy. Naturally, the assigned detentions are voided. The total of 100 points deducted or reinstated. And, in the interest of fairness, I Severus Snape award Mr. Potter 100 points. Remus glared at Sirius, who had laughter ready to explode on his face. Sirius held it in and only lightly clapped. Harry took the potion master's offered hand and politely said, thank you, Professor Snape. Enjoy this moment, Potter. Snape pitched his voice so only the boy could hear. Seeing Harry Potter shake hands with Professor Snape was burned into the memory of the entire school for centuries to come. Harry then walked over to the Slytherin table. And at the hand of Astoria, she hugged him. He was stopped and briefly spoken to by her sister Daphne. To not acknowledge would have been unforgivable. Draco stood and, very stiffy, bowed to Harry. Gryffindor had jumped from dead last to run away first in the early House Cup race. Hope things are on track. Exercises should be routine now, just keep them up. All physical, magical and mental occlumency and later legilimency will be important. Coming up on Hogsmeade weekend, again, make a date. But how about some fun, huh? Hopefully you've heard some Marauders stories from Remus and Sirius. They were quite the group, even counting Peter. Well, you're about to get a great piece of Marauder legacy, the Marauders map. A way to get around that, with Dad's invisibility cloak, should make you unstoppable in Hogwarts. Those twins of chaos, Gret and Forge, are due to give it to you about now. Enjoy yourself. Harry knew his old self was friends with the Weasleys, and from the way the diary read, right to the end of his life. And that was fine for old Harry. But he was still angry with Ron and the twins. Very. It was over 6 months now and no apology in sight. Granted, Ron had made some vaguely friendly remarks, but nothing meaningful. But Fred and George pulled a couple unfriendly pranks on him and paid for it. There was nothing but cold stares between him and the 3 Weasley boys. Great practice, everyone. Oliver Wood bellowed, we're ready for Ravenclaw. Good job, Harry. After the captain departed, Harry had another run-in. He pushed Fred into the shower and snarled, you 2 beaters better defend me during the game better than you attacked me tonight. Get me. Twit. Or what, Potter? Sneered George from behind, stupefied. Harry looked down with his own sneer, nice shot, Weasley. Hey, just too slow. And he stalked out. On the boys' return to their room, a scroll was on the floor between their beds. Weasleys, I am here to reclaim my legacy. Have what you took from Filch's office at the Astronomy Tower Friday night at 10:30 p.m. You wouldn't violate the prankster's code, would you? Prongs Jr. My dear Fred Rick, it is a truly remarkable day that has come upon us. Said George, delightedly. Fred was equally awed. Yes, a truly grand moment in the history of prankdom. Imagine the honor. At last to know the identities of our idols. The prized possession was out on his bed in moments, curtains drawn. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Could it be a sixth or seventh? Asked George. Fred shook his head. Most improbable, oh ugly one. They would have retrieved it before we got here. I think a younger much more likely. Who among the babes could it be? Asked George. Ronald, perhaps. Fred tapped his chin, difficult to believe. Hiding his cleverness all these years. A little too deeply, I conclude, sir. At least a second-string suspect. George answered. Who amongst the fledglings looks the most innocent? George lit up. The most naive. Colin Creevy. They concluded. And during the next 3 days the on second year became very paranoid as the two older redheads followed him mercilessly. Harry. The excitable Gryffindor exclaimed. Can you help me? They won't leave me alone. I wish I could help Colin. Replied Harry. Those two hate me. Complained to McGonagall. Maybe she won't be as useless to you as she is to me. When Friday finally came, the twin Weasleys were simply crazy trying to figure out the puzzle they'd been handed. And no closer to solving it. They didn't remotely care about the Quidditch game tomorrow, all they wanted was the identity of the new marauder in Hogwarts. 20 minutes early Fred and George were waiting atop the tower, map open and focused on every approach. Simultaneously, they exclaimed, "No! Yeah me, you stinking bastards!" Harry growled softly, "How do you like that? The son of one of your heroes is the same bastard whose sister owes him her very soul." "Well, hand it over," they countered. "How do we know you're even telling the truth? Why can't just one of you talk?" sneered Harry, "or do the two of you share a brain?" "Right. What have you learned about the Marauders? How about you tell us? We'll listen. Decide if you deserve the map." Harry gave an impatient look and asked, "Do you know any of their real names?" "No," they admitted. Harry grinned. "Do you understand the meaning of the nicknames?" "No," they said, glumly. Harry smirked. "Do you even know when they were here?" "70s," answered George, hesitantly. Harry snorted. "You guessed. Did you even guess that much before you learned of Prongs Jr.? You never even guessed me. Poor Colin. He thinks you're stalking him. Still haven't really proved anything, Potter," Fred pointed out. Harry sat on a board near them, indicated they should put the map down and intoned, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Prongs Jr. requests a meeting. We didn't know you could do that." Harry grinned nastily. "Blood only. Prove thine identity or be declared false," the map ordered. Harry touched his wand to his fingertip. A dot of blood appeared and he pressed it down. "Thine identity verified. Command us. Show me Dumbledore in his room," Harry ordered. The castle vanished and the headmaster doing paperwork at his desk appeared. Not live in color, cartoon sketches, but still. The twins were odd. A level of ability they had never found. "Show us more." Who were they? Harry was about to make them pay for their abuse. "Well, first on the list, my illustrious sire, Prongs, if you please." Dumbledore vanished from the parchment and a boy, slightly older than any of the three present in the flesh appeared, introduced himself, "James Charles Potter, at your service." "Mischief managed," Harry said abruptly, then to their shocked expressions sneered, "Prongs because of his animagus ability, a stag, just like the others. Moony, a wolf. Padfoot, a dog. And Wormtail, well I owe you a thanks for that, is Peter Pettigrew." The pair were stunned, mouths gaping for several seconds. Then George noted, "Wait a second. You didn't tell us their other names." "No I didn't. And I don't plan to either," he replied bitterly. He plucked the now blank parchment off the board and glared at them. "I'd have loved to have fun telling you all I've learned. But you don't deserve it." Sunday morning after breakfast Harry was sitting in the Gryffindor common room with Luna, helping with a potions essay. The girl asked, quite intelligently, "And why is it better to dice the newt's eyes instead of crushing them?" "Because by crushing you leave most of the fluid on the table going to waste," Harry explained. "I know it's odd, but I haven't read up to why with some ingredients you do crush them. I'll let you know." Neville wanted to know, "Where'd you read that? I never saw that in textbooks." "Well, good morning Hermione," Harry quipped, to the amusement of those nearby. Well, all but one, who did have a curious look on her face, she asked, "May I? This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince." "Who is that? Where did you find this?" I was exploring and found an abandoned potions classroom. Strictly speaking, that was the truth, it was on one of the shelves. After I go through it, I'll let you have a go. Hermione looked moderately pleased. Ginny was frowning. I wouldn't trust anything I just found. I know, Gin, said Harry softly. This is all right though. I had it checked. You can watch me though, let someone know if I start acting weird. Luna gazed at her friend for a second then commented, you have just given Ginevra permission to indulge in her most favorite hobby. Luna, it's Ginny. The redhead complained. Luna Fo whispered, notice she does not protest my observation. Stop it, Luna. Harry scolded, blushing. Ron settled in and asked, is it the tease Ginny hour? Bugger off, Ron. Ginny growled, Harry, can we talk? Alone. She was blushing, too. And it didn't help when much of the common room made why noises. Strolling beside his favorite Weasley at a pace he found almost impossibly slow, he finally said, I can't help the teasing, Gin. You know that. Hell, maybe when you're old enough to go, we'll go to Hogsmeade together. This has nothing to do with that. She replied, thankful for the reddened torchlight that masked her blush. Harry, I know it was me that started this fight and I was so wrong. I don't merely owe you my life, I owe you my very soul. Possession by Tom would have been as bad as being a Dementor victim. Worse, maybe. Harry cut in, Ginny, and I probably don't have the right to ask for a favor. She cut him off. He answered, of course you can. You're my friend. I don't want someone running around doing things for me for the rest of her life. And I'm not keeping score. What's on your mind? My brothers. She sighed. You and Percy seem fine, well, same as before the diary came out. Ron, well, I think he thinks you've replaced him with Neville and he's jealous. It's Fred and George that seem to have come out the worst with you. And, just recently, it seems like they took a real beating. Not even Mum has, well, they more likely enjoyed her yelling. What happened? Harry shrugged, no reason not to tell you, I guess. They had something of my dad's that helped their pranks. The Marauders, map, she more stated than asked. He chuckled, why am I not surprised? Anyway, my dad was Prawns. Wormtail is Peter Pettigrew aka Scabbers. I told them that much and reclaimed what's rightfully mine. I showed them part of the map they never knew and I also told them I know who the other Marauders were. Then, I took the map and left. Wormtail, Pettigrew, EU. Ginny complained, then tapping her chin with her wand cogitated, if they were all Marauders, your dad, Pettigrew, Sirius Black was in Azkaban for betraying your dad. And you spent the summer with, well, not counting Slytherin girls, haha, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, who is now a professor, and I do remember you cheering quite loudly. Harry stumbled, shocked, are you smarter than Hermione? He grinned in response to her grin, I'd appreciate it if you kept that to yourself. This isn't just a practical joke you're playing, is it? She asked. He shook his head, bitterly, no, if it was, I'd rag on them, toss out a clue from time to time and eventually tell them. The way things are now, I wouldn't confirm even if they get it right. And I'm asking you not to tell them. It would be a great prank. I'm sorry there's so much anger. But, it's your secret to tell or not. She agreed. He pointed out, it's not your fault. Not anymore. They went down different corridors to their classes. OC. McGonagall visited old Harry again, Mr. Crow was pleased to receive your greetings, Mr. Potter. Excellent, Minerva. The Ancient One welcomed her, but, please call me Harry. Giving a wicked grin that just didn't belong on her face, McGonagall replied, forgive me, sir. I was hardly used to Professor Dumbledore's first name when he was taken. Surely you cannot expect me to so informally address someone so venerable as yourself. Harry entered the girls' loo, the only one boys didn't get in trouble for, afternoon, Myrtle. He called out, hello Harry. The teenage ghost burst out of her stall, what do you want? He winked, just to say hi. I'm going to visit Sally. You know it wasn't her fault you died. It was Tom's. What? No, she screeched. And at the boy's quiet steadiness, the ghost wailed until she lapsed into sobbing. He was my boyfriend. He was. Harry took her ectoplasmic hand, well sort of, and consoled her, I don't know if he was anybody's friend. Ever. He killed lots of people. My parents for instance. Ginny, the red-haired girl you saw here, Tom would have taken more than her life if I hadn't destroyed his book. I'm sorry. Thank you, Harry. She sobbed, you are a good boy. Could you marry me? He blushed, royally, I'm sorry Myrtle. I'm a little too young to think about that. Give me a few years. Bye now. Hello Harry Potter, you have returned as promised. Came a hissing that would have sounded very ominous to almost anyone. He turned a corner and ran in Hiya Sally. Oh my. You're hurt. Indeed I am. Acromantula wounds do not heal quickly. The basilisk's hissing was strained. The remains of a smaller than average monster, crushed in the coils. Its foot-long fangs embedded in Sally's scales. And blood flowing out. Harry reacted as best he could, conjuring another large barrel as had been collecting venom he planned to sell. Tergio. Drew all the blood into the barrel, and, Episky. Did the best he could on the wound. Stay right here. I have not moved in 5 days, Harry Potter, replied Sally, tiredly. Harry, thankful for his exercising, raced through the school at top speed. He turned corners, bouncing off walls and dodging other students, yelling, find Hagrid, second floor Lou. And when he got to the hospital wing, still hardly breathing heavy, Madame Pomfrey. Bring poison potions and healing potions. Quick. Right Potter. Where are we going? Lead the way, she said after 3 interminable minutes. Harry unceremoniously tossed her onto his shoulder and was off again, at a slower pace than he got there, but still quicker than the Medowitch's pace. A clever 7th year, who'd heard the whole thing, fired a feather light spell, hitting the witch. He moved significantly faster. Exhausted at the end of his journey, he put her on her feet and puffed. Good, you're here Hagrid. Follow me. Shield your eyes, till I tell you. Ari. He's magnificent, said Hagrid. Harry giggled, thank you. Except he's a she. Madame Pomfrey, I couldn't close the wound. A pisky just isn't enough. Not the medical emergency I was expecting, Harry. She complained. Quickly getting worried and causing annoyance, he said, you're a healer, she's a patient, do your job. Why'd she go after Aragog's nest? Asked Hagrid, pulling away the spider carcass. After back and forth hissing Harry had to giggle, she said nothing like a good spider. Especially crunchy. Ew. Sally. Anyway, she got a little too close to the main nest. 10 of them was just too many at once. This one was half crushed, but had its fangs dug in. Thank the healers for me Harry, said Sally, luxuriating in freedom from pain. After Hagrid and Poppy were gone, he told her goblins are coming to collect your waste. I imagine your blood will be a delightful bonus to them. Of course I'll buy you anything you want or need. I thought you'd want to know, I'm getting another of the evil one's objects from right here in the castle. You wouldn't mind chomping it for me? With pleasure, Harry Potter. And I shall think about what I might need. Right now, I have not slept. Please delay for a fortnight or so. And, with a yawn, the basilisk's eyes shut. The castle was decorated. Homework was all but non-existent as teachers gave holiday exemptions to one and all. High excitement and laughter ran through all the students. All except one, and a particular professor was especially miserable, although it was hard to notice. One boy's friends learned long ago to leave him to himself this particular holiday. You see, it was Halloween. And while the entire wizarding world celebrated this as the day the who fell from power, this was the day Harry Potter lost his parents. Of all the residents of Hogwarts, only Albus Dumbledore knew that this was the one connection Severus Snape shared with the son of his nemesis. This day he reached out to both. Not in any particular order except in terms of location, the headmaster entered the otherwise locked potions classroom. Hello Severus. The usual Halloween for you? He asked sadly. Crash! A glass of fire whiskey shattered on the wall a few feet from the pointed hat. And an angry snarl ordered, get out Dumbledore. You should count yourself fortunate I am not Voldemort, boy. He said, harshly, be that as it may, do you have anything you want to tell me? Snape stumbled off his chair and staggered forward in a way that would have terrified every student in Hogwarts. You knew all along the Dark Lord would be back. He growled, and yanked up his sleeve. It is darker than it has been since that night. Was there really ever any doubt? Asked Albus, matter-of-factly. Snape clenched a fist between them and cried, then everything she did was for nothing. Her life. You can then expect to be called upon to do as you did before. Dumbledore was the voice of fate. Disgusted, he retorted, a spy. A traitor. Only if you choose to view yourself that way, Severus. The headmaster answered, "You saw the wrongness of Voldemort, even if too late to save Lily. You chose to do right. Continue to do so in the days ahead, my friend. Now I must see to today's other mourner." Snape growled, "He has no idea what he lost. Get out, and don't expect me to teach those dunderheads tomorrow." He staggered back to a new bottle. "I know you are feeling down today. It never failed me either. Everyone celebrates while you mourn. For me, May 2nd became just as bad. The Great Battle of Hogwarts it became known as. Remember, Mum and Dad died to save you. I hope by now you've forgotten the bullshit Vernon and Petunia fed you. Lily and James Potter were heroes and not for the great deed for which Wizardkind hails. Only and simply because they loved you that much. That's the way I learned to remember them. Happy Halloween, Harry. Somebody gets me." Tears flowed down the boy's face. Cleansing tears. He made no effort to wipe them away. "What do you want?" It was Headmaster Dumbledore. "The school is celebrating the holiday, Harry. I thought you might prefer some happiness as opposed to being up here alone. Today is the day Voldemort murdered my parents." Harry sniffled as he tucked his covers over his diary. "Today is the day you sentenced me to hell. Today is the day Sirius, thanks to Hagrid following your orders, was sentenced to hell. What makes you think you know what I want?" Dumbledore approached the only occupied bed in the room. "Ah, Harry, decisions had to be made at the time. Quick decisions. To ensure your safety and the greater good of the world. Good bloody job you did too." Harry cursed and sobbed. "So far I only met 3 people who really understand me. The Malfoys were as bad to Dobby as I had with the Dursleys. Neville told me about his parents, and..." He trailed off and looked away. Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up. He brushed an undetectable probe against the boy's mind. Unfortunately it was too weak to penetrate the existing shield, and any probe strong enough would cause a repeat of last year's incident. So he pressed verbally, "Who, Harry?" "Forget it." He gritted out, consciously trying to close his shields. One hand froze his blanket, the other ignited it. There wasn't a massive fire, but he did jump off the bed, then sighing in relief once he remembered his diary wouldn't burn. Dumbledore extinguished the flame a moment later and repaired the blanket. "A bout of accidental magic, Harry. No doubt fueled by your rather unusual method of learning occlumency. I apologize if I upset you. My condolences for the loss of your parents. Go," Harry ordered curtly. And he was surprised when the headmaster did. Orfeo was a goblin too young to have a true name. Gringotts did not consider a new business proposal from a 13-year-old wizard worth any serious attention, even if he was among the richest in Britain. So off he went to Hogsmeade, rather unhappy with the assignment. "Hermione, would you mind terribly if our trip to Hogsmeade has a small interruption?" asked Harry as the pair walked between classes. "I have a meeting with the goblins about some business." She was interested. "Would it be all right if I sat in?" "Don't see why not," he answered, "only fair since I'm disrupting our date. Shouldn't take long. We'll have a private room at a place called the Three Broomsticks." Thus, at the inn on that Saturday, holding hands with his longest-standing female friend, Harry was shown to a private room where they met a rather lanky goblin. Tall for his race and on the skinny side. $. Hello, Sir Goblin. $. Harry spoke his language as best a human could. $. A pleasure meeting a cultured human. I am called Orfeo. $. He replied. Harry noted the name $. It is a different one from any I have known. May I inquire as to why? $. Orfeo is a youth name. I have yet to be honored with a full name as you have heard. $. He replied. What of the female? $. Hermione took some offense, but did not know the language all that well. We am thy girl mate from Harry Potter. It came out. Harry and Orfeo both laughed. I will use your language, young humans. I respect your efforts with mine. Your letter, young heir, indicated a new business which you wanted to arrange with Gringotts. Of what nature? The sale of unusual potions, ingredients, and the creation of protective wear from unusual material, replied Harry. The goblin looked skeptically. I am to assume then, you have something unusual in your possession. How much are we talking about? I can immediately provide several hundred basilisk fangs, several tons of basilisk skin, more tons of bones, a full barrel of basilisk blood, and 5 barrels of basilisk venom. Was Harry's jaw-dropping opening pitch? New blood, skin, and fangs would be available occasionally. Venom, about a barrel per month. Orfeo was shell-shocked. He finally exclaimed, "Great horned toads." "Horned toads? No," replied Harry, "but I can see about the Acromantula silk line." Hermione clutched his knee and whispered, "Have you cleared this with Professor Dumbledore?" Dollar, are you serious about this, wizard?" Dollar, the goblin slipped into his own language, revealing his excitement. Harry's smirk was completely understandable regardless of species. From his robes, he revealed 2 teeth, and a dropperful each of blood and venom. They were wrapped in a fold of skin. "Oh, and this isn't definite yet, but here's part of an Acromantula leg." "Interested? I would see these creatures," Orfeo demanded. To which Harry smirked even more. Dollar, soon enough, young goblin. "But only I can make the harvesting safe. I have a unique advantage. Dollar, I speak Parseltongue. Dollar, I took the liberty of writing up a draft of a contract, with the help of my godfather, Sirius Black, and another advisor. Here it is in English and gobbledygook." Dollar, sorry. Hermione, I just gave him my first offer. I've got another copy of it for you to look at. Orfeo, is this something Gringotts would like to partner in? I could contact the Leprechauns or the Vila. I imagine my superiors will want to, fine-tune this agreement." The lanky goblin answered, "But I may say a verbal yes." Harry gave a pleased nod without smiling. Dollar, I believe this concludes our business for the day. You'll contact me when you have tested the samples. Thank you, Orfeo. Dollar. Good day, Lord Potter. The goblin answered. Harry stood, and indicated Hermione should do the same. As the goblin left, offer in hand, he held her wrist to keep her in place. "So, how'd I do? I thought you were rather rude, Harry," she replied. He quirked an eyebrow and retorted, "I wasn't talking to you." "What?" she demanded. A chuckling Sirius threw off the cloak of invisibility and complimented, "Well played, Harry. You didn't react to the perceived insult from Gringotts. Of course wizards wouldn't recognize it. Least of all a Muggleborn, no offense Hermione. They sent an unblooded, untried representative to meet with a head of an ancient and noble house. If they sent one to an adult head, we'd be within our rights to behead him on the spot." "That's utterly barbaric," she exclaimed. The former convict grinned. "Now, let me explain. Harry of course didn't know, but he now has saved that goblin's life and obligated him to more loyalty to him than to the bank. Especially with the income this will generate for Gringotts. Have you asked for Professor Dumbledore's permission?" Hermione wanted to know. Harry shook his head, answered, "The chamber is mine. Under the law Sally is mine. More to the point, no one else alive now can approach her without me unless they want to be snake food." "Stick to that line, my boy," praised Sirius. Hermione decided she wasn't going to get any further, took a hand and said, "Come on then, Harry. I saw a quill shop and a bookstore. Save me, Sirius." Harry jokingly panicked, grabbed his godfather's robes. Peeling his godson's fingers loose, he joked, "You pick the girl picks the entertainment. Hey Rosie, got a spare serving wench?" "No, make that 2. Particularly buxom." "Who's stealing girls?" one voice called out. Harry looked around and saw, "All too old for you anyway, Weasley." He shot, bitterly. The twins gave sullen looks. "Honest, Harry, are to ever going to lighten up on them?" "They are sorry," Hermione argued. He shrugged, still waiting for an apology. "Nor have they shown it. I think they'd just apologize now to find out who their heroes are. It'd be a kick in the head if they knew one was their professor and the other was right here, right now." "Anyone else know?" she wondered. He answered, "Only Ginny. I swear she's the smartest girl of her age. Maybe as smart as you. Just remember who's on this date, Potter." She groused. Outside, he pecked her temple, causing a pair of blushes. "Honest grating, Hermione. And I had to tell you her entire train of thought and she worked out the anime guy, you didn't." "Ronald." She waved, abruptly. The redhead was with Seamus and wearing a new utterly orange outfit with Cannon's logos everywhere. "Hey, Harry, my own." He spun around with remarkable grace and asked, "You like?" "It's all you, Ron," answered Harry, with light amusement. It was a little blinding. "We're hitting quills then books." The other 2 boys shook their heads. No way. Luck with that. Bye. Can we try that key dotting thing again?" Harry wanted to know. "In the back of the bookstore." She spun abruptly, finding herself nose to nose. "Oh." She squeaked. "Okay. Their lips brushed dryly and chastely, then a little more firmly. Then a bit longer. She touched his cheek and felt his hands on her hips. Pretty good. Well for a first key, commented Harry. She pulled partly away and demanded, "Oh. How many have you had?" Haha. He joked. "One." She, Hermione Granger, giggled. "Not funny, Harry," and slapped at his chest. "I've had fun today. And the goblin meeting was fascinating." "Me too." He smiled. "Hope we can do it again. Maybe walk between classes holding hands." All too pleased, "I might even let you key me in the hallway." Dobby, Harry called out a few days later. After a pop and a bit of smoke, great and noble Harry Potter asks for Dobby. With ears flopping on the ground. "Get your head off the ground, ya goofy elf," said Harry with an amused lilt. "It's good to see you, Dobby. How are you? What have you been doing?" Looking up, he replied, "Dobby not find family after getting clothes." But Dobby was hired by Hetty Dumbledore. Dobby works in kitchens now. Is good house elf work. And are you being paid well? Asked Harry. The elf nodded. Dobby is earning 2 sickles a month with 1 Wednesday off per month. That hardly seems much. Harry cogitated. I think I'll ask Dumbledore about it. Violently shaking his head, he protested, "No. Harry Potter." Hetty Dumbledore wanted to pay 50 galleons, but Dobby refused. Dobby not needing that much. "Please Harry Potter, sir." "I see." Harry frowned. "Well, I need information for something important I have to do. I need you to tell me, Dobby. And I order you to take a galleon in exchange." The elf frowned and looked guilty. If Harry Potter sir orders Dobby, then Dobby obeys. "What does Harry Potter needs?" "Wizards calls it the room of requirement." He answered. Bouncing several times he replied, "Dobby knows. Dobby knows. Come and go room. Dobby takes you to 7th floor." And Harry was treated to his first travel by elf experience. Once there, the unflappable elf pointed. Harry Potter walks down that hall 3 times, thinking what Harry Potter needs. Door appear and Harry Potter goes in to get. "That's all. Thank you very much, Dobby," he said, pressing a galleon coin into the skinny tiny hand. And after he vanished, pulled out his diary. "Okay, old man. I need to see that again." And the diary complied with part of what he'd read previously. You need to walk back and forth in front of it exactly 3 times while thinking. I need the room of hidden things. It's a vast place with hundreds of shelves and thousands of items. Find a white harp, a shelf to your right exactly 5 feet past that. On the shelf at your knee will be a diadem, a sort of crown, silver with a blue jewel in the center and the carving of a raven. And, a definite mistake I made, kept hunting for another way to kill the next Horcrux. Rubbish. A basilisk tooth and venom works every time. The door opened into a space, like his tent, bigger on the inside than out. In fact, it was as big as the castle itself and stacked 50 feet high. There were objects here Harry knew had to be all but priceless. He put it out of his mind for now, except to be careful where he stepped. Finally, the harp, then a set of shelves. He turned, looked exactly where he was told. There it was. Easy peasy. He celebrated. What are you doing here, Potter? Professor Snape snarled. In all his years he never discovered the hidden room. Half of Harry's secrets were hanging out, just now. In one hand was his diary and the Marauders' map, the other held a priceless cursed object. His only saving grace was hearing a pop just a split second sooner, signaling no more door. He lied, exercising as usual, Professor. Not likely, Potter. He sneered, hands full of paper and jewelry. Junk, no doubt, for your little know-it-all. He snatched the diadem, looked at it with loathing and tossed it to the floor. Harry flinched as soon as it left his hands, then suppressed a sigh when Snape cast it aside. He protested, "Hey, you could have broke it." Silence. He growled, "So, what else have you? Give me that." He pressed his wand to the parchment and ordered, "I, Severus Snape, Potion Master of Hogwarts, command you to reveal your secrets." Wormtail, Moony, Padfoot and Prongs offer their greetings to Professor Snape and request that he keep his overly large nose out of other people's affairs. "How dare you?" He was winding up a good hex when another adult appeared. Lupin, out for a stroll, in the moonlight. "Here, clearly your specialty, a dark object." The Dada professor knew exactly what he held, laughed and answered, "Oh, PFU, more probably a Zonko's product. The kids were just in Hogsmeade after all." Designed, no doubt to insult anyone who touches it. Right, Harry? Yes, sir. Harry snapped out respectfully. And after the angry potions master departed, grinned, thanks Moony. Remus grinned at him then frowned. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to have this? It would lead Peter right to you. How did you come by it anyway? I learned the Weasley twins had it. He answered, and I took back what was mine. Remus sighed, I feel a kindred spirit with them. I do wish you would make peace there, as you have the other Weasley kids. I that an order, sir? Asked Harry coldly. Sighing, the professor answered, no, of course not. However, my claim is stronger than yours. And, in your best interest, I'll hold on to this until we locate Wormtail. And, that book. My werewolf senses are telling me there's magic in it too. Is mine. The boy answered coldly. In a lightning motion he stuck it to his stomach and it vanished from sight. I don't want to talk about it. I want you to act like you never saw it. Harry was completely furious with himself. If only he'd waited until he had everything put away, he wouldn't be in this mess. Snape would have passed by the corridor, never seen him, or possibly seen the door, and Remus would not have had this opportunity. Lupin frowned. I don't know that that's wise, Harry. You should at least let me check it for curses and jinxes. There aren't any. It's mine. I made it. Myself, he declared. An interesting twist on the truth. The werewolf snarled a bit, not liking perceived defiance, but he suppressed it and trying to sound conciliatory. It seems way beyond what a third year could make, Harry. I'm not asking anything unreasonable, just a chance to examine it, a few days at most. No, Harry shouted, a wonder half the school didn't hear. The werewolf instincts came to the fore. Come with me, Harry. Now, we'll show it to Dumbledore. He'll know. Hell bloody no. Now his wand was trained on the man. Dumbledore stuck me with those evil, over my dead body Lupin. His temper was up just now, and he would kill, or die, to protect what was his. It wasn't legilimency. Remus lacked that talent. It was a natural predator looking for fear. And not finding any. The gentler side of him took control and said, I apologize, Harry. Just turn in for the evening. So, Hermione Granger, huh? Susan Bones queried as the school was gathering for Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. I guess it was inevitable. Harry nodded happily. We had a good time. Oh Merlin, no, she exclaimed, not the look. Not that. Harry looked at her askance. What look? That silly, stupid, head in the clouds I got key. Ed look. She told him, sheesh Potter. Have some dignity. He giggled, oh that. Well, I notice you don't have one. Bones don't key. On the first date. She countered, with just the right air of snootiness. He pushed her shoulder and she pushed back. Well, good luck today. You'll need it. Bye. Colin Creevey, camera in hand, little brother trailing, snapped a shot of him. Good luck, Harry. What was Bones doing here? Ron wanted to know. Hermione had a slightly concerned expression too, for different reasons. Harry laughed, apparently to notice my, just key, Ed, face. Seems I'm not too subtle. And to wish me luck today. I know, odd right. Luck against her house. Said I'd need it. She's implying you wouldn't win without it. Hermione explained. She tugged here and there on his Quidditch robes, before giving a nod. Now, you're set. Ron gave a satisfied nod. Well, since Bones put it that way. I'll just say see you at the celebration. And, right. I'll save you a seat, Air. Thanks Ron, said Harry, not really paying much attention to the redhead's departure. Yesterday's key, combined with her tugging on his robes mildly addled his brain. He laid his arms over her shoulders and said, come on, you've seen me play in the rain before. She shrugged, I know. I just don't like this one. It's gray and there's lightning and it looks like it might get so much worse. And, she just stopped and gave him a warm key. Be safe. Ready, Harry? Asked Oliver as the seeker floated into the box. He nodded, all set wood. How about these beaters? Can I trust them? Cheap shot Potter. George complained. Fred resentfully added, been on the team longer than you. You three need to work out your problems. Oliver gritted out, and this is team captain speaking. Even if I have to bring McGonagall into this. Get me. That was interrupted by Lee Jordan announcing, and Harry EEEES Gryffindor RRRRRRRRR. Rain games were always wild. Chasers always looked the worst during one. A perfect pass would end up with the quaffle far below on the ground. An easy goal would see it flying way too high. Keepers were little better as they would skid just past a routine save. Beaters always looked spectacular as it was easy to hit an opposing player on such a day, though it was harder to watch one of your own. For seekers, well, the snitch was never easy to see, bad weather made it damn near impossible, and this storm was getting worse. Much. Got it. Harry cheered as a finger flicked at the snitch. Then the darn thing shot straight up. Harry did likewise, pulling a 90-degree turn into the sky. Then the temperature plummeted. His Quidditch goggles iced over and he fell. All was black. Hermione squealed in delight. Harry. Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey. He's awake. My own. He grumbled. Too loud, and what is that taste? Merlin, no. Don't key me now. There was a peal of laughter then. Fine, all of you out. The Medowitch ordered curtly. Wait. He reached out blindly. Did we win? Wood answered. No, but Diggory did demand a rematch. Said in the interest of fair play. It's all right, Potter, a Dementor almost got you. Dumbledore saved you from falling. Shit, cursed Harry, guess I have to thank the old bugger for saving my life. Damn, wait, if I fell, what happened to my broom? Ron held a twisted assortment of matchsticks like a newborn baby. Sorry, Harry. It spun off into the Whomping Willow. There was no chance. Nothing to be done for it. Well, at least it wasn't me. Harry winced at the mess. If you're really sad, mate, we'll have a funeral. He chortled, then groaned in pain. Madame Pomfrey forced a potion into him and said, now listen to me, Potter, and you'll be out of here in 3 days. Keep doing things like that and it'll be a week. Go on, Hermione, he said, softly dotting her hand. Where are you going, Potter? Draco Malfoy demanded when he encountered his nemesis. Harry found this amusing. As if I need your permission, Malfoy. You're not a prefect. And I have special permission to be out after hours. Do you? I doubt it. Better run home to Snivelus. And if I tell Professor Snape you said that? The bee-owned asked. The jet black-haired boy countered. I'll tell McGonagall exactly where, and more importantly when I said it. How's that, Draco? But, by all means, join me. I was just going to the Chamber of Secrets to visit Sally. I don't believe that rubbish. The Slytherin countered, trying to hide his fear. You're not the heir of Slytherin any more than I am. He made a superior face and stalked off. Harry was still grinning when he greeted Evening Sally. How's my favorite basilisk? You have more than one. Are you cheating on me, Harry Potter? She quipped. He chuckled only with Hermione. Still afraid of me, most children are. She said, a little sadly. Have I not reduced the number of acromantulas and scroots in the dark forest? He patted her first segment affectionately and countered, sorry dear, I'm all over Dumbledore. I think Hagrid would do well to have you in one of his classes. I sense the bearded one dislikes me as well, she argued. Harry sighed and changed subjects. The goblins have been fun negotiating with. I'm almost sorry we've almost got a deal. You should have seen the look on their faces when I asked for a couple of them to eat. You have all the fun. I do all the work, she complained between hissing laughter. Goblins are stringy. That's what the last acromantula I ate told his sister. Harry just shook his head. I don't want to know. Are you up for destroying a Horcrux? Fully healed. I worry for you, Harry Potter. Humans are so small and frail and short-lived. Sally hissed, I think you should stop that dangerous game you play. Even the notion of flying. Harry chuckled. You wouldn't be saying that if you were a Norwegian Ridgeback. Oh, can you get me one of those? Sally was literally drooling. Harry sighed and answered sarcastically, next time I go grocery shopping. Oy vey. Now, if you please, I need those chompers and about a gallon of venom. This time he didn't even flinch when the basilisk struck the diadem he held. Sally purred as the evil creation was destroyed between her jaws. She delighted in the tortured scream it emitted. Good night, Harry Potter, she hissed. Harry dropped for some push-ups and sit-ups and sprinted away. Why, I wonder, do none of these new speakers ask about the room I come out of? Sally thought as she curled into a ball. Defense against the dark arts was starting late. 5 minutes. It was unheard of. When the door finally opened, it was Professor Snape. Open your textbooks to page 492. Werewolves? Asked Hermione, but we're not supposed to cover werewolves until. Snape cut her off. Are you teaching this class or am I Miss Granger? Now, open your textbooks to page 492. Can anyone tell me the difference between a werewolf and an animagus? He looked around with contempt. Anyone besides Miss Granger? Please, sir. The girl with hand waving frantically pleaded. An animagus can change into an animal at will. A werewolf has no choice. The professor sneered. 10 points from Gryffindor, you insufferable know-it-all. And next time do not speak until I call on you. Clear. Oi. That was bloody rude. Ron protested, beating Harry to his feet by seconds. Snape's glare was withering. Clearly you do not understand, speak only when spoken to, Weasley. That will be 20 points for interrupting my class and a further 20 for cursing. Now sit down. And shut up. Severus, I am curious as to why all the classes learned about werewolves. The headmaster spoke somewhat tiredly. The potion master replied, defense against the dark arts has been poorly taught for well over a decade. It is about time some order was brought to the course. The syllabus does not state when a particular topic need be taught. Dissembling is beneath you, Severus. As is petty grudge holding. You may go. Dumbledore scolded him. In the Gryffindor common room an argument raged. No, Ronald, I will not. Hermione snapped. Why the bloody hell not? The redhead fired back. She rolled her eyes. You only want me to protest because you want to piggyback your protest. You curse entirely too much. My own, Harry said, no professor should call a kid a know-it-all. Remember she sighed, you've proven, beyond a doubt, Professor Snape does actively dislike you. How come you don't want to know why? Because I frankly don't care. He hated me the first day he asked me all those 3rd and 4th year potions questions. How was that fair? He countered. She gave a stony look. It's not. But why are you taking Ron's side and not mine? Don't take it that way. He complained. I am on your side. Ron just happens to be right here. It isn't even about him. Hey, maybe his complaint will get somewhere. This is about you. Did you like Snape's insult? I didn't. I wanted to hex his pants off. Ginny shuddered. None of that, please. Hermione, look at it this way, it'd be found points for us. Wrong take, Gin. Harry said, think about it this way. Has anyone really learned anything about potions from Snape? Think about it. Does he ever answer questions in class? Why do we crush this or dice that? Why stir some things clockwise, others counterclockwise? She looked uneasy. People don't seem to ask questions. I wonder why that is. Dean asked rhetorically. Then Harry smirked wickedly. I can fill out the form, if you need help, that is. Nice shot, Potter. Cormac McLaggen laughed, followed by most of the room. This time she shot him a dirty look. Harry, stop pushing this. Okay everybody, we're going outside. He told them, and after escorting her into the hall, Hermione, I don't like to see you mistreated. Snape was dead wrong and it should be fought. Let me put it this way, can I force you? No. Can Hedwig find your house if I write your parents? Yes. She glared at him. Harry James Potter. Don't you dare. Hermione Jane Granger. Yes, I will. Count on it. He shot back. She backed away a step looking angry. Don't you care about my opinion? Then by not challenging him you're letting Snape's opinion win. He argued, I care about your opinion, but aren't you tired Snape's insults? I'm not trying to revive an old one, but remember Ron made you cry. How many times has Snape said worse? Not to me, or Colin, or Ginny, to you. Ever seen him insult Crabbe, or Goyle, and they really are beeps? She didn't look pleased, but he's a professor. So what? That gives him the right to insult you. He asked, or my dad, who's dead. Or Dumbledore the right to poke around people's heads. And before you say he wouldn't remember, he did it to me, causing our fight. Want to learn occlumency? I can get you started. In fact, I'm going to ask around. Hermione wilted in the face of his stern dissension. Can I think about it? Over Christmas. Fair enough. Harry let the argument go, almost, but don't think I'll let it slide. One word to Hedwig. As Christmas break came near, McGonagall asked Harry to remain after class. Mr. Potter, the headmaster requests your presence in his office. The password is Lifesavers. Has my godfather been informed? He asked. At her apparent lack of answer he asked, may I have a moment to write a note? If you will deliver this, Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall informed me of your request. I remind you of Lord Black's requirement to be present any time I am summoned to your office. H.J. Potter. This note Mr. Potter lacks the respect professors are due. She scolded him. Harry looked up at her. He lost mine last year and has done nothing to re-earn it. Now, may I have a note for Professor Snape's class? Don't need him to have an excuse to dock Gryffindor more points. I have seen you run. She countered stonily, you can get there in plenty of time. To which he shrugged, my ankle's a little sore. That bludger in the game against Slytherin on Saturday, you know. A word, Potter. Daphne Greengrass held Harry's elbow at the end of arithmancy. Don't get me wrong, you're the most popular Gryffindor in Slytherin just now, but would you explain what you are doing? Harry was thrilled with his diary's advice to get out of reading tea leaves, especially since it kept him with Hermione. And he got it too, he was at the top of the class. What's the problem, Greengrass? Need tutoring, he teased, knowing full well she didn't. I'll catch up. Not at all funny. The developing beauty snapped angrily. He held up his hands in surrender. Okay, fine. Some people have no sense of humor. All right. So, does even Draco like me? You know how important his opinion of me is. Gee, this is fun. He ended in giggles. She was bordering on furious at this point. Are you finished? In answer to your question, Daph, he began, ignoring her continued anger, I've found I need to fight for my rights no matter the cost in other matters. We all know Snape hates me. Wanna know why? Her eyes lit up like it was already Christmas morning, then she frowned. What do I have to do? What exactly do I have to do? Don't, and I mean don't keep it a secret. He answered playfully, then whispered in her ear, Snape had a crush on Lily Evans, Potter. The girl blinked, again, and a third time. Wow. She exclaimed quietly, because she somehow could not yell, I mean O'Merlin's Harry balls. That's the biggest story since the heir of Slytherin returning. Miss Greengrass. Language. He snapped at her, before giggling, if you'd like to see the chamber I'd be glad to show you. Oh, and if you spread that widely enough, I'll tell you what young James Potter used to call young Severus Snape. And I don't mean Sevy. She tried out, Sevy. And grimaced, no one would dare. Wait, that wasn't it. No. Harry mouthed around a smile, but spread that one too. Daphne pointed out, this could get you in trouble. If it got back to you. What's life without a little trouble? He asked, unconcernedly. Albus Dumbledore was angry. Seriously angry. At Sirius too, among others. As the star of the meeting arrived, he said pleasantly, Good afternoon, Harry, thank you for seeing me. Hi Albus. Severus. Minerva. He said flippantly, Sirius. How's Creature? The visitor cocked an eyebrow and answered, very well. In fact as good as I ever remember him. You see, carrying out those orders was the best thing for the little guy. Harry continued, obliviously, please let him know I look forward to seeing him at Christmas. Sirius refrained from laughing, not by much, I certainly will. Your last letter was encouraging. Getting along with Ron again. And Hermione. A lovely young witch. Is she a good key? At this, Harry blushed. Enough. Snape growled, patience long gone, I have better things to do than listen to this drivel. McGonagall, somewhat irritated herself, still had to cover her mouth. Been a while since we've seen each other, professors. Sirius explained, without exactly apologizing. Dumbledore began his concerns. I have a number of concerns. First would be Harry's safety. I cannot overemphasize the importance of spending at least part of the year, now or summer time, at your aunt's. This again. Harry rolled his eyes impatiently. Voice of reason, Sirius pat his knee, now, let's hear out the headmaster. The old wizard smiled, thank you Sirius. I have kept this a closely held secret. The circumstances of your mother's death, Harry, enabled me to establish something called a blood ward around Privet Drive. But something Snape knows? Asked Harry pointedly. Dumbledore corrected him, that is Professor Snape, Harry. And I trust him implicitly. That's just peachy, given I don't trust you. Harry shot back, I will not ever walk into that hellhole. You'll need to drag my dead body in there. Is that clear enough? Waving an angry-looking McGonagall to silence, Dumbledore sighed, if I cannot stir your own self-interest, then perhaps we can discuss an additional benefit. These blood wards do not just protect you, your family also benefits from these spells. Without them your aunt, uncle and cousin will be utterly defenseless against the followers of Voldemort. The family is Sirius Black and Tonks. I don't care, at all about the Dursleys. I don't care if all of Privet Dr. Burns. Are you going to blame me if Voldemort destroys all of Surrey? You already told me it wasn't my fault Quirrell died. Harry then sat back in his chair and grunted. That is a most callous attitude, Harry. I am deeply ashamed of you. The headmaster said. Harry shrugged, you'll get over it before I get over getting beat. Is there anything else? Yes, the matter of your arrangement with Gringotts, said Dumbledore. Harry flinched. How do you know about that? Did you really think anything involving my school would escape my notice, Harry? Asked the headmaster with highly twinkling eyes. Now as potions master, Professor Snape has pointed out the opportunity for research as historic. As such you will turn over any quantity he requires. Harry jumped out of his seat and yelled, no Ken way. Accidental magic caused several items on shelves to blow themselves up. Mr. Potter. McGonagall shouted, language. Snape had a self-satisfied sneer, face it Potter. You had no right to make deals concerning Hogwarts without the headmaster's approval. Arrogant little swine. Just like your father. Tell us about your mother, Snivellus. Sirius cut in, keeping Harry in his seat. Rumor had it she was a whore. Harry blinked and burst out laughing. McGonagall was prepared to scold Sirius for his language. Snape's wand came out, glowing purple. Dumbledore wandlessly and silently disarmed both him and Sirius. He roared, enough. Now, Harry, the basilisk is Hogwarts property. As such, you have no right to it. Unless you supply Professor Snape as I have requested, I will simply close off the chamber. Sally has other ways of getting out. He retorted, she always has. Nobody can get in unless they're a Parselmouth. I don't think you could really keep me out. Snape doesn't get a dram. Then, looking at the potions Professor added, I'll be glad to open it for him. Of course, since he's not a Parselmouth, Sally won't know he isn't stealing and, well, the implication was plain enough. McGonagall gasped. Snape showed no expression. Sirius patted his godson on the leg. Don't worry, kiddo, it's a piece of cake to add into the deal with Gringotts. No Sally goodies for the son of a whore. And, considering his constant abuse, Harry, if Snivellus happens to insult your father again, indulge yourself. I should like to discuss House Potter's arrangement with the bank. A quite well-dressed Sirius announced. A goblin equally stylish came out, tipped his hat and said, I am Ragnarok. I have assumed control of that arrangement. Why? Sirius asked as he sat in a fine chair. Ragnarok answered, it is bank business. Clients, even most important ones, do not have a say in personnel decisions. I have here, our final signed contract. Said Sirius, most rigidly, it has only one revision, a small clause added. Lord Potter, who is notoriously compassionate, would be very interested in the status of a fine goblin like Orfeo. I am afraid I must insist. The senior official turned sour. Gringotts is not appreciative of pressure tactics in business negotiations. I merely wished to know where Orfeo is. Said Sirius, now, on behalf of Lord Potter, I insist on seeing Orfeo at once. He is the goblin my godson negotiated with. A severely beaten goblin entered 5 minutes later. Negotiations had gone nowhere. Summoned, I come, superior sir. This client is concerned with you. Said Ragnarok, callously. The young one bowed deeply, showing no sign of discomfort. Sir, welcome. I trust Lord Potter was satisfied with my work. So much so he made a point of telling me to thank you. Said Sirius, I do as well. You helped me sharpen my negotiating skills after my Azkaban trip. Tell me, please, why were you disciplined? Looks were exchanged between the goblins, then Human glared at Senior Goblin and smiled at the Junior. Finally answering the truth, my superiors felt such an important deal far above my station. I should have immediately brought in someone with more experience. Sounds to me like someone wanted the bonus for himself. Sirius sneered at the elder, and I'm certain Lord Potter would agree Orfeo is his preference. Make it happen, Ragnarok. Make it happen or we'll be finding new bankers. For both estates. And, to be clear, if Orfeo were to suffer an accident, we will be unhappy customers. The young goblin straightened more than he had in a month, despite the lines across his back. He was permanently scarred, but now he owed his life to a pair of humans, most of whom couldn't be bothered to learn a goblin's name. He was going to have an exciting life. He politely, for a goblin, took over control of the meeting. A short summary of the terms. Harry Potter agrees to provide an initial delivery of 10 tons of basilisk skin and scales, 11-14 basilisk teeth, 1 barrel of basilisk blood, 5 barrels of basilisk venom. Future deliveries will be varied, some hundreds of pounds of skin and scales per year, a tooth or two per year. Blood is available in a barrel of venom every month or so. Out of the initial delivery, Gringotts is required to reserve enough scales and skin for 5 humans. Outfits to be made to Lord Potter's specifications. Gringotts will collect a 22.5% commission on all sales of delivered materials. Gringotts agrees to require any purchaser to swear a magical oath that purchaser is not, never has been and never will be a Death Eater or supporter of Voldemort. Gringotts further agrees to require any purchaser to receive a magical oath any purchaser of basilisk-made products is not, never has been and never will be a Death Eater or supporter of Voldemort. Sirius nodded, that, everything correct, as stated. Lord Potter can, of course, only ensure delivery as long as Sally, the basilisk, is both alive and cooperative. And we do have 3 changes in the final draft. Lord Potter will be able to deliver 6 barrels of venom and 2 barrels of blood. Last, an additional paragraph, no purchaser may sell, or give, or in any way share any basilisk product with Severus Snape whether in his capacity as Hogwarts potion master, or a private individual, or an employee or agent for any other individual. It is a small thing to add, said Orfeo with a smirk. We goblins most definitely appreciate the art of vendetta. Say, an additional 0.25% commission. Sirius didn't even blink at the amount. He just nodded and added, only so long as Snape is alive. Agreed. Both goblins boomed and pounded Ragnarok's desk. The contract was copied in English, translated into gobbledygook and copied. One of each provided to Sirius and Gringotts. Sirius offered a bow to Orfeo and said, pleasure doing business with you. Hopefully we have many decades of prosperous partnership, Orfeo. Ragnarok, a profitable day to you as well. Thank you for having us over. Michelle, Ian, Sirius said to the Grangers, I know Harry really appreciates it. Mum, Harry and I want to sit outside for a bit. Came from the foyer. Her mother called back, fine, dear. Dress warm. And be careful of any ice out there. Butterbeer, you said this was called. Asked Ian, tastes quite like eggnog. You said it was alcoholic. Sirius shook his head, no, the magic that produces it makes it a slightly intoxicating drink for muggles. Harry's mother's parents were quite fond of it. It's mostly a children's drink among magicals. The fire whiskey I gave you, now that has a kick. We don't let children drink that as a general rule. Ian, time to stop beating around the bush. Michelle interrupted, I'm glad the children are outside. We have something quite serious to discuss, Mr. Black. We recognize the difficulty in parents enforcing their rules on children at a boarding school hundreds of miles away. However, we oppose the relationship between our daughter and your godson. And intend to require Hermione to cease seeing him. Sirius frowned, deeply offended, oh. And what makes one of the smartest, and richest, by the way, young wizards unworthy of a muggle's daughter? Your implication of racism are unacceptable and untrue, Mr. Black. A defensive Mr. Granger argued, this has to do with the boy's violent tendencies. Breaking that man's elbow. You know full well he assaulted our daughter last year. And she is just the lonely type of girl to allow herself to be controlled by an abuser. Sirius gave a disgusted snort, biting down on his temper. That would not do. Encountered. You are aware of Harry's situation before he attended Hogwarts. We are. Mrs. Granger acknowledged, looking down regretfully, believe me, we would be the first to see his aunt and uncle pay for their crimes. And it may be news to magicals, but victims of abuse often become abusers themselves. It was a major factor in our decision. Obviously, there was no talking to these people. Then exactly why did you bother with this farce of a happy Christmas? He demanded. Mrs. Granger did not take that well. We will not be addressed so disrespectfully in our home, Mr. Black. However, to answer your question, we felt Hermione, and incidentally Harry, deserved a thoroughly happy holiday. We plan on informing Hermione of our decision after Boxing Day. Naturally, if you wish to leave now, you are free to do so. Do you know, I loved Lily, Harry's mother, and her parents. Sirius' tone was ugly, but, every once in a while, my mother's opinion of muggles is proven right. You, the Dursleys. He managed to change in the space of a breath. Harry. Hermione. You two have a good time. Get in all your snogging. The Grangers faked smiles and the teens blushed predictably. Harry announced, Hermione gave me this half-heart charm and she has the other half. That's very nice, Harry. Sirius put on his best smile. Hermione beamed, and Harry got me a 50 Galleon Tomes and Scrolls gift card. Well, I didn't know exactly what books you wanted. But, I figured I couldn't go wrong. Replied Harry, grinning happily as she keyed at his cheek. Thanks so much for having us over, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. I can't wait for New Year's. Sirius really couldn't help smiling at the girl, and shot the same expression at her parents. You haven't seen magical fireworks yet, have you, Hermione? There's only the Halloween ones, but I keep missing them at the castle. Hermione answered with a sad smile. Sirius gave her a wink and Harry shyly nudged her shoulder with his elbow. Sirius cheerily asked, everyone get what they wanted for Christmas? Don't have anything to take back on Boxing Day. He took some malicious delight in the dig at the Grangers. Well, I guess I need a bracelet or necklace for the great charm my lovely girlfriend gave me. Harry answered, eyes dancing with delight. I think this is my best Christmas ever. Sirius rubbed his hands together vigorously and announced, well, Harry, we shouldn't overstay, should we? Ah, Padfoot. Harry whined a bit, can't we stay a little longer? Sirius rolled his eyes, don't use that look on me, Buster. He groused, get your overcoat. And bring mine too. You're not really mad at him, are you, sir? Asked Hermione, a little concerned. He walked over to her and wrapped his arms around her, answering, no, of course not. That was the most normal I think I've ever seen him act. Thank you, dear girl. And he keyed at her head, now say goodnight to your boyfriend. Are you enjoying yourself, Mr. Black? Asked Ian, coldly. Sirius looked after Hermione with a grin. It vanished as he turned and growled, not bloody likely. You can be sure all, there we go, Harry. Thanks, pup. Need a last snog. I think Hermione has had enough of that for today. Her father said severely, good night, you two, and happy Christmas. Mrs. Granger echoed her husband's sentiments. Sirius shook each of their hands the minimum politeness would allow and said, thank you for dinner and your gift. His eyes were dark and angry. Harry. Padfoot. Good evening and Merry Christmas. Exclaimed Remus as soon as the pair appeared in a thoroughly cheery 12 Grimmauld. The third floor and attic still needed work, but the first was decked out for Christmas. How were the Grangers? Harry answered enthusiastically, wicked awesome. Hermione bought this charm. See, it's half and she's wearing the other half. She's, well, magical. Sounds wonderful, Harry. I'm glad you had such a good time. Replied a smiling Remus, I know we had a bad run. Can we get back on friendly terms? Consider it Christmas presents. New Year's resolution. He nodded in agreement, I would like to. But you damaged my trust, Remus. There are secrets people have that I want kept that way. You distracted Snape with the argument over the map. I really didn't want to lose either one. You're right, you do have a bigger claim on it than me and there's Pettigrew too. But my book is as important to me. Thank Merlin. Snape got off track. Dumbledore knowing mustn't happen. Two things about Professor Dumbledore. And I'm not trying to force anything. Remus said calmly, I just ask you to hear me out. The first is, the man is the most powerful wizard alive, and I sincerely believe he has your best interests at heart. A couple of ornaments on the Christmas tree shattered before Harry spoke. Well, he's done a pretty shitty job. Dumped me with the Dursleys who made a house elf of me. All the while paying them for my care. Thought it was a good idea to hide an immortality rock in a school. Couldn't figure out Voldemort was under his nose. And, even if she isn't dangerous, spends a century with Sally living right under his feet. What is so special about that book you have, Harry? Asked Remus, to which Sirius did offer a nod of support. You are never without it, I've come to realize. And it definitely has some kind of extremely powerful magic. My werewolf hums in its presence. The odd thing is I also felt something similar in another class. Harry nodded, was about to comment on that, but decided not to. Instead just answered, I don't want to talk about it. It's private. How many people know you're a werewolf? There is a lesson most magicals pass to their children. Remus began, Don't trust anything if you can't see where it keeps its brains. Old Harry had covered that phrase in explaining Ginny's diary, so the boy said, I understand now, you're worried about possession. Right. My friend Susan's auntie is head of the DMLE. She can check me, as long as you don't tell her about my book. You wouldn't consent to allowing Professor Dumble. Remus stopped himself when the boy's expression turned hostile. Very well. I agree. Susan Bones. Marrow Keep. First and foremost, Merry Christmas. Hope you're having a good one. I had a great one with Hermione and her parents. They seemed, I guess, like any girl's parents with the boyfriend. Planning on having them over for fireworks at New Year's. Next I need a favor. Professor Lupin is living with my godfather and he's concerned about possession. Can your Aunt Amelia check me? Merry Christmas. Your friend Harry. Weasley's. The Burrow. You're all invited to our New Year party and fireworks. Can't wait to see Ginny, Ron and Percy. Harry. Harry felt a vibrating at his belly and his diary was lit. Happy Christmas. You know Harry, as I remember my 3rd year, it was in some ways my favorite. It was the time I found out my godfather was infamous mass murderer Sirius Black. Gave the Dursleys a good scare too. Specifically, it was after the Weasley twins let me have the map. Despite no permission slip, I used it combined with the invisibility cloak to get into Hogsmeade anyway. Snow bombing Malfoy when he started insulting Ron and Hermione is one of my crowning moments. Whatever you're doing is probably quite different. Give my love to Hedwig. Merry Christmas. By now, you've got to know Remus Lupin at least somewhat. He is to be trusted, to a degree. Like Hagrid, he's a definite Dumbledore man. You could be presented with a situation where you have to ask him to choose between you and Dumbledore. Deal with it as you see fit. Harry Potter. 12 Grimmauld Place. Dear Harry, I had such a wonderful time here at Christmas. Then after dinner tonight, Mum and Dad got all serious on me. They told me how Sirius was a nice guy and how, on the surface, you seemed like a good boy. But after the incident last year, which you definitely apologized for and I definitely forgave you for, well they felt if you hit me before you will again. They also reminded me of that spell you used to hurt Mr. Malfoy. I told them you were helping Mr. Weasley and you did, and that magicals can heal broken bones in minutes, not weeks. Anyway, I'm babbling. They told me I can't date you anymore. They are writing to Professor McGonagall to make sure you and I do not interact outside of classwork. And that if she cannot enforce their decision, they will return me fully to the Muggle world. Either way, they're dead set that I will not date you. At least if, while I'm still in Hogwarts, we can still see each other in the common room. Sadly not yours, Hermione. It was a disconsolate Harry Potter who boarded the Hogwarts Express on January 3rd. He accepted a hug from Sirius, allowed Remus to pack his trunk in Hedwig's cage. Followed the professor into a compartment and flopped down. Hey Harry. An excited Colin stuck his head in. I showed my parents all of this year's textbooks and what I'd be able to do. They were amazed. Dennis too. I can't wait till next year when I can go to Hogsmeade. Just giving a sigh, he answered, Great Colin. That's great. Harry's didn't go so well, Mr. Creevy, said Remus, but perhaps you can brighten his day. He grinned at Harry's dirty look. Surprisingly, the ball of joy had a serious side, and seemingly natural legitimacy. Something happened between you and Hermione. Shut up Colin, he growled. Remus smiled at the younger boy. Don't take it personally, Mr. Creevy. There has been no improvement in his mood. Not even the fireworks we went to. At least we didn't have to pester him to do his homework. You never do. Harry sneered. Hiya Ron, Ginny. Colin slid to the window allowing the youngest Weasleys to sit. Still not any better, Harry. She leaned over and gave him a hug. And wasn't the least surprised when all she got was a grunt. Colin smiled broadly when she hugged him, too. Professor Lupin, Ron, Hermione was pleased to see them. Then her face dropped. Hello Harry. He stood with a vacant expression, reached for her hand and put something in it. Do you want to sit here? He asked. Of course, Harry. She answered, I want. He cut her off, then I'll sit somewhere else. Well Potter. Pleased with himself Draco appeared just then. I heard you dumped the mudblood. Oh. This gets better and better. The Twin Towers dutifully sniggered. Harry didn't react to the offensive word, didn't shout, didn't even threaten. He just said, "You're in my way, Malfoy," and moved forward. When the Slytherin didn't move out of the way, he walked into him. When he stumbled into Goyle and fell, Harry stepped on his knee. Continuing, Harry kicked him in the spleen and stepped on his shoulder. Lastly, he stepped on Goyle's stomach to climb over him and disappeared through the car's door. "Wait till my father hears of this, Potter," Draco yelled. Professor Lupin helped him up, asking solicitously, "Are you hurt, Mr. Malfoy? Do you need any healing? You should have been watching where you were going, Draco. Such a shame Harry bumped into you." "Greg, how are you?" Ginny put in, sounding concerned. "Well, almost." She had put her foot on the opposite bench to block her brother from going off on the Slytherins. A chuckling Professor Lupin said, "Too bad we're not in session. There's points to be awarded here. Somehow. Though admittedly, I'm not sure how. 50 points to Gryffindor for house loyalty." Colin suddenly spoke up, eliciting laughs. Then Hermione looked in her hand. It was her Christmas gift. He gave it back. "I told him we were sharing our hearts." She sobbed. "You wanna step on Malfoy?" asked Ron. "I can bring him back." Harry wasn't seen the rest of the ride. He had, it was later learned, linked up with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Neville spotted him during the sorting and waved. He waved back with a slight smile and turned back to the captain. "So, Wood, I think you were more depressed when my Nimbus went kablooey. Please tell me you bought a replacement." The older boy all but whined. Harry shook his head sadly. "No, Wood, I have to tell that, no, I did not buy a replacement." "But you can't, Harry," he gasped. "Those old school Comet 110s aren't even remotely competitive. Do you want to lose the snitch to Malfoy?" "Well, do you?" Harry looked offended, then he smirked. "You don't pay attention, Wood. I said I did not buy a replacement. On the other hand, I do have a filthy rich godfather who, as it happens, owns a good piece of Firebolt ink, and placed his new right across his teammate's dish of food." "Great Merlin's hairy balls!" exclaimed Wood, gaping at it in awe. "And passed out." Harry leaned into his neighbor and foe whispered, "I think he's pleased." "Oh dear," Luna Lovegood noted as she skipped by. She dumped her pumpkin juice on the Quidditch captain and said, "That should awaken him." Hermione's heart ached as she watched Harry apparently getting on with his life. She felt as though she'd dropped from number one in his life to, well, circle of acquaintances. He wasn't deliberately avoiding her and still helped her in those couple of subjects his grades were better in. It seemed to her he was exercising more. His group seemed to have enlarged, even for the dead of winter. She occasionally did as well. As an experiment, and apparently her absence or presence seemed to have no impact. Oh no, much worse than that. You can exist without your soul, you know, as long as your brain and heart are still working. But you'll have no sense of self anymore, no memory, no anything. There's no chance at all of recovery. You'll just exist as an empty shell, and your soul is gone forever, lost. Remus Lupin, on the Dementor's key. POA. "So, the Patronus charm?" asked Harry. "I never want to be defenseless against those monsters again." To which the werewolf nodded. "I want you to understand most adults have difficulty with this spell. It takes a lot of focus. Power, obviously. I'm fairly confident you have that. What you most need is a happy thought, or memory, something that was such a wonderful event it so filled you with joy you wanted to pop. Don't have many like that." Harry slipped into his own world, expecto patronum. He frowned at the mist of light. Remus shook his head vigorously. "Oh my, Harry. No, that was remarkable. To display that much on a first attempt. And at your age. Harry, that is a Newt-level spell. If I had any doubt of you passing defense, which I don't. All I can say is wow. Stop for now, though. It doesn't do to overuse your magic levels. Welcome to Quidditch. Today Ravenclaw vs Gryffindor," bellowed announcer Lee Jordan. "Slytherin currently leads in the hunt for the cup. Gryffindor needs a win today by at least 60 points to take the lead. Harry Potter has never missed the snitch." Professor McGonagall jumped on him. "Mr. Jordan, stick to calling the game. Color commentary is good for the game, Professor." He returned, unflustered. "Here's Ravenclaw, a new seeker for them mid-season. The absolutely delectable, sorry Professor, Miss Cho Chong." Inside the Gryffindor holding area, Oliver smirked. "No drooling over the opposing seeker, Harry. Second most delectable seeker out there, would. Harry retorted with a wink. The team shot out as their names were announced. With Madame Hooch's whistle the game was on. The all-female Gryffindor chasers were able to rack up 60 straight points within 10 minutes. Cho was a brilliant seeker who almost caught the snitch when Harry was nowhere near it. He eyed her, loving the chase of the game. And, a moment later, a peek of leg beneath a flap of robe. Harry Potter has caught the snitch and receives 150 points. Cheered Lee at the end, Gryffindor wins. Final score 220 to 140. Well done Gryffindor. The Ravenclaw team landed and lined up to congratulate the winners. Despite the usual pattern, Cho caught Harry's hand and held it. She winked at him and asked, "Never peeked in Draco's robes, did you?" "I have." Harry quipped back, "Yours are a lot better." Cho Chang was an exceptionally pretty girl. A head shorter despite being a year older, racially Chinese. Her coloring made the visibility of her blush all the more remarkable. "You are a naughty boy, Mr. Potter. Doing anything next Hogsmeade, Miss Chang?" he asked. She gave him a smile and a nod. Hermione Granger was, simply put, cracking up. A third year had time in the week for 2 electives. She had 5. She was determined to prove to her parents that she is entirely smart enough to handle both her education and romantic life. Her plan, however, was falling into chaos. No doubt, she was passing all her classes. Both core and elective. But there was a growing problem. The more hours she put in, thanks to her time tuner, the worse she seemed to do. Hermione was living 31 hours each day and averaging an O across the board. At the beginning of the year she was only missing 1 or 2 questions on tests per week. She guessed she would just have to increase her study time. "We have another Hogsmeade weekend, my dear." A smiling boy sat and rested his hand on hers. Hermione's look was stony. "I have more important things to do than waste time on frivolity." She seemed to be reading from 2 books at the same time. Granger is around the bend. A rejected 5th year declared. And, for his trouble, was slapped in the head by Ron and Neville at the same time. Hermione looked up just in time to see her ex-boyfriend enter with the pretty Ravenclaw. She frowned and was now writing with both hands. It was a distressing sight. Harry looked over a bit later, seeing what was going on. He left Cho and walked over. "Hermione, stop," he said firmly. "I know about your time tuner. You can't handle it. Drop it in a couple classes. Do you really need Muggle studies? Honestly, you don't understand. You don't know me," she screeched, angrily. He frowned at her. "I guess 3 years friendship don't count. And dating for months. Sorry for disturbing you." Everyone's eyes followed him. They knew Harry was going to run himself into exhaustion. "Good evening Harry Potter." Wide-eyed airy voice Luna Lovegood, reading her Quibbler upside down as usual, greeted him that night in the common room. "You seem a bit more nargle-free. Hermione Granger troubles you." "Yes." He sighed. "Ordinarily, Luna, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Right now I just want to sleep. Goodnight." "Morning Harry." Susan Bones caught him outside the Great Hall. "Auntie wanted you to know you had absolutely no sign of any possession. The unspeakables said you had some very powerful and unknown magic about you. But that it is entirely yours. Here's their official report." Weeks after the testing, Harry rather forgot about it. But instantly lit up delighted. He kissed her cheek enthusiastically and said, "Thanks Sue." He followed her to the Hufflepuff table and sat with her and her boyfriend. Completely unaware that Gossip Parvati Patil was a witness. "Out of your seat again, Potter." Professor Snape loomed over the sitting kids. To which, Susan nodded. "Both Professors Sprout and McGonagall have seen him here many times before, sir. And with Ravenclaw, even with Daphne and Blaise in your house, sir." "I was not speaking to you Miss Bones." He sneered. 10 points from Hufflepuff. "It has come to my attention large quantities of basilisk product left Hogwarts property without my knowledge, never mind my permission." Harry only shrugged. "The deal is between me, Sally and Gringotts. They collected from the chamber after curfew, so it didn't affect the school. And, with all due respect, sir, your permission is not required. Now, I'd like to get back to my brogh. In my experience that phrase only symbolizes disrespect." "Yeah." Snape had yanked Harry out of his seat by the scruff of the neck. Harry reached around with his left hand glowing bright red. He grabbed the hand, also the professor's sleeve ignited. Of course, this landed everyone in the headmaster's office with an additional participant. This matter is so serious I had to involve the law. Dumbledore announced, "This is Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry, you would be familiar with the term policeman. Professor Snape was injured quite badly. He wouldn't have been if he hadn't grabbed me." Harry yelled. McGonagall said, "While striking a teacher is utterly inappropriate, I would like to hear Professor Snape's justification for grabbing Mr. Potter." "About time you saw that, Minnie." Sirius commented, "All of these incidents with Snivellus are really becoming bothersome. Why is Greasy unable to get over a boyhood grudge against a dead man?" Dumbledore gave him an angry look and said, "Sirius, I note your lack of maturity here as well. Professor Snape is due the respect of a Hogwarts teacher. Maybe Greasy shouldn't be a Hogwarts teacher," Sirius suggested, "and I plan on taking this up with the board of directors." Severus Snape, in the company of Madame Pomfrey, arrived. She reported, "Severus has third-degree burns on his wrist. In fact, it reminds me more of a grilled steak than anything else. First and second-degree burns on his hand and arm to his elbow. I used much of Armorlap stock, a powerful Derma-Grow potion and a pain potion. He will be unable to use that arm for at least 3 days, 5 would be better." While severity of injury is a factor, the large black auror began. Of at least equal importance is the actual sequence of events. "Let's cover that." Harry jumped in. Snape was his usual self. "Potter do this, Potter do that. When I said no, he yanked me out of my seat by the neck. I reached back to pull his hand off me." "Professor Snape, your version?" asked Kingsley. It was almost a minute before the potion professor deigned to reply. "Now you can hear some facts about the arrogant spawn of Potter. And of your crush Snivellus." Harry interjected. Dumbledore scolded, "Harry, no interrupting. You had your say. Wait a moment." The auror held up a hand. "Clarify that please." Sirius put a hand on Harry and tapped his shoulder, answering, "I was best friends with Harry's father, James, in the 1970s. We and a young Slytherin named Severus Snape were mutual enemies. The main source of their mutual dislike was their rival affection for one Lily Evans. Later Lily Potter," Kingsley noted, and also saw the grinding of Snape's teeth. "Yes, I see the connection." "Professor, continue please." He gritted out, "Thank you, Auror. Before being rudely interrupted, I was saying Potter had once again broken school rules, then resentful of my discipline, it was necessary to restrain the arrogant brat. Dad would be proud." Harry smirked and deliberately dug at Snape. "Mum too." Kingsley sighed. There was a lot of political power in this room. And anything he said would offend someone. "I think it best if I report the confirmed facts of the case, speak to a few witnesses and pass it to the director. Thank you, gentlemen. My suggestion is that these two have as little to do with each other as possible. You are not going to arrest this arrogant brat." Snape was outraged. Harry jumped up. His pubescent voice didn't lend much weight to his. "Lock up Greasy. 100 points from Gryffindor Potter and a month's detention," roared Snape. Sirius immediately turned to the headmaster, after being called an arrogant brat. "Or do I need to go through the paperwork of taking it to the board?" "Thank you all for coming today," said Dumbledore, tiredly, "and, no Sirius, no need to go to the board of directors. Severus, your punishments are suppressed. Harry, I warn you, do not antagonize Professor Snape in the future. Kingsley, might I have a moment of your time? Not in your official capacity, of course." All of the mistrustful looks faded somewhat and the mutual antagonists dispersed. "If the indications are right, Kingsley, it is inevitable that Voldemort will return," the wizened wizard said. "Within a year or two, I feel. I will be contacting Old Order members over the summer, but I wondered if I could impose upon you for a task now." The Auror grinned amiably, "But of course, Albus, anything you need." "Thank you, my friend." The leader of the Light was greatly pleased. Young Harry is at that boyhood rebellious age, as we all experienced. But in his case youth must give way to practicality. He will be targeted in the way James and Lily were. As such, he needs protection. So as much as your time allows, please let me know where the lad goes. That way we know such things before Voldemort does. Ginny Weasley and Luna Lovegood came into the common room, arms around each other. It was awful. They told the story together, probably the easiest we could have got. But the flobberworms were all dead before we even got to class. It was also kind of gross, honestly. Hey girls. Harry came in from spending time with his new girlfriend in the Ravenclaw room. He immediately noted their distress and frowned at some of the known bullies. When explained, he only sat between them and put his arms over their shoulders and commiserated, holding back a laugh. Tough break, girls. I, personally, would have liked another flight on Buckbeak. Neville sounded off. Let's get out there running. He picked Ginny up and tossed her onto his shoulder, not getting all that far however. Harry, after a playful look at Luna, did much better, climbing 2 full floors before needing a moment before running to the top of the tower. You know, Nev, maybe that's the next step in the program. Harry cogitated. That night in the showers, climb the tower with someone on your shoulders. To which Neville Ned, come on Harry. Give us a break. Sometimes you're bloody nuts. Hey, Ginny's cute. So's Luna for that matter. Harry shot back, unabashed. And taking Ron's glare with a smile. He was long since adjusted to group showering. No one noticed his subtle use of wandless magic to enable him to wash his stomach and reattach his diary to its usual place. So a few days later, at supper, Blaise and Susan came up to him at practically the same time. Oh. Ladies first. The Slytherin boy offered. Thank you, kind sir. The redhead girl curtsied with a smile. Harry, I heard from Auntie. Figured you'd want to know ASAP. They decided the incident between you and Snape washes out. That's when Blaise cut in. Stole my thunder bones. Yeah, no charges either way. Stole your thunder. Susan glared. Who do you know? He grinned. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Perv boy. She slapped his shoulder. He slapped her right back. You took it that way. Do you two even need me here? Harry wanted to know. He amusedly shook his head and sat with the Gryffindors. Well, you all might be interested to know, Snape got out of trouble. Hermione still offered a frazzled expression. She was obviously still using her time tuner. What about you, Harry? She wanted to know. After all, that would have been real serious injury were we muggles. I wish I'd have burned the bastard's arm off. He groused. He's not getting away with it anymore. Ron offered blissfully. I have that moment burned into my brain. I doubt he'll get any better. Certainly not for all of us. Observed Neville. That proved prophetic as Gryffindor racked up over 100 points in losses in potions class in the next week. And Mr. Filch had an overflowing workforce cleaning cauldrons, mowing lawns, scrubbing bathrooms and washing windows. What happened as a result was a sin and a shame. Harry was almost entirely shunned by Gryffindor. Malfoy's excessive displays of gratitude and friendliness only made it worse. Not a one outside of his close friends sided with him. When Harry wasn't in class, exercising or studying, he disappeared alone into the Chamber of Secrets. He beat against Sally's hide until his arms and legs were bloody. Didn't hurt the basilisk's hide at all, and she allowed it without objection. He glared down at his stomach and cried, just how am I supposed to deal with this, old man? I hope you're enjoying the end of your year, Harry. I spent the year under the cloud of Dementors. Fudge's bright idea to save kids from Sirius. All in all a long year. I did get the Patronus spell locked down. Has another useful trick, you can send messages with it. Harry sighed, that didn't do him any good. He still hadn't successfully performed a corporeal Patronus since Remus started teaching him. He liked Cho well enough, but Hermione had all but fallen apart, and there was the behavior of his so-called family. To sum up, he was mostly depressed. At the beginning of the last practice before the final game, Oliver Wood was giving his victory speech. We got the best beaters. The best chasers. The best keeper. The Lions cheered. The captain humbly bowed. Thank you. We only need to beat Slytherin by 20 points. I know we can do better than that, cause we got the best seeker since his father. No, Wood. No you don't. Harry said apathetically, your star seeker is sick and tired of being treated like shit. I don't care. He tossed his uniform down on the field and walked off with his broom. There were shocked expressions of anger and worry. What about me? I have a career. This is our best chance in years. We can take the cup. Why now? Not sooner. Well, let's see. I didn't really think of it until just now. The rest can be answered by asking so what? Was his answer. A word, Potter. Professor McGonagall ordered. She was waiting in the common room while everyone was going to breakfast. Harry followed her to the small office for the head of house to use. Yes, ma'am. As you can imagine, the Quidditch team, as well as most of Gryffindor is most displeased with you this morning," she said. To which, he asked, "What else is new?" "I shall not waste either of our time, Mr. Potter," she said severely. "You are too stubborn, too disciplined, once you have made up your mind. I will simply ask why." He grinned an odd sort of grin. "Why, Professor, was that a compliment? Anyway, I've been taking the shunning treatment from Gryffindor the past couple of months." "For what?" "Your housemates feel you're failing to treat Professor Snape with the respect due him as the cause of their punishments," she explained pointedly. He nodded. "So why are they not going through the board of directors?" "Like I did. I have not asked that question," she admitted. Again, he nodded. "I'm not surprised. Why haven't you done anything to stop unjust punishments?" "My duties as deputy headmistress are," she started, but was cut off. Harry said, "To do what is best for all." "You were going to say." "I read the job description. So what happens when one house is treated unfairly by the head of another? And what happens when one student is treated unfairly by one house? About the same as last year when the whole school picked on me for being the heir of Slytherin. You have manipulated your statements about as well as any Slytherin, not excepting Salazar himself," she countered. He only smiled. "I'm entitled to my point of view. And we come down to it. If almost every Gryffindor only cares about winning Quidditch, and not me, what's the best way to get revenge? And if I were to tell you to play or serve detention the rest of the school year?" she threatened. Harry shrugged. "First I'd want to know what rule I was breaking. And, point out Hedwig loves visiting Sirius. What should I put in my next letter?" "I see. Good morning, Mr. Potter," she finally said. Draco Malfoy strutted up as he appeared in the Great Hall. "So it's true then. Harry Potter has wimped out of a Quidditch match. Huh. Hey Wood. A present for ya." He tossed his Quidditch badge a good quarter of the way down the hall, landing it pinpoint in the disgruntled captain's cornflakes. Then finished, "Malfoy, anytime you like we can go one-on-one Seeker. Any rules you like. Make sure to invite Daddy so you don't have to tell him about it later. Hey Cho. Feel like going to Hogsmeade on Saturday. And any place but Puddifoot's. Feeling a little nostalgic here, my young self. What don't you have to go through? Mass murderer Sirius Black in the form of Padfoot, invaded Hogwarts at the end of the year, kidnapped Ron and dragged him to the Shrieking Shack. Why? He had scabbers in his pocket. Hermione and I followed him. I almost killed Sirius. Remus disarmed me. They tried to kill Pettigrew. I stopped them so Sirius could get cleared. Snape disarmed him. I stole Hermione's wand and blasted Snape into a wall. What a moment. Remus became a werewolf. Oh, he forgot about the full moon, and Pettigrew escaped. Afterward I learned Snape let it slip that Remus was a dark creature, so he would get fired. That's it. I'll kill Snape, declared Harry. He bounded down the Gryffindor tower out in the school, making a beeline for the Slytherin common room. Halfway there, Remus Lupin, holding the Marauders map, was in hot pursuit. "Harry, go get Dumbledore. Peter's near Hagrid's hut." "No way. I'm coming with you." Harry drew his wand and followed. Most kids would be quite unable to keep pace with even an unchanged werewolf. Harry Potter wasn't most kids. He could, and to spare. And they picked up several helpers. In Hermione, Ron, Neville, Susan, Ginny and Blaise. In minutes they were there. Remus skidded to a halt. "Harry, get out of here. Take your friends with you." "Hagrid, there's a rat near here." "It's Pettigrew." "Ron, oh thank Merlin. You know me, I was your rat, your friend." Peter babbled, then he approached Hermione. "Help me." "Good girl. Clever girl." He scampered past a furious, panting Harry, behind Susan, and slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her back against him. "Don't want pretty girl to come to harm." Remus tossed his wand aside and offered, "Come on Wormtail. Let the kids go. You and me can settle everything. Trust me. My word as a marauder. Free the girl." "Oh Moony, my old friend. I just want to tell my side," Peter pleaded, tightening his grip on Susan's waist. Blaise put in, "Wrong way to go about it, mister. That's Amelia Bones' niece. Hurt her and you'll be lucky to get a Dementor's key. Take me instead." "No, me," yelled Harry, as he shoved the Slytherin aside and slowly got closer. "You won't hurt me. Remember my dad. Remember James. Everyone says I look just like him." Peter was backing away from the boy, pulling the girl along in front of him. watching all the others as well. Two things happened at the same time. Hagrid, armed with his crossbow, threw open his cottage door, tearing it off its hinges. And Remus yelled in pain, his skin changed to gray, he seemed to grow, ripping his clothes to shreds. The hair all over him got thicker and longer, his face became decidedly canine. Everyone froze as the werewolf looked around. Harry moved first. He punched Peter square in the nose and ripped Susan out of his grasp. Susan stumbled into the recovering blaze, the pair hit the ground hard. The werewolf roared and aimed to spring at the closest human, who happened to be Neville. With its claws within inches of the teen, it howled in fury. Gentle Hagrid grabbed the werewolf by the neck, spun it around and struck it on the snout, sending it asprawl. Just as everyone was ready to turn on Pettigrew again, the air started to freeze and darkness engulfed the area. The werewolf didn't exist as far as a Dementor was concerned. One swept in on the largest clump of people. Ginny, Nev, Ron, run, yelled Harry, his attention torn away from Pettigrew. He pointed his wand at the darkness and cast, Expecto Patronum. It was a stream of light that didn't quite form before it drove off the Dementor. Hagrid, meanwhile, threw the werewolf some 10 feet into a tree. Lupin whimpered and limped away. Drawn to the disturbance, the whole army of Dementors approached, beeping heat, light and even life out of the area. Around the half-giant's hut, one swept in underneath the light shield Harry was powering. It missed the primary target, Pettigrew, and seized Blaise Zabini. A bright orb was drawn from the Slytherin's dangling form. Harry saw it out of the corner of his eye, spun, and yelled with all his might, Expecto Patronum. A being of pure pulsing light materialized. It was a large deer with a massive crown of antlers and pierced the dark creature on its white antlers. There was an explosion of black and white. Pettigrew took advantage of the distraction, changed into Scabbers and pounced on Ron's face. Blood spouted from the red-haired boy as the rat fled into the forest. Ron writhed in pain, clutching at his right eye. Or, rather, the eye socket. Within the bounds of his announcement, the headmaster spoke his usual turbid version of the truth. Snape told his snakes in the Slytherin common room. A more pure version would be Potter led his band of merry Gryffindors on an ill-conceived mission to capture a dangerous criminal. He managed to drag in the niece of the MLE director and one of our own. Not only did it fail, thanks to the foolishness of hiring a werewolf as a defense professor, and his negligence in not taking Wolfbane tonight. But, Zabini very nearly lost his soul and Weasley lost an eye. At King's Cross Harry was doing something pretty foreign to him. Hugging people. An annoyed Cho was third after a strangely changed Blaise and a one-eyed Ron. The Chinese girl complained, I couldn't even get close to people like them. You mean my two best friends? Asked Harry, coldly. Guys who followed me into death. You wanna tell me what's wrong with them? He turned to Hermione and gave her a warm smile. He didn't dare do more with the Grangers in sight. To Ginny and Susan, he wrapped them in tight embraces. Much to his girlfriend's displeasure. Glaring, she concluded, gesturing to the last of the group, I only find Neville Longbottom here fully acceptable. Top bloodline, status, only slightly inferior in reputation. You know, I liked you more when my tongue was down your throat. Harry suddenly went off, quite loudly. Cho's hands went to her throat in shock. How dare you humiliate me like this? We are through, Harry Potter. Do you hear me? Through. She'd seen her parents before the key. She shared with Harry and ran straight for them where all three Changs vanished. Well, looks like I'll need a girlfriend next year. He told the universe at large. There was a giggle, a sudden weight on his back and a pair of legs around his waist. Lastly she keyed at his neck and whispered, I might find you worthy if you don't go around saving first-year girls again. Luna. Harry was shocked. Did that mean she knew about Tom's diary? Or, for that matter, his? Looking in her eyes, he found no answers. And, suddenly, no time for questions as her father, Remus and Sirius were all converging on them. Sirius looked serious once they were in Grimmauld plural. Couldn't you have, I don't know, petrified him, Moony? That is an extremely good sounding idea, that is really very stupid. Remus answered, leave Harry, and any number of other kids, helpless with a mass-murdering traitor on the school grounds. Sirius sighed in defeat and looked at his godson, and why did you have to go off with him? He betrayed my parents. Harry glared rebelliously, I want him more than you do. If I get him, I'll kill him too. I'm getting older. And better. Sirius nodded. If anyone else had said that, I'd have laughed in their face. And some of the things you've done are, well, magical, forgive the pun. But you're still a kid. Leave going after the bad guys to the grown-ups. Be a kid. Get in Cho's shirt. Not bloody likely. Harry chuckled darkly. She dumped me for hugging Blaze. The two men exchanged a look and giggled. Does this mean no future pronksies? Merlin. You too. He complained. Even Cho didn't think that. No, I'm strictly a witch's man. They were all with us and Blaze almost lost his soul. I'd hate to think if my Patronus was just a second later. They all laughed slightly. Then from Remus, no more recriminations. Let's just deal with what happens next. The war hasn't even restarted yet. Harry pointed out. You know it will. We need to do things to hurt those who supported Voldemort, because they will again. I got Fudge to help with Sirius, so he's for sale. Time for another deal, I think. What else can we do? The Blacks were pro-Voldemort last time. Regulus was a Death Eater. Sirius, where else can we go with that? We got Malfoy's mum. The pair sighed. Sirius nodded. You have a bleak way of looking at things. And a way of asking simple questions about complex issues. I have been spreading the Black name around and which side we're taking in votes. By the way, you did know your family carries about the same influence as mine. I know that Dumbledore has told me nothing he should have, since it was him that landed me in Durscaban. Answered Harry. Remus tested the word, Durscaban. I get it, but surely. Dumbledore never would have. Sneered Harry. Grow up, Lupin. Anxious to change the subject, Sirius put in. A sizable contribution to the minister should get us an invite to the Quidditch World Cup. I think you would enjoy attending, Harry. Of course, he answered a bit sourly, but I guess I won't enjoy it as much as I think I would. Sirius' shoulders bounced some. He replied, those of us in high society do have greater responsibility. Oh, don't grump. You'll still be able to have some fun. Hope so. Harry muttered, how about some of my friends? I know for certain Ron would want to. Here comes fourth year, Harry. After the sanity and peace of third, this one is a mess. You'll meet several interesting characters. Let's start off with the first event. I fondly remember giving Vernon and Petunia an interesting choice. They could be happy getting rid of me after the end of June, but it would also make me immensely happy. Watching them agonize over that was funny. But, anyway, you're going to the Quidditch World Cup. Just the finest display of broomwork I ever saw back then. Another meeting with the illustrious Minister of Magic and another chance for Draco to gloat over a seat. See if you can't do something about that. Hey Sirius, that Quidditch idea. Harry called out from his bedroom, I'm all for it. See if you can buy out the box. On the diary wrote, Ron is fascinated with the Romanian seeker, Victor Crumb. Ginny calls it a crush. Thoroughly worth razzing him on. You'll see him at Hogwarts. After the France-Romania game is the danger. I was in the Weasley tent when it broke out. Death Eaters, black robes and silverfish masks, attack the campgrounds. Interesting fact, a dozen or so of them, about 200 Aurors, over 100,000 equally armed witches and wizards. Lord Black, Mr. Potter, good afternoon. A short fat witch who was so unpleasant to Harry, previously, greeted them sweetly, Minister Fudge is ready for you. Sirius smiled falsely, speaking for both, Madam Umbridge, my day is brightened just by the sight of you. Oh, Lord Black, you flatterer. She fanned herself, really, just as falsely. Anyone in the company of this boy was trouble in her opinion. And any influence they had on the minister was to the detriment of all. In his office, built and decorated to give advantage to the one behind the oak desk, Cornelius Fudge scrawled on parchment just long enough to make the visitors wait. He smiled broadly and repeated his undersecretary's greeting, Lord Black, Mr. Potter, good afternoon. Please minister, none of that. It's Sirius and Harry. The thin man in black finery bowed. Fudge walked around the desk and perched himself on a corner, said, as you say. Then, please, it's Cornelius. In private, then, Cornelius. Harry said, from his place a step behind and to the right of his godfather, the public must see proper respect for the office. The minister chuckled amiably, you are growing into a fine young man, Harry. So, what might this humble public servant do for two of our ancient and noble houses? I have been slowly involving myself in political affairs. Sirius said, but while my voice has been heard, I have not, as the saying goes, been putting my money where my mouth is. I have here a Gringotts draft for GG 50,000. The blacks will depend on your good offices to find the best use for this money. Harry grinned guilelessly. Well, since we're all such friends, Cornelius the First was hoping to get the best seats in the house for me and my friends. The minister's box. Why Harry, my boy. Who did you have in mind? Asked the minister, jovially. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Well, you might know I'm a seeker at school. Youngest in a century they tell me. Going there would be just, wow. Same for my friend Ron and his family. His dad runs the Muggle Artifacts department. Susan Bones, her auntie is an Auror. Blaise Zabini, he talks a lot about the Wizengamot. And Neville Longbottom, I hear a lot about it from him too. Well, what an interesting list of names. Fudge commented, then considered that Bones on his side. Zabini too. Augusta. Well, probably not, but it wouldn't hurt to woo the grandson. The Weasleys would practically fill his box by themselves. Out loud he added, I noticed them from what was grandly called the Battle of Hagrid's Hut. The boy bounced on his feet excitedly. Oh. Can I invite him too? He is a friend of mine, too, Harry. So why not? Answered Fudge. Susan Bones. The Ulna. Dear Susan. Hope the summer's going well. Going to the Quidditch finals. No. Wrong. Yes you are. And I got the minister's box too. The whole gang is there. See you soon. Harry. Several other very similar letters went out that night with Hedwig. Boys got a lot of nerve. Exclaimed Amelia Bones, just assuming a young lady would show up for him. The young redhead giggled at her aunt's rage. Oh, phoo, auntie. Harry doesn't mean it that way. And you know it. Father, this is a great benefit to our family. A young Slytherin told his parents, I can chat up the minister while you can point to your son in the box, discussing important deals. Mother, of course, doing her part as well. Mr. Zabini nodded sagely, perhaps you have done well, Blaise. My sources will be able to tell me who is nearby. My, see this Ron. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, a letter from Harry. Seems he's come into tickets for Quidditch match. Minister Fudge himself no less. Seems he was impressed with all of you. I told you how proud we all are. Both you and Ginevra. Oh there is so much to do. The portkey. Supplies for the Magitent. Film for the camera. I insist you boys take pictures. At last the youngest boy in the house was smiling. I'll send him a thanks, shall I mum? But he couldn't help scratching at his empty eye socket. Portkey? Asked Harry. Portkey. I've only traveled by myself, didn't know more than one person could do it. He guessed the technical ins and outs just hadn't come up in his studies, which by now were mostly starting 7th year. The recently graduated Percy, who now was in an entry-level ministry job, lectured on the process of using and creating a portkey intended for use by more than one person. Hermione was deeply fascinated. Arthur Weasley, a wizard, interrupted the trek about halfway there, heading to the games. The eldest redhead greeted him effusively, Amos Diggory. Fair morning neighbor. And I suppose this strapping young man is Cedric. Sir. The 7th year dropped from a tree, landing with ease. He smirked at Harry and said, ready to lose this year. Harry pushed at the older boy's shoulder and shot back, you wish, Seed. Help. Sirius. He was on the receiving end of a headlock and knuckles dragged across the top. You're on your own. The ex-con chuckled. Ginny and Hermione were deeply impressed with the older boy. Susan, who lived in the same dorm, couldn't care less, while Luna looked up and wondered, were any more Martians invading today? Oh Luna. Hermione commiserated. That theory was dismissed when it was proven the Martian canals turned out to be natural features of the planet. Like the Grand Canyon in America. Harry gave her an unfavorable look, then smiled at Luna. They arrived at an old shoe sitting atop a small hill and Mr. Weasley said, right, everyone get at least a finger on it. 3, 2, 1. And they were all beeped away. Well, Mr. Minister, I have your box all arranged, sighed an annoyed senior undersecretary. The seating was somewhat complicated by the known unpleasantness between the Weasleys and the Malfoys. However, I managed to seat them away from each other. There are still 2 unfilled seats. I apologize, but we would have been able to accommodate more of your supporters without all those Weasleys. The minister sighed, well, that's what I have you for, Dolores. To explain these little twists and misunderstandings. I know you'll succeed brilliantly. As long as Lucius is there. That is most important. Luna landed very smoothly at the campground, and she immediately turned her back on Hermione. No one noticed it was anything particularly rude, because she told Zeno, "Daddy, here is our tent. Mr. Potter, would you kindly get off of my niece?" This wasn't a nice lady making a request, the head of the DMLE was making a demand. Harry hadn't quite had the time to register where he was when Susan giggled happily, "I dunno auntie, I kinda like him here." The redhead threw her arms about his neck. This, much to Ginny and Hermione's simmering wrath. "I do too," he quipped, looking mischievously down into her eyes. Then they all watched, mildly amazed, as Harry stood effortlessly lifting Susan off the ground as well. He set her on her feet and brushed some dirt from her hair. Sirius and Remus laughed and applauded. Then, as a finale, he spun key at Amelia's hand and led the way, "Weasley tent over here." After they got there, though, Sirius tossed a thumb over his shoulder and said, "I didn't want to say anything sooner, but ours is that way." Weaving your way through the maze of stairs leading to your seat in the Quidditch World Finals Stadium was an adventure in itself. Especially the higher you went. So, at one point, everyone going with Harry to the minister's box were actually lower than those who were somewhat behind. In this case, the Hagrid's Hut heroes were climbing past the Malfoy family, who hadn't reached that point. Well, Potter. Draco called across the flights of stairs, heading to the basement, no doubt. Now Draco. Lucius scolded his son, with a smirk, no putting down the lesser. They have enough challenges in life. Draco glared across the short distance, "Yes, father." "Oh yeah, Malfoy." Ron yelled back, fist in the air. Harry was amused looking at Narcissa berating Draco, but he stopped Ron and whispered something that went unheard. However, Ron just resumed walking. "Minister, thank you for having us." "Minister, it is an honor." "Thank you, sir." And so it went for Cornelius Fudge as he regally shook hands with his courtiers. Dolores Umbridge watched the minister's box fill with people. Already quite crowded when the first bells rang, she'd check off the foreign diplomats, important department heads, the great oaf from Hogwarts, some few of the professors, then, horror of horrors, Black, a mudblood, the brood of Weasleys and Potter. Wait, who was that pair of blondes? Dolores purposely left 2 open seats to allow for overages, the oaf took up 2 himself in disaster. The Malfoys were obviously playing fashionably late. No room remained. Scandal. Draco, and his parents, importantly watched the tip-off of the championship game before heading to their reserved seating. To Lucius' immediate fury, not a spot remained for even him. Potter and Black, well, he could stomach sitting with them, barely. Half of the minister's box had those bumpkin Weasleys in it. And the so-called publisher Lovegood. Everyone in Harry's party waved, cheerily, at the Malfoys. Crumb. He's a Quidditch god. Ron did an impressive flip from chair to table as the group all piled into the Weasley tent. Harry pretended to be arrogantly unimpressed. I done better. Behave, Harry. Ginny giggled, "Can't you see Ron's in love?" He winked at her and shot back, "Oh, yeah, that's the same look you had when we met." "Why you?" She charged, blushing, and he ran. It was the first time in 2 years the Weasley twins and Harry laughed at the same thing. And even Hermione hid a laugh when Harry hid behind Arthur, dodging his daughter. When the Weasley patriarch suddenly left, Harry lost all humor. He yanked out his wand, pulled Ron off the table and ordered, "Lights off. Wands. Now. All of you stay here." Susan, Zeno and Luna were shoved into the tent by Madame Bones. The Zabinis appeared seconds later. An instant before the first explosions. There was orange in the windows. Glancing out the door, Harry heard chanting and saw a group of silverish masked black-robed people, no way to know if they were witches or wizards, firing spells. They passed. "We can stop them," he whispered. "They're Death Eaters." Hermione protested, "Let the Aurors get them, Harry." The twins jumped forward, "Say the word." Followed by Ron, Ginny and Susan. Luna added, "With you, Headmaster. Make sure they stay down." Harry ordered, ignoring Luna's remark. He was first out the door. The tightly packed group made a fairly easy target to hit. Several went down to curses fired by the teens. The rest, shocked, disapparated. "Mosmordre" was heard, and seconds later, a sickly light roared into the sky. Clouds reshaped themselves into a skull and a snake came out of the mouth. Which one of you did it? Ha! Admit it and you may avoid life in Azkaban. Who? An angry wizard demanded in a high-pitched voice. Mr. Weasley, wand drawn, ran up and protested, Barty. Those are my children. Harry Potter. Amelia's niece. They couldn't possibly. Winky. Mr. Crouch roared in a fury, with a wand. How dare you? You cast that abomination. This means clothes. The poor house elf sobbed at the accusation and threat. No, Master Barty. Not clothes please. Clothes. Crouch declared with finality, and tossed a glove at the poor stricken creature. Harry was horrified at the sight of such a scene that caused Dobby such delight as opposed to the utter despair it caused this female elf. Hermione was immediately distressed and attempted to console her. Winky simply vanished in a small puff of smoke. Augustus Rockwood, Dean Flint, Gibbon, two unknowns. An Auror named Jackson said, examining the unconscious forms, who is responsible for this? Ron spoke up, us. Well, all of us. Kids, taking out Death Eaters. Auror Jackson was incredulous, I don't believe it. Ginny was only too pleased to point out, then you never met Harry Potter. And friends, said Blaise, flinging a casual arm over Hermione's shoulder, proud of himself. In all, the teens were all immensely proud of themselves. Grinning from ear to ear. Did they all score hits? No, but they all came out unhurt and they stopped the attack. Mr. Weasley was apoplectic, he spun around in a fury, you lot. Went off after Death Eaters. Death Eaters. I told you to stay in that sodding tent. Calm down Dad, said Fred. George added, we're all fine. It was. Gee, almost fun. It was, wasn't it? Harry giggled, on an adrenaline high. He pointed his wand at the sky and yelled, Expecto Patronum. A huge white light gear galloped into the air and blasted the dark mark before heading over the horizon. Every single Quidditch attendee saw it happen. The Weasley patriarch forgot his anger and just grinned like an idiot. Come out well from the match, Harry. I hope so. The Ministry give you trouble. Probably. You're good enough, I trust, to deal with two more Horcruxes. These two are the hardest ones. Why? Because in one case, I never learned how it was recovered. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Voldemort's grandfather, and eventually would have led to Dumbledore's death. The location is the Gaunt Shack. It is on the last bit of Salazar Slytherin's property. I went there long after Voldemort's death. The place looked like Salazar built it and was hardly cared for since. Dumbledore went there in my 1996, so it shouldn't be any more watched in 1994. The problem is I never learned about what curse infected him. Get help. I'd recommend Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore. Even if you've come to not trust him, the man is still motivated to beat Voldemort, just wants it under his control. And someone you probably have met yet, Bill Weasley. Oldest of the kids and a Gringotts cursebreaker. The second is a different kind of problem. Hufflepuff's cup. A small gold piece with badgers engraved on the side. It's inside Bellatrix Lestrange's Black vault inside Gringotts. You see, we polyjuiced Hermione into Bella and Imperio'd Griphook to open it for us. At this point, she's still in Azkaban. Can't get hair from a prisoner, and even if you could, the goblins know she's locked up. Hopefully you can get these done and be on the train September 1st. Harry felt rather pleased with how the group handled the fight. Since most of them were in his exercise group, he knew they could do it. There was a problem. Too many missed, they all needed target practice. Himself included. In his opinion, all of the Death Eaters should have gone down. Up until now, things had been easy, the not yet fourth year realized. But the whole tone of this passage reeked of danger. Harry currently despised the headmaster and his first reaction was to throw out the whole idea of involving him. But could he? And worse, how could he explain his knowledge of these objects? Was it worth telling all? Were more left? Who could he tell the whole story to? He'd spend a few days alone in his tent thinking, studying and exercising. Hedwig went out with letters for Weasleys. Ron's was of the usual sort. Ginny, I was really proud of what everyone did at the Quidditch match. Sorry if I put you in danger. Won't happen the rest of the summer. Promise. I need to ask you a favor. And I may never be able to tell you why. Write your brother, Bill, and ask him to visit me at 12 Grimmauld. See you soon. Harry. Harry. Good to see you again, son. Sirius Black was highly relieved when a portkey came through his wards. He checked the boy over, turning him front side and back, before hugging him briefly. As much as his godson seemed to usually accept. Having had a couple of girlfriends, Harry's comfort with physical contact was noticeably higher. Sirius was the only adult he could initiate one with, Lupin he'd accept, Mrs. Weasley he tolerated. He squeezed his godfather back and said, I told you where I was. You know I'm safe there. I may know it here, he started, touching his head, then touching his heart. Here is an entirely different matter. And sometimes I still have trouble believing you're 13. Harry glared at him and declared, I'll be 14 in a month. I stand corrected, sir. Giggled Sirius. So, did you work out? Well, I know you did that. You must be a solid block of muscle by now. But did you figure out whatever you need to? Sorry, kiddo, there isn't an expression of that face I don't know. What can you tell me? He appreciated the way his godfather phrased that, yes I did. My source, has the location of 2 more Horcruxes. I was told to get help, and I can't think of 2 people much better than a couple of marauders. Well, except a certain meddlesome headmaster and a brother of someone who owes me a favor. Really? You want to involve Dumbledore? Sirius was deeply surprised. The answering expression was enough to make him worry. Everything was arranged a few days later when a man with long red hair popped into existence very early in the morning in a park across the street from Sirius' house. He scanned quickly for wards, cocked an eyebrow at what he found and simply went up and knocked on the door. He asked, Is this where Harry Potter lives? Of the brown-haired tall man who answered. Today, yes. Remus answered enigmatically and stood aside inviting him in. A completely black-haired boy appeared, followed by a thin long-haired man. Well, that shade of red could only belong to a Weasley. You must be Harry Potter. Bill said. Rolling his eyes the boy answered, getting this lousy scar painted over. No, Ginny just told me to look for the cutest boy with the deep green eyes. Was the man's humorous reply. Harry rolled his eyes and scratched his head, blushing, can we get to business? He held out a shoestring and explained, portkey to Hogwarts. When asked if Dumbledore supplied it, he merely said, activate. Remus, Harry, William and Sirius. Dumbledore said as casually as if he was calling roll, whatever brings you to my office this fine summer day. Remus asked, I thought only a headmaster could make a portkey into Hogwarts. Let alone into the headmaster's private office. That is quite true. The headmaster acknowledged, curious that I do not remember making one for you Harry. And, yet, that does show all the emanations of having been made by the headmaster of Hogwarts. Most peculiar indeed. I trust you will not abuse this, Harry. Harry shrugged and smiled, if I need someplace to snog I have broom closets, or the Chamber of Secrets. I hope I'll be able to visit Sally after we're done with our mission. Precisely what mission are we talking about, Harry? Asked Dumbledore. Harry grinned at his godfather and answered, well, my dear Albus, I think we're on the same side when it comes to stopping Voldemort. You've been on the track of finding something you don't quite know what it is. Yes. The headmaster's eyebrows shot past his hat. Harry couldn't help giggling, sorry, but this is fun. Anyway, what you're looking for are Horcruxes. Yeah, more than one. He sobered up quick, there were a couple in Hogwarts that I've dealt with. There are 2 I've learned about. Our mission today is a ring that belonged to Riddle's grandfather, hidden in the shack on the last Slytherin property. Riddle? Asked Bill. He was getting to the wrong side of irritation. Harry gave a sigh and apologized, sorry, Bill. He who must not be named. Voldemort. He made Horcruxes. Exclaimed Bill. All irritation vanished. Where is this place? Dumbledore looked at the boy and said, somehow, I suspect Harry will provide. Another portkey you have, perchance. Don't you wish legilimency worked, Albus? Asked Harry, suddenly, I'm quite better, huh? So, ready to go to work. He held up another, black this time, shoelace and the 5 of them vanished. This was a lot more fun with Susan to land on. Harry grunted as he pushed himself up from a pile of muddy leaves. He was grabbed by the elbows and lifted to his feet by Bill and Remus. Sirius teased, I'll let Amelia know. The shack is that way. Dumbledore pointed. Bill blocked him, a moment, Professor. His tone was all business. Several spells flashed and he finally med. We can get to within 500 feet of the shack. No closer until I give the all clear. Sirius and Remus stifled giggles while the headmaster waited patiently. Harry had a calculating look that more belonged on the Harry that gave him his diary. Very well, proceed to the door. Bill instructed, do not touch the knob. It is cursed. Alohomora won't do it. Harry was a little offended, that's a first-year spell. Shut up. Bill barely spared him a glance, I need to concentrate. The knob glowed blue for over 10 minutes before fading. He finally exhaled and opened his eyes. Sirius and Remus looked at each other, this is a Marauder moment. Remus pushed open the door and Sirius entered after casting a shield over his head. Acid streamed down from above the door. Bill offered, don't think I would have thought of that. Harry briefly glared at him. The oldest Weasley brother immediately started casting spells about the shack. It was a full hour before he spoke in English, all clear, but be careful with what you touch. The wizards fanned out across the dilapidated room. Harry didn't find anything worth touching. He looked around not at all sure what he was looking for, but he knew the ring was here, somewhere. He wished old Harry could have told him exactly where, just like in the Room of Lost Things. He doubted Voldemort would have left it sitting on a desk. After a time, suddenly he exclaimed, Sirius. Get away from there. Now. What is it? The Marauder wanted to know, then. Ah. A snake. Dumbledore coolly observed, a carving of one to be more accurate, Sirius. I would not recommend touching it. Tom apparently had some talents he never particularly displayed. It is very detailed. Remarkable in fact. Don't you touch it, either. Shouted Harry, idiot. The men all froze. Not least cause was a boy shouting down the ancient wizard, some one of us must, my boy. Said Dumbledore with maddening calm, and I have many more days behind me than ahead of me. You don't throw away a useful life in an attempt to deal with a small part of Voldemort. Said Harry, grabbing the old man's arm, especially when you have a Parseltongue at hand. Dumbledore smiled, I am flattered Harry, however. Don't think this means we're friends. Harry growled, you missed the chance to be my friend when you legilimenced me. And I hate you more every time you side with Snivellus. This is about Voldemort. He pushed Dumbledore aside, knelt and hissed at the snake carving. The carving glowed, changed colors, sprang to life and hissed back. It moved from the floorboards it was guarding and curled up against the wall. Well, wasn't that interesting? Bill commented, let me scan it before putting your hand in, Harry, right. Safe. Out it came. An amazing piece really. The band was a beautiful carving of gold snake heads, the face was an elegantly carved square of silver. Only Albus recognized the display of a line, circle and triangle as anything other than a pretty design. He commented, it is a lovely piece of art. It's evil, and needs to be destroyed. Harry snarled, he clenched his fist around it. He stopped and hissed at the snake carving again. It hissed back briefly, then fell to dust. In answer to the adult wizards he explained, he was created to guard the ring. I thanked him for doing his job and released him. Sirius gave a bemused look, said, well, very good. Harry. What next? I am going to lay some repulsion and compulsion wards around this place until Gringotts can get a full team here. Dark magic is all over this place. Harry, the bank usually claims a 20% commission. Bill explained. Harry almost sighed, just what I need, more money. Hey Bill, why don't you take another 10? Thank you very much, Harry. Replied Bill. Harry answered, you were part of the team. Remus, you could use some too. Feel free. Totally unnecessary, Harry, he protested. The boy cut him off, I'm an unemployed teacher since he didn't stand up for you. We need to visit Sally to kill this thing. Sally? Asked Bill, but he went on, well I will be a couple hours warding the place. Then, I don't dare visit Britain, for any reason, without seeing the family. A pleasure to have worked with you all. Harry, I owe you, call on me if you need me. Shaking the red-haired man's head, ignoring the curious looks, thanks Bill. Actually, yes. Drop by Grimmauld before going back to work. All right. Bill answered, both doubtful and curious. What else could this half-grown kid have up his sleeve? An enigma, young Potter was. An ex-con for a godfather. A marauder. They were legends the older years talked about during his first few years. Apparently, Remus was too. Still sounds like a boy, but ties the greatest wizard in knots. Should he thank his sister, or turn her over his knee? It was quite late at night the four returned, side-alonging with Dumbledore, to Hogwarts. An eventful day, I must say. The headmaster enthused. It has been some years since I've had that much fun. I must thank you, Harry. Where did you get such exacting and detailed information? Oh, for effort, Albus. Harry countered, sourly, success. Anyway, let's go see if Sally's home. Sirius giggled nervously, never met a basilisk before. Am I properly dressed? I'm sure she'll be to offer a scale or two. Harry chuckled, rolling his eyes. Gentlemen. Shall we? The three adults were deeply impressed when the machinery ground opened the main entrance and Harry casually jumped into the hole with no visible bottom. They all, honestly, enjoyed the ride. Now all of you, hide your eyes. Look at the floor. Harry was in charge down here. It was another of his homes. He heard noises. Hi Sally. Is it safe for visitors? After a couple crunching noises, the basilisk replied, just finishing a snack. My eyes are safe. Come on then. Harry told them. Dumbledore looked up easily. Sirius and Remus less quickly. Either way, the three adults all groaned at the unappetizing sight of Acromantula legs frantically kicking in Basilisk's mouth. I'm glad to see you're recovered, Sally. Please avoid the nest itself in future, said Harry, and I have another piece of evil for you to destroy. Sally's throat muscles, and gravity, took the Acromantula down. It could be seen as a faintly moving outline in the basilisk's body. Delicious, she exclaimed. I will be only too happy to, Harry Potter. Then you can introduce me to your friends. You can bite this one? Asked Harry somewhat nervously. I mean, I trust you, but it's rather small. Tilda. She laughed her hissing laugh, unnerving the men, winked at him and ordered, hold it, between thumb and finger, by the snake on one side. My tooth will go straight through without touching you. Hey! Remus and Sirius both screamed, 2 seconds after the bite was done. Harry stood there, destroyed ring still in his fingers, giggling like a loon. That was when he decided, I think you'll like my friend, Luna. These are my two uncles Sirius and Remus, and the school headmaster Dumbledore. Everyone, this fine lady, is my friend Sally. The headmaster apologizes for all the false stories about you over the centuries. Harry translated. Remus and Sirius are both surprised they never found you during their school years. And you scared the bloody hell out of them when you bit the ring. Sally says, shame on you, headmaster, for not teaching your hatchlings proper manners. She forgives me because I was only repeating what they said. Dumbledore asked, how did this rather unique friendship start? Harry, I must admit, it was fraught with danger. Not so much for Sally, but we are so much smaller than her. She says it is quite lonely down here. Harry translated. After translating Albus, question, I'd add to it, relationships start with trust. Give it a try. The headmaster seemed to consider that, quite seriously in fact, but took his own spin to it. For example, your behavior towards Professor Snape. Have you talked to him about me? Asked Harry, punching one of the basilisk's segments. It was hardly anything to hurt the 60-foot snake, but it agitated her. Sorry Sally, don't worry about it. Okay. If you're going to do this, maybe we should go. Thanks for your help, Sally. See you soon. Still, the basilisk idly wondered if anyone would ask what was in her private room. While Harry was closing the chamber, Sirius said, you began this, Albus. You might not like where it takes you. I owe you a lot, headmaster. But, don't ask me to choose between you and the Marauders. Added Remus. Harry stormed out of the girls' loo and demanded, well, what's with Snivelus? Let us start there, Harry. Dumbledore went disciplinarian. Name-calling of professors is unacceptable. He shrugged. I guess I shouldn't call him an arrogant prick. Assuredly not, came harsh answer. Remus didn't look pleased either. Harry next queried, but I guess he can call me an arrogant brat. Insult my father, daily. I doubt it is as serious as you say, Harry. He countered. It came out before he even thought. Wanna bet? I do not know what you mean, Harry. The headmaster said calmly. He replied, I'll bet you anything Snivelus can't go a day without insulting me or my family or my friends. This isn't a good idea, Harry. Said Sirius, slowly, I'd be very careful. Don't agree to anything, unless me and Moony are sure. Dumbledore suggested, you would, for instance, apologize to Professor Snape and supply him with a regular quantity of basilisk venom. And if I'm right, you'll make Snape apologize to me. Countered Harry. Dumbledore shook his head. I cannot commit someone else to any terms in a bet with a third party. Huh. Harry was confused. Remus explained, he can't make Snape do something he has not agreed to. Ah, right, said Harry, how about, if I prove right, you fire Snape? Sirius looked, frankly, gleeful. Remus had a neutral expression. I cannot agree to risking a man's career in this fashion. Dumbledore was coldly ending the conversation. Harry snorted disgustedly, then you'll be dealing with lots of Snillivis fights. I shall not be threatened, Harry. The headmaster's magic flared up. Sirius got between him and his godson, and you'll be dealing with one school board meeting after another. And I think I want more access to detention and points records. I don't have anything but time at the moment, Sirius. Remus offered with a conspiratorial grin, and I know the system from a professor's perspective. Still, what discomfited the headmaster most, was that a portkey that he did not create took the 3 visitors away. He had Severus oath and would trust him to follow every instruction he gave. Why was the boy so stubborn when it came to school discipline? So disrespectful of professors, particularly the top tiers. And who was Harry Potter getting his information from? And why could he never trace the boy's location? So this is the reason my children are so obsessed with running. Molly Weasley mock glared at Harry, then hugged him. Is it true you actually cleaned out the black home? Harry had to ruffle himself a bit from getting near smooshed. It was just the way she was. Well, my best partner is my friend Neville Longbottom. He almost keeps pace with me. Ginny's almost as good. Ron's in the middle with a couple other boys and girls. Well, I never saw the need, with what magic does. Replied Mrs. Weasley, but if it makes them happy. Harry refrained from an impatient sigh. This wasn't his house or school. Ma'am, I read something that you can't do your best magic if you're not fit. I'm sure it's why I do so good at Quidditch. Yes, about that, I would like you to justify your leading my children to fighting Death Eaters. At this her tone was icy. He replied right out of his diary, ma'am, there were over 200 Aurors and 100,000 fans at the stadium. There were 14 Death Eaters. I know, I counted. Half a dozen of us kids sent them packing. Too bad we weren't where they first appeared. Too many died that day. Harry came from inside the burrow, ending the conversation. Ron and Ginny came out excitedly. The 3 teens clutched at each other and babbled loudly. The twins, more sedately. Percy didn't appear at all. Nodding his head, Harry offered, Fred, George. Harry, we're both sorry. George began. Fred took over, we just jumped on Ginny's side. G, and couldn't get off. F, even after she did. G, big brother syndrome. Apology accepted. He shook each one's hand, coolly. G, Ginny, read us. F, the riot act. Has Ginny explained what happened? Asked Harry. All 3 brothers shook their heads, as did a concerned Mrs. Weasley. After looking at her, he said, well, it's her story to tell. You'll have to accept what I said about it before, unless Ginny gives me permission. Ron, me and Sirius have been talking. Harry looked at his friend, earnestly. He feels guilty about well, what Wormtail did, to you. So do I. Should have let him get the death sentence. It won't make you, whole, again. But we want, if you're willing, to get you outfitted like Auror Moody. Ron's one eye blinked in excitement. Oh, no, Harry. Mrs. Weasley spoke for the concerned parents. Such a thing must be dreadfully expensive. You couldn't possibly. He looked at them, cutting her off. Don't even think about cost. We haven't. If Ron wants it, and I'm assuming he does, it's done. It's not charity. Think of it as 10 years' birthday presents if you want. What can we say, then, other than thank you? Mr. Weasley ultimately nodded. Harry and Ron grinned at each other. It would be done. Well, evening, Harry, said the final Weasley male. What's on your mind? And shook hands. The siblings were a little taken aback. Second youngest in the burrow, treated as an equal by Mr. Cool. How could this have happened? In private, no offense, said Harry, though his look lingered a bit on Ginny. They walked to the large tree in the front yard and he asked, wards? Bill's eyes widened, then he nodded, chanted and waved his wand for a few seconds. Done. But, wait, someone's intruding. Ginny. Harry explained. Gin, Bill helped deal with one. Can we talk freely? Her eyes popped. It's why he's visiting. Not a vacation. Right. Your story for mine. I found out about one in an old shack owned by Salazar. Slytherin's last descendants. Bill helped me and a couple others raid the shack and destroy it. Said Harry. Bill, this is another one. Or, was. The red-haired man took the leather-bound book and had an immediately disgusted look. It is the same as the ring. No doubt about it. This was what your first year was about. Wasn't it, Ginny? Oh, why didn't you tell someone? Spitfire. Percy. McGonagall. Dad. If you can't see the brain, don't touch it. The girl finished. I know. Then it disappeared and I didn't know until Harry told me a few weeks after. Put it away. I don't want to look at it. Harry silently obeyed. How did you destroy it? Asked Bill. Harry blushed a bit and answered, I'm friends with a very big snake. Ginny, can you keep a secret? I know where there's another. And I need your advice, Bill. Friends. Wondered Bill with bemusement. Never mind. I assume you know. Somehow, exactly where another Horcrux is. And, if you're needing advice from me, I'd guess it's in Gringotts. It's impossible to steal from there. Harry smirked wickedly. Well, I actually know 2 ways, but neither of them will work now. Excuse me, exclaimed Bill, it is possible. It's never happened before. Ginny nodded fervently. Harry gave an elegant shrug and retorted, no one survives the Avada Kedavra. If I were caught trying to steal from the bank, not only would I be executed. The goblins would kill everyone with the name Weasley. Young Harry Potter had finally succeeded in scaring Bill Weasley. Harry held up his hands in surrender. All right, I'll save that as a last resort. But I need it, and I need it before the end of Christmas. If I haven't heard a solution by then, I'll have to go to Plan B. Ginny. Bill looked at his sister. You absolutely need help. A Horcrux is no joke. I'd absolutely want you checked in by professionals for any residual magic. Second, a mind healer. Lots of sessions. I can help some, but. Harry spoke up. If money is a problem, I feel I should help. I just wish I got Tom from Ginny sooner. You knew that first day, didn't you? She suddenly asked. I began to think you were a little creepy for following me. Bill laughed. Why is it a girl following a boy is cute? A crush. But a boy doing the same is creepy. We'll have to tell Mum and Dad. All right. Ginny sighed in defeat. Harry nodded and stood. Well, I guess I'll head home. Although, he actually went to his tent, pulled a drawer of galleons, took it to Gringotts and opened a new vault naming it Ginevra Weasley. The deposit was GG 5,000. He then returned, completed several potions while exercising and reading 7th year astronomy. So, what were you at the Burrow for? Sirius wanted to know, when Harry returned to Grimmauld a couple days later. Harry scowled, impatiently. How did you know? You have your secrets, I have mine. His godfather winked at him, and I never could help poking around. It was my marauder job. Nothing we couldn't do. Now glaring, he said, how about poking around Snivellus instead? Don't worry, Harry. All your secrets are safe with me. Sirius countered lightly. So, the Weasleys. Visiting Ron, or Ginny. I liked that Daphne girl, too, in spite of her, associations. He blushed a bit and chuckled, funny Sirius. Ginny's pretty, so's Daphne. That'd be a scandal, wouldn't it? Can the Griff hero date a snake? Maybe I should, just for fun. Susan Bones or maybe her friend Abbott. Well, different from James. Sirius cogitated, using his wand to scratch his back. You don't seem to have a type. That's good, more choices. Your poor dad looked at Lily and never looked back. Can't imagine where he'd gone if she kept right on rejecting him. Harry shivered and gagged. I'd have been Harry Snape. EEWWWW. With Lucius as a godfather and Bella as godmother. Added Sirius with a nasty laugh. Harry slammed a hand into his chest and crumpled to the floor, then looked his godfather in the eye and said, nice try. Good, Harry. Very good. He cheered. I'd say you could stand up against most Legilimens. We'll need to have you hold off 2 of us before I'm convinced you can hold off Dumbledore. And, I should give you some experience with the battering ram type assaults someone like Snape would probably use. This was Harry's schedule for much of the summer. With some socializing time, he wrote to different friends most every day. And visiting a good 2 or 3 days a week. He wasn't allowed an endless workout life. And it pleased him to obey his godfather in that. Don't tell me you don't know. You've got a father and brother at the ministry and you don't even know. My God, my father told me about it ages ago, heard it from Cornelius Fudge. But then, father's always associated with the top people at the ministry. Maybe your father's too junior to know about it, Weasley. Yes, they probably don't talk about important stuff in front of him. Draco to Ron Goff. Ron gave him an impressively Snape-ish look and countered, who was sitting with Fudge at the game, Malfoy. How did you like the basement? My father had important business elsewhere. Declared Draco pompously. It was only necessary for us to make a brief appearance among the rabble. Harry chuckled lightly. Keep telling yourself that, Malfoy. Have a pleasant train ride. You handled that remarkably well. Hermione offered. Harry, I'm really sorry my parents interfered in our relationship. Can we pick up where we left off? The compartment got completely silent as everyone looked at Harry, but he uncommutably answered, I think that is something to discuss in private. Excuse me, I think I just saw Colin, think I'll go say hello. Where is Harry? Asked Luna as she strolled in. Neville answered, he went to talk to Colin, he said. Harry. The excitable boy waved, this my brother. Offering to shake, hiya Dennis. How was the summer? I told our parents everything we learned. Guess it's old news to you. They were feeding off each other's energy and taking in stereo, wish we could show them, but you know the rules. Nodding, he answered, I sure do. But, I'll let you in on a secret they don't tell Muggleborns. Think about this, no one gets letters from Hopkirk if they use magic in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, or like in my godfather's house. How come? Because the older Creevy got there first, there's lots of magic around anyway. Harry nodded, 10 points to Gryffindor. That's sneaky Harry. Dennis offered. Leaning in, the fourth-year foe whispered, the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. But I'd met Malfoy first. Who do you think is going to teach defense against the dark arts this year? Asked Colin, a shame about Lupin. Lockhart was pathetic and he kept trying to touch me. If he comes back Dad will come and kick his ass. Harry shivered at that revelation, then slapped the boy's shoulder, I promise you, no more Lockhart. I know for a fact. Beyond that, well Dumbledore better do better than a fraud and Voldemort. How can you say it? Asked Dennis after he flinched. Harry giggled a bit, drew his wand and wrote in the air Tom Marvolo riddle. Then as his diary told him, just rearrange the letters, see. Lord Jumble. I'll tell the world. Maybe he'll just die of embarrassment. Neville. What's on your mind? Hermione. Was the solitary word answer. As the fourth years strolled silently away, Colin put a restraining hand across his brother's chest and said, no way. You don't want to be around for that. Read potions. But you said I'd hate. Snape. Complained Dennis. Colin quipped, who doesn't? Read the last 5 chapters. That's where he'll probably get first day's questions from. That whole time you were dating Cho last year. Said Neville. Harry, it broke her heart. We could all see it. Even Ron, and you know how clueless he is. Harry chuckled, that's Ron for you. Don't think I didn't notice. Actually, you don't realize how hard it was for me to even be her friend again. People don't get to decide how I live my life. Especially when they don't know me. Her parents did that and she let them. So, no, I don't plan on dating her again. And, I'd appreciate you not discussing it with anyone, including her. She deserves to hear it from me, first. House elves. Exclaimed Hermione, that's like Avery. And I will not be a party to it. She threw down her fork and crossed her arms over her chest. Ron gaped at her, shrugged, and stabbed a potato from her plate. Harry, then Neville, Seamus and Dean all laughed. Luna came over, curtsied to the angry girl, and took the whole plate from her, no sense it going to waste. Holy bloody hell! Exclaimed Lee Jordan, who is that? By way of answer, Dumbledore announced, due to unfortunate circumstances, Professor Lupin will not be returning. Boo! Harry hissed and catcalled, no guts. Coward! He slapped Hermione's hand away when she tried to pull him into his seat. Mr. Potter's opinion notwithstanding, continued Dumbledore, we will be having our defense against the dark arts classes under the most excellent tutelage of former Master or Professor Alistair Moody. The second major announcement for this year is the cancellation of this year's inter-house Quidditch tournament. This time, the booing, hissing and catcalls came from easily half the school. As I was saying, we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. Dumbledore Goff. To most students, this was a mystery. Even among the purebloods. For those of you unaware, the tournament calls for a single champion from each of the 3 largest wizarding schools in Europe to compete in a series of 3 trials for the prize of 1,000 galleons. He continued to explain, the Department of International Cooperation and the Department of Games and Sports at the Ministry of Magic have decided to reinstate the tournament under the condition that new safety rules are used, including that no student under the age of 17 will submit their name for consideration. Eternal glory awaits the winner of this event, but be warned, should your name be chosen, you are magically obligated to compete. The tone of menace, while it intimidated many into sitting, encouraged a few to cheer and even fewer to plot how they planned to get around the age rule. Welcome to 4th year, Harry. Yeah, I had little to say recently. But like I've said, 3rd was just off the books because of everything caught up in Sirius. This year has events that you didn't have any control over starting, but we'll get them good. You just met Mad Eye Moody, whose signature phrase is, constant vigilance. Careful around him, keep those occlumency shields in place, it's important. If you haven't already, get your friends in on it. This was my, clueless about girls year. I drooled all over myself staring at Cho Chang until it was too late to ask her to a dance being held for Christmas. Don't be me. I've been manipulating this situation a bit over the years by mentioning different girls. I didn't so much choose a wife as have a lack of choice. This is not to say I had a bad marriage. I didn't. We were very happy. But, think about it, you're rich, famous, and to quote an article in Witch Weekly, bloody hot. Well, that's still a couple years away. Teen Witch Weekly is currently calling you cute as a pygmy puff. Maybe you'll end up choosing the same woman I did. You could choose someone I've written about, or totally different. Harry scratched his neck, embarrassed. But just going by his exercise program, he was the most fit student in the school. He had a couple of girlfriends. So if old Harry was still in the blush at girls stage of life, he was already a different person. And in his opinion, better. He also knew his old self's pattern by now. There had to be a reason he mentioned this new Dada professor. Classes were tense with excitement all through the fall. For the 4th years, it started with herbology. Professor Sprout was lecturing on the dangers of a particularly nasty plant. We're here for a really hazardous plant. It is called creep. Starting from a simple stalk, it strangles and starves everything in its area, overlays the ground with its fluids. As the fluid spreads, the stalk grows and develops. The fluid can spread farther, and as it reaches maturity, it can spit seeds to be caught by the winds to spread even faster. Cedric Diggory is going to enter the tournament. Justin Finch Fletchley was spreading the story around the greenhouse classroom. Harry nodded. Well, of course he is. He is the 2nd best seeker in the school. Bit full of yourself, Potter. Hannah accused, angrily. Ron snapped back loyally. Name one time anyone's beat Harry. Abbott. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Sprout called out. He looked up, confused. Ma'am. I assumed you had the answer to my question, Mr. Weasley. The professor scolded. Ron looked around for help and didn't get any. Sorry, ma'am. Then that will be 5 points from Gryffindor. She declared. Then, can you tell me what my question was? She ignored Hermione's waving hand and waited for 2 full minutes. That will be another 5 points for not paying attention. Now, Miss Granger. She put her hand down and happily answered. You asked about the distinguishing characteristics of creep-filled. Correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. The professor said. Now, can you answer the question? Nodding, the student said. It tends to be pink with dark green oval leaf-like objects floating in it. They have never been analyzed but are assumed to be photosynthetic. The creep also attacks any plant or animal it comes in contact with, eventually killing it. Correct. 10 points to Gryffindor. Sprout was highly pleased. Now, how do you get rid of creep? Not Miss Granger, please. Neville answered. You can keep it at bay with a fire spell. But there's no way to destroy it unless you destroy the main stock itself. Only then do the fluids decay. Correct, Mr. Longbottom. 10 points to Gryffindor. The professor rewarded her favorite 4th year and smiled. After class, it was back to Harry. What do you have against Cedric? Complained a furious Hannah. Only on the pitch, Abbott. He countered cheerfully. If whatever this Triwizard thingy is, seed ends up on it, I'll be the first one rooting for him. Quidditch. That's another matter. Justin and Susan smiled at him while Hannah glared. He made Susan giggle as he playfully elbowed her side and, as he passed, winked at her. Warned, Harry walked into defense against the dark arts with his mind on a hair trigger. Alistair Moody. Professor to you students. Former Auror. Ministry malcontent. The new defense teacher clop stomped across the front of the classroom. Albus Dumbledore hired me to teach. That is all you need to know. Period. The end. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and leave it at that. I'm not supposed to show you what illegal dark curses look like until you're in the 6th year. How are you supposed to defend yourself against something you've never seen? You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. And how can you? So, who can name an unforgivable Weasley? Ron jumped, amazed the new professor could already identify him without taking roll, the Imperious Curse. He answered. Very good, the professor said, gruffly. Bringing a spider out of a jar, he cast a growth spell on it, making it about half the size of a student, then, another. Longbottom. Harry knew, and gave his friend an encouraging nudge. Neville swallowed a lump and said, C-C Cruciatus Curse. Correct Longbottom, replied Moody. His wand pointed at the enlarged spider, his face turned plain evil and he chanted, Crucio. It was engulfed in a purple glow and its legs bent and twisted all kinds of ways. Everyone could tell it was in agony. Hermione slapped her desk. Stop it. Can't you see it's upsetting him? Unforgivables do that, Granger. He sneered relentlessly. Care to tell us the last? She shook her head and no words came out. Avada Kedavra. He fired. And as suddenly, the spider just stopped. The professor's grin was anything but pleasant as he ended the class, a foot on each curse. And, no, Miss Granger, I did not say a mile. Next I'll be exposing each of you to the Imperious. Hi Sirius. Don't know if this is a problem or not. Mooney's replacement is an old Auror named Moody. He seems a little, well, off. That's too I don't know, simple. But there isn't a teacher, muggle or magical, that's ever acted like he does. He's not one for detentions or point S. He doesn't seem to care. And he talked about hitting us with the Emerius. Love Harry. Hermione, after 3 days, gave up her boycott of elvish labor and started eating. New plan was a two-pronged attack. She started leaving socks all over the Gryffindor girls' tower. And, when she found them in the common room she, without so much as a good evening, said, I have founded a new organization, the Society for the Promotion of Elvish Welfare. The purpose of which is to promote elf rights and free them from Avery. They're not Avs. Ron declared. Hermione, they've worked for wizard families for centuries. Longer. Harry was busily rolling the name of her organization around in his head. Something about it put him in mind of Lord Jumble. Hermione, meanwhile, went on as if Ron hadn't spoken. I will be the president, of course. Harry, I'm appointing you treasurer. Ronald, you will be vice president and recording secretary. Hermione, this organization of yours already has 2 problems. Harry explained. Can you honestly picture Ron taking good notes in anything? Second, did you figure out what you did when you named your organization? S-P-E-W. What does that spell? Ron went from annoyed at the insinuation he couldn't do something. After all, ever see his notebook? To thinking over Harry's observation. S-P-E-W. S-P-E-W. Spew. Spew. He burst out laughing. It is not spew. It is S-P-E-W. She exclaimed angrily, I am trying to help a whole species into the light of freedom. An older Gryffindor started clapping. Well done Hermione. Thank you Cormac. She gushed at him. Harry shrugged it off and said, Hermione, I'll make you a deal. I'll start you up with 500 galleons but you have to give up throwing clothes all over the place. It won't work anyway. And, second, you have to actually talk to some elves. I personally know 3, you can start with them. Professor Snape was stalking around his classroom lecturing the 4th-year dunderheads, and I do not expect many of you to advance past L levels. Betcha I do, whispered Harry. Susan nudged him, pressed a finger to her lips and shush. Think you so, Potter? The professor slithered up. No one improves their grade as much as you did without. Shall we call it, outside help? Harry slapped the table and stood. You can speak plainer than that, Snape. 50 points from Gryffindor, Potter. He snarled, a week detention with Mr. Filch. You will treat a Hogwarts professor with proper respect. Harry glared right back, hatefully resentful of being accused of cheating, and countered, respect must be earned, SNI versus ILUS. He drawled out the last word. Report to the headmaster's office immediately, you arrogant little brat, ordered Snape. The teen, much to the shock of his classmates, deliberately sat back down, crossed his arms and said, my godfather does not approve me going there without his presence. Get out of my classroom. Snape gritted out. Harry grinned and winked at Susan, then paused and whispered in Daphne's ear, sorry, just came out. The Slytherin girl felt her head of house's eyes on her and did not reply. Well, as I see it, Harry is, at the most, guilty of talking in class, Sirius declared after listening to the story. McGonagall sat there, quietly. Severus showed every sign of being ready to pop a blood vessel. Dumbledore shook his head. Harry, you were deliberately insulting and insubordinate to Professor Snape. And Snivellus was deliberately insulting, accusatory, and subjected my godson to slander. Sirius countered, I demand an apology. Public. The headmaster cocked an eyebrow. Demand. He asked coldly, no one makes demands of me in my school, Mr. Black. I shall not allow a professor's authority to be so undermined as you request. The punishment stands. The point deductions are validated. You may go. Right to the board and to my old friend Amelia. Slander is a crime. Sirius stood and declared, and Harry is forbidden, by me, from serving any detention related to this incident. Or, for that matter, any in the future Snape chooses. Dumbledore, Professor, Snivellus. Any time, Harry, this is just about Snape. You understand that, right? The teen grinned and put an arm around his godfather's waist. Oh, yes sir, Padfoot, yes sir. Oh, speaking of which, could we tell the twins? I was under the impression you were never going to let them off. Answered Sirius, clapping him on the shoulder. Harry shrugged, you know, when you've fought a battle with someone. I do indeed, kiddo, I do indeed. Sirius grinned, to Gryffindor. Harry peered into their room and said, hey guys. Got a minute, or three? F, what's, G, on, F, your, G, mind, oh, nothing much. Harry sing-songed. George yawned, can it wait? Busy tomorrow. Fred added. Harry shrugged and started to leave, as you like. I'll just tell Padfoot you're not interested. Padfoot. George sat up, whacking his head on his headboard, ouch. Fred rolled out of bed, banging his hip, ouch. Here. Where? He scrambled to his feet and half limped, half ran. Luna and Ginny were sitting next to each other on a loveseat. A large black dog no one had ever seen was laying across their laps, and as soon as the twins appeared, licked Luna's face and stroked Ginny's with his tail. I wanted to thank you both for helping at the Quidditch Cup, said Harry. I was a bit mean to keep it from you. Quick question, did you guys figure anything out? They looked around, somewhat impatiently, shook heads. Harry giggled, right. Just so you know, Ginny figured it out. And feel free to jump in if you do put it all together. How did you put it, Gin? I know. Meet prongs expecto patronum, he went on while the stag walked around the common room. All of the marauders were animagi, except one. Next was Peter Pettigrew aka Wormtail aka Scabbers. Padfoot, show yourself. Woof, said the big black dog, who then turned into a man who said, woof. He laid across Luna and Ginny with a smirk, then rolled off, into standing. Neville and Ron did a double take and exclaimed, bloody brilliant. Sirius Black, exclaimed the twins. They ran up requesting, teach us, oh great one. The marauder smirked, what is the final name? Moony. Now, if he wasn't an animagus. Quiet Miss Granger. This is for them. Are they really this clueless? Luna wanted to know, much to Harry's amusement. He slapped her hand. If I may. This magical creature, who can be male or female, can be said to have women's problems. Humor just bubbled up and Sirius guffawed into a belly laugh, sad sad sad. I have my doubts you are truly worthy. A werewolf, George finally exclaimed. Fred, still deep in thought, and we learned a werewolf taught defense last year. Finally, Harry groaned in exasperation, and all of Gryffindor applauded. There was an undercurrent of excitement at Hogwarts. This was the day the Triwizard Schools arrived. The first to appear was in the sky. The students were awed. It was literally a flying castle, being drawn like a carriage by a team of Pegasus. It shone in the sky. Magnificent was the only word. Students ran outside as it landed on Hogwarts grounds. Minutes after, an unfamiliar noise came from Black Lake. A huge sailing ship was rising from the waters. By the time it docked, the tops of its sails stood as high as the towers of Hogwarts. The sails folded themselves. A witch, speaking French, cast a spell that created a gangplank. "All of you, inside," ordered Professor McGonagall. "Our visitors will be introducing themselves after supper. Now that we are all fed," Dumbledore bellowed, "it is time to welcome, first, from France the lovely ladies of the Academy of Beauxbatons." A group of willowy girls from preteens to young women, put on a lovely gymnastics display ending in a pair cartwheeling the length of the hall and concluding in front of the head table, holding each other's hands. They were both drool-worthy even if one was likely the youngest girl of the visitors. And she paled compared to the older one. Harry, who wasn't drooling, noted they looked enough alike to be sisters. Just for fun, he grabbed Ron's chocolate cake and ate it. "That's one big woman," Seamus Finnegan exclaimed. "Dumbledore, no tiny wizard, only came to her waist, welcome Madame Maxine." He at her hand. Hagrid desperately smoothed his hair and straightened in his seat. And now, the sons of Durmstrang. 2 columns of burly young wizards ran the length of the hall, flipped around impressively in front of the head table, concluding in a foursome spraying fireballs into the air. Afterward a goateed, long-haired wizard marched down in the company of a young man, both carrying staffs. Ron was gaping in awe. He finally squeaked out, "It's him. It's Krum." Indeed, it was the Bulgarian championship seeker. "Let us put our vocal talents on display for our guests. The school song," Dumbledore announced. Harry rolled his eyes. Goosebumps started running up and down his back. It was silly, downright embarrassing. He looked around catching the eyes of every Quidditch player in all 4 houses. Katie Bell nodded, so did Herbert Fleet of Hufflepuff, Roger Davies of Ravenclaw and Lucian Bowl of Slytherin. The 5 flyers unshrunk, their brooms bounced over everyone's heads and converged on the center of the hall. "Well, Potter, what now?" Lucian snapped. Katie rolled her eyes. "You want all those foreigners thinking the best we got is a lame song?" "Bloody hell no," Fleet growled. Harry pointed out, "They're all staring, waiting for us to do something. So let's just don't crash." The Quidditch players spun slowly around their center for a minute or so, then flew apart to the corners of the hall. Harry, wearing a silly grin, stopped above Dumbledore, looked down and waved. Fleet and Davies ran an obstacle course between the pillars. Katie and Lucian accelerated right to 90 miles per hour aiming at Harry, who did likewise. The 3 flyers whooshed past each other without making contact. All 5 shot to the center again, racing each other in a circle. "Fly low between the tables," yelled Harry. Roger yelled back, "You're insane, Potter." But he was alone 3 seconds later, so he followed into the trenches. Weaving in and out no higher than any seated student. "Ya h. Harry screamed as heads whizzed by faster than he could see. After a full circuit, he stopped above the center of the hall again, waited for the others to join him and ordered, "Now float right back to your seat and bow before landing." Everyone exploded in clapping and cheers. The entire senior staff remained after the students were dismissed. Miss Bell, Mr. Davies, Mr. Bowl, Mr. Fleet and Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began angrily. That performance was dangerous, unauthorized and completely inappropriate. "Everyone seemed to enjoy it," said Herbert. Professor Sprout retorted, "Hardy the point, Mr. Fleet. Does anyone doubt this display was Potter's idea?" growled Snape. Katie put in, "It was fun." And Roger nodded. "Professor, the song is great and all," said Harry, "but, in light of our visitor's performance, we just thought something more flashy would be, well." Dumbledore leaned forward sternly, adding, "Putting how many people in danger, Harry?" "We're the best flyers in the school, Professor," Lucian defended. Snape declared, "I believe that Potter must be punished. 50 points from Gryffindor and a month's detention." "In that case, we are all equally guilty," said Roger. "We all performed, brilliantly, I might add. Any one of us could have sat out tonight." The Slytherin nodded, "I agree too. Punish us all or punish none. We will take this under advisement." "You are all dismissed," said Dumbledore. "Sirius and Remus." "I got detention from Snape again." Honestly, I think I'm proud of this one. The Triwizard schools all put on these great displays and all we had to show for it was Hoggy Hoggy teach me. So me and someone from every Quidditch team got on our brooms and flew around some. A bit of high-speed stuff. Everyone cheered. Even the professors did. So, why did only I get punished? Another question, have I beat your detention records yet? Love, Harry. Nothing special for the next few weeks. Class. Homework. Working out. The group stabilized at around 15, though who made up the participants changed more often. Harry, in the days before Halloween, became antisocial. No one was really surprised. Well, Harry, I imagine you're sitting alone again on Halloween. Same drill, you're miserable while everyone's happy. Never really pleasant for me until 2030, my first granddaughter was born. Get down to the Great Hall. You need to be there this time. Your name is coming out of the Goblet of Fire. Hold on to Ron, he'll fall over when, well, I'm not sure who he's more impressed by, Fleur or Crumb. Here's a tough one, was I too forgiving? Ron got real nasty with me, didn't back me when I swore I didn't put my name in. Your call, kid. Hagrid will show you what the first task is. You have to get an egg away from a nesting female dragon. Of note, dragons speak snake, or as they say snakes speak a bastardized dragon. I didn't learn this until about 30 years later, when I also learned that hungry dragons aren't very friendly. And these girls weren't fed for a week. I used my broom to outfly it. Used a simple Accio, although I should have left it a lot closer than the Gryffindor Tower. And our first champion is Miss Fleur Delacour. Dumbledore announced that Halloween night. Beauxbatons and every single male in the Great Hall cheered. Any males she walked by drooled. Except for Harry, who winked at Luna Lovegood and stole Ron's pudding right out from under his spoon. And our next champion is Mr. Victor Crumb of Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced. Most females drooled, Ron was all googly-eyed. The guys clapped. Harry gave Lavender Brown a slap upside the head, and rather amusedly put Ron's empty pudding cup on Ginny's head after cleaning it out. And our third champion is Mr. Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts, Dumbledore announced. All of Hogwarts cheered. The other schools applauded. Hufflepuff exploded. After shaking hands with the Hogwarts champion, the old wizard prepared to follow the others into the back room. But the Triwizard Cup began sparking again. Never in history had this happened. A scrap of paper erupted from the cup and our fourth champion is Mr. Harry Potter of Hogwarts, Dumbledore announced. Harry was idly looking around the hall, his mind on the female population. While he was moderately attracted to the Beauxbatons champion, he didn't find her drool-worthy. But it was enough to turn his thoughts to fancy. Parvati. Lavender. Probably not. Did Romilda Vane just wink at him? No. Ginny. Possibly, most definitely. Penelope. Well, if she wasn't with Percy. Cho. Hotter than ever, but not again. Why was Terry Boot waving at him? Thanks, but no thanks. Padma. Twins. Becky Armcliffe. Not bad at all. The Carrows. More twins. Pansy. Not his taste. Millicent. Too closely related. Perserius. Daphne. Up went an eyebrow. Hannah Abbott. What was that? Megan. Sure. Thora Dinnett. Solid maybe. Susan Bones. Wow. He didn't just say my name. Heidi McAvoy. Harry Potter. Here. Harry flinched. What? Dumbledore waved a hand. Come, Harry. Come on up. No, he answered weakly. The headmaster affirmed, your name came out of the goblet. Come up, Harry. Now. I didn't, he repeated, with every slow jerky step he took. And there was hardly a friendly face he passed. Everyone, it seemed, was turning against Harry. Liar. Fraud. Cheat. And those were some of the nicer epithets. Confused looks from Hermione and Ron. There were two, and only two, who were clearly supportive. Luna and Ginny. Harry went from the frying pan into the fire. First up was French girl talking down to him. What is it, legal boy? Nothing legal about me, Bint. He retorted, never mind, he wasn't as tall as her. Crumb gave an appraising look, found Harry's retort to the villa impressive and smiled faintly. Harry, did you put your name in the goblet? Dumbledore yanked him around and demanded. The boy ripped the headmaster's hands off his shoulders and snarled, are you deaf? Didn't you hear out there? Silence, Potter. Answer the headmaster. Snape gritted. Harry imitated his tone perfectly. What are you even doing here, Snivelus? Apparently, we have a fourth competitor in our Triwizard tournament. The Ministry's director of games came in and declared. Igor Karkaroff pompously announced, we will not compete in this mockery. You must. Crouch declared, you signed a magically binding contract. Harry crossed his arms and argued, well, I didn't, so I'm not. Of course Z-boy is lying. Madame Maxine accused. Looking up at the headmistress, belly button, the boy sneered, the air must be thin up there to make you so stupid. How dare you? She demanded, full of wrath. The headmistress swung on the boy, whose reflexes were too quick. Snape, caught on the shoulder, bumped his head on the stone wall and slid down, stunned. Harry just fell over in a belly laugh. Enough, roared Dumbledore before continuing, now, Harry, apparently whether you did, or did not, is irrelevant. The fact that your name came out of the Goblet of Fire means you must compete. Now, the first task will be November 24th. Alistair, have you a theory as to how this happened? The scarred Auror took a swig from his flask, considered and answered, well, if I were doing it, I would cast a confundus. Then register a fourth school on the goblet and make Potter the sole student. Hootsa ahhhhhhh. The Gryffindor common room burst into cheers. The sour faces were totally gone. Regardless of how, one of their own was in the tournament, it was thrilling. All was right with the world, the butterbeer flowed. Then everyone wanted to know, how'd ya do it, Harry? He glared at the poor unfortunate and said, take your wand and stick it up your ass. No, Harry, I think we all want to know how you did it. Ron said, coldly enough to drop the temperature in the room 20 degrees. Harry got to his feet, and into the silence repeated his previous response, take your wand and stick it up your ass. Care to repeat that, mate? Snarled Ron. When, unsurprisingly, Harry did, he threw a punch. Ron, a split second later, was holding a nose that was spurting blood. Little Dennis Creevy tilted the older boy's head back, pinched his nose and led him off to the hospital wing. Within minutes, Professor McGonagall appeared in the common room. She looked around, finding her target in a moment doing sit-ups and reading. With only mild exasperation, she said, Mr. Potter, I can honestly say that has to be the most seemingly distracted method of studying, but no one can argue your grades. At any rate, my office please. I assume you know the reason for this meeting. Yes, ma'am, replied Harry, politely but with no hint of apology in his voice. Her eyebrows rose, and can I further assume you will tell me the complete, honest, truth? Without any hint of prevarication. Some people are less than happy with me being in the Triwizard. Harry started. No, he didn't quite get that last word, but he could guess just by her tone. Ron is, obviously, one. Why is for him to say. The boy was pushing her tolerance, proceed with your tale. Right, sorry. He half apologized, Ron wants to know how I cheated my way in. Won't believe I didn't. So I told him to stick his wand up his bleep and he took a swing at me. I'm faster and shoved his fist back in his face. McGonagall almost smiled at the editing. Quite elegant, really. She might even have rewarded it, in some other situation. Well, I cannot countenance any form of violence in my dorm. Nevertheless, that certainly sounds more factual than Mr. Weasley's account. 15 points from Gryffindor in a week's detention. You are dismissed, Mr. Potter. She deducted 20 from Ron. Oh Harry, I remember this moment well. Even after 100 and, well, enough of that. Yes, Ron's a prick here. Thinking back, so was I. Not to Ron, but Neville. First time I really fought with Ron and hung out with Neville. If anything, I let Ron apologize too easy after the first task. And, let Neville fall back into the pack. Not something you need to change, per se. Nothing that'll change the world. You probably already noticed a drop in popularity. It gets worse before it gets better. Sorry kid. Another fun Draco moment coming, him being his usual charming self. I told him off and walked off, he tried to hex me. Sorry. Ha ha ha. It's better if I don't tell. Ha ha ha. Harry glared at the diary. Sometimes the old man could really be annoying. Half stories were a bit frustrating. Harry, I want you to know, I believed you 100%. Said Neville loyally. Ron's a moron, I think there's a joke there somewhere, anywho, that counter was amazing. Where'd you learn to fight like that? Harry scratched his head, and confused himself answered honestly, "You know, Nev, I never learned to fight." "Exactly, it's just that after all the exercising and meditating and occlumency. Well, Ron's punch just seemed slow to me. I'm just both faster and stronger enough, like I was fighting Dennis Creevy." "So, you think I could do that to Malfoy?" asked Neville, timidly. Harry gave a mischievous look and answered, "Nev, if I have my way, Dennis will be doing that to Malfoy." "Ha ha ha ha. I'd pay a few galleons to see that." Neville laughed. Draco Malfoy was lounging importantly on a tree branch about 8 feet off the ground. It was a mild fall day and his cohorts were holding court with him. A look around and he saw St. Potter with Lardbottom arguing with the blood traitor and lowly half-blood. They were head his way. "Crabbe, Goyle. Here he comes. Pansy, nearly nice to see you. Except that wherever you are the bee, owned greaseball is always close by," said Harry. The tough Slytherin girl nodded ever so slightly, without enmity. "Potter. Still not getting along with Weaselby, Potter?" Draco observed from his perch. Harry gave an uncaring shrug and retorted, "Ron and I don't always agree. Unlike Tweedledum and Tweedledummer, here, who just think what you tell them." Pansy had no higher opinion of their intelligence. She hid a laugh with a cough. Crabbe and Goyle growled angrily, charging Harry. They ran headlong into each other. "Mr. Crabbe, Mr. Goyle." McGonagall was outraged, attacking a student. "That will be 50 points from Slytherin. Each. And a month's detention." She pinched an ear of each, dragging them away, scolding until no one in the courtyard could hear. Draco, without his bodyguards, but still with more Slytherins than the pair of Gryffindors, swung a leg and carelessly dropped from the tree branch. He landed on his feet quite smoothly and sneered at Neville, taking up with the squib instead. "Be that as it may, my father and I have a bet. He thinks you won't beat the first task. I think you won't live through it. I'd like to get in on some of that easy money." Harry replied with a false grin, 50 galleons on me to win." Neville was all too pleased to follow along. "I presume you can cover 100, too, Malfoy." "I could cover 1,000 times that," Draco declared, pompously, "as you well know, Longbottom." Neville bowed his head. "I might take you up on that someday, Draco." "You're petty, Malfoy," Harry growled as he started to stalk off, "and your father is cruel." Draco glared furiously at his nemesis back. "How dare you insult my father?" He whipped out his wand, prepared to fire a nasty curse. Crabbe and Goyle were back on their feet again, grinning happily at the thought of the boss hexing the enemy, rubbing hands together in anticipation of a brilliant display. That did not happen. Professor Moody was there behind Draco, wand already aimed. He fired. The own boy twisted and twirled in the air until he became a small white rodent. Crabbe and Goyle laughed. "Think it's funny, boy?" the gnarled Auror asked. He magically stretched the fatter boy's pants and dropped the changed boy into his bodyguard's pants. Neville stood there in silence, not even sparing anyone a glance. "Not a word. You hear? Not a word. No one talk to me. I am busy burning every instant of Draco the Amazing bouncing ferret into my brain so I can relive it again and again." "Professor, what are you doing?" McGonagall rushed back to the scene. Moody sneered at her. "Teaching. Is that a student?" Her Scottish accent thick. Moody sneered again. "Technically it's a ferret." "What did Headmaster Dumbledore tell you about using transfiguration as a punishment?" she demanded. Moody grumbled. He might have mentioned it. As he returned Draco to human form, he winked at Harry and Neville, then stormed off. As soon as Harry had some private time, he opened his shirt and then his diary. A truly beautiful moment, wasn't it, Harry? Picture in your mind an old man cackling gleefully. "You'd never forgiven me if I'd deprived you of that. You do have some lonely days ahead. It helped me, a lot. Good luck against the dragon. I overheard you talking to Cormac." Hermione approached Harry while he was doing push-ups and sit-ups. Harry tensed and glanced around the common room. But obviously his friend had thought of privacy. He kept easily working. "And what is your question?" "While I am mildly annoyed, he felt the need to ask your permission, and could you stop that, please?" "Thank you." It was hard to talk to someone in constant motion. "You were remarkably unconcerned about the notion of my dating someone else. And I would like to understand why." He bounced on his feet and stood. "Your parents forbade you to date me. You accepted it. I see no reason to be bothered by you dating." "I have, move on, Hermione." "I don't want to." she exclaimed. Without visible emotion, he answered, "You had that chance, last Christmas. I'm going for a run. If you want to talk, you'll have to keep up." Knowing full well, she could not. "And what has you troubled now, Harry Potter?" Sally asked her human friend. To which, he responded with a punch to the basilisk's armored jaw. "She seriously needs to give up on me. Why doesn't she accept I'm not interested? You are getting stronger, Harry Potter." She mocked him. I almost felt those blows. He glared at her. "One of these days, Sally. Why not discuss something I can actually assist with?" Sally offered. His look morphed to one of curiosity. "You have some way of dealing with a dragon. You fail, apparently, to notice the 60-foot basilisk in the room," she pointed out with humor. "And I haven't had anything but spider for a while." Concerned, he argued, "No reason for you to endanger yourself. Your wisdom is exceeded only by your ability, as humans put it, to jump in where angels fear to tread." Sally teased him. "So it is better for a relatively tiny you to fight a dragon, than it is for me to deal with a minor, but tasty, pest." It was dinner a few days later. Harry still had friends and he was currently sitting with them, the trio of Justin, Susan and Hannah. Nothing was unusual about this situation, as kids were doing since he broke the custom of only sitting with your house. No, the only thing different were the sullen glares and openly hostile glances he was subjected to. Harry chose to go right on munching and talking with his friends. Until Mr. Potter, the usually cheery head of Hufflepuff, was behind him. "It has come to my attention that you are disrupting the normal digestive habits of my students. Kindly remove yourself." The Gryffindor turned around in his seat and answered, "I've had this discussion with Snape, more than once. I quote the student code of conduct. Any student may sit where he or she wishes, and is invited. The exceptions being opening and leaving feasts and certain holy. The code also stated a student obeys all orders of a professor." She replied, coldly. Harry countered, "So, if you told me, for instance, to Imperio Draco into Avading Dumbledore, I must do that." "Don't be stupid," she exclaimed, "that is a criminal act. I am ordering you off my table." McGonagall came over and said, "I cannot help but notice there is a disturbance including one of my Gryffindors. May I be of assistance, Professor Sprout?" "You certainly may, Deputy Headmistress." She replied, "Mr. Potter is disturbing many of my students and refusing to leave. Now he is deliberately defying my authority. That will first be 50 points from Gryffindor and a week's detention." Hiding a sigh, the deputy replied, "In fact, Professor, I have witnessed multiple incidents not dissimilar involving Mr. Potter in the past. Your deduction and detention are overruled." "Mr. Potter, I assume you were invited here." "Mr. Finch Fletchley, are you Miss Bones or Abbott inclined to revoke that offer?" "No, Professor," all three replied as one. She held up her hands and said, "There you have it, Professor. Our hands are tied. Of course, we do expect cross-house visitors to exemplify good behavior. Especially while we host our international friends." "Well, that was a surprise," Susan commented after the professors departed and everyone returned to normal. Harry shrugged and chuckled, "Not totally. I wouldn't have gone to her detention anyway." "Harry, you can't," complained Hannah. Amused, Harry retorted, "My dear ladies, I use one of two responses to undeserved detentions. A. Appeal them to the board, if I need to go that far. Or B. Break a rule far enough to actually deserve it. Sorry, Justin, you don't get a wink. Wasn't after one, Harry." The Hufflepuff shot back. The giant groundskeeper came by. "Ello, Ari. Take a walk with me." "Sure, Hagrid." The boy swallowed a half-chewed piece of meat and gulped down the last of his pumpkin juice. Slapped hands with Justin and gave the girl's shoulders a squeeze. "Where we going?" The giant was busily combing his hair and then beard while they walked. Amazing, Ari." "Ah, Madame Maxine. Ashtonizing Hagrid," the Frenchwoman said. "And what is doing, air?" Harry looked at the dragons in awe, then remembered his diary's passage. A shiver of fear went through him. Old Harry raced one on a broom. The guy must have been senile at 12. He liked Sally's solution. He ignored the giantess and ran straight to the fourth-year Gryffindor room. Ginny, Luna, Neville. Harry grabbed his closest confidants and pulled them into the draperies at a large window in the common room. After ordering a snogging couple out, never mind they were older, told them, "I saw the first task. They have dragons. 4 of them, 1 for each of us. It was Luna who summed it up, well that just narfles the Garflag. Thanks for the perspective, hun. Harry grumbled. To which Neville shrugged, that's well and good. But that's no use. Exactly how do you deal with a dragon? Well, I have 3 plans in the works. He said, to their impressed looks, turns out a Parseltongue could talk to them. If that doesn't work, summon my broom and try to outfly it. And, if worse comes to it, call on Sally for help. His audience was in awe. First of the sheer notion of even seeing a dragon, then of their friends' already worked out ideas, and on his cool acceptance of facing a monster. If you already have plans, Harry, what do you need us for? Asked Ginny. Are you kidding? He complained, at least one of you is smarter than me. Punch holes in my plans. Tear them apart, put them back together. Make them better. Hermione, not in the common room at the time, had worked her way through the privacy ward Harry put up and just listened, up till then anyway. Harry. You cannot kill a dragon. You are clearly completely enargalized. Or perhaps a humdinger infestation, Hermione. Was Luna's diagnosis, survival must trump conservation, or even fair play? I would happily see Harry called a living cheat over a dead hero. After considering her statement, Harry ultimately put an arm around her and said, I'm pretty sure I should thank you for that, Luna. It's okay Hermione, give me another plan. I wouldn't want to hurt a dragon any more than a hippogriff. Not if I don't have to. How did you ever find out? She wanted to know. Harry scratched behind his right ear and replied, well, let's just say Hagrid took me to meet Ginny's brother. Charlie's here. Ginny bounced and squealed in delight. Neville laughed. See Harry, all your pain and suffering will have some good come out of it. Glad to offer my body up for your happiness, milady. Harry swept his wizard hat off and courtly bowed to Ginny. At her guilty look, he waved it away, seriously, though, Neville, girls, I'm open to anything. In just a moment later Hedwig, oblivious to privacy wards, landed on Luna's head squawking proudly and holding a leg for her human. Harry, worry not. Marauders are coming. We will save the day. Padfoot. A couple days later, a pair of tall hooded wizards entered the Great Hall during a study period. They might be imposing looking, but they were dressed, well, outlandishly. What could have drawn your eyes first? The turquoise blue shoes. The plaid golf pants. The misplaced ordinary white dress shirt. Maybe the gold tie. How about the shocking pink dress robes? Or the searingly bright green Dementor-shaped hood? It was an assault on the eyes. The pair approached the head table ominously silent. Headmasters Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Headmistress Maxine. A voice spoke softly, when they reached the front. The pair bowed politely. Amid murmuring everywhere, and despite the soft voice, it was heard throughout the vast hall. Dumbledore stepped to the podium and said, indeed, we are. You do have us at a disadvantage. May we have your names? All we know is the likelihood you are wizards not witches. I am Headmaster Remus John Lupin of Fernunculus University. The first wizard pushed his hood off. The second wizard merely shrugged, causing his hood to lay down his back. And I am Sirius Orion Black, Corporation of Kent, Fernunculus University's parent organization. Also, the school's senior defense against the dark arts professor. Yes, gentlemen, asked Dumbledore, not quite tolerantly. Harry looked around, shrugged, looked to all his friends, who also shrugged. No one ever heard of this school before. No. Since the prevailing theory involves a fourth school and a confounded goblet, Sirius began, within the Marauder LLP myself and James Potter created as a jointly held corporation. I created the wholly owned subsidiary, the Corporation of Kent, to manage the affairs of Fernunculus University. Fernunculus University will represent the affairs of Harry Potter during the now misnamed Triwizard Tournament. Our esteemed Headmaster Remus John Lupin will sit on the official panel with the headmasters of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The Triwizard officials glared at the impudence, looked at each other and came to a silent agreement. Dumbledore spoke for them. It is our joint opinion that no such additional representation is required. Sirius, your request is denied. It is not a request, Albus. The Marauder countered, tone harsh, face amused, Mr. Crouch, you have the ability to overrule the school representatives. Do you not? The games director from the Department of Games nodded, under certain situations, yes. Lord Black, Mr. Crouch, Fernunculus asks 2 questions, asked its headmaster, How many schools are represented on the heads board? Into the pause, Barty answered, 3. And how many champions are there? 4. Lupin nodded, we see an inequity here. As Harry's headmaster, I represent him on the board. Dumbledore declared. Sirius made a show of scratching his head with his wand, excuse me. Who in this contest is entered as the Hogwarts champion? Cedric Diggory. Almost cracked the walls and windows. Barty nodded, if the Triwizard Tournament can have 4 champions, then the Triwizard Tournament can have 4 schools. Fernunculus University is recognized for this occasion. And its parent, the Corporation of Kent. Sirius added, importantly. The Department of Games waved a hand in acknowledgement, enter as indicated, Weatherby. Yes, Director. Percy Weasley acknowledged and his quill scratched on the scroll. Luna's eyes lit up brightly, Padfoot and Moony just pranked everybody. Does anyone have extra pudding? How does an Icklethirdy know? Asked George. Equally confused Fred added, what prank? Ah, the lovely and brilliant Miss Luna Lovegood. Sirius paused by the bee, owned Gryffindor and chivalrously key. At her hand, I think we need to arrange to have you join when we meet Harry. Is that a problem? Harry Potter, the boy WHO cheated. Harry Potter, age 12, and 4th champion in the Triwizard Tournament. This was just the beginning of an article full of inaccuracies. So, you've met Rita Skeeter. Never did get a hold on her. She's not evil, not really. She's a reporter who has about a passing acquaintance with the truth. Think of all the people who follow Princess Di around. If you get her out of your life, you've outscored me. Of limited usefulness was Hermione's discovery that Rita is an illegal animagus, specifically a beetle. Problem. It'll raise a lot of suspicion for you to know this too soon. Thanks, old man. Harry groused as he came down the stairs, blackmail material I can't use yet. Ron, passing by the bottom, wanted to know, who you talking to? What? You don't see her. Harry pointed to the empty space next to him, she's right there. Ron gave a dirty look, and muttered something about liars, then kept going. Sirius. Remus. Harry leapt over the railing into the middle of the common room. Facing them, his demeanor changed. Sorry, Headmaster, Professor. So, what's the plan? Fred and George were over in a shot, where do we? Register to F. Fernunculus University. This year Sirius began with a smirk. Remus went on, only registered. S1. R. Student. Luna shook her head, is this a case of the best joke is the one they never got? Ah, Miss Lovegood. Sirius bowed to the 3rd year and curled her arm in his, please do join us. You will hopefully be of great assistance in an important secondary operation. She offered a hand for Remus to key, which he did, and replied, it should be my honor, sir. And, may I compliment you on your choice of school colors. A finer collage I have never seen, outside of Crumplehorn Snurkak, of course. This room is amazing, Harry. Where did you find it? Asked Remus. To which, he grinned, why on the 7th floor, of course. It is something we marauders never found. Sirius noted, he's just jealous. The pair exchanged glares. Both students grinned. Mr. Black, how long do you intend to let your school name go unnoticed? Asked Luna. Well, and please call me Sirius, you are much too lovely to be addressing me as if I were my father. He winked at her flirtatiously and continued, so far, you are the only one, apparently, with the smarts to get it. At the worst, we do have a school banner for the final task that will tell all. Right, Remus? The invented school's headmaster gave a suffering sigh and nodded, yes, you're always right. To business, then. Harry, you've noticed the rampant bullying since you were named champion. Well, Sirius and I will handle it directly through my position on the event board. Report anything to me and I will deal with it. Only Barty Crouch has the authority to overrule me. By the way, those detentions you did serve. They were deserved, by brilliantly performed acts. Got that right. Sirius grinned, now, we've discovered the official rules all. But expect cheating. So, as soon as we know what a task is, we'll let you in on it. At this Harry winked at Luna, you mean like the first is to get an egg away from a dragon. Well, perhaps he doesn't need us at all. Sirius looked impressed, right. Now tell us everything that's been happening in this school for the last couple months. Luna and Harry did so, with him concluding, and now there's this bloody reporter who wants to tell all on me. And she doesn't even know the truth. As yes, we saw the article. Said Remus with a grin. Now, first, Harry, if you please, proper language with your professors. To deal with one reporter you enlist another. Thus, the presence of Miss Lovegood. Sirius took over, indeed Mr. Mooney. Now, in exchange for certain considerations, the Corporation of Kent is prepared to offer exclusive access to the Quibbler to Furnunculus University's star student Harry Potter. Hey, don't I get a say in this? Protested Harry. Sirius nodded agreeably. Of course you do, Harry. You can either see the truth goes out via Zeno Lovegood, or you can take up with Rita. Not bad looking, I admit. But almost old enough to be your grandmother. HMPF. Was all the eloquence he could manage. Luna skipped away. I will write Daddy at once. Well, we should see quite a few galleons from that little enterprise. Said Remus as they watched the bee-on bounce away, onto more serious, shut up, matters. We're most disappointed with Professor Sprout. I'll be ordering your record expunged of detentions and point deductions forthwith. And ask that appropriate awards be made to Mr. Finch Fletchley, Miss Abbott and Bones. You'll be attending additional defense tutoring with me, and Sirius has, finally, completed his analysis of the point system at Hogwarts. Harry took this as an opportunity to throw out a Rita clue, Merlin's balls. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that meeting. Well, Mr. Lupin, welcome after a good many years to Greenhouse 3. Said Professor Sprout, pleasantly enough. I believe most of my 4th years here remember you from last year. Class, have you been making Mr. Lupin feel welcome? And most of the class responded, yes, Professor Sprout. For those of you from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, Remus Lupin here was our defense against the dark arts professor last year. She said quite cheerily, pleasant memories. Remus nodded in his usual understated manner. His words did not match. The students, and the memories, have been quite pleasant. My main purpose, however, is to protect my best friend's son from bullying. Especially from a bitch like you. Wah-ha-eh. How dare you? And after all I did for you as a student. The class was stunned to silence and the teacher was pointedly outraged. Beside Harry, he replied, frankly, I don't care. The day you used your authority to abuse Harry you became my enemy. I won't argue Harry's participation, it simply is. Your actions are contemptible. Then get out of my classroom. She ordered harshly, and take the attention-seeking brat with you. To which, Remus shook his head. Harry is entitled to learn. He's paid his tuition. Teach, bitch. Class over. She screeched. And stormed out. There was a wide variety of expressions among the students as they filed out. Delight at skipping a class. Anger at the disrespect for a professor. These were just two. A strong desire to stay in the room when Dumbledore appeared. What you did was highly inappropriate, not to mention unprofessional, Remus. The headmaster of Hogwarts said, after sealing and silencing the room. Looking at Harry first, he said, yes, this is about you. But leave this to me. First, Albus, as a matter of professionalism address me by my title and I will likewise. Next, in regards to professionalism in Hogwarts, tell me why it is acceptable for a teacher to call a student an attention-seeking brat. Or for a student to be constantly subjected to his father being called a swine. This has nothing to do with Professor Snape. Dumbledore cut in. Remus immediately corrected, that is Snivellus. Professor Snape is as much a Hogwarts professor. Dumbledore was annoyed, and entitled to the respect of his position just as you. Remus cut him off. 1. You have yet to address me as headmaster. As is my due. And, as long as James is called swine, then Snivellus is Snivellus. I will not have you disrupting the operation of this school. Dumbledore's magic was beginning to pulse about him. Remus pushed Harry behind him protectively and showed a hint of werewolf. He was still calm and cool. I will have equal rights as a headmaster. Over your head if need be. And I assume, then, you plan a repeat performance in potions. The headmaster wasn't asking. Remus smirked. Oh, no. The chairman of the Corporation of Kent has ruled he, himself, will be handling that. Lord Black is my superior in school issues. I must admit this is the first time he has done so. Serious. Watching Snivellus. Harry sniggered, I can't wait. Dumbledore frowned in disapproval, that will be a detention, Harry. With Professor Snape. Harry, leave this to me. Said Remus, "Headmaster, you can take your detention, and Snivelus, and stick them well, we are trying to be professional, aren't we?" That put Harry on the floor, holding his stomach as even his ribs quickly got sore. "I will speak to Professor Snape, if you will encourage Sirius not to antagonize him," Dumbledore offered. Remus shrugged, "Well, I'll try. We'll be handling this alphabetically, so Miss Delacour," said Dumbledore. Fleur, with her headmistress, stepped forward and presented her wand. She held her wand in both hands and presented it to Ollivander. "Fine piece," said the wandmaker. "Rosewood, Vila hair, 9 3/4 inches, quite stiff." Madame Maxime sneered down at Harry, "Cheating brat. A brief pause if I can." Harry held up his hands, "But the fat A.S. bitch here called me a cheating brat." "Thank you." It stopped the whole event. The Beauxbatons headmistress glared. "What are you going to do about that, Dumbledore?" She wanted to know. "You have not been paying attention, woman," said Remus. "I am Mr. Potter's headmaster. And I will handle this. Harry, take 7 points. Well done." Up next was Cedric Diggory, who did likewise. 12.5 inches, unicorn hair, Ash, said Ollivander, "One of mine, if I do say so myself. Best with transfiguration." Dumbledore next introduced, Victor Crumb of Durmstrang Institute. "A Grigorovitch I believe," said Ollivander. "Hornbeam, dragon heartstring 10.25 inches. A good piece." Headmaster Karkaroff glared at Harry as he passed. Harry crossed his eyes and touched his tongue to his nose. "Harry Potter of Hog," was how Dumbledore began. Sirius cut him off. "Harry Potter of Fernunculus University, wholly owned by the Corporation of Kent." He poked Luna in the side when she started giggling. "Phoenix feather, 11 inches, Holly," said Ollivander, "defenses this one's forte." There was a formal picture of all the champions, with their headmasters. Taken by a photographer from the Daily Prophet. "Lady and gentlemen, Rita Skeeter, reporter extraordinaire." She introduced herself. "Interviews with all the champions. Why don't we just start with the youngest first?" Excuse me." Luna raised her hand. "Excuse me. Where, Miss Skeeter, are you going with my client?" Rita stopped in her tracks and shouted, "What are you blabbering about, you stupid little chit? Get your hands off of me." Harry yanked his hand from the bee-owned woman. "Don't insult my friend." Luna got between them with a scroll of parchment. "I happen to be Luna Celine Lovegood. And I am the personal agent to Harry Potter. This scroll is signed by both his guardian and his headmaster. I have exclusive rights to Harry Potter's name, voice and image. Additionally, I have signed a contract with the Quibbler on Harry Potter's behalf to handle all publicity related to the Triwizard Tournament. Such an arrangement is absolutely illegal." Rita declared, "The Daily Prophet has exclusivity for all Triwizard events. Signed by all headmasters." Remus, from the stage asked, "Would that document have the signature of the headmaster of Fernunculus University? Wholly owned by the Corporation of Kent." Sirius added immediately. Rita shrugged that off. "That's as phony as a 3-canute coin. And worth as much." "Harry, what are you permitted to say to any reporter? Other than Luna?" asked Sirius. He dutifully answered, "For all press statements please refer to the next edition of the Quibbler. Have a nice day." "Is it all right?" I added that. "It's fine, Harry," said Luna, graciously. Now Rita looked mad. "See if this holds up in court. Victor, might we have a lovely chat? The bloody hell does Potter need more publicity for?" Ron grumbled. "Go Crumb." Hermione walked away. Ginny slapped him in the back of the head, then walked away. "Hey Seed, how'd the interview go?" asked Harry, still amused by the whole nightmare and that he didn't participate. One of his friends snorted, "Why don't you bugger off, Potter? Ew, clever 7th year." Harry retorted, "Got a minute?" Another walked up close to Harry and said, "You want us to rough him up?" "What, all 5 of you?" He shot back, "Go get 10 more. And move back, your breath stinks." Seed, "Got a minute? Send your pets away." The Hufflepuff blinked in shock. "Look, guys, I'll catch you up." "You sure, Seed?" asked the first one. He looked offended at Harry shooing him away. After they left, the older boy asked, "You do realize they could all gang up on you? Right. Yeah, let's see a Voldemort-possessed Quirrell, 1st year, Basilisk, 2nd year, Death Eaters, 3rd year and at Quidditch." Harry listed, "Oh, and a dragon in the first task." Cedric blinked. "What? Repeat that." Harry repeated, "Oh, a dragon in the first task. You're serious?" He wanted to know. Harry shook his head, "No. Sirius is my godfather. I'm Harry." "No, you mean it. About the dragon." Cedric scratched his head. Nodding, Harry answered, "Figured it was only fair. Everyone else knows. You know, I've really tried to get them to lay off," said Cedric. Harry shrugged, "I don't blame you. Besides, herbology has never been so much fun. Potions is almost as good." "Well, thanks then, and, I'll try harder. I promise." The Hufflepuff pledged. Have you figured out a way to beat a dragon?" At this Harry smiled, "Now that would be telling. As of now, I have a plan A, B and C." "Bloody hell." The Hufflepuff walked away scratching his head. Hermione bounced excitedly into the common room. "Harry. I found Dobby. Go find Ron and bring him along. If you want to talk to Ron, leave me out." He stopped cold so hard she stumbled back. She sighed annoyed, "Harry, why can't you make peace with him?" "Why is it my job?" He complained, "He started it. He's jealous of something I didn't even want. Do you know Sirius thinks this is some plot to kill me? If he wants some of that, I'll be glad to trade. Now, either take me to where Dobby is or find Ron yourself." "Which is it?" She frowned but nodded. "Come on, then." "Dobby!" Harry exclaimed as he entered the kitchens. The elf didn't even know how to react. Great Harry Potter sir was actually hugging him. "Dobby missed you so much, sir." "But Dobby always knew you was close. Dobby makes all you's food. And you do an excellent job. It's always delicious," replied Harry. Hermione looked disgruntled. "It is still profiting from Avery. Don't forget the principles of SPEW. No, she WHO makes hats." A female elf squealed and ran to the far side of the room. Dobby looked up from between Great Harry Potter sir's knees and glared. "Miss Grangie tries to free elfses who no wants free. Only Dobby goes to Griffey Tower. Dobby knows hats can't free him." He skittered off to comfort the female. "I recognize you," said Harry. "You're the elf Mr. Crouch fired at the Quidditch match." She nodded, eyes winky. "I be missing Master Barty. I knows Master Barty be needing his winky. Boo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. I've seen Mr. Crouch. He's in the castle a lot. Working on the tournament," Harry said. Winky sobbed. "Oh, thank you Master Harry. Winky still be taking care of Master Barty. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Winky, there is something important I want to ask you. And I don't want you to answer today, I want you to think long and hard. What do you want most if you can't be Mr. Crouch's elf anymore? What would make you happiest?" Harry's voice was very kind. Hermione's expression was uncertain. "Why did you do that? Promise her something you can't deliver." "How do you know I can't?" he retorted, "or won't? Have you ever seen me not keep my word?" At this point in her life, Hermione thought her way of thinking was the only way. In regards to house elves, Hermione has a point. Some families are very cruel to them, like Lucius. Most are not. She doesn't know house elf history or how they coexist with us. You can't change things overnight. Like I didn't give you the whole story in the last chapter 3 years ago. Tell her to read She Can't Say No to That about elves. Get her talking to them. Especially Dobby and Winky. She'll find 2 elves with very different viewpoints. More important, get her listening to them. First task in 10 days. Harry was very ready to fall asleep. He barely had enough consciousness to spare for putting his diary back in place. "On behalf of Draco Malfoy, we are accepting bets." The words were coming out of the mouths of the Weasley twins. Harry swallowed a yawn. No way he could have heard that. He walked into the Great Hall in an outfit full of sweat. After 3 students walked by with pinched noses, he took the hint and cast a refreshing charm. He spotted Fred and George. They must have seen a Muggle show that had gambling in it by the way they were dressed, a blackboard behind them. "What gives, guys?" he wanted to know. George came away, allowing Fred to take bets and giving receipts in return. He said, "Right. Here's the situation, Draco is convinced you'll lose. In fact, he is giving the best odds on you dying. Dear Draco, our temporary employer, offered us a percentage of the gross bets. So we're risking nothing. Nothing says you can't get in on it. There's the bets you can make and the odds of each. From you dying, up to and including you winning every task. Want in?" "Did he? Ah, put any limits on the wagering?" asked Harry with a smirk. George shook his head. "He told us to milk as much as we could." "No limits. How about, UHHMM, get the egg without a scratch, skip the second since I don't know it yet, and third get through the maze before anyone else?" Harry predicted for himself. George nodded. "Well, at the moment, odds are 7.48 to 1. I'd wait until you know the other task. Odds are likely to be higher." "No limit, you said?" asked Harry. "He'll take any bet." George nodded and took on pompous airs. "Potter has I repeat, no chance. Take every canute you can. Especially from the mudbloods." And that is an exact quote from the man himself. "I see. So, the future Lord Malfoy wouldn't mind if I bet a wheelbarrow, or 3? Asked Harry. His eyes searched the hall. Finding serious, he added, "I think this is a marauder moment. See y'all later." Yes. About time. Harry was as excited as the rest of Hogwarts for a Hogsmeade weekend. And he was on his feet just as soon as it seemed almost dignified. "You've got permission, don't you?" "Great. Would you go with me, Ginny?" She grinned at her favorite housemate. "What do you think, Luna? Should I? Little scrawny for my tastes." The B-owned answered, airily, "Kinda short, too. But after all, he is a champion of an up-and-coming school." Frowning, he said, "I'm right here." "So you are," exclaimed Ginny, then more seriously, "Sorry, but it was a bit fun winding you up." "Of course, I'd love to go with you." Harry quickly forgot he was supposed to be annoyed, grinning, "Well, glad that's settled. Just on small Luna. You all right?" He'd been pushed hard. "What are you botherin' my sister fair?" A furious Ron snarled. Harry settled his balance and answered coolly, "Making a date. Maybe a girlfriend. Not with my sister or not." The redhead growled with barely contained rage, which erupted with his ex-friend's mocking expression. He furiously threw a roundhouse right fist. But it was stopped by a dinner knife leaping off the table and going through his palm. He screamed in pain and shock, then swung his right fist just as violently. Ron's pierced hand was yanked around before the punch was landed and the silverware was driven into the cement floor. All he could do was whimper. Other than trying to avoid the fists, Harry hadn't moved. His wand was still in his holster. "Potter. That will be 100 points from," Snape began his punishment. McGonagall interrupted him. "Severus. As this is an internal Gryffindor matter, you will butt out." "Minerva, that is no way for heads of house to address each other," said Dumbledore. She gave him her best, "We are not amused" look, and took control of the situation. She vanished the knife and, "A pisky Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, would you kindly explain yourselves? Ellipsis. Do not confuse my phraseology with an actual request. That was an order. Potter was harassing my sister, Professor." Ron complained, sneering at Harry and cradling his now unwounded hand. She quirked an eyebrow at Ginny. "Miss Weasley, was Mr. Potter harassing you?" "Only by Ron's definition," she replied. "Harry was, in fact, asking me on a date. And much more politely than I have heard in the past. As it happens, I accepted." McGonagall's jaw worked. "Well, that does rather eliminate the justification for Mr. Weasley's behavior. However, Mr. Potter, equally, there was no justification for you to use a weapon." "But I didn't," yelled Harry, expression hardening. "Mind your tone. Perhaps you can explain the knife that was in Mr. Weasley's hand, then." "Yeah," snarled Ron, hatefully. Harry shrugged and offered, "Well, maybe not intentionally. But Wandless Magic by Josephius Ollivander in 866 says that accidental magic, while largely in the untrained child, can happen at any age. Especially if the witch or wizard is either emotional or threatened with violence. I have never heard of such a book, therefore I cannot justify such an excuse." She said, "There is also the matter that only Mr. Weasley was wounded in this altercation, weakening your credibility, Mr. Potter. And, in keeping with school policy, both of you will serve detention with me on both Saturday and Sunday. I suggest you offer your regrets to Miss Weasley. And, Mr. Weasley, you do likewise." That was when Remus, who was in the background, spoke up. "Well, you see, Professor McGonagall, Furnunculus University. Part of the Corporation of Kent." Sirius added, rubbing his hands together. Remus closed his eyes for a heartbeat before continuing, has a different policy on physical altercations between students. You see, we believe the aggressor should be disciplined. Which, having seen that Mr. Weasley involved himself in a conversation he was not invited to, and Mr. Potter was seen only to back away in self-defense, I am overruling your punishment of my student. You may, of course, handle your student as you see fit. How dare you usurp my authority? She growled. He gave a self-effacing smile. Now is that any way to address a headmaster? Why don't we leave the students to their own affairs? Well, Harry bounced on his toes, didn't that just put the tart on the treacle? Angelina Johnson, the de facto Quidditch captain after Oliver Wood's graduation, insisted the teams sit together even if there was no play. And Saturday was the traditional game day. But Harry was looking forward to a first date. He was on the alert for her to walk in. He caught her hand as she passed by and said, "Can't wait for today, Ginny." "Me too, Harry," she replied, blushingly. "Me too." An owl came in, nothing spectacular about it. Quite small actually. It was Pigwidgeon, but the owl did not land before any Weasley. Instead, Harry was the recipient of a red envelope. Draco was the one to recognize that first. Look everyone. Potter's got himself a howler. Harry James Potter. How dare you attack my son? And that miserable fake headmaster werewolf of yours overruling a real professor. Well, I intend to take that up with the ministry. As for your date, well, under no circumstances will any daughter of mine involve herself with a little bastard like you. A little bastard like you, roared Draco, to the amusement of the bulk of both Slytherin and Hufflepuff houses and some of Ravenclaw, but a definite minority of Gryffindor. Harry looked around outwardly calm and cool. He knew of pensives from the Beyond Newt books old Harry left for him. He'd note every single face. As for the instigator, well, Harry smiled into the silence that had developed. No, Malfoy, my parents were married when I was conceived. But, when you consider your mother, the Blacks basically sold her to Abraxas. Don't that make her a whore? Serpensortia toxica, Draco yelled. A snake flew out of his wand and landed in front of Harry. The Gryffindor ignored it, fired a Expelliarmus, caught the Slytherin's wand, and snapped it effortlessly between his fingers. Then everyone heard him hiss at the cobra. No one knew what he said, but instead of attacking, it slithered up his legs and curled around his left arm. Then, as if nothing else happened, he walked over to Ginny, based on your mother's letter. No, we won't be going to Hogsmeade today. I'm so sorry, Ginny. Luna, showing no sign of her usual weirdness, hugged her sobbing red-haired friend. Snape was on the scene, illegal dueling, insulting a great lady, destruction of a wand, detention with me for the rest of the year. 250 points from Gryffindor. Harry, I am highly disappointed with you, said Dumbledore in a mild tone. Harry shrugged. What else is new? Arrogant as your swine of a father, Snape declared. Sirius and Remus were both on the scene to balance the odds that had mounted against the youngster, but it was Harry who delivered the well-deserved shot, repeating one that had previously been done in private. I've been listening to your shit for 4 years, Snivelus. Who gave you greasy hair? Your slimy daddy, or your whore mama? Snape's wand was out and he was apoplectic with fury. But before he could train his wand on the brat, he was sailing through the air. He landed, remarkably straight, but very hard on the Ravenclaw table. And Remus was pulling his friend's hand off their mutual enemy's throat. Well, I do suddenly understand where all your rebelliousness comes from, Harry, said Dumbledore, amidst the chaos of the whole scene. I will have to seek an appropriate solution. Now, you are on restriction for the rest of this year. You will not leave your room, except for classes. And, of course, tournament events. You will not leave Hogwarts property for any circumstance, with the exception of returning to your aunt and uncle's home on June 27th. Sirius finally let his friend pull him away from Snape. If you try to even, he breathed heavily, enforce part of that. We'll take Harry out of this school. Mr. Black, Mr. Potter does not have the headmaster's permission to visit Hogsmeade. McGonagall's Irish burr echoed through the exit to the village. Sirius produced parchment. You'll see this is signed by Headmaster Remus J. Lupin of Furnunculus University on behalf of the Corporation of Kent. Now, step aside. Or, be moved aside. I shall not be intim, she began, but never finished. Remus, under the invisibility cloak fired, Petrificus Totalis. You two don't miss a trick. Harry was greatly amused. He grinned down at his transfiguration professor. Wow. How does she look mad? Even petrified. His hand was grabbed. You may as well enjoy your last day on Earth, Potter, said a female voice. She pulled him along, tucking his arm around hers. Millicent Bulstrode, he said in mild surprise, and Daphne. Well, are you two ladies heading into Hogsmeade? The two marauders looked at them, grinned, then at each other. Sirius took after the threesome, following at a discreet distance. Remus took up the duty of seeing to permission slips and allowing students to pass. And, eventually, to unfreeze McGonagall. Harry enjoyed the company of the two Slytherins. He laughingly recounted for Millie just how Daphne and Astoria helped him prank his godfather. Millie, once you got past the same Ice Queen persona of Daphne, was a likable girl. And there was really nothing more enjoyable than sitting at a small table with one milkshake and 3 straws. Into a companionable silence, he said, I need to go with Sirius for a bit. Can we meet again in about an hour? Dumped. I feel so hurt, Daphne exclaimed, tragically, to her co-Slytherin wiping a tear. Millie nodded. Well, if you play for both teams, at least he's a say. Why one? Meet us near Madame Puddifoot's. 2:30. Snarky witch. Sirius winked at her, then followed Harry. After they'd covered a goodly distance, asked, we're practically out of town. Where are we going? They were well outside the town. It was actually an impressive view of Hogwarts. But it was decidedly the middle of nowhere. Hogsmeade's main street was little more than a dirt trail. And finally, for no apparent reason, the boy stopped and ordered, give me your hand. So, you do, Sirius quipped, letting his smirk finish the joke. Harry rolled his eyes, no dummy. I need to get you past the wards. Right, I knew that, giggled Sirius. A magical tent, middle of nowhere, tucked behind some really impressive wards. Not sure even Dumbledore knows ones like this. I'd really have to dig deep into the Black Library to find anything like it. Have to admit, Harry, this is about as good as Grimmauld. Even now that it's been cleaned. Smiling, he answered, thanks. 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, all the comforts even the Dursleys would envy. Losers. Anyway, you did say you're good with shrinking spells. I got extra galleons just laying around, and I thought I'd embarrass Malfoy with them. But there's no way I'd get them all to Hogwarts. How much could you have here? Sirius wanted to know. Harry angled for a random bedroom, waggling a finger. He opened the top drawer of a large, heavy wood chest. Then the second a little more, the third and finally the fourth. Smirking at his godfather's gobsmacked expression, he silently led the man to another room and repeated the demonstration. Every room, every drawer. Good thing there's closets, otherwise I'd have nowhere to put my clothes. Why? Where did all this come from? I mean, Harry, you know goblins have vaults for us. Bloody hell. Sirius was babbling, how much is here? Greatly amused, he answered, well, I can't answer some of that. Yes, I do know about Gringotts. You know that. This didn't come from there. Where? I can't tell, besides, I'm not sure you'd believe me, anyway. And, no, I've never counted it, 1,000,000, I guess. I have the feeling that isn't even close, Harry. Well, tell me about this brilliant scheme to embarrass your best friend. Sirius' look was one of pure mischief. The boy grinned back, keep on insulting me and you will pay. Anyway, painfully simple. I'm going to help Draco spend some of his daddy's hard-earned money. Thought I'd make a little bet on me, to win. You know, I'm not entirely sure Lily would approve of this. Offered Sirius with a smirk. On the other hand, James would pour the whole Potter vault into the pot. I can imagine your former headmaster would point out how reckless such things as betting can be. Harry seemed to consider that, very thoughtfully, then he ordered, make with the shrinking spell. Well, then Reducio. I must say this is a nice place you've got. Whoever it was set this up seems to have thought of about everything, except for the Go-Go girls. Sirius was looking around, admiringly. The large and heavy dresser shrunk to the size of a matchbox. You've kept those ladies of yours waiting long enough. And I think you've been slacking off your exercising. Off with you. Harry was reddened by the Go-Go comment. But he managed to direct his godfather to the other rooms where dressers full of galleons waited. His diary wasn't glowing, but he idly wondered if old Harry would approve of this use of his money. Or did he intend it for some nobler purpose? Regardless, after escorting Sirius from his hideaway, he took off at top speed back to his dates. "Well, I cannot speak for Daphne, of course," said Millicent as the threesome strolled up to check in back at Hogwarts, "but I had a lovely day. You are not well, I shan't repeat what Draco has said in the common room. You were a perfect gentleman." Daphne frowned ever so slightly. "Frankly, Potter, that was my one complaint. Couldn't you have once found your way into one of our robes? Not even a little footsie under the table." Then she keyed him, lingeringly. "Footsie under the table. Right. Got that for next time." He managed to say that through a blush. Millicent looked around. There was a crowd at the gate, leaned close. "I ordinarily do not key on a first date," she said, "but since the rumor mill will so love it. SMOOOOOOOOOOCH. In Potter," Professor Sprout ordered. Unsurprisingly, Harry did not take well to that. First he said, "Thank you, ladies." Then to the newest problem, he addressed, "About now I could use a run. For the tournament, you know, Professor." Later, he'd long been aware of what was happening at the Quidditch pitch. Everything for about a mile around it was being turned into a massive hedge maze. And wondered if, by running around it, he might get some idea as to best navigate it. So, that's the direction he went off in. "Here he comes," one hissed to the accomplices. The last of the sun was fading out. Another commanded, "Charms or cloaks now." And everyone faded from view. Harry was turning a corner on the perimeter of the maze. Nothing unusual. A blue spell rushed at him. He saw it coming and tried to dodge. While he was regaining his balance, and pulling his wand, he was blasted by a pair of spells he never saw. His wand flew out of his hand. He flew a good 100 feet, bounced and skidded to a stop after another 20. But that was only the beginning. There were more spells. Painful ones. There were feet, knees and fists. Hits on his face, stomach and legs. And when he curled into a fetal position, his back was struck. Then the teen lost consciousness. It was pitch dark. Harry opened his eyes. He knew they were open because all he could feel was pain. There was red about the edges of his vision and he could just make out the twinkling of stars. He tried to push himself up but his right arm gave out. When he dug a knee into the ground it was pure agony. Laying in the mud, semi-conscious, he could only cry. A timeless period later, a ray of sunlight got in a half-open eye. He spit mud out of his mouth and tried to yell, "Sirius." It came out, but only barely. He spit some more, tried again. Failed. Then finally, "Dobby. Pop. Harry Potter sir," called Dobby. Elf appeared bouncing happily. The froze, "Harry Potter sir looks like Harry Potter sir falls into hippogriff pen." Harry Potter sir. Having learned to not move his right arm, Harry waved his left to silence the elf. "Never mind that, Dob," he wheezed, "get me to hospital." Dobby do. He bounced and flapped his ears. The pair vanished in a puff of smoke. The boy was unconscious while the Medowitch reported, "It would be easier to tell you what isn't damaged. Concussion, one arm broke in 3 places, 5 ribs, shattered knee. I had to vanish mud from his lungs and stomach. Frostbite, hypothermia, but honestly that was the best thing. If this was June, he'd be dead. This is all my fault. Ned serious." Remus slapped him upside the head. "Don't be stupid. None of us can keep up with him. And you are allowed to have a life outside of Harry. Madame Pomfrey, will he recover?" "Don't be ridiculous," she snapped. "Of course he will. He'll sleep today and most of tomorrow. Doing all that crazy muggle running of his by Wednesday. Did you expect any less?" Dumbledore gave a satisfied smile and stroked his beard. "Well, that is that, then." "Far from it." The Marauders growled in one voice. Then Remus, "I am exercising my full powers under the tournament rules to demand a full, criminal investigation. Someone tried to murder Harry. But then again, there's every reason to believe his whole involvement in the Triwizard is some kind of setup. As soon as we leave here I plan to speak with Madame Bones." The headmaster frowned. "Surely Remus, there is no need for all that rigmarole. Especially with a distinct lack of any kind of evidence. Unfortunately, the alleged assailants were most thorough in that regard." "I wouldn't say that, Professor Dumbledore," Pomfrey put in. "Dobby had removed a patch from Mr. Potter's mouth. There was also a torn hem of a robe caught in Mr. Potter's shoelaces. All three wizards frowned. Sirius asked, "How does this help?" "The patch has a badger on it," the Metawitch announced. Reluctantly, "the hem has a yellow and black stripe." She was quite distressed being a Hufflepuff alumnus. Madame Pomfrey wasn't quite right. Harry was running Tuesday afternoon before dinner. Not his normal distance, but he was determined to get there quickly. The investigation stalled. Remus or Sirius would follow on a broom if he was running alone. If it was with his usual group they still paid attention, but with 20 or so, everyone was in sight. Once his head was cleared he demanded of the marauders, who did it. "Madame Bones is still investigating. All the evidence points to a Hufflepuff," answered Remus. "They're searching for torn robes. Or one's missing East patches. Probably an older student." Harry's expression turned bitter. "Anyone think of Sprout?" "I don't think so," said Sirius, "just doesn't seem like something she'd do." The teen shook his head. "Really? She's been acting like Snivelus ever since my name came out of that sodding goblet." "Harry, back to running already? I thought Madame Pomfrey would tie you up for a week." Susan Bones was on her way for her usual run. "Good to have you back." Only for an instant did Harry's expression darken. It cleared as he replied, "She wanted to, but I kept badgering her. And with Remus and Sirius at it." "Badger, huh?" the girl asked with a pretty smile. "You do know?" Harry nodded into her question. "They told me." "I know you didn't have anything to do with it. I trust your aunt. Do you have any suspicion about Hannah and Justin?" "No way. Not a chance," she declared unhesitatingly and firmly. He squeezed her shoulder, replying, "Good enough for me, Sue. Now help me make a statement. I believe in my friends. Walk into the hall with me. Here, hold my hand. I'd be glad to." The light freckling on her face seemed to disappear. She hated that her palm felt sweaty and she hadn't a chance to rub it on her robes. Though she brightened when he shot her an encouraging grin. The great hall had its usual full tables of breakfasters, making their usual round of noise. Silence spread quickly as the pair were noticed. Word was all over the school that a Hufflepuff probably attack Harry. Why would he walk in with one? Let alone be holding hands. Sitting at the table too. Justin, Hannah. Harry greeted the eating pair. They were about average in developing their occlumency skills. He didn't have enough skill with legilimency to get into either mind unnoticed, and he wouldn't have felt much guilt under the circumstances. But all he did was say, "Sue assured me she had no idea who might have tried to murder me." Justin dropped his spoon of corn flakes and shook his head. "Me too, Harry. We've all been worried." Hannah had just bit into a piece of buttered toast. "I'd maybe wonder about some, but I'm sorry, Harry. Not a clue." "Thanks guys. Both of you," he said with a smile. "No legilimency, but he knew, means the world to me." "I." A resentful voice nearby demanded, "Well, ain't that sweet? So, Potter, what about all of us getting questioned? Got something to hide, Cadwallader?" Harry sneered back at the chaser. "Maybe a bloody beater bat. Are you missing a tie?" He didn't know the other Hufflepuffs well enough to read them as he could his friends. The questions, though, were deliberate lies. That was broken up by the arrival of Daphne and Millicent. The Ice Queen with a neutral expression, but a warm hug and kind whispered words. The heavier, freckle-faced girl a nasty look and a complaint. "You'd think he'd come looking for us first. Way to stack your priorities." Hannah stood up, glaring at the Slytherin. This time, Professor Sinestra stepped in with quiet authority. "Miss Bulstrode, sometimes are not the best times for drama. Kindly discuss your concern with Mr. Potter in private." "You're taking his side," she accused. The astronomy professor glared. "A detention, tonight. Would you like to lose points as well?" "No ma'am." The Slytherin grumbled resentfully and stomped off. What Harry took from this was most importantly, neither of his Hogsmeade dates, despite their different reactions, had anything to do with the attack. The day was spent touching, very delicately, every unprotected mind he could. For the record, he eliminated for himself all the boys in his dorm, including Ron, everybody on the Quidditch team. Ginny's occlumency was almost as good as his, but he never considered her a possible suspect. His problem was an inability to use legilimency in a large room with a lot of people. "Hello, Harry Potter," hissed Sally. "Been a while. Last time you were here was 3 acromantulas ago." Harry shook his head in amusement. "How does that translate into days and weeks?" What brought you here, today, Harry Potter? She asked. He frowned. You're no fun, girl. Fine. Someone tried to kill me last week, and almost succeeded. I'm not playing with this tournament anymore. Are you sure you can kill that dragon? You'll win. The basilisk rolled her eyes. Your saving people thing, as your friend Hermione calls it, is more than mildly annoying. I look forward to something other than spider in my belly. So much so, I will skip out on meals until your task day. All right, I get it. Happy feeding then. Harry yielded. So, Harry, you I suppose like Defense Against the Dark Arts. No doubt about it, the whole year was worth it just to see Draco the amazing bouncing ferret. Forgive an old man, but I can't remember if it was Crabbe's or Goyle's pants Malfoy landed in. I've got some bad news for you. Why is Moody so good at teaching the class? Because he's not Moody. He's actually Barty Crouch Jr. Certified Death Eater, right there with the Quidditch Cup crew. He's been using Polyjuice Potion all year to keep his look. Admittedly he's tied for first as far as defense professors go, but it's time to save poor Alistair. He's in the multi-compartment trunk in the defense office. I'd feel guilty about leaving him there so long, except for the fact that Dumbledore, supposedly his longest best friend, had no idea for a whole year that an imposter was walking around in the man's shoes. Harry spent a few days thinking about this, ultimately deciding to wait until after the first task. He just had too much to worry about. And now, while the cousins across the pond were gearing up for Thanksgiving, Hogwarts rumor mill was full of guesses as to what the first task was. The Weasley kids all caught sight of their owl, but he flew past all of them and landed in front of Harry, who opened it, read it, and tucked it away. Harry, I've done some careful inquiries. And spread a good bit of gold about. Got in to see the right goblin who will indeed help. For the right price. The bank goes through an audit from Christmas to New Year's and puts every goblin to work. Usually there's a few executions too. That's the best time to get in and out. Let's meet on December 26th. Bill Weasley. What are you getting from my brother? Demanded Ron. Harry answered, personal business. De bloody hell does that mean? Now the redhead boy was 2 points short of pissed. To which the still-sitting wizard countered with a snort, always want to use this. Well, Ronald, that means it's personal and it's none of your business. What was that, Potter? Ron growled nastily, yanking Harry off his seat. Harry smiled and said, you've got to the count of 3.1 inches. Oh, whatcha gonna do? Ron pushed his face into Harry's. 2, said Harry, showing teeth. And then, he drove his right fist as hard as he could. Given their positions, straight into his former friend's jewels. As he spun back to his meal he picked up his fork and said, 3. Ron was down in a heap, trying to rub the pain away and yell. Neither worked, all he emitted was a squeak. Draco Malfoy was highly pleased with himself, generally. He watched Potter's influence spread like a disease over the last couple years. Now it was definitely his time. The betting pool idea had come from, of all people, the little lunatic Gryffindor. Not that he would acknowledge it, of course. But the notion of using the Weasley twins was his own piece of brilliance. What could be worse than using them against St. Potter? That Potter had just nailed the worst Weasel in the middle of the Great Hall for all to see. Well, he needed a pensieve for relive it. The betting, well, it looked to make him close to 250,000 galleons. Father would be suitably impressed. Gee, why Mr. F. Potter? Gee, what brings F. U. G. to R. F. Little betting? Gee, Booth. Why this George? He said unerringly, looking at the correct twin, Mr. Padfoot, make with the enlarging charms. If you please. What are the current odds on me to kill the dragon? Oh sorry, not supposed to know that, am I? And to be the first through the maze. Sirius set 4 matchboxes on the floor and cast multiple, and Gorgios. Fred answered, 12. 1. G. Holy Merlins. F. Floofy. G. Bloody. F. Harry. F and G. Nutsack. G and F. How much? Not exactly sure. Harry sheepishly admitted, so let's count it up. Pansy Parkinson, while polite to Harry, desperately wanted the Malfoy fortune for her children to be fled to the Slytherin dungeons. Agreed. The 4 compared notes, nodded at the calculations. We have 2,686,033 galleons. Do you want to include the Muggle money? Harry looked at the single drawer full of £20 and £50 notes. He shook his head. Nah, don't want to prevent others from betting. No point being greedy either. Right serious. Draco, breathing heavy, got there just in time to see his nemesis accept his receipt and betting slip. He managed to change his whole demeanor in a single breath and declare, "That'll cost you your Wizengamot seat too, Potter." "Pocket change, Malfoy, pocket change," said Harry airily. Unfortunately for anyone else, his bet drove the odds down to nearly even money on that combination of circumstances. "Oh, wouldn't be so hard to get around if you did a little exercising, cousin." And, as the day of the first task closed in, Hermione pestered Harry with 3 major subjects. Well, 4 actually. She never stopped the studying argument despite him having the 2 spot among 4th years. She was also quite interested in his love life and preparations for the first task. Her loudest protest, however, was about the bet he'd made. "Harry, have you no idea how much that was? Great Merlin, and to risk it on a silly contest." "Hermione, have you seen the statistics?" asked Harry, using her same exasperated tone. "Fully 1 in 9 Triwizard competitors die, that's DIE, in the tournament. So, what's a little gold?" She still looked displeased. It was nothing compared to a certain redhead's reaction. "A little gold. You bloody git. You been swimming in it. Stick it, Ron," he countered, coldly. A pair of classmates came alongside. The first saying, "You know, Potter, if you hit this all that cash could be put to great use. And your father's business is just the place I need to look, right, Zabini?" Harry quipped, lightly, "Right, have him draw up a proposal or 2 and I'll look it over. And what can I do for the lovely Miss Bones?" She allowed his arm to settle on her shoulders, answering, "Auntie would recommend or escort the next time you carry such large sums of cash. But make sure Auntie isn't aware you're hitting on her niece." Sirius joked. In the champions' tent were the 4 Triwizard contestants and their headmasters. The Durmstrang contingent were worriedly pacing back and forth. Fleur and Madame Maxime appeared haughtily disinterested, but it was all show. Dumbledore was offering encouragement to Cedric. Harry's feet were pounding the dirt floor at considerable speed. After 10 minutes of the display, Remus squeezed the boy's shoulder. "Don't you think you should save some of that energy for your task? You worry too much, Moony." Since his rhythm broke, he threw himself on the floor and started push-ups. "It's just a dragon." Fleur demanded, "How did you find out?" "Same way your headmistress did, sweetie." He retorted flippantly, "I imagine you plan to use your Vila abilities somehow." Cedric. Victor. I assume at least one of you plan to outrun yours on a broom. Karkaroff's goatee twitched. Stupid boy, you know full well only wands are allowed. Albus, I demand he be searched immediately. Oh, please, scoffed Harry dismissively, no, I don't have my broom on me. But, leave the broom outside, and Accio and presto. You can fly. The whole tent was goggle-eyed at him. That was when Hermione burst in, oh Harry. And flung herself into his arms. Flash, oh what a lovely scene. Exclaimed Rita Skeeter, delighted at the photo op. But there was a second camera going off in the same instant. Zeno Lovegood, official press representative of Mr. Potter, and photographer for the Quibbler on this brisk morning. I believe you've all met my daughter. Indeed, sir, said Harry, shaking the tall man's hand. Your moonbeam is a rare gem who has brightened some of my darkest days. Most of my former schoolmates have been most offensive. You'll be getting that interview for publishing in a day or 2. Cedric looked decidedly ashamed. Dumbledore said, no sense worrying about such little things, Harry. Then maybe you'll get rid of those badges. Harry sneered, how much have you found out about the murder attempt? Getting along with Madame Bones. How about figuring out who sabotaged the goblet? Crouch interrupted and began calling them to select their dragon. Time to start. Mr. Crumb, Miss Delacour, Mr. Diggory, and last Mr. Potter, the Hungarian horntail, said Harry, even before reaching in. Well, good luck, Fleur, Victor. Diggory, should have left you in the dark. Hope the Ridgeback toasts your ass. As Victor walked out, wand drawn and licking his lips nervously, Dumbledore was shaking his head. Harry, such anger and bitterness is the way Voldemort went. You cannot hold Cedric responsible for something he has assured everyone he did not do. And you must stop this hostility toward Hufflepuff. Really. Shall I quote Sprout from my last class? But frankly, I don't have time for this. Shut up and go away. While Dumbledore attempted to continue, he turned his back and resumed running in place. Victor, Cedric and Krum all came back to the tent with various degrees of injuries. And torn or burnt clothing. Or both. Then Jordan's voice boomed, and last, but not least, also from Hogwarts. Harry Potter. Harry stepped out of the tent, pressed his wand to his neck and his voice boomed, that's FERNUNCULUS University. Then he approached the dragon. Once in its line of sight and too close to be ignored, he was engulfed in a fireball. He could hear the audience gasp in horror. But even as the dragon was beeping in air, he'd been in the process of casting a shield spell that was 10 feet in circumference and had a cooling charm built in. A spell on the Newt defense exam. Once the fireball faded, Harry spoke to it. I only want the false egg in your nest. Lying human. It roared in fury. It inhaled another gulp of air, preparing another fireball. But Harry already acted. His wand was at his throat, but he wasn't speaking to the crowd. Sally. Come and get it. Thank you, Harry Potter. Then there was a rumbling under the stands. Some spectators were thrown off their feet. Almost everyone was hit with debris. Some of the ground behind the dragon collapsed into a hole, spitting out a dust cloud. The dragon roared in anger, then was silenced abruptly. When everyone could see, a snake was curling around the giant beast. The coils tightening. The dragon squirmed and twisted, futilely. An attempt at a roar came out a squeak. There was a grinding noise of basilisk plates against dragon armor. Followed by an awful crunching. Worse than fingernails on a chalkboard. A tiny bit of smoke leaked out the dragon's mouth. The basilisk put its head on the ground, turned its prey head down, feet up. The dragon's head went in the basilisk's mouth. The basilisk's jaw expanded impossibly over several minutes. After passing the widest point, gravity did the rest. BUUUUURRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR picked up the winning egg. The whole crowd could see the shape of the Hungarian horntail in the basilisk's body. Sally belched again and lazily ran the tip of her tail over her slowly digesting prey. She sleepily answered, "Most excellent meal. Thank you, so much. Might be a year before I am hungry again. Delicious. Harry, can you ensure your friend is not dangerous to anyone else?" Dumbledore wanted to know. Rolling his eyes, he answered, "Don't you remember? Sally promised no humans. Besides, she's really quite full. Said something about spicy food too. Probably explains the burp." "Quite," the headmaster commented. "Be that as it may, please stand by everyone while we consider the scores." Most impressive, the committee of 4 headmasters awards Cedric Diggory 36 points for enormous creativity. Second place and 31 points we award to Fleur Delacour. In third place with 28 points Victor Crumb. "Harry Potter, your particularly tough solution is not at all what the tournament was intended for. While acknowledging you did retrieve your egg, only saw our way clear to award 14 points. The second task will be February 24th. Thank you." Harry wasn't lacking for support, however. A number of spectators booed loudly. Among them, Neville, Blaise Zabini, Luna, all the Weasleys except Ron, Susan Bones. Most of the other Gryffindors. A minority among the other houses. And the other schools too. "I want you to know I thought that score was entirely unfair," said Remus when he found him just a couple minutes later. "Your shield would make an Auror proud. I heard the hissing, you were trying to get the egg without hurting the dragon. That didn't matter, all they cared about was the death of the dragon." Hermione appeared. "I think you did what you had to. A word with you, Potter." A red-headed man growled as he stomped up, brothers and sister in his wake. Sirius had just appeared on the scene and was bent over his godson, only deeply relieved he wasn't harmed. He was turning the team this way and that. Finally, just barely restraining himself from a huge hug and settling for touching his cheek. Then the former convict put himself between boy and man. "Don't care who you are, you'll have to go through me to get to Harry. That makes 2 of us." Remus was more wolf than wizard just then. Ginny had run past her brother and blocked his path, putting her hands on his chest. "Calm down, Charlie. You saw what those monsters did. One almost ate the French girl. Harry was hit with a giant fireball. You were supposed to stay away from this little bastard. roared Charlie. Harry stepped into view and retorted, "The last time someone questioned my parentage I used a great response. I won't repeat it since I'm friends with most Weasleys." "Well, thank you Harry," said George, while Fred whispered briefly in his older brother's ear. Charlie almost guffawed, before remembering he was angry. None of the dragons were supposed to die. The mink was almost 400 years old. "Then, Mr. Weasley," said Remus in a professorish tone, "I suggest you take that up with the organizers. Exactly what magic do you suppose a fourth-year knows to deal with a full-grown Hungarian horntail? Now, clear out, or I will consider you a threat to my student." Sirius added, "And my godson." "Damn Harry!" exclaimed Neville. "Weren't you scared of him?" He shrugged, "Mate, after you've been in a fireball, one guy just don't do it. By the way, thanks for sticking with me. Unlike others I won't name. You know I bet on you to beat the first task." Neville confided, "But, I only bet 25 galleons. Didn't even think of going crazy like you did." Harry grinned and slapped him on the shoulder. "Come on. I want a butterbeer from Hogsmeade." "Sure, my treat," offered Neville. "Well, 'bout time ye made an appearance." Hagrid was frowning at the pair of boys that had become a foursome that included Ginny for Neville and Daphne for Harry. Unaware, and a little giddy from the one shot of fire whiskey Sirius had quietly bought for them in celebration, Harry patted the half-giant on the side and said, "Hiya Hagrid. Don, touch me ya miserable murderer." He growled angrily, "Ye been keepin' Fessor Dumbledore waitin'. Get yourself up there." Harry looked deeply hurt for a few seconds, then his expression hardened. He pointed his wand at his feet, said, "Wingardium Leviosa. And, to borrow from Draco, up yours ya great oaf. And tell the old fart to ask for me through my headmaster. Nobody insults Albus Dumbledore in front of me," snarled Hagrid, "and there'll be 50 points from Gryffindor." Harry, who had been walking off, turned back and sneered, "Really? I'll be taking that to the board. Along with telling them how you put a pig's tail on my muggle cousin." "Harry, Sirius, Remus, I hope we can make this brief," said Dumbledore as the trio entered. Snape, McGonagall and Hagrid were also present. "There are two issues at the moment. First, is the relatively easy matter of the points Professor Hagrid deducted. I deeply appreciate his loyalty to me, but I think it best I reverse that at this time. I assume that means, Harry, you won't carry out the threat you made." Hagrid was looking rather nervous. "It wasn't a threat, Albus," Harry replied. "I resent being called a murderer. I sent a letter to both the school board and Madam Bones. Hedwig already left a half-hour ago." Severus fought to keep a grin off his face. Nor was it at all easy. The half-giant was one of few professors he couldn't intimidate into not punishing Slytherin misbehavior. Minerva was rendered utterly immobile. Dumbledore attempted to reassure his magical creature's professor with a look, and, "That is our other subject this evening. Exactly why did you feel the need to kill a priceless magical creature?" "Technically, I didn't," Harry pointed out. "Sally did. She told me she was getting bored with acromantulas." Sirius chuckled, "The kid has a point." "Why are you here, again, Mutt?" asked Severus. Remus held up a hand. He is Harry's legal guardian, as well as the chairman of Furnunculus University's parent company. Corporation of Kent, that is. Sirius had to put in. Just about as Sirius had his say, Hagrid protested, "You set a basilisk on Aragog's family too." "What's an Aragog?" asked Harry. Hagrid angrily roared, "The Acromantula." "Oh, well, yeah," answered Harry, "why not? There's hundreds and Sally's gotta eat." Dumbledore overrode the half-giant. Agrid. "Calm down. You're nothing like her parents." Hagrid shook his head in disappointment. Harry gave him a dirty look. "Yeah, I get that from Snivellus too." "Well, not like I ever got a chance to know them. Shoulda left ya in the ruins tonight." Hagrid grumbled. Now, Harry's look turned to hate. "So you had a hand in landing me at the Dursleys. You make me sick. Get out of my sight. Tell me, professors, any or all of you." Sirius went on as if that hadn't happened. "Exactly what do you suggest a boy with only a complete third-year education was to do against a 40-foot dragon? Especially as, officially, he didn't even know it was. And, even if he tried to talk to it." Dumbledore blinked. "I beg your pardon. Dragons can understand Parseltongue." I told it about the fake egg in the nest before it fireballed me. Explained Harry. It was about to fire again when Sally struck. McGonagall put in, well, it was an impressive shield spell. Newt level even. Well, once I learned of the dragon, I figured a shield spell would help. The teen said. Dumbledore nodded and smiled, which I believe you owe that knowledge to our dear Rubeus Hagrid. I already knew. Harry answered curtly, the oaf wasn't doing anything useful. Again Snape had to bite the inside of his cheek. Mr. Potter. Name calling. McGonagall scolded him. To which Harry shrugged, unrepentantly, as far as I'm concerned he's no better than Snivelus. I guess I didn't know that. Hagrid offered, ya really spoke to the dragon. Harry only looked at Remus. What do you think, Headmaster? Are we finished? The Gryffindor common room erupted in cheers when Harry, carrying his egg, entered. Not a single Gryff was missing. And it was a great moment for the house. The three chasers combined to key, the hero of the day. Hermione hugged him, awkwardly. Same for Ginny. Neville clapped him on the back. Colin Creevey was shooting pictures of everyone and everything. Fred and George whispered to the photographer, then grabbed Harry and Key, at his cheeks. Then the chant began, open it. 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 Y'all want me to open it? Asked Harry, holding the egg high. When he did so, the common room was filled with a that made everyone crush their ears with their hands. Into the silence was Ron's voice demanding, what bloody hell was that? Let's go, said Fred. George added, nothing to. F, see here. G, outta here. F, clear out. The Gryffindors made themselves scarce. Some to a far corner. Others to their rooms. Many to outside activities as it wasn't curfew yet. Gee, I guess you'd have to be an idiot to want to be in that contest. Ron grumbled. Ginny threw a pillow that hit his arm and he exclaimed, boy. Harry spared a glance, got something to say, Weasley. I mean besides saying I'm an idiot. Hey, I didn't mean that. The redhead complained. Harry shrugged, well, what do you mean? I'm not a legilimens. Gimme a break can't ya? Ron somewhat whined, what do you want from me? Harry walked past him without a look, saying, nothing, Ron, nothing at all. Anyone want to join me for a run? Before we come befuddled and bedraggled by our excellent feast. Dumbledore's voice went to every corner of the Great Hall. And this is for our Beauxbatons and Durmstrang guests, as well. I am proud to announce that Hogwarts will on December 24th host a Yule Ball. Everyone 4th year and above is invited to the festivities. A younger student may attend only if invited by an eligible student. There was near unanimous delight among the female population, the exception being the less than half who were below 4th year. Among the males, perhaps split in thirds, relief, delight and panic. You've just learned about the unexpected 4th task. Yes, you need to get yourself a date. And by the way, champions are not allowed to skip the event. Sorry kid. Setting my scene, I'd just accepted Ron's apology for being a git. Neither of us had dates. We ended up going with Padma and Parvati Patil. The four of us sat around having a shitty time. No other way to describe it. I had no clue how to deal with girls. Hopefully you've done better. Really, this night is what you make of it. Along the way, I've named several girls, I'm sure you've noticed. Another manipulation on my part. My wife is among whom I've mentioned, but I wondered in your world if she's the best choice or not. Look around during the ball, more than a few marriages came out of that Christmas Eve. No, you don't have to eventually marry your date, just saying you may. And I'd rather you have more possibilities than I did. So, have a ball. In a few weeks we will engage in well-mannered frivolity. Professor McGonagall announced to her lions. At least those who could, or might. The first and second years were excluded. The Yule Ball is a privilege. I want that abundantly clear. While you may certainly enjoy yourself, I expect Gryffindor to have no behavioral issues. I trust I am clear. The group muttered, yes Professor. Just barely acceptable, she commented, looking around stonily. Now, let's see. Mr. Weasley come up please. Ron blinked, stood reluctantly, and slowly approached her. Yes ma'am. Come closer Mr. Weasley. I won't bite, she said, starting the record player. And as the music started, she ordered, no, Mr. Weasley, take my hip. All Ron did was emit a squeak. McGonagall had to place his hand in the right spot. Harry whispered over, "You guys aren't going to let him forget this. Are you?" "No way." The twins stereoed back, with wide smiles. Ron, thoroughly reddened, allowed the professor to lead him around in a square dance step. The boys completely failed to hide giggles behind hands. The girls were watching with rapt attention. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley," she finally said, then ordered, "Now. Everyone up. Find a partner." Girls snapped to their feet with near military precision, and simultaneously took a large step forward. Boys, not so much. A few hesitantly stood, none moved forward, most just squirmed in their seat. One didn't. Neville bravely but hesitantly walked over to the girls and asked Ginny to dance. He did start a trickle of movement. The 7th years. Colin went to Demelza Robbins. Dean Thomas picked Katie Bell. The twins took the other chasers. "I can do this," Harry told himself, already had a few dates. "Besides, I took on a dragon and a basilisk. What's the big deal about a girl? Hi. Sorry, I mean hi Luna. Would you like to dance?" And the younger Gryffindor, unreadable behind excessively large plastic sunglasses, turned her head. "Why, I believe that would be lovely, Mr. Potter." She stood, spun around and began moving, though after a bit it seemed more like a dance for one. Luna, he put a finger on her shoulder, "Actually, I meant with me. Like everyone else." She turned again imperturbable and said, "I should like that. Then talking like the professor, your left hand on my hip. We hold right hands. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. We can talk other than counting," said Harry. Luna was clearly following McGonagall's example and taking charge. But in truth Harry didn't mind. He eased his right hand out of hers and slid it down to her other hip. The stern professor shot a mild stinging hex, jocularity, but with decency, "Mr. Potter." Mr. Finnegan. Miss Dunbar." Luna looked into his eyes and said, "I don't hold it against you, Harry Potter. Clearly the blibbering humdingers were guiding your actions." "Are humdingers good creatures, or bad?" asked Harry, lightly amused. She replied, airily, "It depends. There are passive ones and the aggressive variety. So the aggressive are bad?" he asked, changing their hands to an interlaced finger grip. She smiled, "Not necessarily. If you are going to ask me to indulge in humdinger busting, I am in favor of such activity. They seem to infest broom closets. On the other hand, if you are looking for a ball date, I must decline. You see, your destiny is for another house. But I thank you for the thought." "I see, he began, but the period was over. "I understand Mr. Potter has dropped out of your class." Rita Skeeter sat herself across from the Care of Magical Creatures professor. "What, sir, is your statement on that boy who lived a murderer?" Professor Rubeus Hagrid, 73, Care of Magical Creatures professor at Hogwarts, sat with me in a tell-all about the youngest of our Triwizard champions. And it seems our boy hero has a history of rule-breaking, violence and apparently actual murder. Our world is still on the fence on the subject of dragon sentience. However, one matter we all agree on is that killing of a rare creature is inappropriate under any circumstances. In a sporting event, the death of a magnificent animal is a crime. If not a legal one, then certainly a moral one. And such actions as using dark magic to summon a dark creature from the depths of the earth only worry this reporter more. I have further learned the details of the death of Professor Quirinus Quirrell, an educator of great achievement. On that spring day, the man slipped. At least that is what we are supposed to believe. On a stone floor. Moments later, a certain then first year, was seen to grab both the professor's hand and neck. Witnesses confirm those were the spots the victim started to burn. I do not interpret these facts, dear readers. That is your job. When the Daily Prophet with this article arrived at the school, Harry read it, snatched another copy off a random student and marched up to the head table. There, eyes aflame, he slapped the paper onto Hagrid's plate and they promptly flashed to ash. "Ooh, Potter doesn't like his oaf anymore," Draco called out. To everyone's surprise, he quite politely answered, "A truly clever observation, Malfoy. I'd think we all know now. Mr. Potter, that will be 25 points from Gryffindor and 3 nights detention," said McGonagall before he got 5 steps. To which Harry answered, "No argument, ma'am." He saw a sea of stunned faces. "Turn in your potions as usual." Professor Snape ordered as his fourth-year class wrapped up. "Potter, a moment." Harry gave a pleasant smile to Susan Bones as she brushed her hand on his. Accidentally, the Slytherin Ice Queen was less subtle. She challenged his ability to not react when, turning in her potion, Daphne palmed his left butt cheek. "Potter, it has come to my attention that you are of some apparent interest to the less discriminating of the female population," said Snape, looking right past the student as soon as they were alone. Harry didn't often bring out an arrogant side. This was a special occasion. "Yeah, Snape, I've noticed," he answered. "I would have thought such things as say, and love beneath your notice. One day you will not be the pampered little brat you are." Snape sneered. "I look forward to that day. In the meantime, you may consider yourself on notice that I will not tolerate your brand of behavior spreading to my students. Do I make myself clear?" The boy gave the man a perfectly respectful nod, replied, "Oh. Absolutely, sir. And by the way, I aced this potion. Despite Crabbe and Goyle's, to use your words, puerile efforts to sabotage me. Pleasant evening, Snivelus." Harry. Two girls, clearly annoyed with each other, simultaneously greeted him in the hallway. Both put their arms around his back, the three walking together. They briefly scratched at each other's arms before settling for their own spot. Not even a syllable separated the question, "Go to the ball with me, please." Unable to hide a smile, he replied, "Well, saves me the trouble of asking someone. Wow. How to choose? Do I have to choose?" The girls' faces most definitely indicated they both weren't going with him. "Got it. Not an option. No law against asking, is there?" He looked between them, put an arm over each shoulders. "Bit funny this. Should happen now. Ootsie my, favorite teacher just had, words with me about that." From the girls, there was a stereo affect. "Oh. Harry answered, "I was officially ordered to not take any one of Snivelus' students to the ball." Daphne wanted to know, "Just how do you feel about that?" "Everyone knows your reaction to parents. Professors aren't parents," Harry pointed out, "and I'm betting the same order will come from Sprout. She hates me as much as Snivelus." Susan sighed. "That can't be true, Harry." She stopped herself. Thought some more. "No, I've stayed on your side right through all the nuts. The whole Slytherin thing, all the way to your evil for killing a dragon. I'm not going anywhere. Professor Sprout doesn't control me. It would, I think, be best all round that I slip into the background," said Daphne. "We Greengrasses have made our fortunes that way. But no, Potter, you have more than one friend in Slytherin. I shall expect a dance, preferably where you do not crush my toes." And as the Ice Queen departed, the school bombshell asked, "Can you dance, Harry?" "Well, quite the unexpected task." He arrogantly brushed his nails on his robes, "But if I can keep my feet under me while sprinting, I'm sure I can do fine on the dance floor. You'd like to test, perhaps? Add cushioning charms, maybe." She grinned at him. "Being in your arms does not seem too terrible a fate. Can I trust you to be a gentleman?" "Well, on our one date, Daphne said that her only complaint was me being too much of a one." He retorted, "And, where you just brushed my hand in Snape's class, she squeezed my left butt cheek." Susan surrendered to the urge to blush. "You win, Harry, you win. Ha. Let's annoy whomever we annoy. So be it." He smiled at her, "And you won't mind me having a dance with Daphne?" She shook her head. "No, I imagine the champions have a few duty dances. Delacour, for instance, her headmistress. Hermione Granger no doubt, Professor McGonagall, Weasley's sister. What's your name? After what Maxime has called me, she can, well, sorry, I almost said something very ungentlemanly." Harry only half apologized, then laughed. "Ron still hasn't got over his performance with McGonagall. And while I have my duty dances, I imagine the head of the DMLE has a list for you, too. Justin and Eddie certainly think you can skip Malfoy." She giggled as they started walking. "Jealous already, Mr. Potter?" "No," he snorted, "I'd just rather not smell ferret during my date. I'll see how he behaves." She conceded, "A girl needs at least one bad boy in her life. And, sorry Harry, that's not you." He gave a quizzical look. "I've been complimented. I think, at least I'm not lumped in with the ferret. Come on, it's dinner." Then I think we both have astronomy tonight. I love that class. She slid her hand into his elbow. Victor Crumb approached one day. I have a question for you, Harry Potter. Go ahead. He was polite, but not especially welcoming. The Durmstrang champion nodded. That is your relation with Hermione. We've known each other for years. He answered, somewhat vaguely. Victor frowned. That is no my question. Perhaps I was unclear. I want to be her date to the ball. Well, you don't need my permission for that, answered Harry. I already have a date. The young man's expression cleared. Well, Jen, I have no problems. Thank you, Harry Potter. But, let me warn you. You hurt her, you'll answer to me. And that's if there's anything left after she gets done with you. The teen said with a quirk of the eyebrow. Victor offered a smirk, half bow and a click of his heels before departing. I'll be glad when this ball is over. Everyone is acting weird. Harry followed the Durmstrang student with his eyes and an odd look. Oh, perfect timing. Well, Harry, get that second task done yet? Sorry, just a bit of teasing. Have fun at the ball, I mean it. Second task info. The egg you won from the dragon speaks in Mermish. It says they took what you'll miss and in an hour it'll be gone if you don't get it. They actually kidnap a hostage. For me it ended up being Ron. They're taken to the merman village at the bottom of Black Lake. I used gillyweed to breathe for the length of the swim. You literally grow gills. The stuff lasts an hour. I ended up retrieving Ron and Gabrielle Delacour because Fleur got into problems. Nothing serious, but took her out of the event. Important things to know, the hostages are not in any real danger. Black Lake is King cold in February. Mermen do not like contestants stealing hostages that aren't yours. Harry, a word, if you please, said Remus while he was cogitating over how to handle this one. Just took a meeting with the tournament board. A couple wanted you banned for cheating on the first task. But we came to a compromise. You may not use Sally in the next task. That has been strictly forbidden. I'm sorry. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.